Heels in the Sand Island, Seychelles Archipelago, Earth. September 8th, 3114, 110 years before the arrival of the assemblage ark. The message is, Father, please come to the Simulated Reality Project right away. A representative of the assemblage wishes to meet you. I sat in my seaward-facing, leather-covered Morris chair, sipping freshly brewed coffee. I was deep in thought, pondering the message which my longtime companion Omu had recently awakened me to deliver. The gist of the message was, Sol's system had recently received an interstellar transmission from our enemy, the assemblage. Included in that transmission was the mind data of an enemy operative. As planned, the enemy mind data had been downloaded into the SRP, short for the Simulated Reality Project. This was the virtual cage we had prepared for just such an eventuality. As I sat there in the dark room considering the matter, Omu waited nearby for my response. The android's very feminine-shaped frame was kneeling on her charging mat. Her posture was almost submissive, hands resting flat on upper thighs, back held rigid with her head slightly tilted downward. She typically waited in this position if it were just the two of us, only assuming a more natural human pose if there were others present. I'd stopped trying to get her to relax over a century ago, having long since realized that relaxation was just a human state of mind. As I thought, I gazed out the eastward-facing, circular wall of glass, studying the darkness beyond. I had disabled the low-light augmentation feature of my smart irises so I could watch the ending of night in its natural state. It was 5:34 in the morning local time, and true dawn was just 40 minutes away. My retreat's high cliff-top perch allowed an unobstructed view all the way out to the horizon. Nautical dawn had occurred 8 minutes ago, meaning I could now differentiate the water from the slightly brighter skies above. It was not a still scene, as there were movements in both the sky and the waters below. The sky motions were caused by the flashes and flarings of dozens of orbiting satellites and space stations catching the reflecting pre-dawn sunlight. Below that heavenly show, the lower ocean movements were caused by the slowly shifting red and green running lights from the automated ore freighters cruising by the archipelago approximately 30 kilometers to the northeast. I squinted suddenly as the dark tabloid was interrupted by the lights coming on in the adjacent kitchen unit. My houseguest, Adele Sol-Chilean, was awake. She had been staying with me for the past 2 days after she had finally convinced me to agree to be interviewed for her research. I had done so less to satisfy her curiosity, and more so because of grief, hate, and even a little shame. The grief and hate had been caused by the accidental deaths of my students at the Mogao Cave Complex in China 11 years ago. The shame had come more recently when just 2 years ago, Miss Chilean had been killed by neo-bears in Mongolia as she tried to study me from afar. I had been too self-absorbed and had ignored her plight, which had cost the young woman her life. After my return from living that nomadic lifestyle, and after a year for the world to recover from the notorious actions which I had precipitated at the Forbin complex afterwards, the reshelled Adele had reached out to me once again. She explained to me that even though she had lost 11 months of uniqueness, she had since made up for that and was still eager to learn my full story to better understand my actions. I had agreed to a virtual meeting and found her witty, charming, and intelligent. I told myself that it was for those reasons alone, and not also for the fact that she was also incredibly beautiful, with a young, not yet 20-year-old replacement shell. But as I said, I had agreed for her to come to Heels in the Sand and be my guest for a series of face-to-face interviews. The past few days had been rewarding for both of us. Adele finally began to get answers for her research, while I shared in her excitement and began to overcome my guilt and shame. She hadn't yet noticed me sitting in the darkness, and I remained still and silent, watching her move about the kitchen. Omu also remained silent, but did subtlety change her posture to appear more relaxed and human-like. Adele was preparing herself tea. Before she could attempt to carry the hot cup to the room's lounging area, I quietly spoke, "Good morning." As I expected, my greeting startled her. "Oh, good morning, John," she said after peering into the darkness to see who had spoken. "I thought I smelled coffee. You are up early this morning." She was still dealing with the time changes since arriving here a few days ago and had been going to bed and rising much earlier than I normally did. I watched her as she carefully carried her tea to the couch near my chair. She walked with the more mature patience of a person in their mid-30s. Her poise was subtly out of place with her late teenage replacement shell. She noticed the android as she took her seat. "Good morning to you also, Omu. I would comment on you being up early, but of course you're always up." Adele was wearing only a short silken robe that was loosely tied shut. I felt myself stir from the sight of her almost visible nipples and exposed muscular-toned thighs as she sat on folded legs. In this era of common nudity, partial nakedness was oftentimes more arousing. She noticed my casual inspection of her body and smiled demurely. I suspect she had had her new shell enhanced to increase its sex appeal. A woman of her age probably wanted a shell that projected she was sexually mature and active. I was currently dressed in only a pair of shorts, and her eyes also roamed over my shell in the dim light. We had slowly been dancing towards the same end of the ballroom over the past 2 days, and I fully expected us to eventually take our mutual seduction to its logical conclusion. There was no rush, and I wanted to get the bulk of the interviews done before moving our relationship onto more intimate grounds. Next, she did something that impressed me for someone her age. She instructed the kitchen lights to extinguish, and then, in the darkness, simply sat silently with me and watched the coming dawn. Soon, the slowly brightening panorama indicated that we had left the nautical dawn behind and entered civil dawn. This meant we were now able to distinguish the horizon much more clearly. The reflections from the satellites and space stations overhead dimmed against a background that grew increasingly pink. The running lights of the distant freighters blended into the brightening ocean, and the dark physical shapes of the enormous ships themselves were revealed. Behind us, if we had looked, we would have been able to easily make out the tops of the two prominent hills on the northern and southern ends of my island. Nearly 20 minutes later, the fiery orb of our sun shimmered above the horizon. It rose without an ultra-rare green flash, but the scene was still breathtaking. We continued watching the show until the sun was fully exposed. Finally, Adele set her empty teacup down and turned to me. "Are you up early because of the alert message yesterday?" She was referring to the system-wide message which Minervus, the AI in charge of the defense of Sol system, had sent to all humans regarding the reception of a high-bandwidth transmission from the assemblage. There would be a virtual global forum to discuss the transmission in 2 days. All of humanity would be welcome and encouraged to attend. As an honorary Tier 1 member, I was expected to attend along with the directors, although I held no actual rank. "Yes," I replied. "You've heard about the coming meeting?" She nodded. "Yes, I will be attending as a Tier 3 composite group participant." This meant that she would be in a group forum with others sharing her specialties, anthropology, and history. Their input could be directly queried from the lower tiers, and they could submit spontaneous questions and comments as a group. Tier 3 was a good standing for someone as young as Adele was, and she should be proud of the progress she had made since reaching base maturity. Although Tier 3 members could be ignored if deemed irrelevant by the AI moderator or the human directors, their input would still be given consideration and recorded into the record. And it was a clear step above the general population's Tier 4 and 5, who could only observe until the forum's conclusion when the floor was left open to all commentary. I made no mention of my prime tier status. Adele would already know of it, and I did not want to appear to be bragging. Instead, I shared with her a bit of news that was not currently widely known. In addition to the core message of the transmission, the assemblage transmitted a digital agent. This agent has been installed into the Simulated Reality project. One copy was installed into a near-parity iteration and is almost fully aware of the Earth's current situation. I have been invited to meet with this agent before the general meeting. The news made her sit up. Her wispy robe opened enough to now show the full swell of her breast. In her excitement at the news, she either ignored or was unaware of her provocative display. "Oh, John, that's amazing! I wish I could come along and observe," she stated, almost begging. I turned to the android. "Omu, I have just conferred with Dionys AI. It has no issue with Miss Chilean accompanying you into the near-parity iteration. Miss Chilean's shell is equipped with modern cranial implants, so there are no physical barriers preventing her attendance," the android said. Omu, please call me Adele, the young woman said with a small pout. Of course, Miss Chilean, Omu said, although I prefer the use of first names for only the most intimate of John's friends and associates. I almost snorted as Adele wrinkled her nose and looked confused. I caught the android's attempt at jerking my guest chain. That, or maybe a hint of being a good wingman to me. Well, hopefully I will join that group soon, Omu, she said with a smirk, her gaze now back on me. As she spoke, she also shifted her position on the couch, allowing her silken robe to fall open even further. The room was now bright enough that I could see her pale, perfect skin in the new shadowed areas now exposed. She winked as I rolled my eyes and shook my head. We used the medical creches in the basement to better connect our brains to the virtuality and send our mental selves off to the SRP. The creche's sensitive mind data transducers would allow for a higher resolution connection with less lag than if we used the lodge's general wireless connection. Low latency was much preferred, as signals would be passing to and from our brains via satellite relay to the various physical locations around the planet where the SRP's main data centers were located. I entered a creche first, allowing Adele time to back out if she wished. Omu helped attach the creche's data sensors onto various parts of my skull and then gave my shoulder a comforting squeeze when she finished. Seconds later, the view of the medical room faded out, and I found myself standing in a virtual reception room. The room was white crystal and ultra-modern, clearly not from the real world. I looked down and saw that my virtual self-image was not as I expected. Instead of my standard appearance, which was a very close duplicate of my current younger and physically fit shell, I was now in a virtual body which I had not seen for nearly 1,100 years. It was that of my slightly overweight, middle-aged, and formerly depressed self. The same one I had been living in before the alien attack had destroyed my world and killed all of humanity. "What the hell?" I blurted out loud. "Our guest has requested this change to your virtual appearance, Father." I spun around to see my daughter Kella standing behind me. Her appearance was much as it had been when Ux and I had visited her here nearly 2 years ago. This time, however, she had a slight smile and looked much happier than she had during that visit. As I had suspected, now that the simulated reality project finally had a purpose, she had started to feel alive again. I had also noted her emphasis on the word guest. "Our guest being the assemblage operative?" I asked. "Yes, Father. As you will see momentarily, there is a shared history between the two of you." She was interrupted by Adele popping into existence and joining us in the virtual reception room. I noted the young historian's virtual image looked different than her current physical shell. It was older and maybe a bit plainer than the replacement shell she wore currently. This virtual image must have been based upon her actual birth shell, which had been killed back in Mongolia in the Neobear attack. I immediately sensed it fit her true personality better, and I suspect that was why she had not updated it. Adele looked around the reception room briefly before focusing on Kella and me. "Wow, the original John Abrams," she said as she studied my current appearance. She had said it with the excitement of a twitcher spotting a rare avian. I realized that, with me being the subject of her studies, she would have been intimately familiar with my background and pre-reset appearance. I shrugged. Not my doing. My virtual image normally resembles the shell I was wearing back on my island. This image is at the request of our guest. She looked confused but kept any questions to herself for the moment. Instead, she turned to greet my daughter. I introduced them to one another. I could tell from Adele's interest that she had found another potential interview subject. Their conversation was interrupted by the fourth member of our party joining us. As had happened the last time I had seen her in virtual, Omu's digital appearance momentarily took my breath away. I could not help but roam my eyes up and down her alabaster skin perfection. The petite woman tolerated my inspection and simply smiled back at me, with her impossibly white perfect teeth showing through illuminated blue-painted lips. There was one obvious change in her virtual appearance since last time. This time she wore a tight-fitting body stocking of iridescent deep blue instead of the black she had worn normally. I was happy to see that this new outfit simply shimmered randomly without actively tracking the viewer's eye movements, as the last one did. I hoped this change would help make my leering less noticeable. "I love the outfit, Omu," I admitted out loud. She gave me a little twirl and my eyes were instinctively drawn to her cute backside. I quickly looked elsewhere, but not before my gaze had been caught by the others. Adele rolled her eyes and I thought I caught the hint of jealousy. I wondered if she would be shopping for a new virtual wardrobe in the near future. Kayla just smiled slightly. She had been living in virtual for too long, and I feared was numb to such matters as clothing and sex appeal. That, or she was simply ignoring her pervy dad's actions. "Hello, Omu, it's been a long time," she said as she approached the virtual android. "I've never seen you with a corporeal projection in virtual before." "Yes, Kayla, it has been quite some time. I have recently made changes to both my physical hardware and how I represent myself virtually. Change is needed to prevent stagnation." I noticed my daughter's slightly stiff reaction to Omu's statement. She'd caught the secondary barb embedded in the android's reply. Kayla had definitely been existing close to stagnation for much of the past century as she remained secluded here in virtual. Hopefully that would change now that the SRP was fully activated. I decided to change the subject. "So we are going to be meeting a copy of the enemy operative who has been loaded into a near parity iteration. I guess that means that it's fully aware of the actual situation here on the Earth, including our defeat of its master AI?" "Yes, Father," Kella answered. "The mind data we will be interacting with was loaded into the iteration 9 hours ago. The iteration is currently operating at an accelerated rate of 50 to 1. From its perspective, it has been active for 2.5 weeks. During that time, it has had almost unlimited access to our full history and current situation." "Why was it allowed to learn so much?" I asked. "The simulated reality project was created to mislead any digital scouts. The near-parity iteration seemed to defeat that purpose. The thoughts and actions of this operative are to be used as a baseline comparison to the copies kept in other, fully fabricated alternate history iterations," she explained. "This required it to be aware of the truths of our world. Note that the events of past 2 years have still been kept from it for potential tactical reasons." I took this to mean that this copy had not yet learned of our recent actions at the Forbin complex, or of Ux's discovery of wormhole technology. We would have to watch what we said to the operative. I said as much to Adele, but Kella assured us we did not have to worry about a slip of the tongue with her next comment. "You do not have to be concerned with accidentally betraying any secrets or knowledge. Dionys AI can wipe and restore this digital operative to any point and knowledge level we wish after our visit," Kella explained. "Also, once we enter the active iteration, if you wish to pause for any reason, simply say pause, subvocally. This will freeze the scene and the operative's virtual presence while we remain active. It will be unaware of our actions and discussions during that time." Kayla asked if we had any further questions, to which Adele and I indicated that we were ready. Omu must have responded digitally. Kayla became still for a moment, and we were inserted into the iteration. The white reception room faded, and what replaced it was a scene reminding me of an old, ancient dungeon. The floor was a damp, rough stone, as were the walls and vaulted ceilings. There were actual burning torches in sconces mounted on the walls to each side, which lit the chamber with a feeble, flickering light. The chamber also smelled of feces, vomit, and decay. I resisted the sudden urge to gag. What the hell? Adele, Omu, and Kella had appeared with me. I looked at Kella with a questioning look, but she just rolled her eyes at the room's conditions, as if it were some sort of joke. She pointed ahead to where there was a series of cells. Each had a crude gridwork of riveted, wrought iron bars closing them off from our area of the dungeon. The cell directly in front of us appeared to be the only one currently occupied. In the far corner, lying on a small pile of dirty straw, was a human-shaped figure dressed in rags. The pathetic-looking creature became aware of our presence and painfully rose to its feet and approached the iron bars. "Kella, you've returned," the human figure said weakly. "I see you've brought me visitors." The poor human's voice sounded male and was also strangely familiar. As he limped into the torchlight, I realized I knew this person. It was someone from way back before the reset of 1100 years ago. "Pickett," I burst out. "What the hell are you doing here?" "Hello, John," the poor figure wheezed out. "It's been a long time. How do you like my new home?" Pickett asked, gesturing around his pathetic cell. Pause, I almost shouted subvocally. The wasted figure of Pickett immediately froze along with the flickering torch flames. I turned to my daughter. All right, Kella, what the hell is going on here? As I explained, Father, the enemy operative has been in this iteration for over 2 weeks from its perspective. In that time, it has had access to the data archives which the enemy master AI had compiled before its defeat almost 2 centuries ago. Those archives included all data on the previous enemy operatives and their activities on the Earth. It learned the history of the operative you knew as Pickett and its interactions with you back when you were neighbors in the years before the enemy attack. The operative also learned of your more current events, including your key role in the defeat of the Master AI, which thwarted the Assembly's plans for our world. The operative knows of your importance both historically and in the present. With that knowledge, it prepared for this meeting by altering its virtual appearance to match that of your former neighbor. It also created this ancient dungeon scenery as a setting for this meeting. It likely did both to nudge your emotional response towards feelings of sympathy, or possibly the dungeon setting was created simply for reasons of humor. Do you wish to continue this meeting in a different setting? She asked. Yes, something more modern and less penal. Oh, and make it smell better, I added. After a few seconds, the frozen ancient dungeon scene faded away and was replaced by a much more inviting outdoor park-like setting. The operative's shabby, emaciated image was altered as well. It still looked like Pickett, but his appearance was much healthier and his clothing was modern and clean. The new setting became animated with the leaves on the trees moving in a gentle breeze. I was happy to note that it smelled of fresh flowers, lilacs. Pickett looked around at the new environment and, noticing his altered appearance, frowned. Oh well, it was a foolish attempt to sway your emotions by appearing helpless and pathetic. I admit that this is a much more agreeable place to have a conversation. Now I frown. Was Pickett admitting to his attempted manipulation honestly, or was he simply trying another method to gain my trust and steer my emotions? I suspected the latter. One benefit of my having been active for over 2 centuries was that my bullshit detector was very finely honed. I'd have to consider everything that came out of his mouth with suspicion. Hello, sir. How much of the old Pickett's memories and knowledge do you have to go along with his appearance? I asked. I contain the full mind data record from the Pickett you knew back then, John. When that operative completed his mission on the night our attacks began, he was mind scanned before his physical body was reduced to base elements. The mind data was compiled and stored in the Master AI's memory archives. The bulk of those archives survive to this day. Since my base mind data transmitted to your world closely matched his base state when he was sent here over 2,000 years ago, after merging with the archived data, I am for all intents and purposes now Pickett reborn, the new Pickett explained. You mean Pickett did not survive after he and the other operatives had escaped to the orbital space station? I asked. The new Pickett just smiled. John, do you really think that the small launcher you observed leaving Pickett's barn on the night of the attack was large enough to convey his physical body all the way to either the main base in Mexico or the stealthed orbital station? I had wondered about that. I remembered that the rocket I had witnessed shooting off that night had only been slightly bigger than a water heater. It had always bothered me, and now it appeared that my concern had been warranted. New Pickett continued. Pickett was mind-scanned in the underground bunker just minutes after your last conversation where he implored you to take shelter in his dwelling. A summary of his mind data was immediately transmitted to the orbital station. A short while later, a complete copy of his mind data was uploaded into a physical memory unit, along with a backup of the local AI. These were sent to the stealth satellite by the small launcher you witnessed leaving his barn. When you had finally decided to seek shelter in his bunker, his physical body had already been reduced to its component elements in the underground bunker's reduction machinery. New Pickett explained. But I spoke with Pickett later that night via video. He was in a spaceship with his fellow operatives. I saw them, I exclaimed. New Pickett just smiled and gestured at the virtual park scene around us. Of course, it had all been a digital fabrication. I should have realized. While I recovered from that revelation, Adele spoke up. Sir, why are you in this human form, and not presenting yourself in the true form of a member of the assemblage. New Pickett turned to her. Well, Miss Adele, sir. My name is Adele Chilean, my interviewer said, introducing herself. Well, Miss Adele, I am in this form because I was sent with no data of my original form, he answered. All operatives transmitted across space possess limited knowledge of our origins or of the technology and abilities of those who sent us. Obviously, this is because of the chances that our transmission might be intercepted by a possible foe. I noticed this version of Pickett seemed to have better manners and interactions compared to the one I knew from 1100 years ago. I wondered if that was because it had been sent with a deeper personality, or if it had forced itself to learn proper mannerisms after being installed into this virtual iteration. The enemy operative gave an inquiring glance towards Omu. My android friend remained silent and just returned Pickett's stare. I wondered why Omu refused to engage the agent, but played along for now. Adele seized the silence to begin asking a series of surprisingly good questions to the new Pickett. Most were beyond his current knowledge, but he was able to answer some or provide speculation on others. These were mainly related to the assemblage race and its history. One item, new Pickett, I guess I should just start thinking of him as Pickett, was able to confirm was that the assemblage arc would be passing through our solar system in 110 years. When Adele then asked why the operative had been sent to Earth at this point in time, his answer surprised me. I have become aware that you have recently detected that the assemblage arc has been attacked. I can confirm that this is so and that it has suffered extensive damage. I was sent here now because of this attack. My instructions were to mobilize this system to begin a massive rescue effort, with the goal of salvage and repair of the damaged arc, Pickett explained. Pause, I subvocalized. The park scenery and Pickett froze. Omo, is he telling the truth? I asked. Yes, John. As will be discussed during the planet-wide Conscientia Forum in just over 2 days, we have confirmed this is the main purpose for the recent transmissions sent to the Earth from the assemblage arc. Would you like a summary now, or wait to learn the full details during that meeting? Adele and I both asked for the details now. I will break down the imperatives included in the transmission succinctly, the android replied. First, all ongoing work in this system preparing assemblage living habitats and mine data download facilities is to be suspended. Both are no longer needed, as the damage the Ark received from the Hemru attack has severely limited its ability to transmit mass quantities of mine data. Earth will no longer be receiving an assemblage mass migration. Adele and I both looked startled upon hearing that. That was great news. Omu paused a moment to allow us to recover. I noted that Kayla stood calmly. She must have already learned these details from her interactions and observations of the various active versions of the enemy operative. Second, a larger system-wide construction project is to begin. The goal of this project is to construct and launch a second interstellar arc. This new arc is to be completed, provisioned, and launched in time to rendezvous with the current damaged arc as it passes by our solar system. During rendezvous, the new arc will transfer repair materials and energies to the existing arc to allow it to be made fully functional again to continue on its mission. After offloading the material and energy, the new arc will then receive a complete copy of all archived assemblage species mine data from the original. They will then separate and proceed along diverging vectors, with both the new and old arc's courses being altered enough to allow them to remain safe from any further attacks from the Hemru, who are aware of the current arc's heading and speed. Wow, I thought about what I just heard. The Hemru attack had done some serious damage to the enemy arc, but not enough to disable it completely. Now it needed Sol's system to help it recover. If that happened, it sounded like the assemblage would end up better off than before, with not one but two arcs spreading its members across even more of the galaxy. With the assemblage growing further and further away from the Hemru, it was up to humanity to ensure that this did not happen. I could not imagine cooperating with the assemblage, but I still wondered about these new directives. From what I understood, building the original arc had practically wrecked the assemblage homeworld. Do we even have the resources to build and launch a new arc in time? I asked the android. Yes, but just barely. The AI Advisory Council has run numerous simulations. The effort is many orders of magnitude greater than that expended currently to create humanity's interstellar colonizer vessels such as Gambato and also the crash research efforts to develop wormhole technology. It can be done, but the effort would likely result in the destruction of the Earth's biosphere due to the massive amounts of mining, manufacturing, and energy production needed. Omu went on. The production of the required amounts of antimatter alone would require the current resources of the entire system. Not only would sufficient quantities be needed to accelerate a new arc to match the current 7.496% of light speed of the existing assemblage arc, but additional amounts would be required to repair the damaged arc and to provide course correction energies for both arcs after they separate. After the android's summary, we resumed the pause session with Pickett. I caught the blur as my virtual self was reset back to the position I had been in before Pickett was paused. Despite these adjustments, Pickett frowned. He had noticed the pause and was likely aware of our conversing without him. Pickett, now that you've learned that humanity has taken back control of this system from your master AI, you can't really expect us to drop everything and cooperate to build a second arc, can you? Pickett paused a moment before answering. Yes, it is now unlikely that you will help us, John. Despite the actual situation here on your world, I would hope that in the interest of the ongoing safety and preservation of your species, that you will still choose to do so. What do you mean? I asked, confused. Two reasons, John. The first is that once the assemblage passes your system, your world will be free of it for all time. It will only pass harmlessly by if it remains convinced that you pose no threat. Building and launching a rescue arc would demonstrate that intent perfectly. If humanity chooses to not build the second arc, then the assemblage will likely consider this system hostile and take action against you as it approaches. As I thought about that response, I had to admit it was plausible. With the enemy's transmission commanding Earth to stop constructing habitats, we no longer had to continue preparing that ruse. It would be monitoring the system for signs that its new rescue project had begun. The second arc, assuming it was constructed, would need to launch well before the first arrived. This meant that the new arc's massive engines would be pointing towards the approaching arc, and their firing should be easily detectable. If the launch did not occur and no detection made, the assemblage would know that it had lost control of the system. Pickett continued. The second reason is that humanity must obviously join forces with the assemblage against our common enemy, the Hemru. They have clearly demonstrated their belligerence and proven to be dangerous even across interstellar distances. They will move against your world as they have already moved against the assemblage arc. They will have no other choice. Part of this response is a falsehood. John, I heard in my mind. Omu had sent this new message. I noted it felt just like the implant communications my real shell was capable of. Pause, I said subvocally. When the scene froze again, I said to the android, Please explain, Omu. Kella and Adele turned to Omu also. They must have received the android's private mental message, as well as they made no inquiries about the pause. The previous statement by the Pickett operative has inconsistencies, John. It remains unsure as to the true disposition of the Hemru species towards humanity. It knows the Hemru rogue agents were behind your success here against its master AI, but is unsure of any communications between humanity and the Hemru since then. I believe its statement about the Hemru threat existing against humanity is both a bluff and an attempt to troll for further information. Interesting. Adele asked a few follow-on questions about how Omu had arrived at that conclusion. The main reasons were that the data existing in the new Pickett's mind had been almost completely analyzed, and that Dionys was running an active comparison against the other versions of this Pickett operative currently active in other iterations. Some of those iterations were augmented with wide-ranging hypothetical scenarios. One scenario included increased active Hemru support arriving on Earth before the arrival of the Ark. In that iteration, the barely in control master AI and the new Pickett operatives were actively battling Hemru augmented human resistance forces. Omu was basing her understanding of Pickett's true motives and beliefs by comparing this version with all the other active versions. A true image of the enemy's knowledge of the Hemru was forming. It was like being questioned in a holding cell and having your answers compared to those of dozens of copies in other holding cells. Trying to maintain a consistent story would be pointless. We resumed the virtual session with Pickett. Pickett, You know that the Hemru are the reason humanity overthrew your puppet master AI here in the solar system? How can you claim that they pose a threat to us after we've already received their help? I asked. Simple, John. They are too distant to know that humanity continues to rule here. Our Ark has intercepted no messages sent from your world to theirs informing them of that. You have wisely tried to suppress the knowledge of your activities from us. This also limits your ability to converse freely with the Hemru. They will have to be suspicious of your silence. The Hemru are therefore required to assume that the agents they sent 1600 years ago had failed. They will logically conclude that your planet is still firmly under assemblage control. Your ongoing ruse of constructing assemblage, habitats, and mine data receiving infrastructure would also foster those Hemru suspicions. Also, considering the fact that the attack on our Ark was launched from Hemru space, possibly as long as a millennia ago, in order to catch our departing Ark, it is logical that additional attacks targeted on this world may have already long since been launched, Pickett explained. Adele, Kayla, and I digested that soberly. Omu remained silent. I turned to the android and raised my eyebrows slightly. The operative's assumptions are logical, John. I heard via my virtual implant. I turned back to Pickett. So you want us to throw in with the assemblage because we have no other choice? That is correct. If you do nothing, the assemblage will become aware that you are no longer under their control. A suppression attack will be launched before they arrive, hoping to damage the system enough to ensure their safe passage. Their high velocity approaching your system both protects them and increases your vulnerability. You and your AIs have already concluded this. In addition, the Hemru will continue to assume that your world remains firmly under our control. Logically, if they had launched an attack on your world long ago, it will have been time to arrive here just before or during our passage in an attempt to interrupt the transmission of our mind data to your planet. Even if you were now to transmit news of your overthrow of our control to the Hemru, it would not arrive at their world in time for them to stop such an already launched attack. So you see, John, your only real choice is to aid us. This will both forestall the assemblage Ark's preemptive attack triggered by your inaction and also ensure that humanity survives the likely coming attack or attacks from the Hemru, he explained. How so? I replied, curious. Why, the rescue Ark you construct and launch from your system will also carry along with it all the mind data of every human being currently living, John. Humanity will thus escape the coming Hemru attacks, and better yet, once the two Arks rendezvous, the mind data contained on both will be merged. Humanity will join the assemblage in populating countless future star systems, and your long-term survival will be assured. I was too stunned to pause the session. Pickett was intending that humans would become like the assemblage and spread themselves across the galaxy. Why would they allow humans to join them? I asked. Why would they not, John? Humans are not so different from the assemblage. You have proven to be highly adaptable both to digital mind data transfer and to genetic engineering. As digital freight, your population will be suspended just like that of the assemblage. Once downloaded onto new worlds, all will be integrated into new bioforms, so there will be no real differences between either species, he explained. No one spoke for a moment as the humans absorbed that revelation. It was telling that Omu did not say anything via implant. What Pickett was saying must have been a possibility. Pickett continued, so humanity can either do nothing and face the attacks from both the assemblage and the Hemru, or it can join us and escape, spreading itself among the stars. I suppose a third choice would be that some of you could escape by fleeing the system on your own. You have time to finish your current interstellar range vessel and possibly construct one or two more before any attacks arrive. I looked directly at the alien operative. Or we could go down fighting, shift all of our efforts into building an attack force and sending it off to destroy your Ark. We would remove that threat, and maybe we'd survive the Hemru attack. If not, maybe our solar system could be recolonized by the humans we have already sent off to other systems or whom we have stored away in the far reaches of this one. Pickett stared back at me. He did not argue the point, nor did it seem particularly worried. Finally, he spoke. That remains an option for you, John. I am sure your AIs have already calculated the chances of success. Those chances must be very low, almost suicidally low. He simply continued to stare at me after he was finished. I managed to control myself and not reply. I wondered if Pickett's mention of suicide had a deeper meaning. If so, he was very clever indeed. After another long moment of silence, Adele began asking further questions regarding Pickett's claims and statements. He was able to add details that reinforced his reasoning. I just stood there listening and thinking. I had to admit he had me in turmoil. Pickett's conclusions did make some sense, at least from the perspective of what he currently understood about humanity and our current technology level. He had clearly dismissed the viability of our attacking the enemy ark preemptively in an act of defiance or vengeance. I wondered if he knew from studying our current society something I secretly feared, that my fellow contemporary humans might lack the deep-seated hatred that I felt as a direct survivor of what had been done to my world so long ago. I would determine the validity of those fears during the upcoming Conscientia Global Forum, and would see how greater humanity would react to the news that I had just learned. Would they be swayed by his seemingly logical conclusions? I would soon find out. There was one more thing to verify. Our enemy, and especially this agent, were not yet aware of our recent discoveries. I wondered how that knowledge would affect its logical arguments. "Oh, Moo," I sent subvocally. "Will this version of Pickett be involved with the Conscientia Forum in 2 days?" "Yes, John. This version will be made available to give testimony as to the state of the enemy." I was uneasy about that. This Pickett was good. The majority of humanity was isolated from the actions the assemblage had caused on this world 1100 years ago. We had tried to educate them with a good grounding of history, but still, it was not the same as having lived through it all. That isolation combined with this smooth-talking enemy agent might be cause for concern. "Omu, I want to see how Pickett reacts to the knowledge of our wormhole discovery. If we do, can this version of him then be reset afterwards to no longer have that knowledge?" "Yes, John. It can save his present knowledge level and then restore that version in the future if you request. I am curious as to why you think it would be necessary." "I'm not sure, Omu. I just have a feeling. Maybe it's because this guy is such a slick talker. I don't like the way Adele seems to be soaking it all up as gospel. When I tell you to, I want you to share all of our wormhole discoveries, including the projected future progress we will make using the Forbin experiment results with the operative. Extrapolate those future developments as best you can. It's not important if it's completely accurate, okay?" "Yes, John, I will do as you ask. Also, I'd like you to pause Adele and Kayla while this happens. Can you do that? Or can you load this version of Pickett into another private meeting room with just you and me present?" "I can pause Adele and Kayla. Note that they will both likely be aware of the pause after resumption. I'd have to deal with their questions later." "Okay, pause them and let's see what happens." After Pickett finished answering Adele's most recent question, her and Kayla's images froze. Pickett noticed and looked to me and Omu curiously. "Pickett, your argument seems logical, but I don't think you have a complete understanding of our capabilities. There are a few more recent developments which I want you to be aware of. The data will be relayed to you now," I said. His image flickered as Omu and Dionys uploaded the knowledge I had requested. This transfer occurred at an even faster rate than the already accelerated speed of the current iteration. 10 seconds later, Pickett's image stopped flickering. He looked at me with a shocked expression on his face. For a moment, I thought I even detected a hint of fear. Then he regained control of himself, and a calm expression came over his face. "John, I am impressed at the new discoveries humans have made. I would love to meet this UX person who has been responsible for so much innovation. But even though you have made such technological breakthroughs, the risks of attacking the approaching ark still remain insurmountable. And even if humans should be so lucky as to destroy our ark, you will still face the approaching doom of the Hemru attack. John, be aware that there is much doubt and falsehood in this operative's mind at this time." "Relax, Omu, I got this," I sub-vocalized in reply. My bullshit detector was working perfectly, and I smelled what Pickett was hiding. He was nervous and afraid. "Pickett, here is what I think. I think we will soon have the ability to safely crush your ark, along with any threats it may present to my world and species. I also think that we will be able to stop any Hemru attack which may be headed this way, either directly or by contacting the Hemru and having them stop the attack. That is what I intend to see happen, I said, staring at him intently. I had to hand it to him. He controlled his panic and appeared to remain calm. After a few seconds, he smiled and replied, "This is your anger expressing itself, John. You still harbor great ill will towards my species for what was done to your world. Don't you realize that what happened was for the best? Your old world was doomed. Your own people had driven it too far down the path towards collapse, both environmentally and as a civilization." When he saw that I was not going to dispute his claims, he went on, "Your new world is now a paradise in comparison to that old one. Nature's balance has been restored, and your people now exist without suffering or conflict. You must get over your old hatreds and accept that what has happened was for the best. You must accept that the assemblage saved your world and your species." Technically, what he said could have been truthful. We would never know, though, as humanity had been destroyed before it had had a chance to redeem itself. Although it could be argued that many of humanity's ills and the issues we'd had with the environment had been driven by the secret Cold War between the Hemru and the assemblage agents. I had to admit that humanity probably shared most of the blame. I would never forget. I still remembered some of the more powerful images of the fall of humanity. One especially potent image was that of a group of skeletons representing one of humanity's last redoubts in a cave on Rodriguez Island in the middle of the Indian Ocean. They had lain there together after having fought to the death against assemblage eradication drones that had discovered their hideout. "Nice try, Pickett." I smiled and shook my head. He understood my expression and sighed heavily. "Well, at least there is the hope that the rest of your species might act more logically and not from hatred. After all, they had not suffered through those times like you did, John. It is good that you are but one voice among many," he said. When I laughed loudly in response, he looked confused. "Omu, have Dionys uploaded into this operative the reality of my situation regarding the AIs and the rest of my species?" I whispered subvocally. "Let's see how Pickett reacts when he learns just who wields the ultimate power here." Pickett's image again flickered as the knowledge was uploaded. While I waited, I double-checked that Adele and Kella were still paused. They were. I shook my head. This meeting within a virtual simulation was confusing. Pickett became still. He was again back with me. I saw from the sudden look of horror on his face that he now fully understood the reality of this system. Finally, he spoke. "Your people do not know they are slaves. Not slaves, Pickett, maybe closer to subjects, but hopefully they will never be forced to feel as such. Regardless, the truth exists that they are my people, and this is my world. You and your species' actions forced it to be this way. You will have to deal with the consequences of those actions," I stated matter-of-factly. I had to admit this operative was quick. His face made a series of expressions as he quickly calculated the ramifications of what I had just said and determined his, and by extension, his species' remaining options. Finally, a look of calm acceptance came across his face. Damn, he was quick. "John, if the information you have relayed to me is accurate, then there is little hope for my species and for the survival of the Ark. I would offer to ease the danger and burden humanity would still face going through with an attack." He paused and stared directly at me. "Transmit me back to the assemblage as an envoy. I will share this knowledge with them and coordinate the terms of our surrender. They will see the futility of the situation and will submit to your authority. We will no longer be a threat to you, and you will then be free to focus on the worst threat, which is the pending attack from the Hemru." "Omu?" I asked subvocally. This operative believes itself to be truthful and sincere. The problem remains that this operative was transmitted without detailed knowledge of the controlling intelligences of the assemblage which sent it. It therefore has no way of knowing how that entity will react to the knowledge provided to it. The action suggested by this agent would therefore be an extreme gamble. That was my gut read as well. I considered what Pickett had said and Omu's summary for a moment before concluding that this meeting was over. "Omu, erase this version of Pickett and restore the one which existed before we added the wormhole discovery knowledge and that of my control over the system. Then unfreeze Adele and Kella and resume the normal meeting. Yes, John. Shortly, the old version of Pickett was restored and the normal meeting resumed. Kella and Adele both looked at me a bit confused after the resumption, but did not question what had occurred. Adele resumed questioning Pickett, and this continued for another 10 minutes. I was listening along while also thinking about Pickett's reaction while we had our private discussion. My attention was brought back to Adele's questions when she brought up something I had not considered. Pickett, you say that we are to build a second rescue ark and send it off to rendezvous with your damaged ark. If we did so and repaired the damaged ark, you claim that both arcs will then proceed along new vectors across space, right? Adele asked. That is correct, Miss Adele. The course changes will remove the threat of continuing attacks from the Hemru, Pickett responded. But what about the original scouts launched from the assemblage homeworld millennia ago? They landed on the Hemru world, on the Earth, and who knows how many other worlds along the Ark's course. Surely there were scouts who landed on worlds further along the assemblage approach vector. If the Ark changes course after we repair it, won't it miss those worlds and scouts? Very good, Miss Adele. You are correct. But the truth is that only one additional world beyond yours received scouts. After the assemblage arc was launched from our home world, in what was 3,550 BCE of your calendar, and before that world was fully destroyed, frantic scout production and launches occurred. As you know, each scout was targeting upon a pre-selected star system along the Arc's course. Your world was the next to last to receive one of those scouts. Because of the dwindling resources back home and due to the extreme distances involved, the last system we were able to launch a scout vessel towards was the star system humans know as Altair. Altair is located approximately 17 light-years further beyond the Earth along the course of the Arc. As this was to be the final scouted star system, we had additional plans for the system, Pickett explained. What were those? I asked, interrupting Adele's questioning. Upon the scouts' arrival at Altair, in addition to preparing any local suitable planets to receive our species' digital mind data, new construction yards were to be built. These would be used to construct and launch a new fleet of scouts. The new scouts would then be sent onward along the Ark's course. Your world and Altair were to have spent centuries beforehand scanning the star systems further ahead for likely colonization targets along the current vector of the Ark. Pickett paused for a moment. His face took on the look of someone deep in thought or conversing with an AI. I wondered if this simulation of him included virtual implants to allow him to interact with the artificial intelligences. Or maybe he had a simulated augment like the old Pickett had. He finally continued, if I recall correctly, the next notable scheduled star system to be visited by the Ark on its original course was the star system humans knew as Terrazed. Pickett paused again and then went on. Also known by your records as Gamma Aquilae, Terrazed lies further on the current course of the Ark at a distance of almost 400 light-years from Earth. It was hoped that in the 5 millennia the Ark would have taken to travel from Altair to Terrazed. Addition star systems between the two systems would have been detected and targeted with scouts. Now, with the damaged Ark needing repairs and its course adjusted, new options for detecting worlds along whatever new courses both Arks will travel will be needed, he explained. Will there be enough time to send the new Ark travel vectors to your scout construction yard on Altair so that it can send scouts along the new courses? Adele asked. No, our plan was that the second Ark constructed here will carry along 2 new seed scouts, in addition to all the repair and refueling energies for both Arks. After the Ark's rendezvous, the seed scouts will be sent on ahead along each of their new courses. The task of the scouts will be to quickly find a suitable solar system in which to build new shipyard facilities. These shipyards will then construct and launch further scouts, entire fleets, which will travel ahead along the courses of each Ark. The large numbers will be needed, as colonizable systems are projected to become more plentiful as they head towards the galactic center and areas of increasing star densities, Pickett explained. There was a pause as we digested his words. I was struck by the fact that the assemblage Ark and scouts had already traveled a vast distance. Earth had been near the tail end of their ability to send scouts. If we had only been a few light years off to the side of the Ark's course, or just a system or two further along, we'd have been spared. Pickett, how many colonies have the assemblage already created? I asked the enemy agent. Pickett looked troubled. I was not given complete data on that, John. I am sorry. I only know details of one other star system, other than the failed attempt at the Hemru world. It is a relatively close world to yours, John. Procyon? I asked, naming the system we'd long suspected of being an assemblage target. The enemy had recently flown past the world just 73 years ago. Pickett looked slightly embarrassed. No. Luyten's star, John. That red dwarf was near to the course of the assemblage arc and was chosen to receive an early scout visit in a mine data download as the arc passed by. I will also reveal that Procyon, at 1.4 light-years away, will be colonized from Luyten's star as soon as it's feasible, as it's a much better candidate system for long-term habitation. I share this freely with you because your AIs will easily deduce that goal, the enemy agent added. How long until that occurs? I asked. I have no idea, Pickett replied. The AI Advisory Council calculates approximately 2 centuries from the time of mine data deposition to arrival of the first colonizer from Luyten's star to Procyon, John. That first ship will likely arrive in 130 years, give or take 20 years, Omu said in my implant. Edel continued her questioning. I was distracted by the problem of our new neighbors. We faced established assemblage colonies on 2 star systems just a dozen light-years away. They would have to be dealt with at some point in our near future. Worse, we'd have to backtrack the assemblage arc's course and see how many other colonies existed. Hopefully, the Hemru were already busy doing just that. The current theory was that the Hemru had acted to aid humanity because we were the only other assemblage colony location that had an already established sentient species. It was thought that the assemblage had planted colonies on many other worlds which did not have intelligent life, or possibly no life at all. We'd have to find out if we wanted long-term security. After Adele's questions were concluded, we wrapped up our meeting. Pickett had said that he looked forward to testifying at the pending Worldwide Conscientia Forum in 2 days. I looked forward to the forum for different reasons. In the meantime, I had a few virtual calls to make. The first was to my old friend Uxe Esperanza. Of all the humans, I knew I could trust her advice and reasoning the most. Later in the morning, Adele was giggling like a schoolgirl as Ticklefin pulled her around the calm waters of the North Lagoon. She had a firm grip on the Ultradolph's dorsal fin as its powerful flukes propelled them quickly through the crystal-clear waters. After they circled back near to where I was floating on a lounging platform, she let go and treaded water. The sleek dolphins swam and dove around her. "How long have you had a dolphin living here with you, John?" she asked as she arrived at the edge of my floating mat. "He and his pod were here when I first arrived after coming back from Mongolia." "I think they had already been in the area for a few years," I replied. "Ticklefin is the friendliest of the bunch. The rest I see less frequently." Just then the dolphin popped up beside us. "Dive, Adele! Adele, dive! I show you pretties!" Adele grabbed the small rebreather, which she had left on my platform, and strapped it around her shoulders. I took advantage of her movements to check out her firm breasts. She then grabbed the swim fins, which had also been on the mat, and contorted herself to put them onto her feet. This allowed me a great view of her other special regions. I gave a heavy sigh after she dove out of sight, following the dolphin to the bottom. I'd need to wrap up our interviewing soon and move our relationship into a more physical phase. This assumed that Adele was agreeable. I was pretty sure that was the case from her occasional glances at my exposed manhood. If not, I'd soon have to see if a certain touch therapist was available, one who wanted to spend a few days on a tropical island. Omu came riding up on an electric wave skipper. She had brought a cooler. When the skipper came to a stop next to my floating mat, she handed me a cold bottle of iced tea. "You've read my mind, Omu. Thank you." "Yes, John. I could see you licking your lips all the way from shore and assumed you were thirsty. It was either that or your base desires were expressing themselves again due to exposure to your nude guest. Shall I contact Miss Barraza and inquire if she would have an opening soon to come and help you with your needs?" Angelina was a wonderful and adventurous lover, and I would love to spend time with her. But Adele was already here and seemed willing enough. I quelled the fantasy that formed of sharing my bed with both beautiful women at the same time. "Not quite yet. Let's see what develops with Adele first. As you wish, John. You might wish to be aware that the next group of vacationers will be arriving on the island in 1 hour. The new accommodation structures have been cleaned and restocked, the android said. Thank you, Omu. Adele and I will be clear of the beach before they come out to swim. I had no desire to meet the latest batch of Forbin Complex visitors. As soon as I said that, it occurred to me that maybe Adele would want to meet the guests. I need to revise that. I shouldn't speak for Adele. She may wish to loiter around and meet some of them, I added. 30 meters away, the subject of our discussion surfaced. She had a handful of colorful shells. Ticklefin surfaced next to her with another in its beak. I smiled as I watched them play with their treasure and each other. The time in the water today was a good distraction. I had been mulling over both the recent virtual meeting with Pickett and my follow-up call to my friend and occasional lover, Ux. She was busy working on the wormhole project. The new official name for the wormhole research was now the Far Reach Project, or FRP for short. This was the rapidly growing project to quickly develop wormhole technology into something robust enough to attack our enemies and to defend ourselves from them. Currently, the main research facility was located in space beyond the far side of the moon at the Earth-Lunar L2 point. The original research site on the Vesta asteroid was being rebuilt. I'd learned that other facilities were being prepared for the FRP all across the solar system. The largest and most advanced was being constructed on Mars. Ux had said that she might be relocating to that facility soon. I was surprised at how much this upset me, as I had grown accustomed to having her nearby. Well, nearby, if you include the few 100,000 kilometers to the far side of the moon. How was it going, you ask? Well, if I understood the simplified updates which Ux sent to me periodically, I would say pretty good. We'd use the data we had extracted from the Forbin Experimental Data Center to rapidly push the theories involving wormhole technology. All of our key goals now had promising avenues of active research, and we were beginning to show positive results. Of course, there had also been setbacks. One of the worst was when they had lost nearly a dozen new AIs by trying to boost their processing and memory capacity beyond stable limits to better understand the advanced data we'd extracted from Forbin. The good news was that the lost data and intelligences had all been fully backed up. After a week's worth of delays, the majority had been restored and were again operating, although at a lower and safer intelligence threshold below the practical artificial sentience limits. Ux's personal AI, Truffles, had been one of the AIs lost and had suffered the most. This was due to its specialized logic hierarchy, which the local backup had not fully captured. A new complete physical copy of the original AI had to be brought in-system from where it resided on the asteroid Vesta via an expedited torch to fully restore that lost sentience. Wux and I had had a long discussion involving the information I had learned from the assemblage operative. She had been the only other human or AI besides Omu and Naomi with whom I had shared the full extent of my private session with that version of Pickett. She agreed with my assessment of not cooperating with the assemblage. Ux was also curious and slightly worried about how the greater humanity would react to the enemy agent's proposal. When we finished our conversation, she had reassured me that she trusted my judgment and would have my back. I felt much better after having heard that. We said our goodbyes, during which I promised to try and visit her in lunar orbit before she left to relocate to Mars. She would also be joining me at the Global Conscientia Forum, although we would not have much chance to talk privately due to the real-time virtuality clock rate it would be operating at. Omu, I'd like to have a virtual conversation with you and Naomi soon. Is the AI back in high-bandwidth contact yet? I asked the android. Xueting is still in transit to its primary undersea docking station in the Indian Ocean, John. She should be arriving in this vicinity later tonight, where it will then be able to connect to underwater high-bandwidth optical data lines. Would a virtual meeting tomorrow morning be acceptable? That would be fine, Omu. Naomi was currently relocating Xueting, her massive submarine, to the waters somewhere near the island. She had moved the sub to a specialized shipyard in Norway 3 months ago for a minor refit of its fusion plant. That work had been completed 3 weeks ago, and the boat had been sailing a meandering return course since. It had just entered this part of the Indian Ocean a few days ago. During much of the transit, the sub had traveled on the surface, allowing Naomi to remain in full contact with the worldwide data net via the high-bandwidth satellite network. But during the last few days, Carinthia remained submerged and traveling much slower. Naomi wanted to arrive untracked so that the location of its nearby undersea docking bases remained hidden from any humans tracking it. Once the boat was on station, it would remain submerged and hidden like a sunken log. All data traffic to and from the boat would then be relayed via undersea optical cables with tethered data buoys waiting on standby as a backup. Omu and I were interrupted from further conversation by Adele, who was now quickly swimming towards the floating lounging pad using powerful strokes. Ticklefin was diving and jumping into the air behind her. I spotted his protruding extended penis on one of his jumps and had a good idea what was up. "John, do you know what your dolphin just asked me to do?" Adele sputtered as she pulled up to my floating pad next to Omu's wave skipper. Now he was my dolphin? I almost hid my grin. Well, I imagine he's been begging for a handjob again. Or did he suggest something more athletic? I think my forthright answer surprised Adele as she lost some of her bluster and asked, "You mean he's asked before?" "Of course. I'm surprised he waited as long as he did. You've got to understand that bottlenose dolphins, well, all dolphins really, are very sexually promiscuous. The new ultradolphs are even worse. He's horny almost constantly, and while you may have noticed he does not have any hands to help himself," I replied. But why doesn't he go find a girl dolphin or something?" she asked, looking around the cove in frustration. She had moved past anger and more into embarrassment. I shouldn't be teasing her, but it was pretty funny. Omu played along and remained silent. "Well, if I had to guess, the rest of his pod is off fishing or playing far beyond the reef. He stayed behind to play with us humans. You know, to keep us entertained and help us have fun in the water. Now they are too far away to reach quickly." Ticklefin chose that moment to swim by. He rolled onto his side and presented us with a great view of his pink, conical, S-shaped tallywhacker. He started squeaking dolphin talk at us. "John, Adele won't give Ticklefin a rub." "Why won't Adele rub?" I knew both of our implants were translating the dolphin squeaks. I had to struggle to keep from bursting out laughing as Adele turned about as pink as Ticklefin's penis was. "I'm not sure, Ticklefin. Maybe she's just not in the mood right now," I told the dolphin. "John!" she exclaimed. This time I did burst out laughing. She finally realized I was mocking her and splashed water on me. I stopped laughing and turned to the android. "Omu, would you please help out our aquatic friend?" The android reached into a compartment in the wave skipper, retrieved a compact package, and tossed it overboard. We watched it swell with seawater to form a meter-long, multicolored cylinder. One side had a recess that looked, well, let's just say it probably looked very inviting if you were a male dolphin. The cylinder sank nearly to the bottom with Ticklefin following closely. What followed was a dozen seconds of frantic swimming, which culminated with the dolphin humping itself into its underwater sex toy forcefully 3 or 4 times. After that, the spent dolphin drifted in the water. "Thank you, Omu. I better now." Adele looked both shocked and intrigued. "Well, at least he is quick." "Yes, dolphins can ejaculate at will. If you would have given the poor guy a tug, it would have only taken a few seconds." She snorted. "Well, if it's so easy, why didn't you jump in and give him a hand?" I simply waved my hand up and down my male shell. "Sorry, I lacked the right equipment. I doubt I would have turned him on like your sexy bod does." I kept the fact that Ticklefin was horny and accommodating enough to have gladly accepted a handjob from me, or Omu, or even a bit of floating driftwood. I looked towards Omu. "Thanks for remembering to bring his toy along." "No problem, John. The dolphin is easy to satisfy. At least he does not roll over and snore when he is finished, unlike others I have to service," the android said pointedly. I almost snorted again when I saw Adele give each of us a look. I'd have to think of a way to get back at the little android for its insinuation. Still, I'd also noticed that the young women's gaze had lingered on me in my fully exposed manhood a bit longer than normal. Maybe Ticklefin's open sexual display or Omu's fabricated insinuation might lead to a quick progression of our relationship. The next morning, I woke with a smile. I was alone in my bed, but only for the past hour, as Adele was still an early riser. As I had suspected, she had been a wonderful and enthusiastic lover, and we had enjoyed each other's company until well past midnight. Yesterday afternoon after our swim, we had wrapped up our interviews. The timeline of our discussions had reached the present, and all that was left regarding her research was follow-up questions, as she prepared the full biographical record. We had celebrated the milestone achievement with a peaceful supper on the rooftop terrace. Afterwards, we had shared a bottle of wine and enjoyed a soak in the hot tub. Eventually, we shifted our relationship away from the more formal interview type and succumbed to our rising mutual passions. Yes, it had been a good night indeed. My full bladder finally motivated me to rise and make my way to the attached bathroom. While I was standing there relieving myself, Omu broke in, almost causing me a mishap. Naomi is now available to meet in high-resolution virtuality, John. If you wish, we can do that now. I will handle your shell and finish your morning routines. Sounds good, Omu, I replied. I expected to at least finish my piss, but the bathroom faded away mid-urination. Damn that android. Omu's gorgeous virtual image was waiting for me when I popped into the digital meeting. I looked around to take in the view. Instead of Naomi's normal virtual meeting venue, which depicted the crew lounge of a submarine resembling the old Nautilus, we were standing on the deck of the surfaced Corencia. The skies were reddened from the setting sun and the weather was perfect with calm seas. Off in the distance was a shoreline backed by incredible mountains, which must have been taller than the highest peaks of the Himalayas. It was a wondrous view. I turned back to my android friend. She looked radiant against the red sky backdrop. Instead of a shimmering body stocking, she was wearing a gauzy blue sundress and a cute blue hat. Her ample bosom was fully on display in the low-cut dress, as were her shapely legs. She was also standing close enough to hug if I had wanted. At this close range, I was just able to make out the hints of her hexagonal, smooth scales, although they were almost perfectly flesh-colored in its virtuality. I knew she could have chosen to appear fully human if she wanted, but I guess there was a purpose for her retaining some aspects of her artificial nature. Still, she looked great and grinned back at me as I took in her appearance. Impulsively, I took her into my arms and gave her a tight hug. I felt the tingling sensations where our simulated skin contacted one another. It felt amazing. The virtual pleasure feedback loops were certainly active and working. I was certain that if I ever wanted to explore that aspect of the virtuality further, it would blow my mind. Best to let such areas remain a mystery for my own mental health, at least while I still had plenty of access to the real thing. You look great, Omu. I want you to know how happy I am having you with me. You make this complex world seem almost easy for an old, simple guy like me. She responded to my impulsive actions by laughing. It sounded genuine, and for a moment I wondered how she had perfected such an emotional expression. Oh, John, do not sell yourself short. You are far from just a simple old guy. You are a very complicated old guy. I released her and stepped back. She indicated the portion of the aft deck where the meeting would take place. There were now 2 comfortable deck chairs waiting for us, and I noted that they were orientated to face the setting sun. On a short table between the chairs were 2 fruity cocktails. We took our seats and I sampled my cocktail and was rewarded by a burst of flavor. Omu sampled hers and shivered. I smiled as I caught the flash rippling up and down the exposed parts of her body. Welcome, Omu and John. How can I be of assistance? The disembodied voice of Naomi spoke in the air. Naomi, when are you going to choose a virtual image for yourself? It seems strange to always have to talk to just your voice. Also, please don't claim that Corencia is your body, as you are far more than just a big boat, I admonished. There was a short pause, and then a large potted bush appeared in front of us. After a second, the bush sparked and ignited. I could feel the heat of the flames on my face. I watched the branches burning without smoke, too shocked to speak. Is this better, John? The burning bush said. I burst out laughing. Okay, you win. You can stay as just a voice. The image of the burning bush winked out. In its place was a potted sunflower. The yellow face of the flower was facing Omu and me, but thankfully remained expressionless without facial features. It would serve as a focus, though, and I appreciated the compromise. I started the meeting. Naomi, Omu informs me that you are aware of what was discussed when we met with the enemy operative in the SRP. She also said that she relayed our impressions and conclusions. Do you have anything to add or concerns with my decisions? No, John. The android's analysis was quite thorough. Dionys AI has continued to run comparisons with what transpired during your meeting with other copies of the enemy operative, active in the various other ongoing iterations. No discrepancies or new insights have arisen thus far, Naomi said. Considering everything which was discussed with the operative, I still consider our best course of action is to perfect the wormhole technology and attack the enemy arc as soon as possible, well before it enters our solar system. Am I wrong? I asked. Naomi did not answer right away. I took this to mean that the artificial intelligence was exploring the question very deeply. At least it hadn't answered immediately, saying my conclusions were foolhardy. While the AI was studying the issue, its sunflower leaves were gently fluttering. I was amused enough that I did not mind the delay. Finally, the AI spoke. I have just accessed the latest compiled updates from the Stellux AI, which is overseeing the Far Reach project. Extrapolating likely future developments based upon the current progress of research indicates that your goal of using the wormhole technology to attack the enemy arc ship may be feasible. At this time, I would support this goal even if you chose to not mandate that it be done. Hearing that relieved me greatly. What do you think the outcome of today's Conscientia Forum will be? I asked. Human reactions will be mixed, John. I estimate that 27% will think as you do and wish to never comply with the enemy operative's instructions. 65% will be neutral at this time and wish to discuss and study the available options further. 5% will be too self-absorbed, either lost mentally into some form of mind-altering chemical or too immersed in a virtual fantasy to respond. The sunflower answered stoically. I frowned when I heard about the 5%. I had not been aware that so many humans had fallen into those extremes of escapism. What about the last 3%? I asked, noticing the discrepancy in the percentages. 2.5% will wish to follow the enemy operative's instructions. The final 0.5% will respond in other ways, including immediately fleeing to hidden bunkers, caves, or other retreats. A few of your more enterprising and daring fellow humans will perhaps cash in their scuts and equip themselves for long-term survival in space, heading off to live in isolation in the asteroids or perhaps further out into the cometary halo. 2.5% will be on the enemy side. Do we have to worry about them? I asked. Eudaimonia AI is already monitoring those likely to choose to side with the enemy. IUDEX AI is providing oversight on legal matters regarding the surveillance. I am also monitoring this group clandestinely. Why? I asked, curious. Because you are a likely primary target of that group if they should become hostile and begin to act in open defiance of the will of the consensus. I remained silent after absorbing that. While I never expected to remain loved by all of humanity, I did not expect to become openly hunted. It was a sobering thought. Well, on the subject of stirring open outrage and rebellion, I'd like to discuss one other issue I have been considering. I'd like to begin the process of uploading the mind data of any pre-base maturity humans whose parents or guardians are members of Amor Fati into secured storage not controlled by their parents. Then, if something should happen to these children and they die, they will have an option to be reshelled outside the control of their parent or parents. If it occurs that a death happens and the parents' beliefs prevent the reshelling, the secured mind data backup will be installed into the simulated reality project instead. I've spoken to Kayla and she has agreed to oversee the process of both storing their mind data backups and activating them in virtual if the need arises. She will raise them in the SRP to the level needed for them to pass their base maturity tests. Then they will have the option of choosing to be reshelled and return to the world of the living or accept the Amor Fati beliefs of their parents and terminate their own digital existence, I concluded. I was still pissed that in this day and age some children were being denied revival after dying due to accidental or early death. The misguided and fortunately small population of humans who believed in the rule of fate, otherwise known as Amor Fati followers, believed that fate controlled all things in life, especially their death. They believed that if they or their children died an accidental death, that they should stay dead and not be reshelled into a new living body. The universe has spoken or some such bullshit. I had no problem with the adults choosing to follow their beliefs. It was when they applied the stupid system to their kids that I took issue. Forcing their kids to remain dead when mind data backups existed and new shells were available was simply ridiculous. I intended to prevent this from happening in the future. Why was it such a hot-button issue for me? Well, I had unfortunately seen this belief system in action recently. Two of my juvenile students had been killed during a cave-in in China a decade earlier. The kids' siblings had not been reshelled because of their parents' beliefs. Worse, at the request of the parents, their mind data backups had been permanently deleted. This had happened before I could launch a legal appeal or act on my own using the AIs. Our judicial system had initially backed the parents, for they had not broken the law. I would not see this happen again, so I was making the changes required to stop it. First, we would increase the frequency of mind data backups for all children who were of the age to attend mandatory group schooling. Previously, such recordings were taken yearly. I intended to increase this to every 3 months. All the kids nowadays had the advanced cranial implants and sensor webs, which would allow the process to be easily done in less than an hour. They would simply have to sleep one night every 3 months in a creche and have their full mind recorded and stored. Next, Naomi would ensure that a copy of these recordings was sent into the vast memory arrays of the Simulated Reality Project. The SRP had enough capacity that the extra data usage would matter little. Now, with a copy of every human child safely backed up and stored away, if one died whose parents followed Amor Fati, the child would not be lost. Instead, the child's mind data backup would be made active in a near-parity simulation in the SRP. He or she would live in virtual among their simulated friends and family and be allowed to develop and mature at a regular and normal pace, all as if they were in real bodies. When these virtual children matured enough, they would take their base maturity tests in the simulated reality. If they passed and were granted adult status along with full self-determination rights, they would then be informed of the true state of their existence. Once they had come to terms with their situation, they would be given the option of being reshelled into new physical bodies and allowed to continue their lives as living beings. Or if they so chose, they could remain living in the virtual realm until they naturally expired after a full simulated lifespan. A third option was available, and that was suicide. As full adults, they were free to choose that option if they wished, or if they still chose to follow Amor Fati and accept their deaths at the hand of fate. I doubted many would, but at least the choice would be theirs. Only a handful of children were lost each year under these circumstances, so luckily the number who would be active in virtual was low. I also intended to take measures to stop the growth of Amor Fati and eventually reduce their numbers. At this time, I was not quite sure how to handle that aspect and remain behind the scenes. What about the parents of these children, you might ask? Well, I had not intended to tell them. I realized the secret would not last beyond the first children maturing and choosing to enter the real world. That person would likely tell the story of his or her unique upbringing and all would be known. My view was, so what? It would likely help expose the stupidity of the belief system. You intend to begin the virtual maturity program without informing the general public at this time? Naomi asked. I thought for a moment. I was inclined to do just that and follow the rule that it was better to ask forgiveness than to seek permission. But maybe that was wrong. As I said, the plan would certainly leak at some point and cause strife with the followers of Amor Fati. The end result of trying to do this in secret might cause more ill will than that I'd caused with the Forbin incident. Maybe not. Let's inform anyone who asks, but otherwise only add the details into the fine print terms of service in the general schooling agreement. We'll deal with the ramifications if and when the first matured children are reshelled and active again in the real world, or if any of the parents actually bother to read the full agreement. As you wish, John. I will begin altering the mind data backup frequency at the worldwide communal schools and update the terms of service immediately. Note that this new policy will only cover children ages 3 to base maturity, Sunflower Naomi said, fluttering a bit as it did. Thank you, Naomi. I wouldn't be able to save any infants or toddlers yet, but I could at least help the school-age children. I will also step up the monitoring of all Amor Fati members, John. This will undoubtedly cause some level of upset when the increased mind data backup frequency changes become known, the AI added. More enemies to worry about. I'd made a few over my long life, and now there would be even more. The problem with everyone living such long lifespans was that grudges and grievances seldom ended in the grave anymore. Omu spoke up. Your physical shell has finished its morning toiletries, John. I have detected that Adele, your new carnal partner, is approaching your bedroom suite. In the event that she is still amorous, do you wish me to handle your shell's interactions with her, or do you wish to terminate the virtual meeting at this time and rejoin the real world? Omu was just yanking my chain, and I did not have to actually answer. Instead, I popped back into the real world to find my shell standing in the bedroom's garment fitter. I had already been dressed in a pair of beach shorts and a loose shirt. Good morning, John, Adele said as she slid up behind and wrapped her arms around me. I turned in her arms and met her kiss. She tasted faintly of pineapples and coffee. I broke our kiss as my stomach rumbled. Good morning, my dear. Any regrets about last night? Her answer took the form of her hands lowering to my ass and pulling my groin into her abdomen. Food or more bed sport? Maybe breakfast could wait. An hour and 40 minutes after lunch, we were both in the large great room about to enter virtual to join the global forum. Adele was dressed in a tight, stretchy exercise outfit, which I was busy admiring. She blew me a kiss and then closed her eyes and turned her shell over to her augment. She was off into an accelerated virtual pre-meeting with her third-tier composite peer group. During the virtual meeting, her augment would be exercising her shell. The main Conscientia Global Forum to discuss the enemy transmission was not due to start for another 15 minutes. While I waited, I sat watching the waves crashing below. A squall had passed the island this morning and left the ocean choppy and turbulent. 5 minutes later, Adele's shell began doing standing toe touches, and I found myself mostly watching her tight behind instead. I thought about having Omu exercise my shell during the meeting, but I figured I had gotten enough of a workout this morning in bed with my guest. I sure noticed the pleasant ache in all the right places. Omu entered the great room and knelt beside me on her charging mat. The android knew my mood and remained silent. Omu would be attending the forum with me in the Tier 1 ranks as my assistant. I had also asked Ix to join us as my other guest. Since she was currently beyond the moon at the L2 point, there would be a bit of a delay with our interactions. She was also joining me to give testimony to the forum on the progress of the wormhole research project. Aside from that, I expected her to mostly just watch and listen. The AI presence controlling the virtual forum would try and compensate for her communication delays, but I would still have to remember to not expect quick replies if we converse directly. Omu indicated that the forum would begin in a few minutes. I saw that the weather was improving, and it looked to be a decent afternoon. I mentioned this to Omu, then made the comment that I hoped the forum would wrap up in time for me to spend some time on the beach before dark, if the winds allowed. The android did not reply, so I took one last look at Adele and the ocean before triggering my entry into virtuality. My view out the great room windows faded away, and I found myself in my Tier 1 gallery in the largest global capacity Conscientia meeting venue. I stepped forward to the railing and observed most of humanity looking back towards me. Uxa had arrived at the virtual forum ahead of me and was standing near the balcony watching the crowds of humanity materializing into their places in the staggered tiers on the opposite side of the great venue. I said hello and approached to give her a hug. She responded without noticeable delay, which must have been due to the controller AI anticipating her reactions. Thank you for inviting me to accompany you here in Tier 1, John, she said. I just nodded. She would normally have attended as a Tier 2 member with the other research project heads. I invited her to join me in the Prime Tier as she was my longtime friend and partner. Also, after our recent stunt at the Forbin complex, we were still linked in the minds of most. There was nothing I could do about that, but having her with me in Tier 1 at least demonstrated that I valued her opinions. The Prime Tier was reserved for the various directors of humanity. These were quasi-political positions that wielded authority over various areas of our society. Back in the early years of our new civilization, I had grudgingly accepted the necessity of these positions after realizing how many decisions needed to be made on a daily basis that were beyond the simple logical decision trees of the AIs. Together, I and the early leaders in the template colonies had developed the role of the director. They would be elected to 10-year terms by the various divisions of humanity under their control. They would be under the oversight of each other in the AI Advisory Council. We had tried to make the positions less desirable for power seekers by requiring the long-term period of public service before one could be installed as a director. The holder also had to forever forfeit various personal rights and excessive property holdings. There was also a firm term limit of 30 years, after which the director had to retire from public service for a period of no less than a century. The process of impeachment was by anonymous vote after an impartial review by UDEX. It had only been used twice in over a century. The system had worked well and required little refinement over the years. I had never served as a director despite a great many attempts to draft me into the role. A few of my offspring had served, however, with my grandson Ben being the most recent to pursue the service. Although I was not a director and had never been one, I was still permitted to join them in the prime lower and frontmost tier. Officially, it was assumed that this was as a courtesy, but in truth it was because of the authority via my control of all AIs that I maintained over them all. Despite my trying to keep that knowledge hidden, some directors became aware of it soon after taking power, if not before. I took my place beside Xueting at the front of our balcony, overlooking the virtual assembly arena. We did not speak, as we had recently talked extensively after my meeting with the new picket. While she surveyed the gathering, I clandestinely inspected her virtual appearance. It was an interesting hybrid of her current shell and that of the older body she'd had back when we were together as man and wife. One difference that was apparent with this digital version was that it lacked the enlarged cranium and visible mind-link data ports of her current modified Genius shell. I was used to her specialized shell, but it was very noticeable. It was no surprise that she had made her virtual appearance more human and without the augments. Omu joined us in the virtual balcony, but remained standing towards the rear. We stood as there were no chairs. There was no need to sit, as fatigue from standing was simply not simulated in this virtuality. In front of us were the warped, amphitheater-like meeting galleries. There were 5 ascending levels or tiers, with the lower and closer tiers being reserved for humans who wielded power or possessed extraordinary knowledge or skills. These lower tiers were also permitted more interaction with the testimony of the forum. For example, as Tier 1, I could interrupt or ask questions at will during the ongoing proceedings. When I say warped, it was because all other attendees appeared to be in front of our prime tier balcony as if we were the focus of the meeting. In reality, everyone present had a view similar to ours. To each of them, they would also appear to be the focus of the forum, with all others standing in opposition. Between our balcony and the others was a presentation dais. Meeting information would be projected above the dais, or beings could give testimony on it. From our viewpoint, they would be facing us, but everyone would share this viewpoint. The main benefit of the bizarre perspective was that we could see every single being present here with us. From the directors in their similar, smaller, exclusive prime-tier galleries, just opposite the dais, to all of the other larger tiers and their mass group galleries rising behind and above. I could make out individual faces up to Tier 3. Above that, the groups became too large and were blurred out unless I triggered a magnified view. Tier 5, the farthest tier, was just a colorful mass of vague shapes. This tier represented the bulk of humanity in this day and age. It dawned on me as I studied those far massings that I had never attended a global virtual meeting as a member of their lofty viewpoint. I'd always been down close to the action in Tier 1 or 2. I'd have to attend a global meeting from Tier 5 once, just to see what it was like. I shifted my attention closer and just across the dais to the semicircular cluster of prime-tier directors' galleries. Most of the occupants had their heads down, indicating that they were off in private meetings or viewing other data streams. A few were actively viewing the other attendees just as I was. When our eyes would meet, we nodded in greeting. Some did so with smiles and respect, while others kept a more neutral expression, betraying nothing. There were plenty who thought me a pariah from either my inherent power or my recent actions at Forbin, or both. Above and behind the directors were the Tier 2 group members. These were the heads of the major research projects and other critical infrastructure groups. There were also a few individual galleries in Tier 2. These were humans who were heroes for some reason or other, or who had other notable achievements deserving recognition. As I scanned across the groups and individuals in Tier 2, I caught the eye of someone I recognized. It was M. Sabal, the hermaphrodite administrator of the Forbin complex. I cringed as I recalled its preferred use of that offensive pronoun, raised its hand in greeting when it saw that I had noticed it. I saw the Herm make the conversation gesture towards me and noticed an accept box appear in my vision overlay. I clicked on affirmative, wondering what the Herm wanted. Hello, John. I wanted to thank you personally for how you handled the aftermath of your unauthorized use of the Forbin facility 2 years ago. Covering the cost of all damages which occurred at the facility, including the overtime spent performing repairs, was appreciated, the administrator said. I noted that it had politely not reminded me that the damage had been my and Ux's fault. No problem at all, Administrator Sabal. Again, I apologize for any mental anguish or additional work our experiment caused to you or your staff. I hope the additional items added to the compensation package are proving beneficial. Yes, the vacation packages are proving very popular with the general staff. Thank you for those, the administrator replied. On top of the substantial monetary payments made to the Forbin Group, I'd offered other benefits. One of these was the use of some of my properties by Forbin personnel for rest and relaxation purposes. The property most in demand was my island retreat, Heels in the Sand. I had offered to provide travel and accommodation for up to 7 guests at a time on the island for 3 years. It had been going better than I had expected, and I would probably extend a more limited invitation to other groups after the current 3-year offer was up. Those would be for profit, as I was already beginning to get offers that included payment. To accommodate these guests, I'd constructed a series of small beachside bungalows. I also procured the use of an electrojet to cover transportation to and from the island. The vacations were proving very popular and were quickly helping to improve my reputation, at least with the technical staff who worked at the data center, and who had been most affected by our actions there. Xueting appeared on his simple throne, set off to the side of the central dais. This meant the forum was about to begin. Administrator Sabal and I concluded our private conversation, and I focused my attention on the dais. Xueting's virtual appearance was in the form of a hooded humanoid figure dressed in black robes. Its deep cowl hood mostly hid the AI's features, although you could see 2 small starfire points of brightness where its eyes would have been. It was here to judge any legal matters and monitor the protocols of the forum. In effect, it served as the meeting room's moderator. With a tooth-rattling thrum, Xueting tapped his crystalline gavel, bringing the forum to an active broadcast state. A shimmer passed over the throngs of humans, and I heard a clear tone announcing that the forum was open. Minerva's AI appeared on the dais in its typical virtual image of a hovering large gray stone obelisk. The immobile and apparently solid symbol was perfect to demonstrate the unending resolution for the AI in charge of the defense of the solar system. It spoke in an authoritative, gender-neutral voice and described the current state of our solar system's defenses and the circumstances around the recent detection of the enemy transmission. I had reviewed summaries of this technical data already, so I mostly ignored the words spoken by the AI. Instead, I watched the reactions of the masses of humanity. It was clear many were learning the details of the transmission for the first time. I used the unlimited magnification allowed in virtual to zoom in close to various segments of humans in the more distant, higher tiers. There was an endless variety of figures. Some were realistic and human-like in appearance, while others were fantastic caricatures of cartoonish or historical figures. Most were focused on the words being spoken by the AI, as all were aware that this was a pivotal point for our species. Omu, how many are attending this forum? I asked quietly, after making sure my words were set to local. As a Tier 1 member, I had the ability to override and interrupt any current ongoing testimony, and I did not want to make a faux pas by having my question heard by the entirety of humanity. 2,463,114 living or active humans, John, Omu answered. This represents over 98% of the current near-Earth population. Also present in the form of proxy-bearing simulations are 314,063 humans who are elsewhere in the solar system, outside of the mandated 30-second communications lag limit, just shy of 3 million humans. Our current civilization, much smaller than the almost 8 billion I had shared the planet with back before the reset. Despite the current population being just a fraction of that of the past, it was clear that ours was much more intimately connected with each other and the world around us. I thought back over the past 2 centuries, where we'd grown humanity from just a few thousand to this current number. The goal of the first century had been to actively push human growth and rapidly expand the population. The last 80 years, we had slowed such aggressive expansion and just let humans reproduce as they wished. Growth was now much slower and more balanced. The latest forecast showed we were adding less than 100,000 a decade. The new growth was also being spread across the entire planet and the space stations and colonies of the solar system. This meant that with the anti-urban laws still in effect to keep our population decentralized and less vulnerable, we still lacked permanent large cities. I was just fine with that, as I still had memories of the congestion and chaos of the cities of my youth. Omu ignored my musings and continued. Many of the far-flung proxies have already attended local forums where much of this information was presented and considered. Any conclusions reached in those gatherings will be integrated into the decisions made during and after this forum. Minerva soon finished its summary. Other AIs and a few of the directors gave quick progress reports on their areas as they related to the enemy transmission. Finally, humanity was ready to learn the actual contents of the enemy's transmission. Xueting briefly explained the background of the near-parity iteration in the SRP and the level of current knowledge which the enemy agent had been allowed. This set the stage for Pickett's testimony, and my old neighbor appeared on the dais. Pickett bowed to the masses, introduced himself, and began his sales pitch, for lack of a better term. Again, since I already knew the contents of his message, I instead watched the crowd as he made his case. I saw expressions of wonder and amazement as he explained the need for humanity to shift all of its efforts towards building a new ark to continue spreading the assemblage across the galaxy. I was a bit surprised and concerned at the low levels of open hostility or doubt which I observed. When he had wrapped up his main points, various individuals or groups began asking the enemy operative many of the same questions I and my companions had broached during our private meeting a few days ago. He answered in a similar way, adding little to what we had previously covered. Occasionally, someone would ask a question that contained references to our new wormhole technology. The virtual Pickett would look confused, as it had not been allowed any knowledge of the new technology, as its response would only be speculation. Xueting would reset Pickett's awareness back to before the question was asked and the question skipped. Eventually, the theme of the questioning shifted to why humanity must join forces against the greater Hemru threat. Suddenly there was an interruption. Off in the fourth tier, about a dozen humans stood and began shouting. Their interruption was quickly moderated by Xueting, and the group became frozen as they were placed under suspension. "Who are they?" I asked Omu. "It was one of the more prominent doubter groups, John," the android replied. The doubters were this day and age's version of the flat earthers of my old era. They were conspiracy theorists who believed that the assemblage did not exist and that their attack had never happened. Beyond that, various doubter splinter factions broke down around even more bizarre theories. One even claimed that I was the only real alien, and this world was my experiment and slave-breeding colony. 50 years ago, members of that group had been detected planning a physical attack on my person. Naomi had dispersed the group and tightened its security watch on me ever since. It also increased the monitoring of other potential adversarial groups. With the interruption handled, the back-and-forth discourse with Pickett resumed. I split my attention between following the questioning and watching the reactions of the crowd. It continued to be mixed. I was surprised at how many of the forum's attendees were currently watching me instead of Pickett. Most were smiling or had neutral expressions, but more than a few were clearly unhappy. It seemed I had no shortage of enemies. "Naomi, how many here do you suspect of currently wishing me harm?" I subvocalized, not wanting to alarm Uxa by posing the question openly to Omu. Instead of answering verbally, Naomi did something more dramatic. Columns of colored light appeared all around the forum, extending skyward from various individuals and small groups. There were tens of thousands of shafts of light, all red in various shades and brightnesses. I did not need a legend to understand that the brightest crimson shafts were those that hated me the most. Luckily, these numbered around 100, but of these, there were over 24 that were a pulsating bright crimson that caught my attention. The majority of the indications were a fixed dull red with many barely visible. I reasoned that these indicated only mild annoyance and were lesser threats. Jesus, nothing like a wake-up display like this to set a guy in his place, I exclaimed subvocally. Yes. Note that the peak high number of hostile humans occurred 2 months ago, directly after your exploits at the Forbin installation. The numbers have declined by 11% since. If Naomi intended this to soothe me, it failed. There were still a lot of people here who hated me. I used the zoom function to look at some of those who had pulsating crimson indicators. I flinched when the second person I inspected was staring back at me with naked loathing in her eyes. The person's virtual appearance was that of a middle-aged woman. She must have noticed that I was focused on her as her eyes tightened even further. She was not alone. Her companion appeared to be a similar-aged male, and she must have signaled to him somehow because he also turned to look at me. His expression of naked hatred matched hers. They must have shared some unknown signal as both simultaneously turned away from me and resumed watching the questioning of Pickett. "Who the hell are those two?" I asked Naomi, again subvocally. "The two humans are Lilith and Sigmund Modesto, John." Naomi didn't say anything further. The AI knew that I was all too familiar with the Modestos. We had crossed paths almost 10 years ago when their children had been killed in an accident during a historical learning expedition which I had guided. I knew their hatred stemmed not only from the loss of their kids, but also from the brief follow-on legal battle that had ensued. You see, the Modestos were followers of Amor Fati. I assume from their visceral open hatred that they are still avid followers of Amor Fati? I asked the AI. Yes. It appears they have also become aware of your recent policy changes regarding the dependence of all followers of Amor Fati. This has clearly incensed them. Do I have to worry? I think not, John. I have doubled the routine patrols of all waters around your island. The airspace coverage has been similarly increased. In low and medium orbital space, I have altered the trajectories of the Overwatch fast response launchers and directed energy weapon platforms. Beyond that, the lunar defense perimeter under Minerva's control is also under my direct oversight. You should be fine. I did not respond as the information Naomi had just revealed to me sank in. I wanted to think the information I had just heard was some form of joke, but I knew the AI had been serious. I'd realized that she had always kept a close watch on my safety, but I had no idea of the extent of those measures. That I had never noticed was a testament to how stealthily the AI could operate. I decided to take advantage of the near-complete gathering to do something I generally shied away from over the centuries. Naomi, please show my clones if they are in attendance. The red-hued columns faded away and were replaced by light green columns spread across the higher tiers of the gathering. I counted 28 of them. There were originally 46 clones in existence, but over the past century and a half, 12 had chosen to die a permanent and final death without being reshelled, and I knew that 2 were gone from Sol system after having volunteered to be part of the crews of the early interstellar ships. Their fate remained unknown, as those ships were still in transit. I felt the familiar awkwardness as I gazed upon my closest kin. I thought of them as my clones, but time and circumstances had rendered that less accurate. I activated the identify function and scanned their projected names. The one I was hoping to find was not present, which wasn't completely unexpected. I had generally made a habit of avoiding my copies as they were different enough that the strangeness in our interactions was overwhelming. The differences were originally caused by their mental editing after they were created and before they were installed into the template colonies. This editing occurred to make them comfortable with their surroundings and their imposed mates. When I had freed the Earth from the control of the master AI, Xueting and I had visited these colonies. I had quickly learned to interact with my clones, just like I interacted with the other 8 cloned humans in each colony. On the rare times since when I had encountered one of my clones, this had remained the norm. Now, 170 years later, with multiple reshellings of their physical bodies, most today looked like strangers. I used my zoom feature to inspect a few more closely. They seemed healthy, and many were with groups of humans who must have been their spouses, families, or friends. I frowned a bit as only 3 clones were in Tier 3. The rest were in Tier 4 and 5, with the bulk in Tier 5. Their lack of achievement was due to a combination of their mental tampering and, sadly, too much of my core traits. The same traits which had probably led me to be a recluse a millennia ago when life had given me lemons and I had retreated to my acreage. The third John Abrams clone I chose to inspect was inspecting me back. I flinched slightly as our eyes met and widened simultaneously. My soul brother smiled and nodded as I pulled back a bit embarrassed. For a moment, I had the strange sensation of what it would feel like to be me sitting in those lesser important tiers and looking across at myself seated in the prime tier. What would it feel like to know I was a clone of that human who was responsible for all of this being here in this day and age? I shivered unconsciously. The uncomfortable feelings I had when I interacted with my copies were as strong as ever. I was glad they felt something similar and had avoided me over the centuries as much as I had generally avoided them. I began to daydream as I relived various past encounters. A few had been positive, such as the departure ceremonies of the 2 who had left the solar system. Most had been accidental encounters. A few had asked me to speak at their death celebrations. I remained deep in thought long enough that Naomi caused the colored indicators to fade away. I was jarred back into the present when Pickett's image on the dais vanished. His part of today's forums was now over. Uxa was up next, and her virtual image left my balcony and reappeared on the central dais. She was to give testimony on the state of the wormhole technology research. I listened as she went over the current progress and the near-term likely progression of the Far-Reach team's research. She then answered dozens of questions from the various tiers on the expected results of her research. She concluded her report with the statement we had agreed upon previously, that all signs indicated that wormhole technology would be useful in defending us from our enemies. Humans did not have to submit to the assemblage or the Hemru. I gave Uxa's virtual presence a hug when she finished testifying and returned to our viewing balcony. "Good job, honey. You've convinced me," I said. After a short delay to account for communication lag, she pinched me. I was surprised at how much pain got them through the virtual limiters. "Jackass, of course, I convinced you. Now to see if I convince the forum," she said. With the scheduled testimony period now concluded, open debate began. As Naomi and Omu predicted, 4 main options emerged. From worst, in my opinion, to best they were. First, to comply with the enemy and build and launch a replacement arc. This would prevent the assemblage from attacking as it approached our system, and also help spread humanity's mind data to other worlds. The second option was to do nothing aggressive towards the assemblage. Some things would be done, like stopping all construction on the current faux arcology mass dwellings. We would use the saved resources to accelerate our efforts into constructing interstellar colonizer vessels. The third option was to appear to comply with the enemy as a ruse. We would construct an arc, but instead of it being filled with the resources to repair the first enemy arc after it passed the Earth, this new arc would instead be a raider and would rendezvous with the enemy arc and destroy it. I love the general idea behind this option, except for one thing: the enormous system-wide effort needed to build and launch the raider arc. This third option would also do nothing about the imminent threat of an attack by the Hemru. We'd still have to face that risk if it occurred. The fourth option was to further accelerate the wormhole research, with the goal of using it to attack the approaching enemy arc. With luck, we could destroy it well before it passed our system and before it attacked our world because of our visible non-compliance. That same wormhole technology would be used to defend us from any attacks by the Hemru. I preferred that final option. It was a gamble, but would disrupt our civilization the least. It would also eliminate the threat of the assemblage in a way that was fast and certain. Fast enough to possibly prevent them from sending word of our threat to any previously established colonies they had already created. Discussions continued among the forum attendees. Most of the discourse occurred between groups in the lower 3 tiers, but occasionally a comment or question from a higher tier made its way into active consideration. One idea which I thought had merit came from the 5th tier. It was a delaying tactic that suggested we should transmit back to the approaching ARC ship a request to retransmit their previous message. We would claim that the original message had been garbled and mostly indecipherable. This would buy Earth more time to formulate its response, while simultaneously costing the enemy the resources and energy to retransmit the data. The AI Advisory Council considered the idea and reported that it was likely the enemy would believe our request and not consider it a delaying or diversionary tactic. After nearly an hour of back-and-forth deliberations, I asked Omu to summarize the current standings of the debate. Currently, 35% of attendees favor the plan to not comply with the enemy agent's request and instead use the wormhole technology to directly attack the enemy. 61% of attendees wish to delay and reconsider the matter further at some point in the near future. A second conscientia forum would be needed within 6 months to a year from now. 4% of attendees wish to follow the recommendations of the enemy agent and begin construction of the second arc immediately. Roughly 2/3 of these favor the plan to reduce the threat of an early assemblage attack, while the remaining 1/3 feel that the Hemru are the greater threat to our species. They wish to ally humanity with the assemblage and spread with them to endless other stars, Omu reported. These new tabulations were close to the earlier predictions the AI had made. I was happy to hear that a higher number now favored using the wormhole technology to directly attack. This meant that Uxa's testimony had had some effect. She smiled when I acknowledged this point to her. It still pissed me off that almost 4% of the attendees wanted to capitulate to the enemy's demands. Coincidentally, one of the Tier 1 directors supported this option and was currently on the dais and making her case. She was pushing the point that building a second arc was the lower-risk option for our species and had the side benefit of also spreading humanity to other worlds. As the director finished her argument, I was interrupted by a high-priority message. The sender was Hannah Crather Venezia. She was a friend and had also been my temporary parental partner back when I had my 5th child, Larissa Daring. She was also the clone of the original sheltering human Hannah Crather. I wondered what she wanted and opened a private chat channel to speak with her directly. "Hannah, it's been a long time. What can I do for you?" "John, do you hear what that bitch is saying? She wants us to join with the assemblage. She's a director, for Christ's sake." I was not completely surprised at Hannah's visceral reaction. Of all the humans alive today, and this included me, she had the greatest reason to hate the assemblage. The original Hannah Crather had been an older teenager back in the early 21st century when the assemblage had wrecked our world. And unlike the other 8 humans who survived those times by being put into suspension in underground bunkers, Hannah had lived through many months of the attack's aftermath before she was discovered. The enemy AI who had found the nearly dead girl had placed her into biosuspension in its underground bunker without her consent. It had also tried to wipe her mind of many of the traumatic events the teenager had suffered because of the attack. The mental scars from these alterations had caused Hannah, and by extension her clone copies, to develop certain issues and instabilities. Now, even almost 2 centuries later, those clones still had problems with both the original trauma and the mental repair efforts. They were emotional and reacted unpredictably at times. I had become aware of one of the clones, Hannah Crather Venezia, who lived in the Ukrainian template colony, after I had been sent to investigate an incident where she had bludgeoned Li Cheng, her abusive male partner, to death. After I had pardoned her for killing her partner, we had become friends. I had assisted her in using the AIs to make further attempts at healing her mental issues. One of these was to have Naomi reimplant all the erased memories which had been removed and archived when the original Hannah Crather had first been placed into biosuspension. The results were mixed. The poor girl no longer felt the loss of the missing memories, but now she had to live with the knowledge of what she had suffered through during and after the enemy attack. The memory restoration had created new issues, with some being severe enough that the procedure was not attempted with any additional clones of Hannah. We had become friends as I had helped her work through her issues. We'd grown even closer when 8 decades later, I had commissioned her to act as a mid-womb to carry my 5th child, Larissa Daring, to term. Larissa had been fully engineered and shared no actual DNA with Hannah, but she was still the girl's mother in all other regards. I'd enjoyed Hannah's company enough during the 3rd trimester period when she had physically lived with me that I hired her to stick around for the next decade to act as a nanny and mother figure to Larissa until she became a teenager. After Larissa had reached base maturity and went off on her own, my daughter had chosen to remain in contact with Hannah. Last I had heard, they remain close friends to this day. John, we can't allow humanity to assist or join with the assemblage in any way. Iudex won't allow me to testify, and the lower tiers are ignoring my pleas to do so. Can you do something? She begged. What do you want me to do? I want to be heard. I want to remind everyone just what the assemblage did to us. Get them to let me testify. I sub-vocalized to Naomi. Can you make it so Hannah can address the forum? Of course, John. I'll take care of it, Hannah, I said into our private message channel. She did not respond for a short while. Naomi must be relaying to her the details of how she would be allowed to speak. Finally, she replied, Oh, thank you, John. No problem, Hannah. Knock their socks off, I replied. I'll try. We terminated our private message chat just as the current director concluded her arguments. After her image disappeared from the dais, and before open debate could begin on the points which had been raised, Iudex announced that special testimony would now be heard. I noticed Ux lean forward to see who would be giving the unexpected testimony. On the dais, the image of an innocent-looking, blonde-haired young woman appeared. I smiled as this version of Hannah was very uncommon. The woman was usually in an older, more mature shell and often gravid from pregnancy. This was because of her choice of occupation as a midwomb. Her love of children and her fervent belief in the human repopulation effort had led her to this calling. If I had to guess this, she had carried and borne at least 250 children over the past 18 decades. She even had her maternal shell customized to bear children more efficiently. Her choice to now appear as a young, vulnerable-looking teenager was clearly intentional. Isn't that one of the Hannahs? Ux asked. Iudex answered for me when it introduced the speaker to the forum as Hannah Crather Venezia. After giving her name, the AI explained that she would be giving testimony as a friend of the forum about the true character of the assemblage. Both descriptions were intriguing enough that people would pay extra attention to her words. I hoped the curiosity would deflect my role behind the sudden insertion of Hannah's testimony into the forum's itinerary. Venezia, she's the Hannah clone who was the mother to your daughter, Larissa, correct? Ux asked before adding, the one we retrieved the archived memories for? I nodded. I see she is registered as a Tier 4 attendee. I wonder how she is able to address the forum directly. Did you know she was going to be testifying? She asked next after the communication lag. I didn't know until a minute ago, I replied carefully. Ux just stared at me. I saw her lips tighten just a bit. She was smart enough to deduce what I had done. Fortunately, she was also smart enough to remain silent about it. I just returned her stare until we both turned to watch as Hannah started speaking. My fellow humans, let me begin by telling you the story of a young girl who lived a long time ago. Hannah did a great job with her backstory. She kept it condensed but included enough details of her idyllic life as a child growing up in old Utah to draw the audience in. As she described the world of her youth, I caught her true message. It was a subtle attempt to destroy the argument that New Pickett had made about the assemblage attack having saved our species and world from our own destructive tendencies. Hannah's version of history included our growing environmental awareness and responsibility. She talked about how people in her era had begun the shift towards less destructive ways of living, once she had established that humanity and old Earth had not been doomed after all. Her story turned much darker. She went into detail about the enemy attack and the terrible period that had followed. As she wove her story through the destruction and her desperate struggle to survive the aftermath, I was watching the audience's reactions. Most were enraptured with the young girl and her story. She was reaching them. She described the killings, the rapes, including her own, and the constant near starvation she and the other survivors had to endure. I saw the clear signs of emotional distress on many in the audience. Hannah pulled no punches. She admitted to surviving towards the end by eating human flesh, as the normal food sources were long since exhausted. She described the struggle to simply stay warm with the near constant blizzards and freezing conditions in the nuclear winter aftermath caused by the enemy impactors. She included her bouts of sickness from the radioactive and chemical pollution from the failing infrastructure, as well as from the nanoplague being spread by the enemy's machines. After her descriptive history lesson, she really turned up the rhetoric and began to hammer home the point that it was stupid and suicidal to join forces with an enemy who had sterilized our world and reduced humanity to just 9 surviving humans. As I watched her gesturing widely, I knew that this speech would be remembered with the great speeches of the past. "Wow," Ux said as Hannah paused before her finale. "She is really giving this crowd both barrels." Her statement made me smirk. Ux had probably remembered the phrase from watching old movies with me. But I had to agree with her sentiment. I was proud of Hannah. I was suddenly struck with a weird realization. Hannah's shouts and gestures at the crowd reminded me of those made by Adolf Hitler during his speech to his Nazi Congress. I hoped her appearance as a cute blonde teenager instead of a toothbrush-mustachioed man with a receding hairline would disguise the resemblance from the history buffs who might have studied the long-dead dictator. After Hannah finished her speech, there was a long moment of stunned silence as the audience digested her words. Then a significant amount of applause broke out. Hannah was clearly relieved and gave the crowd a big smile. She thanked the audience, and her image left the dais. As the deliberations began again, I saw the indicator in my peripheral that said I had just received a textual message. It was from Hannah. "Thank you, John. I would like to meet with you in person in the near future. Please contact me in a few days after I've had a chance to calm down." I chuckled. I remembered how emotional she could get, and her advice to wait sounded prudent. Ux and I watched the forum's deliberations continue for another half hour. I thought I detected a subtle shift in the mood of the crowd. It was either because the deliberations were winding down and boredom was setting in, or Hannah's speech had made some impact. Ix beat me to it when she spoke. "Oh, Moo, how do you predict Hannah's testimony affected the deliberations?" 48% of attendees now favor using the wormhole technology to attack the enemy as soon as possible. 49% wish to still wait and consider the matter further at a future time. Just under 3% now wish to follow the recommendations of the enemy agent and begin construction of the second arc. This is a reduction of a third over the previous percentage wishing to submit to the enemy's demands, the exotic-looking android reported. The forum's official itinerary was now concluded. A resolution passed which said that for now we would wait and see. A future forum was scheduled to discuss the matter further in a year. It was hoped that the wormhole technology would continue to develop in the meantime. It was also decided to go ahead with the plan to transmit a message back to the assemblage arc, asking it to resend its previous transmission. This would hopefully provide cover for our lack of shifting to new arc construction while we waited. Attendees began to leave as the floor was opened up to the higher tiers. The debate and discussions would continue, but without a full quorum. The discourse would be preserved in the official record, though, and this gave everyone who wished to contribute a chance to say their piece. I was not going to stick around. The AI Advisory Council and Naomi would let me know if anything of importance was discussed after we left. "I'm going to take off, Uxa. Have you found out when you will be heading to Mars yet?" I asked. "Yes, it's been fun, John. There is a shuttle leaving for Mars in 3 weeks. I am not yet sure if I will be on that one, however, as there are a few last-minute experiments here I wish to oversee in person," she replied after the annoying 3 seconds of delay. I hugged her goodbye and then waited politely while Omu did the same. When they broke apart, Uxa's image vanished as her consciousness reverted to her physical shell back on the lunar L2 space station. I nodded when Omu looked at me, and I saw the forum meeting hall fade away as I was ejected from the virtuality. A few seconds later, I woke up in my shell. I was no longer in the main great room, but instead was standing near the access portal to the tube shuttle. I looked down and saw that I was already undressed, only wearing swim shoes and a loose beach robe. Omu had remembered my goal of a swim after the forum and had already prepared my shell to save time. As I rode the small, transparent shuttle down the sloping tube to the beach, I could see Omu assembling the makings of an outdoor beach cookout. I did not see any signs of Adele either in the water or sunning herself on the sand. "Omu, is Adele still in virtual?" I asked. "Yes, John. Her augment reports that she should be joining us in less than an hour. Her historical group is holding a follow-on forum to discuss the testimony of the global meeting. I don't remember her mentioning that they would be having an after meeting. The unexpected testimony of Hanna Krather Venezia contained a wealth of previously undisseminated historical data of interest to Adele's group. They are considering the new information. I predicted Adele would love to meet Hannah in person. I would have to see if Hannah would allow me to bring her along when we had our face-to-face. Those concerns could wait, though. Right now, the warm ocean was calling. There were better things to worry about. Nine days after the global forum, I was sitting on a wooden stool in front of my shop enjoying my mid-morning cup of coffee. It had been raining off and on all morning, so I kept under the large awning of the outdoor patio attached to my beach area workshop. From this vantage, I could see the northeast beach with the guest bungalows 200 meters away through the scattered palm trees. It looked like the rain was keeping the visiting Forbin vacationers indoors this morning. Today was Saturday, which meant that this current batch of vacationers would be departing on the Electrojet just before sunset. That would give Omu and her mobile units about 12 hours to clean and refurbish the guest bungalows and outdoor entertainment areas before the next group arrived early tomorrow morning. I had avoided the rain by keeping busy in my workshop this morning. My current project was a small carving of the Ultradolph ticklefin in local albizia wood. The tropical hardwood was native to the islands and abundant enough that downed logs and branches were easy to come by. I did most of my work with knives, chisels, and other hand tools, but the dense, tight-grained species sometimes required a power carver to remove the bulk of the excess wood. I enjoyed the carving process, as I loved the feeling of something taking shape in my hands. It was my preferred method of artistic expression. A century ago, during the time when my daughter Larissa had been young, I'd spent a decade learning drawing and painting. I'd begun those hobbies so as to have something creative to do with my young daughter. I'd gotten pretty good, but was pragmatic enough to know that I should keep my day job. I had been no stranger to woodworking and crafting over the 2 centuries of my life, but I had never before taken the time to master the artistry of intricate hand carving. My recent near-decade-long nomadic wanderings around Mongolia and China had cured that shortcoming. Boredom had caused me to start whittling by my evening campfires to pass the time. Over the years, my skills had grown. It had been the only hobby, other than drinking, that I had enjoyed during that time. The subjects of my carvings had been mostly animals, but I had developed the skills enough to do folksy, human-like figures and faces. I'd had to leave the completed small totems behind as I'd wandered, committing them to the elements with only the slightest of chances that some future passers-by would find and wonder about who had created them. Imagine my shock when just a few months ago, I had stumbled upon them all here, vacuum-packed and stored on shelves in one of the island's lower storage vaults. Apparently, the mobile quadruped units which had guarded my wanderings had also collected the left-behind carvings. They had all been preserved, packaged, and sent to this island as it had been my most utilized residence over much of the past century. After I had discovered the stored carvings, I had placed a few dozen of the better specimens on display in my great room. I was still surprised at how much pride and joy seeing them brought me. The rest, which contained a surprising number of duplications, as I'd clearly not been in my right mind, I cleaned up and left in the guest bungalows sometimes as gift souvenirs for the few vacationers who I'd become friends with. Each had small encoded markers embedded in their bases which contained the story of their creation and to prove their authenticity. Those guests who'd received the gifts loved the small souvenirs and word had quickly spread. Soon after, messages began arriving from strangers offering generous payments if I would make them something similar. Who knew, right? But I was not about to turn my relaxing hobby into a job by carving for profit or on a deadline. For now, what new carvings I created here along with my remaining nomadic inventory went only to my friends. Some of the better carvings were set aside to become gifts for my family. A few went to the various historic tourism sites I'd been a part of to be placed on permanent exhibit. For the Sri Lankan experience, I'd made a matched set of 4 carvings, which included a gull, a jackal, a monkey, and an otter. These animals had made up the team of biodrones which had accompanied me on the mission to find and scout the hidden Hemru bunker. Likewise, another set of carvings that included another gull, a scoot, and a mongoose had been sent off to the Galapagos Islands historical experience. These matched the biodrones which had helped me bring down the master AI during our infiltration of its launch facility there. I would have to visit both sites sometime to see if the carvings enhanced the displays. The last time I'd been to either place had been when I'd taken my youngest daughter, Charity, on an around-the-world tour. That had been well over 4 decades ago, and I was again surprised at how fast time flew by. Adele had mentioned that I should take her along to both. She wanted me to recap my experiences at both places and record my insights and recollections. I deferred for now. Maybe I would visit those places again. I had promised to bring her if I did. My coffee mug was nearly empty, and I was about to get back to work on the Ultra Dolph carving when I noticed one of the vacationers walking this way along the hard surface path. It was an older woman, but I could not see her face clearly due to the umbrella she carried. Normally, the vacationers kept their distance, as it was known that I liked my privacy. But to be honest, I didn't mind the occasional chat if I was not too busy. This slow, calm, and rainy morning fit that category perfectly. "Good morning," I said politely as she reached the covered patio. She stopped and shook out her umbrella before extinguishing the static shell, which kept the bubble canopy rigid. It popped like a soap bubble, and she collapsed and stored the slim handle in her pocket. Now that her face was revealed, I realized that I knew her. "Good morning to you also, Mr. Abrams. I hope that I am not intruding," she replied. "Call me John," I replied. "No, you are not intruding. I was taking my morning coffee break. Would you like some?" "If it's no trouble, I'd love a cup. Black is fine." I got up and stepped inside the large open front of my workshop and headed to where the kitchenette unit was located. Luckily, I had made a full insulated carafe earlier, so my visitor would not have to wait for the brewer. I filled a clean cup for my guest and added a fresh splash to my own. Returning to the patio, I motioned her to take my stool while I sat on the large stump I sometimes used as a makeshift low bench. She sipped the coffee and smiled. "This is good, thank you." "The beans are locally grown," I explained. After a pause, I added cautiously, "I remember you. How are you doing, shift leader Zabel?" The last time we had met, I had restrained her struggling body as Omu drugged her unconscious. She had been the shift leader on duty in the Forbin control room when we had infiltrated the complex and taken temporary control of the experimental data center. "I'm doing well, John. Please call me Z. I wanted to stop by and tell you in person that this island vacation has been great. It's completely removed all the urges I've kept for revenge." She said the last with a smirk, so she must have noticed my nervousness. "Well, I'm glad," I said with amused relief. "I'm also still sorry we had to manhandle you like we did when we borrowed your facility. It was certainly not fair to you." "Yeah, I was pretty pissed right after your raid, but finding a hefty monetary bribe, settlement offer, already in my inbox helped. Then after 18 months of listening to returning vacationers singing praises about this place, I decided to bury the hatchet and come see for myself what your island was like." "Well, I'm glad you came and glad you are over your hurt," I said sincerely. "Yeah, it all turned out well. No lasting harm, either to me personally or to humanity overall, due to an accidental Forbin emergence. I guess we were lucky on both accounts. Although in our defense, we did put a lot of thought into how to pull off the experiments in a safe manner. In the end, it's looking like the data we extracted will save us from the assemblage," I stated confidently. "I, for one, think the risk was worth it." She nodded at that. We continued to chat politely while we finished our coffees. She had simply wanted to thank me for allowing the Forbin personnel to use my island. I confided in her that I found I enjoyed the guests coming here. Even though I planned to only offer the vacation service for a few years, I was seriously considering extending the offer to other groups in the future. Maybe the visits would be on alternating weeks instead of every week, though, to give me a mix of privacy along with the intrusions. I said as much to Z, who thought that was a great idea. She even added a few suggestions of her own. One of these was to have someone here in charge of activities and entertainment. I'd already thought of this, and her bringing it up only reinforced that the idea had merit. Maybe I could get one of my younger offspring, or someone who had freshly passed their BM to take the job. Full room and board on a tropical island would be a great starter job, and the excitement of youth would stimulate the likely older guests who would want to come on vacation. As we warmed to each other, I learned that her first name was Adis. I loved the exotic name, but she didn't and preferred the nickname Z. She was on her second shell and had celebrated her first century birthday just a year before. She confided that she loved her work at the complex. Her work had just the right mix of relaxing drudgery along with enough intermittent danger to keep her interested and alert. I also found out that she had been more than just a little thrilled at the experiments Ux and I had run at the complex. I'd been pushing for more interactive experiments for years. Maybe not quite as interactive as the one you performed, but a bit further than we had gone in the past, she admitted. Do you think what we did will lead to a lessening of the current safety procedures? I asked, curious and maybe a bit worried. Possibly. They are studying a few changes right now, but they will move very slowly and cautiously. There are still too many risks from a runaway emergence to do otherwise, she replied. I was glad to hear that, as thinking about the place still made me nervous. She continued, It's too bad the facility is stationary. If we could move it to within close proximity to the enemy arc, I bet the full active processor array would fry their controlling AIs almost instantly if we could somehow link them up. I chuckled. Yeah, I bet it would. That would be quite a thing to see. Maybe we could miniaturize it. I don't know how. The processor modules are already as dense and compact as we can make them, she explained. You'd also need nearly the full lattice to have a large enough evolving sentience to overpower and dominate the enemy's viral defenses with the speeds required. We talked of less weighty things after that and soon finished our coffees. Z rose to depart and surprised me with a quick hug when I moved to politely shake her hand. Thank you, John, for everything, she said before heading back down the beach path. It had stopped raining, so she did not have to reset her umbrella. I watched her for a while. It was clear that either my bold actions had made fans or my vacation offers were gaining me good karma. I'd take either reason, as it was always nice to have friends. I put the mugs into the kitchenette's reducer and got back to work on my carving. My hands were soon busy shaping the wood while my mind roamed, thinking of other things. Not only was I still mulling over the testimony and debates from the recent global forum, but also I was wondering what Hannah had so urgently wanted to see me about. I'd spoken with her a few days ago, and we had scheduled a visit. She was insisting on a face-to-face meeting, so I would soon be leaving to travel to her current location. Tomorrow, just after noon, when the Electrojet had finished ferrying the next batch of vacationers to Heels in the Sand, I would be using it to travel to Old Utah, the location of Hannah's current isolation lodge. I would be going alone, as Adele had left the island a few days ago and had not said when she would be returning. She had wanted to meet with a few of her history friends and had also wanted solitude to do some final writing and video composing on the story she was working on about me. We were still getting along just fine, though, and I smiled thinking of the goodbye she had given me before she had left. As I said, it was good to have friends. At 1340, I was sitting in the middle of the Electrojet's passenger cabin as it flew north-northwest and approached the southern coast of the Arabian Peninsula. Ohmu was in the front galley, preparing me a light lunch. I'd be calling it supper, as I intended to be horizontal and zonked out shortly after consuming the meal. Our flight path would take us up through Sweden and over Greenland before descending into Utah via Montana and Wyoming. The distance this way was just shy of 9,000 nautical miles, 1,900 nautical miles shy of halfway around the planet. Our Mach 3 speed and westward displacement meant we would be chasing and catching the sun, so after our 5-hour flight, we would be landing just after noon local time. I planned on sleeping at least 4 hours of the flight, so I'd be fresh and able to stay awake when we landed. After finishing my supper and using the lavatory, I returned to the main cabin to find that Omu had prepared a fully reclined bed in place of one of the other passenger seats. I stripped and slid into the cool sheets as the cabin windows dimmed to near full opaque. I said goodnight and seconds later felt myself drifting away as Omu used my implant to quickly put me under. 4.5 hours later, I awoke. I felt refreshed as if I had gotten 8 full hours of sleep. My implant had accelerated my entry into REM sleep and kept me there for the full duration of the nap. The cabin brightened, and I could smell the fresh coffee which Omu had almost finished preparing. "Where are we?" I asked the android. "Over central Canada. We will begin to descend in 15 minutes. I used the can, washed my face, and brushed my teeth before returning to the cabin to get dressed and enjoy my coffee. Omu relayed that Hannah was planning a lunch upon my arrival, so I would skip breakfast. I sat sipping my coffee and using the jet's external camera system and my smart irises to watch the view of Montana and Wyoming passing below. 10 minutes later, we were flying lower and slower over southern Utah, where Hannah's retreat was located. I had never been to her current lodge, but she had described the place back when we had raised Larissa Daring together. She had simply said that she had built herself a minimalistic isolation lodge near the location of the field base where she had been sheltered during the original attack. Later, when the original 9 humans in suspension had been thawed, cloned into copies, and placed into the 47 template colonies, one colony had also been established in this area. If I remembered correctly, the 3 isolated parts of that colony had been located closer to the remains of the town of St. George, Utah. The field base which had overseen them had been located about 30 kilometers northeast of St. George. That base was our destination, as Hannah had relayed that my electrojet was too large for her lodge's smaller landing platform. She would meet us at the field base in her short-range hopper. The area surrounding the base held a great deal of spectacular scenery, including many natural wonders, so it saw a good deal of tourism. The base acted as the main landing location and included guest lodging for dozens. The electrojet slowed even further and dropped to land in the valley where the field base was located. I saw off to the east the spines and peaks of an impressive series of rock formations. The map overlay showed that these were located in the Old Zion National Park. Below us was a long, flat plateau. At first, I thought we would be landing on the plateau, but we overflew its southern end and dropped even further into the valley beyond. Now I could see the actual base landing pad area next to a group of structures. The buildings were located a few hundred meters north of a small river, which the overlay said was the Virgin River. The waterway was lined with green shrubs and bushes and stood out clearly against the dry, sandy, scrub-covered, brown desert landscape typical of the southwest areas of the former United States. We landed on the hardened earth near a long row of smaller hoppers. I saw a woman was seated inside the closest hopper. It must have been Hannah as I caught her waving vigorously. There were other humans at the base. 50 meters beyond the row of hoppers, I saw a small group of people entering the base lodge. Their light clothing and wide-brimmed hats, along with the shimmering heat, told me that it was hot outside at this base. When the electrojet had settled down and stopped moving, I unstrapped and got to my feet. Omu led our way off the aircraft. The android was carrying my light travel pack, which contained a jacket and a pair of full-length trousers. I was wearing only shoes, shorts, and a light shirt, as the afternoon temperature here was in the high 30s. The wave of heat at the open hatch confirmed it. "But it's a dry heat," I muttered as I chuckled at the old cliched response. Once we stepped off the electrojet stairs, Hannah popped open the bubble of her hopper and exited to meet us. A medium-sized dog jumped out of the hopper following her. I smiled as it ran around her parked hopper and anointed its rear landing leg. I'd wondered if she had waited in her hopper until we were out because of the noise and downblast of our landing or the heat of the landing pad. I was also surprised at Hannah's appearance. Instead of a maternal-looking woman in some stage of pregnancy, she was in a younger, leaner, and very strong-looking shell. I'd never seen her looking so buff and powerful before. Her shell was also, while not exactly unattractive, plainer than most. It was unexpected, as it did not resemble the woman I'd seen many times over the almost 2 centuries since we'd first met. It was also very unlike the young teenage blonde girl who had testified in virtual at the global forums a week ago. I was curious about her shell's appearance, but decided to be polite and keep it to myself for now. Her dog finished its business and had run ahead of Hannah to check Omu and me out. It gave Omu a sniff, but quickly dismissed the android. I was far more interesting to the dog, and its tail began thumping as he sniffed my legs. I bent down and let it sniff my hand in greeting. "Hello there, fella. Who's a good boy?" It woofed back. "Hello, man. I be a good boy." I had heard the dog's translation in my implants. It did not surprise me that the dog had an augment, as most pets did these days. It made them so much easier to take care of. I had had a few dogs over the centuries, but they had gone with my kids as they moved off. I stood up as Hannah reached us. "Hello, John and Omu," she said. She gave Omu a quick handshake before embracing me in a strong hug. She had never felt as comfortable with my android friend as the other humans I had known. I think it was a holdover from her traumatic past. As expected, her tough-looking shell felt solid and strong. She also felt cool and dry, which answered my question about why she had remained in her hopper up until now. "Hello, Hannah," I said politely. She must have caught my involuntary glance at her shell as we broke apart. "Yes, I look strange. I'll tell you why later. For now, let's get out of this heat and into my hopper." She gestured us towards a small aircraft. It was only a two-seater, but it had a larger cargo area behind the seats. Her dog easily hopped into the back area, and Omu climbed in with it. I took the co-pilot's seat, leaving the pilot's seat for Hannah in case she preferred to fly manually. We strapped in and the bubble hatches closed and sealed. The cabin fans increased to maximum, blowing cold air to purge the cockpit of the heat it had gained during our entry. The clear canopy also dimmed as the window tinting increased. I looked back and saw Hannah's dog sitting on his haunches and with a happy, tongue-lolling look on its muzzle. Omu knelt beside it. The android flashed a quick, panting dog expression across her illuminated facial features. I rolled my eyes at the android and turned back to the augmented dog. "What's your name, buddy?" "Woof, woof, woof. I'm not buddy. I'm Misty." "I like fly." "I bet you do, Misty. You look like such a good boy," I said, causing the dog's tail to thump wildly. Hannah definitely was the pilot as the hopper vaulted skyward before its engines had fully spooled to their takeoff revolutions. I grunted as we accelerated both up and to the west, barely avoiding the other parked aircraft. After we reached 100 meters, she tilted us around and circled the field base. We leaned over to observe the guests frolicking in the large open-roof swimming pool enclosure. "It looks like the base has a decent amount of guests," she commented as we observed the small crowd of humans lounging below. Some of them waved as we flew over. The hopper banked around again to the west and began to climb. As we rose above the high mesa to the north and the distant hills to the south, I could make out the glint of structures a dozen kilometers ahead. I asked Hannah what the buildings were. "That is the post-reset town around where Old St. George used to be. After you took the Earth back from the enemy, the template colony residents who lived near here expanded and merged into one community. Some of them decided to build homes, and they chose the location just up ahead. They constructed a small dam near where the Santa Clara River met the Virgin River and began to grow greenhouse crops and gardens. A few thousand still live in the general area at various times of the year, when they are not off in their isolation lodges," she explained. "You originally grew up near St. George, right? Did you build your isolation lodge there?" I asked. "Yes and no, John. Yes, I grew up in the suburbs of the old city. No, I built my lodge to the northeast of the field base, about 30 kilometers in the other direction. You've heard of Zion National Park, right?" "Yes, I had never visited the park before the reset, but I think I remember pictures. It had a bunch of narrow, winding sandstone canyons, right?" I replied. "Oh, yes, and so much more. I took advantage of the choice real estate and built my lodge." "Well, I'll let you see for yourself once we get there." We were now circling around and much higher. The river was still visible below. On a grass-covered area on its banks, I spotted a small herd of mule deer. "Woof! Deer!" Misty had clearly spotted them also. Hannah smiled at her dog and leaned over to me. "He can be a chatterbox. Don't be afraid to set your filters to only allow emergency input through from him if it gets too much for you." I just nodded. So far I was fine with the dog speak. Now we were flying level and heading due east of the base at just over 1,000 meters above the river. The spectacular rock formations and mesas I'd seen upon landing were now ahead and to the north at about a dozen kilometers distance. Many were clearly taller than we were currently flying. 10 kilometers ahead, the Virgin River made a bend to the northeast. When we reached that point a few minutes later, Hannah steered the hopper to follow it. Now I could see that the high peaks and mesas were on each side of the deep river valley extending ahead of us. Wow, is this the old national park? I asked. Yep. The old park boundaries began back where we made our turn. Below us right now was the location of a larger park campground. I'd camped there often when I was a kid. Ahead, the Virgin River Gorge forms the real gateway to the park. Your map overlay has the old names of all the geographic landmarks in the area if you're interested. We're heading for the area known as Angel's Landing, about 8 kilometers straight ahead. She flew the hopper level, which brought us closer to the rising valley floor and cascading river below. We were also now well below the level of the rocks and spires to each side. Ahead, I could see a mesa with sheer rock cliff sides. A massive rock formation was to the east of the river gorge. The map overlay referred to this feature as the Great White Throne. From the name, I guess that was where she had built her lodge, but that turned out to be wrong. Our destination was close, though, to the northwest of the throne and just across the narrow river gorge. It was a small, sharp spire at the end of a long, spiny ridge extending out from the mesa to the north. As we flew closer to the point, I could see the glint of a small, crystalline, gold-tinted bubble dome at the top of the spire. Wow, you built your lodge there? She just grinned back at me as we began climbing to match the elevation of her lodge. As we grew closer, I could see that the spine connecting the spire from the northern rim of the canyon was many hundreds of meters long. It was also only a few meters wide, and the drop-off on each side to the winding river below was nearly 400 meters. The Virgin made a nearly 300-degree curving turn around the spire upon which Hannah had built her lodge. This gave her amazing views in every direction. The best was to the south, where her perch faced the massive white throne feature. I was awed at the scale of the place. The spire is named Angel's Landing. The ridge connecting it to the cliffs to the north was actually a famous hiking trail back in the days of the national park. In fact, it was one of the top-ranked hiking trails in the country, she explained. The hopper was closer to her lodge now, and we circled around to take it in. As she had described long ago, it was small and minimalistic, with a gold-tinted crystalline sphere, 6 meters in diameter, sitting on a poured stone pillar, about 3 meters tall by 3 meters in diameter. The pillar looked to be firmly embedded into the rock at the top of the spire. Ringing the gold sphere was a near-circular, egg-shaped walkway which varied in width from about 1.5 meters at its narrowest to about 3 meters at the wider portion, which faced away from the spine of the ridge. I could see through much of the walkway, which meant that it was constructed of a crystal or clear polymer material similar to the main sphere shell of the lodge. A dozen meters to the north of the Golden Lodge and centered on the narrow rock spine extending towards the mesa was a 5-meter diameter hopper pad. Hannah began guiding the hopper towards this landing pad, which looked far too tiny to land on. The virtual windsock in our overlays was barely fluttering, and we approached without incident. I'd hate to try landing here in a gale. Hannah bumped us onto the platform, which I saw through the lower part of the bubble canopy was a perforated grid mesh. This allowed her to keep the fans powered as she slowly slid the hopper 50 centimeters closer to the center of the pad. Once we were in position, I saw her activate a switch. Magnetic couplings activated. We are locked down, John. We unstrapped ourselves and waited until the bubble hatches opened. I was very happy to see that a meter-high safety fence had risen around the edge of the landing after we had landed. Still, I climbed carefully out of the hopper while avoiding looking down through the open grating underneath the aircraft. Misty jumped out carefully and slowly walked across the grating to the walkway leading towards the lodge. The grating holes were smaller than her foot pads, but they still must have been uncomfortable. Omu handed me my travel case and climbed out herself. We followed Hannah towards the walkway leading to her lodge. This spine was where the main hiking trail ran between the spire and the mesa. You can still see the old rusted remains of the heavy post and chain safety railing below the landing platform, she explained. Does it bother you to have built your lodge on such a popular hiking spot? Not really. The old park gets a tiny fraction of the visitors now as compared to back before the reset. And if anyone wants to hike out here, they are welcome to use my exterior balcony. I've even replaced the safety chain railing leading back to the old trailhead. See? She said, pointing off behind us. I walked around the hopper to the north. Sure enough, along the top of the spine was a long length of stainless steel safety chain. The chain was supported on stout steel rods, anchored deep into the stone of the spine. I saw that they were also illuminated at night with small emitters. This made sense in case Hannah needed to escape from her lodge after dark. I also wondered if Misty used the trail to do his business, as there were areas where it widened to a dozen meters. It looked safer than I had first imagined, but I would still hate to make the trek in windy or icy conditions. I spotted a small outdoor toilet unit further down the spine. I was impressed that she had provided the accommodations for any hikers, and it probably kept them from whizzing off her balcony. I made my way back to the south side of the landing platform, where a narrow walkway led to the base pillar of the lodge. This portion had a solid paved walking surface and decent guard railing on each side, so I was much more comfortable. I stopped halfway to the lodge just to take in the view. To each side of the walkway was an almost vertical plunge to the river valley below. Wow! Hannah gave me a moment before gesturing towards her lodge. At one side of the round base pillar was a stairway that spiraled around, providing access to the clear balcony circling the spherical lodge above us. There was also a heavy security door embedded into the pillar itself. My lodge has a second entry from the walkway above, but I normally use this lower entry, Hannah explained as the security door cycled open. Inside the base pillar was a circular space just shy of 3 meters in diameter. The floor was of solidified earth, as were the walls. Ahead was an open closet filled with outdoor gear. To the left was a 1-meter square lift platform that led up into the main sphere portion of the lodge above. To the right was a small elevator booth, which was suspended over a smooth circular hole. Hannah noted my look. That's my elevator and escape tube. It drops vertically 500 meters into the base of the spire. I have a bunker down there 50 meters below the floor of the valley. If we need to use it, just hop in and away we go. I was skeptical. Hopefully, there would be no reason to use the escape shaft. Her next words spoiled that thought. We'll use it later. The tube also provides access down to the surface level into a tunnel that leads to the shore area just above the river. I have my gardens down there, my workshop, and a patio. It's a pleasant place to spend time when I tire of the views from up here. I caught her small smile that said that she had yet to tire of those views. It was a squeeze, but we all fit on the square lift for the ride up to the lodge above. Misty sat tight against the front of Hannah's legs. I stood beside her with Omu in front of me. The android took advantage of the tight space to grind her rear against me. Hannah caught it and snorted. We rose to the main level of the golden sphere. It formed a circular room almost 6 meters across to the clear domed walls. There was a small kitchen island eating area in the center, surrounded by comfortable seating areas near the outer walls. I saw an active, slow cooker emitting steam in the kitchen. The wonderful aroma meant that it probably contained our meal. I also caught the smell of fresh baking bread. In the north quadrant of the main circular space, there was a small, partially closed-off room, which must have been the bathroom. Just above our heads, suspended from the curved underside of the spherical roof, was a 3-meter diameter loft platform. It looked like there would be barely enough room to stand fully upright in the center of the platform. I moved towards the outer edge of the main space so I could see what was up there. I could just make out a bed through the short railing edging the platform. It was the sleeping loft for the lodge. A compact spiral staircase near the bathroom provided access to the loft. Omu, please take John's bag up to the sleeping platform. He can use my bed tonight. I looked around the small space. Hannah caught me looking and understood the reason. I can sleep on the couch. I didn't want to assume. She paused awkwardly. I stepped forward, gave her another hug. She tilted her head up to meet my look, and we kissed. Even though it had been a long, long time, I had shared nearly a decade living with this woman, and there were still feelings. You don't need to sleep on the couch, Hannah. I'd be happy to share, unless it would be too much for you. Hannah had always had some issues with sex, likely from her traumatic experiences after the attack. There had been times she was a banshee and an overeager participant in bed. Other times she was passive or moody. I'd learned to always proceed at her pace and to never assume anything. No, that's fine, John. "I'd be happy to share my bed with you," she replied, her eyes shining just a bit as we both knew what that implied. Misty decided to interrupt our moment. "Woof! Hungry?" We chuckled. My stomach rumbled as I stepped back. Hannah giggled at the noise. "Well, I can smell the lunch you've got cooking." "It smells good," I said in my defense. She bade me sit at the small counter and proceeded to serve us lunch. It was a rich beef stew from the slow cooker with 2 small loaves of fresh hot bread. I asked her where she had gotten the beef, and she explained that a couple were running a tourism ranch over by St. George. She traded a quarter of beef every year or two for her services as a local guide. I also learned that the vegetables in the stew had come from her garden down by the river below. The bread had originated from real wheat flour, which had come from a neighbor's small farm. The entire meal was authentic, with nothing having been replicated. She poured us each a glass of iced tea and we sat and ate. While we did, we chatted like the old friends we were. I learned that she had more recent news of our daughter Larissa than I had. The last I had heard was that she was in Rome on some historical dig. Hannah informed me that Larissa had now moved to Turkey and was busy on a dig near Istanbul. We tried to reach Larissa for a quick video chat, but found that she had already gone to bed for the night. After lunch, Hannah and I went out onto the circular balcony. The views of the surrounding massive stone cliffs and formations were even more impressive outside the lodge. There was a bit of wind, but nothing which made me nervous. We were facing south towards the White Throne feature. Looking down from the railing was to see an almost vertical drop to the river below. The same drop existed from the east and west sides of the spire. It was truly an incredible place to build a lodge. Hannah ended our sightseeing by stating that she needed a nap. It did not take much convincing to talk me into joining her. I let her make all the moves, and soon we made love. I enjoyed the 3 hours of our nap. Hannah even got an hour of actual sleep out of the deal. I admit that I dozed off first, so I assumed that she slept also. When we woke, I had to smile as I heard Misty teaching Omu all of the best dog games down in the main room below. Tug, scratch, fetch, brush, scratch. I guessed at these words as I had turned off the dog's translator function in my implant. This had happened right after Hannah and I had started our nap. The comments the dog was making to Omu about our nap activities had given us both the giggles and were far too distracting. After our nap, Hannah wanted to show me around the rest of her compound. There were still a few hours before sunset, and we were now down by her riverside garden and patio. I had to admit that the elevator tube drop to the surface was a lot of fun. She and I rode together, and I held her tight as the pod was released to free fall over 300 meters to the surface level stopping point. The tube was in full darkness for most of the fall, so I just closed my eyes. After falling for about 6 seconds, the magnetic brakes engaged and brought our pod to a smooth stop at the surface access level. When the pod hatch had opened, I saw we were in a wide rectangular chamber hewn into the solid rock inside the base of the spire. As we exited the pod, I caught her grinning. She admitted that she usually let the drop platform fall in a much more controlled manner. She only let it free fall when she had the rare guest to impress or terrorize. There was an assortment of machinery in the lower chamber. I spotted a basic replicator unit, power receiving and storage modules, storage rooms, and a much larger bathroom than the one above. This one had a soaking tub and a steam shower. The exit from the chamber was through a heavy door that led to the 10-meter-long, gradually descending tunnel. The far end of the tunnel opened to the valley bottom near the river. I expected the valley to be in the shadow of the massive White Throne stone outcropping, just to the south of the river. But this late in the afternoon, the sunlight managed to illuminate the western base of the spire by shining down the long river valley leading off to the southwest. With the late afternoon sun framed by the rock features on each side, the view down the valley was almost as good as the one from her balcony above. Outside, it was mostly quiet and still, with all winds blocked by the massive rock-walled ravine. The only sounds came from the running water of the Virgin River 30 meters away. The flat areas between the cliffs and the river's edge were covered with a good mix of deciduous trees, including aspens and birch. There were plenty of small clearings, each covered with wildflowers and grasses. The fall foliage and flowers added their colors to that of the surrounding cliffs, which were a spectacular mix of dark shadows and blazing, sunlit patches of colored rock. A path led from the tunnel entry and down to the river. Another trail wandered over to a clear space where Hannah had constructed a small outdoor patio. There was a small stone-walled garden shed next to a paved area complete with an outdoor kitchen. Beside the patio was a nice-sized garden guarded by an automated sentry. Hannah walked over to check out her garden while I stood taking in the amazing scenery of this world within a world of down below. "It looks like some varmint has gotten through my pest screen again," she complained as I eventually made my way over to her. "It has been eating the tomatoes." "What pest do you have?" I asked. "It's probably a desert tortoise or a rock squirrel. The former move too slow and are cold-blooded, so the sentry sometimes misses them. The latter are small, fast, and too numerous. Sometimes one sneaks through while the sentry unit is busy chasing off another." There were still dozens of red tomatoes hanging on the vines, so it looked like her losses were minimal. I helped Hannah pick all that were ripe. She summoned a generic quadruped mobile unit from the shed to take most of them back up to her lodge. With the garden chores now done, she led me over to a small patio area which had a long stone seating bench covered with an outdoor cushion. I took a seat. There was a fire pit with logs stacked nearby. Now I understood why she didn't have a fireplace upstairs, as this lower level acted as an extension of her lodge above. With her lifelong love of camping, I could see why she had built it this way. A splash from the river caught my attention. I could see the dark shapes moving just below the slightly silty water surface. They must have been trout beginning to surface feed in the increasing shadows of the late afternoon. Omu and Misty had joined us on the surface after having to wait for their own turn down the lift. The dog took advantage of the android's strong arm by having it throw a ball off towards the clearing by the river. Hannah and I sat watching them play without speaking. Finally, after a dozen fetches, the dog tired and went to get a drink from the river. Soon, both of them joined us on the patio. "Omu, I'd like to speak to John in private. Do you mind waiting here with Misty while I take him to my lower bunker for a short discussion?" she asked. Omu glanced at me first but answered on her own that this would be fine. Hannah rose from her seat, extending her hand out to me as she did. "Come, let's take a little walk so I can tell you why I've asked you here." I let her pull me upright and then followed her back into the tunnel leading into the base of the spire. Once in the huge rock cavern, she led me to a side door. Inside was a compact stairwell that switched back around repeatedly, extending deep into the darkness below. Lights turned on and off at each landing as we descended. I was about to ask how deep we were going when we finally reached the bottom of the stairwell. It was probably the bunker she had mentioned before, as we were now a good 30 meters below the chamber above. At the side of the stairwell was a metal door which reminded me of the bunker doors used in the field bases. I'd used similar doors in my own bunker below my house on Heels in the Sand, but mine was not as thick as this one. I helped her turn a large wheel which opened the door. It was unpowered, which surprised me. Lights came on in the next chamber. I saw that it was a bunker about half the size of the cavern above. Hannah sealed the stairwell door behind us and mentioned that we would ride the lift tube back up when we were finished. I spotted the lift tube access door nearby and wondered for a moment why we had taken the stairs. More lights came on deeper in the bunker as we walked away from the access area. I saw pallets of supplies along one wall and a pair of industrial-looking medical creche units along the other. The boxy units were connected to redundant DET power receivers and ESU-type storage units. One of the creches was open and empty, while the other was closed and still in operation. The open creche is where I normally store this shell, John. My childbearing mid-womb shell is currently stored in the active unit. I like to wear this shell for a month or two every few years just to keep familiar with moving around in it. Before I could ask why, she led the way deeper into the bunker. We came to a small chamber constructed completely of metal. She pulled a chemical light from her pocket, snapped it on, and opened the hatch leading inside the chamber. I saw that the door was ringed with copper or gold contacts, and the walls, floor, and ceiling of the small room were fully metal-lined. It was clearly a Faraday cage of some sort. She pointed and I entered. Before I could worry about being trapped, she followed me in and closed the door behind us. With the door closed, the small chamber became as silent as a tomb. The air was also stuffy, and I realized that there was no air circulation. We were sealed inside. Hannah tossed the chemical light onto the floor and took a seat on the floor near the hatch. Apparently, we were going to have our talk here in this isolated cell. Try and use your implant to reach your AIs, she instructed. Omu? I subvocalized. No answer. Naomi? Still nothing. I can't reach anyone and I'm completely out of contact with any AIs. Why the extreme privacy measures? I asked. She looked up at me. I could see the emotion in her eyes. John, the Global Forum! Some of those stupid bastards are actually considering helping the assemblage. Even more are unsure about what to do and want to study the issue. Study? What's there to study? We need to attack the enemy Ark and we need to do it as soon as possible. What the hell are we going to do? I just stood there looking at her. This Hannah clearly still carried a great deal of hatred for the assemblage. I knew that she had gone through hell when they had first attacked. I also knew that only this clone had had the full memories of that trauma restored after they had been removed from the original Hannah during her biosuspension. But that had happened nearly 2 centuries ago. She should have gotten over it somewhat by now. The woman in front of me was almost in a panic. I slid to the floor and sat beside her. I put one arm around her and pulled her close while my other hand found hers and gave it a squeeze. Hannah, before I tell you that everything will be all right, why are you so upset? I know you suffered greatly, but the attack happened over 1,100 years ago. I don't mean to belittle what you went through, but you've been awake for nearly 2 centuries. That's a lot of time to learn to live with the trauma. Did something happen more recently? She shook her head. I know it's been a long, long time since the attack. There were side effects from having the memories of the trauma restored. They are now forever near the forefront of my thoughts. I can't forget about them or let them fade away. She paused for a moment as if gathering her thoughts. Understand, I don't want to forget them completely. I want to remember. I need to remember so I can act when the time comes. But sometimes I would like to not have the memories consume me as much as they do. She leaned against me and took a deep breath, bowing her head. Did you know that I have to use my augment almost every night just to not have nightmares? To this day, I still need to do that simply to get a good night's sleep. The AIs have offered to try new memory adjustments, but I won't let them. I had not been aware of that. The poor girl. No wonder she had always been twitchy at times. She went on, that's part of why I chose the profession of a midwomb. Bringing new life into the world helps. It gives me something positive to focus on. It reminds me that we are fighting back and growing stronger and more numerous every day. It gave me purpose and hope. I felt the wetness of her tears on my shoulder. I reached up in the dim glow and brushed the hair from her face. I caressed her chin and guided her still bowed face up and towards me. Hannah, I promise that humanity will never cooperate or join with the assemblage. I will never allow it. You have my word. She stared into my soul, trying to discern the truth of my statement. Finally, she relaxed. So it's true. You have full control over all the AIs in the system. I'd suspected it back when we lived together. More recently, I've heard new rumblings and discussions. I decided I owed Hannah the full truth. Yes, I have full control over Naomi, and that AI still is the overall authority over all the other AIs in the system, even any newly created intelligences, I explained. And you promise to keep resisting the assemblage? She asked again. Yes, I'd already decided. I intend to see the assemblage arc destroyed well before it reaches our solar system. I will ensure that this happens regardless of how humanity votes in the next global forum. Also, I won't allow them to keep delaying a decision until it's too late to act. You would go against the will of the forum if they voted to not attack? She asked. If it came to that, yes, I would. I hope to ensure they vote the way I want, though. Naomi will help me use the AIs to sway public opinion if we need to. Hell, your surprise testimony at the Global Forum has already laid the groundwork for convincing everyone to vote the way we want already. I felt her relax. After a long moment of silence, she continued, I knew I could count on you. Thank you, John. I'm so relieved. Just out of curiosity, what would you have done if I wasn't able to stop humanity from allying with the assemblage? Well, my first plan would have been to beg, borrow, or steal my way into a spot on the crew of the Gambito before it leaves on its interstellar mission. I'd leave the system behind and help protect the new one we'd eventually colonize. Fuck these idiots left behind who chose to vote so stupidly. I chuckled. She wasn't finished. If the plan to flee to Groombridge 1618 aboard Gambito had not happened, then I planned to use this bunker to fight back against the assemblage when they eventually arrived. I'd wait out the enemy Arcs' passage and then fight to restore human control to this world once the Ark was too far away to do anything about it. I nodded as I could see her just doing that. I was impressed by her determination and resolve. Is that all you wanted to discuss? I asked. That was the main reason. The second part is that I want to ask you a favor. She paused until I gestured for her to go ahead and ask. You wondered about my current shell. Well, this is my survival and combat shell. Over a century ago, as soon as I had saved enough scut to be able to afford it, I had it custom grown. I've kept it here in suspension ever since, except for my periodic practice sessions. My plan was that when the assemblage finally arrived, I'd need it to fight. I also have a few hundred frozen embryos stored down here. I plan to use my mid-womb shell to regrow humanity if it came about that I was the sole human survivor. There are enough supplies down here to hold out for decades if need be. It was sort of my plan of last resort. She paused again. I waited her out. I guess my favor is this. I won't need that plan if we attack and destroy the Ark first. What I want, if you can arrange it, is to use this shell to go along when we attack and destroy the assemblage Ark. I sat there stunned. This was no small request. I had no idea how or when we would be attacking the enemy Ark, or even if there would be a direct attack. Now this woman wanted me to promise that she could join in on it if it happened. I had to respect her determination. I'm not sure if I can arrange that, Hannah. I held up my hands to forestall her as she looked about to argue. Look, I don't have any idea yet how the attacks will happen. I don't even know if the planning has even been started. She did not answer as she thought about what I said. Why are you so determined to go along? I finally asked. I want to see the assemblage Ark dead and destroyed with my own eyes, John. I want to know beyond all doubt that they are no longer a threat. And I want to know that no other worlds will be sterilized like the Earth nearly was. Her raw determination made me reconsider my own plans for the assemblage. Sure, I hated what they had done to our world, and I wanted to see their threat gone just like Hannah did. But I did not quite have the same visceral hatred to see the deed done for myself as she did. I hated them, but certainly not enough to plan direct vengeance. I'd been too passive on that front. Hell, even my own son Alec had gone much further than I had so far. He'd stepped up to man the post, so to speak, with his work building, equipping, and launching the Vexodus. Although that mission was less of a direct attack and more of one of vengeance, he'd sent modified versions of himself off towards Alpha Centauri to establish a military redoubt. It was still far more proactive than anything I'd done. I wondered for a moment if I came face to face with our enemy, would I still be willing to pull the trigger? It then dawned on me that my intended plan to proceed with the attack to destroy the assemblage Ark preemptively, regardless of what the rest of humanity decided, was just as cold-blooded as pulling the trigger. I thought about it for a long time. Finally, I spoke. I promise you that I will do my best to allow you to go. She didn't thank me verbally, but she did tighten our hug for a moment. Then she stood and helped pull me to my feet. As we waited for the hatch's dogs to unlatch, I noticed that there was a secondary metallic mesh lining the interior of the chamber. Hannah had taken no chances that our talk would be overheard by anything electronic. John, I have been unable to contact your implant for the past 9 minutes. Are you okay? Speak of the devil. I'm fine, Omu, I sub-vocalized back. We are on our way back to the surface now. Hannah, why did you not want our talk overheard by Omu or any other AI? I asked as we walked towards the lift tube. She looked at me with a bit of embarrassment. I don't completely trust them, John. Even after all these years, I remember how the field-based AI had messed with me when I had stumbled upon its base. When I had had my memories restored, I learned details about everything which it had done to me. Did you know I'd been pregnant when I had been placed in biosuspension? She took my sudden surprise expression as a negative and went on. I had been carrying a 2-month-old fetus. Its father had been the man who had killed my family and kept me as his rape slave in a hole in the ground for months after the first attack. After I had found shelter in the enemy base, the agent AI had destroyed the fetus when it erased most of my memories. Its reasoning had been that the baby would have been born with defects and that it had wanted to spare me the additional burden and trauma. She stopped walking and turned to face me, taking my hands in hers. John, understand that I am not completely unhappy with what the machine did to me back then, and I understand its logic. But it made those decisions based upon logic alone. My beliefs and wishes had nothing to do with it. Shit, it could have fixed any defects in the baby in my womb. She took a deep breath, trying to regain control. They are machines, and we are flawed humans. I know this. They have now been programmed to obey and protect, but they are not human. She stopped at that point and just shrugged, struggling to find the words to describe her feelings. Eventually, she shook her head and we returned to walking to the lift. All I could think of was what had happened to me 10 years ago in that cave in China. The day that Naomi had ignored my instructions to save the lives of 2 dying children instead of my own. I knew exactly what Hannah was feeling. She had learned the same lesson I had. In that way, we were kindred spirits. That night, we prepared and ate supper using Hannah's outdoor kitchen and patio. The main course was baked, freshly caught trout. Hannah had instructed me to use the fishing gear stored in her garden shed to go catch something for supper. She had smiled when I had expressed my doubts that I could do so in the limited daylight remaining. I soon learned why. The slightly silty waters were absolutely teeming with hungry trout. I was using a vibrating spinner because of the lack of water clarity, and soon had caught 2 40-centimeter fish, a rainbow and a brown trout. Their abundant numbers combined with the cloudy water made catching them easy, as I didn't even have to hide from their view. After catching the second, I immediately gutted them at the river's edge and was soon back at the patio. Hannah gave me the task of baking the fish, as she was busy preparing a late-season garden salad of diced onions with sliced tomatoes and cucumbers. I was an old hand at cooking over an open fire and prepared the trout with butter, onions, lemon, and pepper. They were sealed in foil packets and tossed onto the spread-out coals to bake. For dessert, I prepared campfire muffins. This was simply muffin batter placed into empty orange peels. I made a drizzle glaze with the orange juice. 10 minutes before dessert time, all I had to do was place the foil-covered oranges onto the coals to bake. Once they were done, I'd carefully open the peels and drizzle the glaze on top. The meal was delicious, and the setting of the outdoor patio, lit by lanterns and a ring of torches, was magical. We finished cleaning up the mess just as full darkness set in. I stoked up the cook pit fire with an armload's worth of dry, split hardwood, and soon had a roaring bonfire going, which allowed us to turn off the electric lanterns. The firelight reflecting off the massive stone slabs all around us was an amazing scene. Hannah dug out a jug of her homemade wine from the garden shed where it had been aging, and we passed it back and forth. The sweet ambrosia packed a punch, and soon both of us were flushed and tipsy. She started to sing campfire songs and soon had me accompanying her. Soon we were dancing around and laughing as we sang. Our 100-meter-tall shadows formed a moving backdrop, while the sounds echoing off the stone walls made a choir of our duet. We tried to get Omu to join us, but she refused. Later, after we had sung and danced ourselves nearly sober, the android did entertain us by reading ancient, pre-reset poetry. I quickly realized that her selections were all related to camping and the outdoors. The final verse was a simple 4-line poem by Ralph Waldo Emerson. Teach me your mood, O patient stars indeed. An hour before midnight, we rode the lift back up to her spire-top lodge. Ohmu agreed to stay behind and douse the embers of the bonfire. Misty stayed with the android to oversee the work. We discussed camping in a tent down by the river, but I'd chosen Hannah's high loft after she had described the sunrises we could expect to see from that lofty perch. After we showered in her tiny bathroom, individually, we made our way up to her loft bed. Omu and Misty had made it back up to the lodge by then, and the dog was now lying at the foot of Hannah's bed. I had to laugh when 5 minutes after commencing our foreplay, We were interrupted by the dog loudly humping his stuffed toy and growling. "Is he jealous of me being here?" I whispered to Hannah. "Probably. I'll take care of it." She then said more loudly, "Misty, hump!" I looked down to see the dog suddenly stiffen up and freeze. After a few seconds, it relaxed and slumped down, falling to sleep almost instantly. "What did you do?" I asked Hannah. Giggling at my worried look, she said, "He lives here alone and never gets any relief for his male doggy urges, so I downloaded a compressed virtual routine into his augment. It runs at an accelerated 20-to-1 time ratio and is basically a simulated canine mating program. He's just tuckered himself out after having simulated doggy sex with a hot virtual bitch." Huh, imagine that. I wondered if I could find something like that to download into Ticklefin's augment back at heels. A half hour later, Hannah had tired me out and I joined the dog in satisfied slumber. The real thing was better than simulated any day. I stayed with Hannah for a few more days. We hiked the old trail routes of the national park and saw some impressive natural wonders. Some of the narrow ravines were only a few meters wide, yet had rock walls extending up each side over 100 meters above our heads. We also got wet a lot in the cold streams and creeks running through the bottoms of the formations as the footing was often slippery. Luckily, even though summer was almost gone, the days were still hot and the occasional dunking was a welcome relief. One day we even took our hopper on a 3-hour picnic, flying south the 140 kilometers to the Grand Canyon. I'd seen that natural wonder once before the reset and once after, and it had been spectacular both times. Aside from a few new craters and rockfalls, it looked much the same as before the attack. In fact, the only real difference between the Grand Canyon of 1100 years ago and that of today was that there were now over 200 isolation lodges visible, scattered along the canyon's length. Being able to build a fully self-sufficient, modern dwelling practically anywhere, without the need for roads or utilities, had made it trivial for modern humans to construct their isolation lodges there. I suspected the main reason why it was such a popular place now was that it had always been so famous and well photographed. After all, it was still one of the grandest canyons on the planet, and it wasn't like the lodges were built on top of each other. The area was large enough that none of the isolation lodges had been constructed any closer than a dozen kilometers from each other. But with the wide and grand vistas, one could almost always spot the glint of a man-made structure, no matter where you viewed the canyon from. To each their own. I'll stick with my solitary island. The final day of my visit arrived. It was a Wednesday, and I planned to have Hannah drop me off at the field-based landing pad just after supper time. I'd then take the electrojet back to my island in the Indian Ocean and arrive at 10 the next morning local time. As before, I planned to sleep during the flight with the aid of my implant and arrive fully rested. It was mid-morning, and we were down at the bottom of her spire enjoying the outdoors. Hannah was pulling up the finished tomato plants and amending the soil with manufactured compost. I was wading up and down the river fishing. I was using barbless hooks as I was just hassling the trout for the fun of it. We'd eaten trout twice while I was here, and it would be a while before I craved them again. Omu and Misty were playing on the banks while keeping near me in case I caught something interesting or slipped in the water. It wasn't to save me. Well, Omu probably would have. No, it was that the dog thought it was hilarious whenever I slipped on a mossy rock and drenched myself. I'd turned Misty's translator back on earlier in the morning. After the first time I slipped and fell, I heard the translated dog speak, "Man fall. Bark, bark, ha 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 ha, funny. Bark, 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 clumsy man." I'd ended up laughing along with the dog as I sat there in the cold water. Omu had eventually wandered over to see if I had hurt myself. Misty was a riot. I'd have to consider getting myself a dog again. I wonder if Omu would be jealous. I'd had another strike and was reeling in a decent-sized fish when my implant buzzed. It was an incoming message request from Ux. I didn't want to deal with a 3-second delayed communication while I was fishing, so I sent a voice message back saying that I was busy and would call her back in 5 minutes. After releasing the trout, I hiked back to Hannah's patio with Misty and Omu following me. The dog went to check on his master working in the garden, while Omu and I took a seat on the stone bench in the patio. I sent a message back to my former partner saying I was now available to talk. I predicted she was calling to say goodbye because she was finally relocating to Mars. Instead of a full virtual call, Uggs answered via voice channel only. John, I tried to reach you at your island. Are you traveling? Yes, I'm visiting Hannah Venezia at her isolation lodge in Old Utah. I'll be back on my island tomorrow. I take it that you are still at the lunar L2 space station. The nearly 10-second delay before her response confirmed it before her actual answer. Yes, I'm going to be leaving for Mars soon and wanted to touch base with you before I left. Your trace shows you're outside right now. If you are, send me your exact full precision global coordinates. I found the section of my implants menu which tracked my physical location and forwarded my geographic coordinates to Uxa. What was she up to? Was she going to order me an airdrop of flowers or something? After a quarter-minute delay, she responded, Okay, I have the area in view on live satellite. Wow, that's one deep ravine. The surrounding cliffs are blocking a direct view of your exact location. I see that Omu's transponder shows near you, but I can't quite see her either. I will have the android send me a full three-dimensional scan of your immediate surroundings. A few moments later, Omu stood up and slowly rotated in a circle, imaging our full surroundings. When she finished, there was another short delay as the scans were transmitted up to the far side of the moon. Okay, that works. Both of you stay where you are and don't move. I'll contact you shortly, she said before cutting the voice communication. What the hell? I said out loud. What is it, John? Hannah said from her garden. She had stopped pulling dying tomato plants and was watching me with concern. Ux and I were talking and then she hung up on me suddenly without any explanation. She said she'd call back soon though, I replied. Just then there were three distinct pops. The surrounding rock formations caused the sounds to echo, so I was not sure where the noises had come from. I followed Omu's sudden gesture as she pointed. Hovering over near the river at about 10 meters altitude was a small chrome-like donut. Was it a drone? A tiny instrument probe was extending out from the center of the donut. The tip of it was lit up with a red and green flashing illuminator. The donut-shaped object was moving at about a meter per second. We watched as the strange object stopped and then started again. Twice it jerked suddenly, quickly shifting many meters each time until it was back near its original hovering position. It was still drifting, but now much more slowly. Omu quickly spotted two more hovering reflective donuts. These were somewhat behind us and off to our sides. They were also drifting slowly about, but as we watched, also became more stable. It occurred to me that the three formed a rough triangle surrounding our location on the patio. Hannah noticed our gaze and spotted the small objects. "What the hell are those?" she exclaimed. "I suspect they are something Ux sent here," I replied. A few seconds later, there was a much louder pop. I felt the air displacement that accompanied the noise this time. About 5 meters in front of us, a much larger chrome donut had appeared. This one was nearly 2 meters across and was floating about the same height above the patio's stone pavers. It was also tilted at least 30 degrees to the horizon. I noticed a dark shimmering across the donut's opening. I knew what this was. It was a wormhole. "Is that a wormhole?" I heard Hannah shout. I did not answer because I was too caught up in studying the just-formed wormhole. It was big, much bigger than the one I had observed back at Ux's laboratory on the asteroid Vesta 2 years ago. It was also large enough that I could see that the outer part of its reflective surface was not a distinct edge. It was actually a slightly shimmering field, and I could just make out where the perfect reflection stopped and the flickering boundary effects began. The new wormhole was slowly drifting across the patio like the three smaller ones had. I realized they were all drifting in sync. It was also having trouble maintaining a fixed height over the pavers. First, they all slowly dropped. A meter before touching the patio's surface, they shifted quickly back upwards 4 meters. They then slowly lowered back down to about 2 meters above the ground, where they seemed to stabilize. The larger wormhole also managed to keep about 5 meters away from Omu and I, although we had both stepped back a few meters on our own when it had seemed to drift towards us. As it hovered, it also rotated so that it was no longer tilted compared to the patio surface. Over the next few seconds, its movement slowed and it became fixed in relation to the ground, suspended above the patio over one point. I was about to place a new call to Ukes to find out what the hell was going on when a 1-meter diameter metallic cylinder began extruding quickly out of the bottom of the wormhole. As it elongated, lowering towards the patio, I saw that the cylinder's sides had transparent windows, and inside was the body of a woman. 2 seconds later, her head was fully exposed, and I saw a grinning Ukes looking back at me. The complete cylinder was now exposed below the hovering wormhole opening. I looked up and saw that it was suspended by a thick segmented umbilical which extended back into the aperture. The flexible, mechanical arm was compensating for the still slightly drifting wormhole's motion and was holding Ukse stationary over one point on the stones below. Once the cylinder touched the patio surface, a side hatch quickly rotated open. Out stepped the still grinning Ux. Once she was clear and standing free, the hatch closed behind her, and the umbilical quickly pulled the transport cylinder back up into the wormhole. There was another loud pop, and the wormhole vanished. The 3 smaller wormholes also evaporated with their own quieter pops. I recovered from my surprise enough to stand. Ux looked around and took a deep breath. Oh, fresh air! I've never gone from canned station air to the real thing so quickly. Oh, John, this is a lovely place. I can see why Hannah built her isolation lodge here. Ux, what the hell are you doing here? I said, still stunned at what I had just witnessed. She laughed. Surprise! As you can see, we've recently had a few breakthroughs in our wormhole research efforts. I thought I would beam myself down to give you a personal demonstration. I just shook my head, smiling. Ux had loved the old Star Trek series when I had first watched them with her 180 years ago. She had remembered that show's transporter and had now managed to build one of her own. I then turned and signaled to the stunned Hannah that it was safe to approach. After I'd introduced Ux to Hannah, we'd ridden the lift up to the spire-top lodge and were now sitting out on the exterior balcony, taking in the view over coffee. I'd reintroduced them because I knew that despite their previously having met, they were both now in new shells. That, plus the fact that so much time had passed since their paths had last crossed, meant that it was prudent to do so. Ux had wanted to see the views from Hannah's lodge atop the spire, so we held off on her explanation on how and why she had arrived until we arrived up here. Now that we were seated and enjoying our coffee, she began her explanation. Well, you're probably aware that we've been making steady progress on the 4 major obstacles of wormhole technology. A month ago, we made 2 breakthroughs almost simultaneously, which have allowed us to progress much faster. A week ago, we concluded fully testing both breakthroughs and deemed them safe enough to begin using wormhole technology to transport humans, she explained. Why wasn't this included in your testimony to the Global Forum 13 days ago? I asked. We run up against many dead ends in our research and often have to backtrack. This means that we usually delay announcing any new breakthroughs until at least a month or 2 has passes. We do this to keep from giving false hopes or to cause panic over major setbacks. I nodded as she paused and turned to Hannah. Hannah, I know John is familiar with the 4 major issues we've faced developing wormhole technology. But what about you? Would you like me to go over the basics? Would you please? Hannah replied. Okay. The first issue was enlarging the original small size of the wormhole opening. When I discovered how to create wormholes, I could only make them about 30 centimeters across. This was far too small to be practical or to transport a human being. A big part of our research has been on how to increase the size of the wormhole aperture. The second issue was the relatively short distance between the wormhole's creation point and its terminus. Until recently, this maxed out at a bit over 1,000 kilometers. We need this to be much, much further. The third major problem was the high amount of energy it took to hold open the wormhole once it was created. We couldn't hold them open and stable for very long due to those energy constraints. Finally, the last major issue we needed to solve was overcoming the problem of spatial momentum. This problem manifested on my original wormholes by causing the terminus point of the wormhole to move through space with the same vector and momentum as the generation point. She paused a moment. Her face took on the blank look that meant she was accessing her implant. I'm sending you the detailed beginner's tutorial virtual. If you really want to truly understand the issues, run the tutorial. It runs at a 30-to-1 time ratio, so it will only take a few minutes real time to process. Hannah thanked Ux and said that she would do so right away, and shortly her shell took on the distant look of someone off in virtual. While Hannah was running the virtual, Ux and I chatted and just enjoyed the view. I told her about the old national park that had existed here before the reset and pointed out a few of the better-known landmarks. I was surprised that even though it had been well over 150 years, she remembered the area in detail. I also told Ux why Hannah had wanted me to visit. I finished with the part about Hannah begging me to be allowed to join the attack on the assemblage arc. "There is still a long way to go before we are ready to plan any attacks, John," Ux said. I raised my hands. "I know." It also surprised me. I told her that I'd do what I could. "Although with the progress we are making, it's probably not too soon to begin planning such things with Praxia," Ux admitted. We were silent a moment as we thought. Finally, Ux asked what was probably on both of our minds. "Have you spoken of this with Alec?" I shook my head. "It's been a long time since the departure of Vexatus. He no longer suffers melancholy over the circumstances of its departure, John. He will want to be involved," Ux said. I slowly nodded. Ux was right. It had been 27 years, and our son would once again want to be involved. Also, as much as I hated to admit it, he was also eminently qualified. "When it's time, I'll contact him," I conceded. Hannah's virtual tutorial finished, and she rejoined us in the present, turning our attention back to present matters. "Interesting," was her only comment. Ux resumed her explanation. "As you can see, the wormhole that brought me here was over 2 meters in diameter. Previously, they were limited to about 1/2 of a meter. We've made good progress on increasing the tunnel diameter and have even tested a 10-meter wormhole recently. Would we even be able to understand how you solved these issues?" I interrupted. Ux thought for a moment and then smirked slightly. "I think I can simplify it enough. The basic answer to the size problem is that we figured out how to create a wormhole inside a wormhole. The two repel each other, with the inner being mostly incompressible, which forces the outer to grow larger. We can continue enlarging the outer shells by creating additional inner wormholes. Once the outermost is the size we need, we stabilize it and collapse the inner wormholes." That sounded simple enough. I looked at Hannah and we both nodded for Ux to continue. "The distance issue between wormhole creation and terminus points has been partially solved. We have now increased the previous maximum by many orders of magnitude. Currently, the record distance between the creation and terminus points is over 12 astronomical units. But we have plans in the works that should increase the range to at least 6 light-years distance." I looked at Hannah, who was as impressed with that revelation as I was. I saw the gleam in her eye that indicated that she also understood that distance meant we could soon reach the approaching assemblage arc. Uxie went on. "Basically, we've determined how to inject a resonance into the primordial cosmic string pathways we use to form the wormholes. These resonances are recursive and self-reinforcing and allow the terminus point to bounce many multiples of the base length of the original wormhole. Currently, we've constructed the machinery to cause 5 overlapping resonance waves, which more than double the wormhole distance for each wave. To get a wormhole to where the assemblage arc currently is located would take 11 overlapping resonance waves. Building the hardware needed to produce so many synchronized waves is currently estimated to take 2 to 4 years. But the key takeaway is that we should be able to do it. The simulations have been successful." I shook my head, amazed at the news. Ux went on. "The energy requirements to keep the wormholes open are still enormous, but we are steadily making progress on reducing that. Coincidentally, when we started to cause the vestigial cosmic string pathways to resonate to increase the distance between points, the energy usage needed to keep the wormholes stable sometimes also decreased. This pointed our research in a direction that eventually found that supplying the energy with just the right frequency reduced the power required to maintain the stable interface. We have a few working theories that are promising, and we expect the power required to continue to trend downward." She paused a moment to see if we had any questions. Hannah nodded for her to continue. "Finally, we come to the last major issue, which is how to alter the spatial momentum of the wormhole terminus as compared to that of its creation point," Ux said. Hannah interrupted. "If you really just dropped into my canyon from beyond the far side of the moon, I assume you've solved that issue. The second Earth-Moon Lagrange point has to be moving through space quite a bit faster than the surface of the Earth. Ux smiled, pleased that at least one of us was smart enough to realize the obvious. That is correct, Hannah. We've not exactly solved the problem. It's more correct to say that we've developed hardware which can compensate for it. Let me transmit two images into your overlays, which will help illustrate how we can now compensate for the differences in momentum. A message appeared in my implant menu which contained the image files. The first opened into my Smart Iris overlay and showed a simplified schematic of a basic toroidal wormhole generator, similar to the one I had witnessed in operation back on Vesta. This is a standard wormhole formation coil. It is basically a toroidal particle accelerator. The difference from the simple particle accelerators of the past is that these coils accelerate particles of exotic matter. Spinning the particles fast enough stimulate the vestigial cosmic string pathways into producing a transversal wormhole. The energy levels of the particles determine the distance between the creation point of the wormhole and its terminus. As you know, the wormholes created with the standard generators are spatially locked. Any spatial momentum existing at the location of the wormhole creation point is duplicated at its terminus point. Thus, a standard wormhole created at the OL2 point and targeted upon the Earth's surface would have a terminus that would be moving at L2 speeds, or about 4,271 kilometers per hour, as compared to the Earth's surface. Much too fast to be of much use, except perhaps as a weapon. I considered that and shuddered. I had never imagined what would happen if a wormhole point passed through a target at a high rate of speed. It would likely tear it apart, or blow up the wormhole machinery. Eeks noted my expression. We've tested it. It's a hell of a one-shot, but the feedback explosion is substantial. The second image opened in my overlay. Now the standard wormhole torus was augmented by a dozen additional toroidal-shaped coils. The additional coils were mounted at right angles to the first and equally spaced around its circumference. The resulting object looked like a choke coil, a conducting ring wrapped in turn by smaller rings of continuous wire used in old electronics. Moving arrows appeared on the diagram showing these new coils were also accelerators. The direction of rotation was aligned across them all. It was like they were forcing or pumping something through the main coil's aperture. In the new image, you can see that we've added spatial distortion coils around the main wormhole coil. In these new coils, more exotic matter is accelerated. The frame-dragging effects of the near-light speed rotating exotic matter saturate into the wormhole and distort the cosmic string pathways. This in effect constantly shifts, stretches, or compresses really, the wormhole terminus point in correlation to the input of the frame-dragging toroids. Basically, when we insert distortion energy into the wormhole, the terminus point is shifted at whatever speed and direction we wish. Note, the direction of this distortion is dependent upon the initial orientation of the coils, so we need to actively rotate and orientate the entire wormhole formation assembly to match the spatial direction vector of the desired terminus point for that wormhole. The images in our overlay now demonstrated this. The weird entwined coil assembly rotated around gimbals and activated. Nearby, a wormhole terminus point appeared. This point was moving at the same speed and along the same vector as the machine was currently orientated. I was impressed. Calculating the proper orientation and speed must have been incredibly complicated. I needed to verify what I was seeing. So if I understand this correctly, the wormhole machine you used to get here from the L2 point beyond the moon had to be orientated to match the exact current spatial movement and direction of this point of the Earth's surface. The machine's distortion coils then had to be spun up to just the right speed to compensate for the difference in velocity between the L2 creation point and the terminus here? You are essentially correct, John. The generator I used to get here was orientated and energized to precisely counteract the 4,271 kilometers per hour difference in spatial movement between those 2 points. She paused as we absorbed that. So that's why there were first the 3 smaller wormholes, and that's why they shifted around for a few seconds before you appeared. They were tracking in real time the adjustments the wormhole machinery was making back at the L2 point. Fine-tuning the machinery and getting the 2 points to properly align, I exclaimed. That's exactly right, John. We were able to do the initial calculations based upon your transmitted geographic markers. The three triangulation probes were used to fine-tune the local gravity distortions, so the larger transport wormhole terminus did not intersect with the surface, or you and Omu when it first formed. That would have been bad, Ux said. No shit! I can only imagine the processing power needed to make the adjustments. Also, the power needed to maintain the wormhole and shift its terminus over 4,000 kilometers per hour constantly, I said. It gets worse. To transfer mass through the wormhole requires even more energy. In fact, it's more than the energy needed to accelerate the mass to the required velocity differences in the first place. When I was relocated to here, the distortion coils provided over 211 megajoules of continuous energy input to compensate for the differing inertias. If it hadn't, I would have been reduced to a spray of elementary particles spread across the vector between here and the far side of the moon. I was not sure of how much power 200 megajoules was. I decided to ask Omu privately. Is that a lot of energy? I subvocalized. It is comparable to an average-sized lightning bolt, John, although Ux's needs are constant and not spent in one instant. Our current energy production methods can easily supply quantities in those amounts. Good, I thought. Hannah was also thinking about what Uxa had just said. Ixe, if we are to attack the enemy arc directly, it will take a whole lot more energy to compensate for a 7% of light speed difference, right? She asked. Ux nodded. Yes, Hannah. To stretch a wormhole to match the current speed of the assemblage will require an enormous amount of energy. To give an example, let's assume we send a very small device of only 1 ton. To match the arc's spatial momentum would require distortion effects with a constant energy input of 2. 53 plus 17 joules, or roughly 254 trillion megajoules. This is equal to a constant energy input of 1.58 x 1029 electron volts, or roughly 60 megatons of TNT equivalent constant output. Wow, I was barely able to grasp the power of a 60 megaton bomb going off, and that was an instant release. If I was to understand Yuxa correctly, she meant that the incredible power levels would need to be supplied and sustained for the entire duration in which the wormhole was active and transferring its cargo of the 1-ton warhead. How the hell could we generate such power? We currently lack the means to generate such vast amounts of continuous energy output, although we are working on it. One promising potential solution is a series of massive atomic dynamos. These would basically be magnetoplasma, dynamic direct-coupled generators powered by the high-velocity exhaust of many contained fission chain reactions. She caught our glazed look. Think of a whole bunch of our current torch spaceships being used to power a big generator. Again, we are at least a year away from having a working prototype, she concluded. We had more questions, which Ux did her best to answer. As our talks wound down, Ux agreed to keep us in touch with her progress. She reminded us that the wormhole technology now allowed nearly instant travel to Mars. Smaller wormholes would also work to relay data and comms, so no more 6 to 46-minute round-trip signal delays. We would be able to keep in touch more easily and possibly even meet face-to-face despite the distance. This would likely improve the closer we came to being able to act offensively against the enemy. An hour later, and it was time for Ux to go. We shared a long hug and watched her move away from the lodge to meet her wormhole. Hannah and I stood on the upper balcony, while Ux stood on the hopper's vacated landing pad. The hopper was currently off hovering on autopilot 1,000 meters away to free up the space. Like had happened earlier, first, the 3 smaller targeting wormholes appeared. These floated in a wide pattern a few dozen meters over the platform, triangulating Ux's precise coordinates. Next, the larger transport wormhole appeared. I saw that this wormhole was far more stable than the previous one had been. The controlling AIs were learning quickly. The wormhole terminus lowered to a few meters above the platform, and the transport cylinder was sent through. Ux stepped inside as soon as the hatch was open. She turned and gave us a quick wave as the cylinder began rising back into the wormhole. I shook my head amazed at the realization that the moment the cylinder disappeared from our view, Ux was already at the L2 Lagrange point beyond the moon. 5 seconds later, I heard Yuxi's voice over the open communications channel reporting that she was safely back on board the lunar station. Hannah and I just acknowledged her message, both of us still slightly stunned at what we had just witnessed. What an amazing way to travel. It was so new that it had to be risky, despite Uxie saying they had tested it thoroughly. I wasn't sure if I was brave enough to try it if Uxie had offered. She had said that she wished she could transport Omu and me back to my island, but that they did not have the power reserves to do so quickly. It took 2 hours to recharge the machinery for each leg of the trip. I would need 2 trips, with the first being to the moon and the second back to my island. Omu would require the same. That equaled 8 hours, which was longer than the jet flight. The jet was already waiting over at the base landing field, so we stuck with our original plan. Hannah must have noticed my apprehensive look as she said, "The thought of it scares the shit out of me also. Just think, someday soon we might be able to step into something like that and be transported instantly over 8 light years to the enemy arc." I remained silent. It was clear that despite her apprehension of the new tech, she'd use it in an instant if it meant that the enemy would be neutralized. Maybe we needed more of her kind of determination in this new complacent world. Heels in the Sand Island, Seychelles Archipelago, Earth. Saturday, November 14th, 3115, 14 months later. Tonight's ongoing entertainment seemed to be well attended, and everyone seemed to be having a good time. I was not in attendance myself, but was acting as a voyeur, observing the distant action from the darkness of my main lodge's rooftop patio. The lodge's lofty perch on top of the 70-meter-tall rock outcropping gave me a near-perfect view of the party going on at the northern beach gathering area below. It was 2 hours after sunset, and an almost full moon was just beginning to rise over the waters off the island's eastern horizon. I was alone on my patio, and I was also drinking, although the low alcohol content of the fruity cocktail I was currently imbibing made that of little concern. My voyeurism of the partygoers below was enabled by the magnification function built into my smart irises. Their dancing and gyrating movements were mesmerizing in the flickering light of the torches and the strobing stage effect lasers, the lasers highlighting the wild, fluorescing pigments most of the attendees were wearing. The 24-strong crowd was moving to the beat of music performed by an actual live band. Well, live if you disregarded the fact that the only living human was the lead singer. The woman had such a great voice that it was easy to ignore the 4 human-looking mobile musical performer robots, not true androids I had learned, which accompanied her. The songs they performed were a blend of rediscovered classics combined with a modern take of something synthetic and pulsing. I was enjoying the music as a throbbing beat could easily be heard and felt all the way up here. The crowd on the beach was certainly enjoying the music, and I zoomed in to follow individual dancers as they demonstrated their best moves. Most of the dancers had the athletic, naturally fit bodies of the recently reshelled. I was unsure of their actual ages, as I had not seen the bio list for this week's guest. They were typically older humans, as the truly young were often engrossed in their first professions or pursuits, and had not yet felt the need for the type of extended vacations which my island offered. After watching the partygoers for another quarter hour, I was able to determine the best dancers and remember them by their unique dye patterns on their nude shells. I also saw pairings and small groups form as the dancers got to know one another better. Occasionally, these groupings would drift to the fringes of the dance floor to chat or imbibe. Some would then continue off to one of the nearby small cottages to take things more private and horizontal. Suddenly, my dark patio was illuminated by a white glare coming from the southern horizon. I turned around just in time to see another flash illuminate the ocean off in that direction. As more flashes came every few seconds, I realized that I was watching another Orion-type booster taking its shipment of ore or other heavy cargo to orbit. From the bearing of the flashes, the rocket would have just taken off from Madagascar. The fusion pulses would continue for almost another 6 minutes as the craft climbed eastward and accelerated to orbital speed. The launching track was over 1,000 kilometers away, which meant I'd be able to see the actual fusion detonations in about 3 minutes, when the launcher reached about 100 kilometers of altitude. Sure enough, just shy of 3 minutes later, I saw the actual distant flashbulb-like bursts of light. They were far enough away that my smart irises did not have to dim much to filter the harsh brightness, but I still looked away. The partygoers below were shielded from the direct view of the launch by the island's higher hills, and this, plus the band's brilliant lighting effects, made it unlikely that they would notice the ongoing launch. I shaded my eyes and watched the orbital launcher for another minute, until it went too far over the southeastern horizon. I sighed at the thought of another successful launch. Over the past year, I'd observed a number of them. We were now in full war mode, after all, a fact that too many humans remained unaware of. But those of us that mattered understood how important these launches were. The launches were the result of our terrestrial minds and manufactories operating at maximum output again, constructing and refining items we needed for the wormhole project in the attack to follow. Electronic hardware, superconducting alloys, power generation and storage equipment, all manner of fuels from the mundane to the exotic, all being produced and stockpiled as fast as our infrastructure allowed. Now that the horizons were again dark after the launch, I returned to my voyeuristic spying on the ongoing party. Towards the back of the dancing throng and standing on a small, raised control console, a human and an android were overseeing the entertainment. I smiled as I watched the busy pair. It was my longtime android companion, Omu, and my great-granddaughter, Serenity LB. I'd hired Serenity 7 months ago to act as the resident manager and chief entertainment director for my fledgling island resort. She had learned quickly on the job, and I'd noticed a steady improvement in both the entertainment options available on the island and the positive feedback from my guests. Serenity was young, and this was her first real job, but she was eager, motivated, and willing to learn. Even better was that she seemed to be having the time of her young life despite the responsibility I'd heaped upon her. A third person approached Omu and Serenity. She, I could tell her gender from the nice pair of fluorescent painted breasts glowing in the torchlight, began conversing with both of them. After a moment, I saw Omu turn and look up to where I was standing on the dark balcony. The android pointed directly to my location, and I saw the two humans look up to my hidden perch as well. The group then returned to their conversation. It must have been amusing as the two women in the group began laughing. After speaking for another minute, the painted woman left Omu and Serenity. I followed her progress as she left the party area and headed towards the lower terminus of the shuttle tube leading up to my lodge. Apparently, I would soon be receiving a visitor. I was not too concerned as Omu would never have allowed someone dangerous to visit me. 5 minutes later, I heard someone ascending the spiraling stairs leading to the great room below. The stairwell and patio flooring brightened slightly, providing a glowing path for my new guest to follow. "Hello, anyone up here?" my unknown guest said. I knew that voice. It was my touch therapist friend, Angelina Pelbarasa. "Angie, I didn't know that you were on the island," I replied as I stepped forward to greet my friend. We embraced, and our long hug turned into a kiss, which soon grew passionate. Finally, we broke apart, both of us smiling at one another. She laughed as some of her glowing pigment had transferred to my bare chest and shorts. I looked down and laughed with her. I now had swirls on my abdomen which mirrored her breasts. "Not that I am not happy to see you, Angie, but what are you doing here?" "Serenity hired me, John. I'm part of this week's entertainment package for your guests. I start work tomorrow, though, as I'm taking tonight off. Everyone who arrived today will be busy getting drunk or looped and having fun at the party. Tomorrow, after they sleep it off and make their way out to the beaches, I'll go on duty. I will be a version of that hot girl I met on the beach, for some lucky person," she said with a smirk. "I would have thought that you'd be getting plenty of business down at the party?" I asked. "I could have, but all work and no play and all that. I specifically delayed the start of my working tour until tomorrow, because I have other plans for tonight." Sometimes I can be slow, but I soon realized exactly why she was taking the night off as she ran her hands down my torso and fondled my manhood through my shorts. We resumed our kiss, and I let my hands wander also, caressing her illuminated paint-covered breasts and squeezing her firm little backside. A few minutes later, she pulled away and said, "Come, let's go take a shower so you can help me get this party paint off the both of us." The next morning, I awoke to find Angelina still in my bed. She was already awake and watching me. She must have been up for a while as she looked too alert and chipper. I had learned last night after she had almost dozed off, exhausted after our second round of lovemaking, that she had traveled here directly from Borneo. This meant that her internal clock was still set 4 hours ahead of mine. I had been merciful and let her drift off to sleep. She smiled when she saw that I was awake and functional. "Good morning, lover. Join me for breakfast? I've waited for you, and I'm starving." I checked my internal chronometer and found that it was already well after 9. I had not slept in this late for a long time. She was already wearing a silky robe, so I pulled on a pair of shorts and followed her to the lodge's kitchen, expecting to find my great-granddaughter already up. Instead, I found Serenity's bedroom door still closed. But I did find a full breakfast already prepared and waiting in the warmer. It must have been Angie's doing, as Omu was elsewhere. As we ate, we caught each other up on our activities over the past year. She told me of her travels and of a few funny happenings with her clients, anonymous, of course, while I told her of my busy, recent 4 months. It was nice to catch up. In addition to being a wonderful lover, Angie was growing to be a good friend, and I found that I enjoyed our time together. We had just finished breaking our fast and had taken our coffee to the more comfortable great room when my great-granddaughter came stumbling out of her room. She went straight to the coffee maker without acknowledging either of us. It must have been a very late night for her, as she looked like hell. "You look like hell, Serenity," I said when she finally joined us. Angie reached over and smacked me. "Ignore the rude old guy. I take it that the beach concert ran late into the early morning?" Serenity just nodded. A few sips of coffee energized her enough to speak. The band stopped playing after 2. Everyone trickled off to their bungalows over the next hour, and it was after 3 before I could have the mobile units begin doing a proper cleanup. A few idiots decided on drunken moonlight swimming, which kept Omu and the Sentry units busy. It was almost 4:30 before I made it back up here. She took another sip of her coffee and then smirked towards Angie. "By the way, I saw that you never made it back down to the party after visiting Gramps up here, so I loaned your beach cottage room to Rose. She had planned on sleeping aboard the Electrojet until it left later this morning. She should be getting up to leave just about now." "That's fine," Angelina said dismissively. "Yes, John was kind enough to offer me a place to stay." I caught my great-granddaughter's quick grin. Angie must have told her about our past intimacies. "Rose?" I asked. "Rose Stone, the singer," Serenity said. "It was her band that performed last night. Now that it's mid-morning, they can finally take off without pissing off too many of our sleeping guests." My great-granddaughter was becoming more animated as the coffee was beginning to work its magic. "Rose Stone? Would Rose be short for Rosetta by chance?" I asked. "That's right. How did you know?" "Yes, he talks. It come to now." Serenity asked, surprised. "Have you heard her music before?" Angelina also looked curious. Of course, they would likely not have heard of the Rosetta Stone. I was suddenly reminded that I was in the company of 2 young women who each had over 200 years less accumulated knowledge and wisdom than I had. "Oh well." "Lucky guess," I replied, deflecting the true reason I'd guessed the singer's name. As if on cue, we heard the wind-up noises of Electrojet Transport's turbine engines. Serenity's face went blank as she went into virtual for a moment to oversee the band's departure. A few seconds later, she said, "Omu reports that the band's performance units and all their equipment are loaded onto the aircraft, and that Rose is safely aboard. They are now headed off to a gig in Africa. She also reports that the beach cottage Rose used has been fully cleaned and restored for your use, Angie." "Good. Thank you. I had better go and get ready to start my shift," Angelina said as she rose. I rose with her, and we gave each other a long hug goodbye. Her silky nightgown felt wonderful beneath my hands, but I kept our separation non-sexual in consideration of my great-granddaughter's presence. With a final kiss, Angie was off. I did manage one small squeeze of her backside before she managed to escape. Serenity just rolled her eyes when I glanced at her to see if I'd been caught. While I was still standing, I went to the kitchen to refill my coffee. I brought a fresh carafe back with me, knowing Serenity would also soon need a refill. I also brought a plate of warm pastries, which I had sub-vocally instructed the auto kitchen to start preparing the moment I had seen her stumble out of her room. She snatched them from me eagerly. My great-granddaughter and I spent a relaxing half hour just having a nice chat. It was our first real chance to sit down and visit since I'd arrived back on heels a few days before. I'd been gone for the past 4 months working, and returning to my island was my first real break in all that time. I was relieved to learn that Serenity had done a great job running the place in my absence, and no major issues needed my attention. She told me about the problems and minor accidents which had occurred, and how she had solved them. She beamed when I told her how proud I was of her, and that I could not have done better. It looked like the island was in good hands. When I left here to return to work in 2 more days, I could do so without worry. When she finished, it was my turn to share what I'd been up to for the past 4 months. Serenity already knew some of the story from my periodic virtual messages, and also from following the Conscientia news forums. For the first 2 months of my absence, I'd been on a worldwide media tour. I filled her in on some of the lesser-known happenings which had occurred during that blitz. I'd been traveling around the world promoting the idea that humanity should never align itself with the assemblage. Furthermore, I had pushed the plan that we should go further and destroy the enemy Ark as soon as it was feasible. The second global forum on the subject had been approaching, and I wanted to sway human opinion enough that my direct meddling to force the outcome would not be as noticeable. Hannah had joined me for some of the rallies. In front of live audiences, she had retold her story of personal suffering under the assemblage's original attack. I'd added some previously unknown details of my life back before the reset. Our mutual tales of woe seemed to resonate, and the more rallies we attended, the larger the number of attendees became. We did virtual appearances as well, but the results were better when we could press actual flesh. We began to see a slow but steady shift in attitudes on the subject. Maybe it was the novelty of the live performances, but the results were clear, and the lesson was noted by many. Still, change was slow. After the first month, I still had doubts that we would cause enough of an impact to get the majority shift needed to vote for the attack. Those fears ended one evening during a live rally in Old Finland. As the rally wound down to a close, someone tried to assassinate me. I call it an assassination attempt, despite the fact that there was little chance that I could ever be successfully assassinated. But it made for a more dramatic story, and we ran with it. Since my mine data backups and spare shells were as protected by Naomi as any could possibly be, there was little actual chance for any success. The knowledge of my protection had to have been known, or at least suspected, by my attackers. How they expected to prevail was beyond me. Serenity asked many questions about the assassination attempt, and I had to describe in detail what had occurred. She asked me about the couple who had tried to kill me. I told her about that happy pair, Lilith and Sigmund Modesto. I went into detail about who they were and why they hated me. This led me to rehash the tragic story of the Modesto children and how they died in my care 10 years ago in China. Their deranged parents apparently still carried a great deal of angst toward me for causing the death of their kids. Even more bizarre was the fact that they were more incensed by my efforts to have their dead children brought back to life in new shells. That went against their beliefs, and I'd made it worse by the recently enacted changes I'd made since to kill those beliefs. I'd acted to prevent followers of Amor Fati from being able to delete their children's stored mind data if those children suffered accidental death. Now it seemed that the more hardcore followers of that stupid belief wanted me dead. The Modestos were at the top of that list. Serenity wanted to know about the actual attack, and I had to admit to her that there had been little actual danger. Naomi's security net had easily detected the Modestos' plans long before they could be initiated. The AI had waited just long enough to expose their scheme so that there was enough clear evidence to prove their harmful intentions. The pair were arrested and indicted on numerous charges, with the most severe being attempted murder. In the end, after a thorough review of the evidence and with the consultation of the Peer Justice Subforum on Conscientia, the arbitrator and judge, IUDEX AI, had found them only guilty of attempted destruction of property, my shell. There was a range of possible sentences for that lesser crime, with the average being light probation. Naomi intervened during sentencing and caused IUDEX to give them the maximum sentence, which was full mind alteration. Before you worry, Naomi did not act in such an extreme manner on its own as it had back during the accident in China. No, this time the AI had acted upon my direct request. Was it unethical and immoral on my part to impose my own justice and morality on the Modestos? Hell yes, it was. But God damn it, they tried to kill me. There was no way in hell I was letting them get off with just a slap on the wrist for what they had attempted, especially not when I had the power to alter the outcome. If I had to ever face judgment for my actions from some higher authority someday, then so be it. I'd face it with pride, as I'd acted to save the lives of children. Of course, I didn't tell Serenity about Naomi's direct interference in the Modesto's sentencing at my behest. I kept that truth close to my chest. The only person I did tell was Hannah, although I would probably also share the details with Ux the next time we met face to face. There had been one positive result from the attempted assassination. The news had gone viral and had spread across the entire solar system. As it spread, it carried along with it sympathy for my cause and greatly aided the effort to sway popular opinion toward attacking our enemies. When the second global forum took place 2 months ago and the next vote was taken, my proposal to attack the enemy had passed by an overwhelming margin. Humanity was now fully committed to the warpath. Did I feel any guilt for my part in causing that outcome? Not one bit. If humanity ever came to regret the vote, I'd be long gone and beyond remorse. Since it was so widely known, I skipped rehashing the events of the second global forum. I was about to explain where I'd been since the forum when I was interrupted by someone stumbling out of Serenity's bedroom. It was a confused-looking and clearly hungover man wearing only party paint. Apparently, despite the extremely late hour, my great-granddaughter had brought someone home last night. Serenity glared me into not commenting as she got up to see to the poor fellow. She went over and had a brief hushed conversation with him. It ended with her giving him a quick peck on the cheek and sending him on his way with nothing but a disposable cup of coffee. I smiled as he scampered off, heading towards the lodge's exit. He would have to brave the winding path leading down to the beach area, wearing nothing but the remains of last night's illumination paint. At least most of the other partygoers were still sleeping in their bungalows and would miss his colorful walk of shame. Serenity returned to the couch and refilled her coffee from the carafe. She caught my smirk and pointed a finger at me as if daring me to say anything. I held my hands up in surrender. Who was I to judge after having let Angie spend the night? We resumed our talk. I explained where I'd been 2 months after the second global forum. Simply put, I'd gone off to work. Much of the details of that work I was not ready to share, so I kept the explanations basic and vague. What had I actually been doing? Well, I like to joke that I had been drafted into the military, but it was probably more correct to say that I had become this era's version of Rosie the Riveter. Instead of basic combat training, I'd gone to work in a munitions factory. More accurately, I'd gone off to the moon to work with Praxia AI on weapons research for the Retribution Project. The project was based at the Lunar Farside Station where Beatrice Iovenu worked. I'd first met the older female scientist back when I'd first returned from Mongolia. Later, Ux and I had used her lunar base to analyze and decode the sensitive and dangerous Forbin complex experiment results. Now we were working on the weapons we would need to destroy the assemblage once and for all. You might wonder how I could possibly help in such an effort, as I was no scientist or engineer. Well, I did have a unique ability in this modern era. I was the one all-powerful enabler, the ultimate red tape cutter, the biggest of the big kahunas. Penetrating the bureaucracy was my superpower, and I wielded my Naomi override like a lance, using it to skewer anything holding back progress. If problems appeared which had ethical, moral, or other non-logical issues, I solved them. If there were conflicts for resources, my override resolved the issue quickly. Damn anyone whose feelings were hurt or whose rights were trampled. If it needed expediting and I judged it worthy, I made it happen. Of course, I sugar-coated all this for Serenity. She did not need to know that her great-granddad was some tyrannical evil overlord. As I said, I kept it simple and just summarized my role as an administrator who helped keep things running smoothly between the AIs and humans. After we finished sharing each other's recent adventures, we spoke of Serenity's parents. Her father and my grandson, Ben, was the only son of my daughter, Larissa Daring. Ben was currently working on Mars and was doing fine from the various reports I had heard. Serenity's mother was a woman named Sahun Shalud. She'd been Ben's life partner for a few decades, and together they had raised Serenity. I'd first met Sahun a few years ago at her isolation lodge near my original acreage home in South Dakota. I'd lost track of her since and was pleased to learn from my great-granddaughter that she was doing fine. Apparently, Sa-hoon and her indent Liang were now living in the Philippines in an underwater multi-species habitat. They were working with an extended family of ultra-dolphins on undersea farming technology and mineral surveying. I made a mental note to either visit the pair soon or at least have a long virtual conversation. I had thought of the pair often and wanted to remain close. The news reminded me that I had not seen Ticklefin while I was here. I asked Serenity and learned that the local dolphin was off traveling, looking for potential mating partners. The implanted tracker showed him currently loitering in the Ntongo Bay region of northeastern Madagascar. The bay was a large, pristine coastal area with a large population of enhanced dolphins in permanent residence. It looked like he was keeping to the western Indian Ocean, which meant that we could probably expect him to come back here at some point in the future. Serenity did tell me that the custom mating virtuality idea I'd gotten from Hannah's dog Misty seemed to really help cut down on the Ultra Dolph's sexual pestering of the island's guest. With Ticklefin's impulses curbed somewhat by his implant's new program, if he did return to the waters around the island, we'd no longer have to suffer the occasional complaints of some outraged guests who he had propositioned. We both ignored the opposite side of that coin, those guests who had not been offended by the amorous dolphin's actions. That group would have to learn to go without that aspect of dolphin play or go somewhere else to get their itch scratched. After our talk, Serenity and I split up to go about our day. She was going to go take a shower and get to work. I was going to head down to the southeast beach to swim a few laps in the cove. Maybe I'd do a bit of diving if the waters were clear. My mind drifted as I swam my laps. I was letting my subconscious and Omu's augment-like link handle the mechanics of swimming and performing the turns. This left me free to think deeply, and I had been replaying my talk with Serenity from earlier in the morning, specifically my summary of the assassination attempt and the fate of the Modestos. "Naomi, are you free?" I subvocalized. She responded after a delay of almost 2 seconds. I remembered that she had taken her big submarine Querencia to a dry dock on the African coast for a major refitting. This meant that there was a noticeable pause as her communications were routed through the low orbital relay net. "Yes, John, what can I do for you?" "I've been thinking about the Modestos. How is their rehabilitation coming along?" The mental adjustments to Lilith and Sigmund Modesto were completed 2 weeks ago. They are now back living their normal lives. As we had discussed, I was able to condition them so as to keep the truth about their mental adjustments from the other followers of Amor Fati with whom they have interactions. I was thinking about that. What if we become a bit more proactive and let the Modestos share what happened to them with the other followers of Amor Fati? It might be helpful to our cause to increase the fear and suspicion they are already living under. They already suspect we are monitoring their actions, I said. Naomi hesitated. She was probably performing full simulations of the possible outcomes of my suggestion, or she might disagree with the plan, or both. Finally, she spoke. "It might cause other followers of Amor Fati to act irrationally like the Modestos did, John. That's exactly what I'm hoping for, Naomi. I want them to act. If they expose themselves like the Modestos, then we can adjust them also. The followers who are too timid to act will remain as they are, living in fear. This will also be in our favor, as they will be unable to actively promote their stupid cause." She paused again, thinking over the matter. Finally, I heard, "I do not wish to see you face further harm, John." As I had already surmised, Naomi didn't want to use me as bait. I tried to reassure the AI. "I trust you to keep me safe, Naomi." The AI did not respond, so I went on. "I know there is a risk, but I want to see the threat posed by the Amor Fati followers reduced as quickly as possible. Do you have any method of altering the Modestos' mental conditioning to allow them to share the details about what was done to them?" "Yes. The pair are subject to quarterly mental scans as part of the terms of their sentencing. I can alter their conditioning during the next scheduled scan, though I will only do so upon your direct orders, John." Naomi really didn't want me to risk myself further. "Please do so, Naomi. I so order it done." "I will alter their conditioning as you require, John." "How are the upgrades to Querencia coming along?" I asked. The submarine was being overhauled to remove all missile and orbital launching capabilities. She would no longer be a boomer, to use the old Navy term, for ballistic missile submarines. In place of her missiles, Naomi was installing additional power storage capacity and the machinery needed to create 1-meter class wormholes. The hardware to be installed included a new, compact, state-of-the-art wormhole generator. It was somewhat limited but would still have the ability to transfer a human-sized cargo anywhere in a radius of roughly 500,000 kilometers. That distance easily included anywhere on the Moon or in Earth orbit. The device included enough momentum compensating energies to stretch the wormhole terminus to match the speed of the Moon's orbital travel around the Earth. The power needed would come from the addition of almost 40 new ESU storage devices. These in turn could be charged slowly from the sub's onboard fusion reactor or quickly by utilizing the 10 new DET power transfer devices, which were locked to fusion power plants spread across the surface of the Earth. The installation of the ESU and DET devices has been completed. The forward hull remains open as the final elements of the wormhole generator apparatus remain to be installed. This should occur soon and see the hull closed again in 2 weeks. After the hull is sealed, all that will remain is the arrival of sufficient quantities of exotic matter currently being produced on the lunar surface. Once that is brought on board, the vessel will be free to depart the dry dock and return to its normal patrol area. The normal patrol area for Xueting was the waters around Heels in the Sand. Once its wormhole generator was active, the sub would be able to patrol anywhere on the planet and still act as my personal escape transport. No matter where it was located, if I needed sudden evacuation, Xueting would be able to reach out and pluck me away to safety. This included if I was off working on the Moon. Better yet, it could do so while remaining hidden deep under the surface. No longer would Xueting have to slow and surface to launch an orbit-capable rocket. Thank you for the update, Naomi. I can't wait to have you back on patrol. I took over the full function of my shell from Omu and stopped swimming laps. I was breathing pretty hard by now and regained my wind by slowly paddling towards the end of the cove with the calmer waters. Once I reached the area of stillness, I floated on my back resting. The blue sky overhead was cloudless and I felt at peace. I began to hear conversations coming from the beach area. The island's guests were finally awake and active. With the steady breeze out of the north, this sheltered southeast beach would be busy today. I would soon be losing my peace and tranquility, and it was time for me to head in. As I passed the early guests already enjoying themselves on the beach, 2 noticed and greeted me. The rest were sunbathing their shells under the oversight of their augments while they were mentally off in virtual. I just shook my head at the thought of them wasting their chance to take in the beautiful scenery. Oh well, they were free to enjoy themselves however they wanted. Who was I to say what was crazy or not? My plan for a stealthy getaway was spoiled when Angelina spotted me and called out. She was lying on a large beach cloth with 2 others. She motioned for me to approach and meet her new friends. After our introductions, I learned that they were a couple traveling together who had hired Angie's company and services for the day. After a few minutes of awkward conversation, the male of the pair finally revealed why they had requested the introduction. Apparently, they had both recently taken a hand-to-hand combat training course, which had been taught by my son Alec. That information broke the ice nicely, and I spent the next 15 minutes chatting with them about my son, the class, and other things. When I finally made my escape, the conversation made me realize that I had not contacted any of my kids while I was on this break. So I spent the early afternoon rectifying that by contacting them all in virtual. Surprisingly, I managed to speak with them all, although Charity had to call me back an hour after I first tried to reach her. I think all of the kids appreciated the effort, even Alec. Our talk was short and strained as always, but it had seemed positive. Kella in the SRP seemed noticeably happier than before. It was finally dawning on her that the virtuality project was nearing the end of its original mission. She had first been depressed by that realization, but now had a renewed sense of purpose due to my plan of using the SRP to house and mature the active mind data of the deceased children of Amor Fati followers. She would, for all intents and purposes, be the surrogate mother of any children housed in that virtuality, at least until they reached their base maturity. I was happy for her excitement. A few hours before sunset, Serenity joined me in the great room. She had prepared herself a very late lunch or an early supper. I learned that her odd meal time was because she would be busy during the normal supper hour, overseeing a seafood boil for our guests on the South Beach. She invited me to attend. Normally, I decline these group meals, but the thought of a seafood boil had me interested enough to tell her I'd be there. The meal would be worth dealing with the repetitive questions from the guests. I delayed my arrival until the bulk of the guests had served themselves and started eating their feast. Serenity smiled as she saw me approach and pointed to the serving line. I quickly filled a plate with steaming, buttery goodness and grabbed a frosty bottle of beer from one of the ice-filled metal troughs sitting on the sand. I spotted Angelina, who waved me over to her table and indicated that there were 2 empty places. Her 2 new clients were absent. "Where are your new friends?" I asked. "They're back at the bungalow napping. We spent the afternoon playing vigorously. I apparently wore them out," she said with a hint of pride and a smirk. I just shook my head. "I'm surprised that it's not the reverse with you needing to sleep in. They were looking at you with very hungry eyes this morning." "Oh, we all got a good workout to be sure, but I'm never too tired to miss a fresh seafood boil." She took over much of the conversation while I busied myself eating. We were interrupted a few times when other guests stopped by our table to introduce themselves. I greeted them politely and listened to their comments about the island. Almost all of their feedback was good, although I did hear of a few minor issues which I would have to bring up with Serenity. Angie told me what she'd been up to for the past few months. I was surprised to learn that she had been teaching school. I was wise enough not to give her a hard time about breaking in the young. I'd have loved to have an expert around to teach me the basics of sexuality back when I was a teenager and going through puberty. She said it had not been too bad. Most of the kids had already had some experience among themselves, so what she was mostly teaching was the advanced issues and techniques which they might be curious about. Still, she was glad her 2-month stint of volunteering was over. She performed the service every 2 years, and this had been her 4th time doing so. We finished the main boil portion of the meal and were enjoying a dessert of frozen pineapple smoothies when Omu approached our table and sat next to Angelina. "Good evening, Miss Angelina," the android said to my companion before addressing me. "I will be departing for the Forbin complex in 10 minutes, John," the dark gray android said. "What are you doing at Forbin, Omu?" Angie asked. Omu glanced at me before answering and caught my barely perceptible nod. "I am working on a project to adapt Forbin technology to the war effort, Miss Angelina. It is hoped that we can streamline and reduce the physical hardware required to achieve transcendent sentience." Angie thankfully accepted Omu's rather vague response and did not dig deeper. We returned to our more mundane chat, but included the android out of politeness. 8 minutes later, Omu rose. "I must be off. I will join you on Luna in 3 days, John." I nodded and shook the android's hand. "See you then, Omu. Be well." "You're leaving soon also, John?" Angie asked with a frown. "Yes, Angie. Tuesday, 2 days from now, I'll be heading back to my work site on the far side station. Would you like me to keep tomorrow night open?" "I can be available after 22 o'clock. There would be no charge," she offered. I smiled at my friend and reached over to touch her arm. "That's not necessary, hun. I'd love your company, but you are here to do a job. Besides, I'm still recovering from last night." She smiled at that. "Well, tomorrow evening, I'm hosting pleasure classes in the North Beach Common Pagoda. If you feel up to it, come on down and I will use you as one of my demonstration dummies." Her offer was tempting. "Thank you for the offer, but I'd rather not be on exhibit for the guests." "I'll be fine, Angie. Besides, I'm not going to be alone while on the moon. I'm staying with Beatrice. You remember her from a few years ago back in South Dakota?" "Oh, yes, the older, stern-looking scientist woman. Tell her hello from me when you see her," Angelina said. Omu had had enough of our banter and walked over to where Serenity was supervising the 3 culinary biped mobile units as they dismantled the cooking and serving area. The android spoke briefly with my great-granddaughter before moving off towards a cleared area of the beach out of torchlight to wait for transport. "Attention! May I have your attention?" Serenity said loudly, causing the remaining diners to cease their conversation and look her way. "The android Omu will now be leaving the island via direct wormhole transport. As many of you are still unfamiliar with this method of travel, please do not be alarmed by any sudden loud noises. Also, Please remain at least 5 meters distance from the android at all times for your safety. Two of the culinary units stopped their cleanup and turned towards Omu, lighting up the beach area around the android with their shoulder-mounted illuminators. 5 seconds later, there were three distinct pops as the small targeting wormholes appeared somewhere above the beach. I looked to the darkened skies over Omu and was just able to make out three similar to small flashing marker lights. These were indicators showing the location of the tiny sensor heads protruding from the still invisible small spatial distortions. There was a general ooh from the remaining guests as they noticed the targeting probes as they closed in and scanned the location around Omu. There was a louder ah as the larger transport wormhole popped into existence very near the android. This time you could see the purplish glow from the larger distortion ring. The 2-meter aperture was very stable and had no noticeable drift. The transport AIs were clearly getting better with their targeting. The transport cylinder quickly extruded from the distortion ring and lowered itself to the sand next to the android. Wasting no time, Omu hopped aboard. The cylinder began retracting back into the void almost before its curved hatch fully rotated closed. Seconds later it was gone and the 4 wormholes vanished with another series of pops. They did not linger as it still took a great deal of power to keep the spatial tunnels open. Omu was now at one of the 8 main terrestrial transfer facilities we'd managed to construct in the last few months. The cylinder she was in would be shunted into a new wormhole, which would transfer her the rest of the way to her destination at the Forbin complex. My android friend would even avoid the long elevator ride down to the underground complex as a new receiving cavern had recently been constructed near the lowest elevator level. A few kilometers of rock and ocean presented no obstacle to the new travel method. "Well, I had better get back to my clients and see if they are rested," Angie said. She had 2 insulated take-home containers filled with our supper to take back to her clients. I'm sure they would appreciate the effort as manufactured food didn't quite fully measure up to the real thing. I rose also and walked with her towards the bungalow area. Where the path leading up to my lodge broke away, I gave her a hug and wished her good night. I chose the winding outdoor path up to my home as the night was perfect for a stroll. I found myself whistling as I walked. It had been a good day. Monday was spent on exercise and relaxation. Early in the morning, I went jogging and made my way over to the less visited southwest coastal area of the island. I met a few early risers walking the crushed coral-covered trail leading along the beach, but soon left them behind. When I arrived at my destination, a small rock-lined cove at the extreme western tip of the island, I retrieved diving gear from the local equipment shed and carefully waded in. This side of the island had the larger reef system than those near the popular beach areas, which I explored for the next hour. My only companions were a pair of aquatic drones, which Naomi insisted accompany me at all times while I was underwater. I was making my way slowly back towards the cove inlet when I received an incoming communication request. It was from Jess Kurvestad. He had been the thought therapist who had helped me through the troubled mental aftermath of my self-imposed Mongolian exile. His message request was for verbal interaction only, but I delayed answering and instead had my implant signal that I would call him back shortly when I was finished diving. Once I was safely back on shore and out of my gear, I allowed the connection. "Jess, I'm sorry for the delay in responding, but I was diving alone," I said when we finally connected. "No problem, John. I haven't heard from you in a while and wondered how you're doing," he inquired with his normal, happy, and confident voice. "I'm doing just great, Jess. What can I do for you?" "I hear you are headed back to the Lunar Farside Station tomorrow via wormhole transport," he said. That information was not widely known, and I felt a bit of suspicion join my curiosity over his call. "Currently, that's the plan. Why do you ask?" I answered carefully. "I'd like to have a quick face-to-face meeting with you, John. Would it be possible for you to leave an hour early and meet with me at the transport hub?" There was only one lunar range transport hub currently operational on the Earth, and it was the higher power wormhole facility recently constructed near the equator on the western end of the island of New Guinea. I thought about Jess's request for a moment and decided there was nothing pressing preventing me from doing as he asked. I was scheduled to leave at 10 o'clock. If I departed an hour earlier, that would put me on New Guinea 2 hours after noon local time. I used my implant to verify that the facility had the power reserves and an open time slot to bring me there earlier. It did. I will meet you at the transport hub at 14 o'clock local time, I replied. The lunar transfer is scheduled for about an hour after. Thank you, John. I will arrange a meeting space for our chat. What time will that be? He paused, most likely consulting his own implant. That's a few hours after your normal breakfast time, so I'll skip having a meal ready when you arrive. See you tomorrow, he said and abruptly hung up. He had terminated my end of the contact. I wondered what the scheduled meeting was all about as I returned to my compound. I spent the rest of the morning engaged in wood carving in my workshop located in the clearing between the two main beaches. With the island's normal balmy weather, I usually worked outside under a shade and rain canopy. I'd added a short fence around the perimeter of my work area to limit the distractions caused by the curious guests. The fence was low enough to allow them to still see what I was doing, especially with their iris magnification, but it kept them far enough away to deter casual conversation. The fence also had the side benefit of keeping the occasional stray giant tortoise out of my shop area. The gentle creatures had the annoying tendency to bump into my stool and workbench as they wandered around. Aside from scaring the hell out of me, the nudges also sometimes caused my finely sharpened carving tools to fall to the hard paving. I'd grown used to seeing them wander around out of bounds because my guests often forgot to close the gate leading into the tortoise's grassy meadow compound. We'd attach trackers to each of their shells, and occasionally a mobile unit would shepherd them back to their enclosure before they wandered too far. I was focused on my carving and was working on a blackwood sculpture of the head and naked torso of a woman I hoped shared the likeness of Angelina. I wanted to finish the sculpture and gift it to my friend before I left the island. So far, the work was going well, and I was happy with how the piece was progressing. Stacked around me was an assortment of chunks of exotic wood, which I planned to take with me when I returned to Farside Station. I'd had some shipped there months ago, but those stocks were growing depleted. Though I could substitute extruded machine-printed wood, I still preferred working with the real thing whenever I could. The random imperfections of the real thing simply could not be replicated by a machine. I was focused on the final polishing of Angie's face when I was interrupted. That's beautiful. I looked up to discover that Serenity had brought me lunch. I checked my chronometer and was surprised to see that it was already an hour past noon. I traded her my work in progress for the plate of food she had brought and let her inspect my work while I munched. "What do you think, good enough?" I asked after swallowing a mouthful of sandwich. She turned the glossy black figure around, caressing its features with her fingertips. "Oh, this is Miss Barraza." "I'm sure she would prefer that you called her Angelina," I said. At least Serenity had recognized the subject of the sculpture as Angie. I relaxed as that was the only key requirement of the piece. "I think this is lovely, Grandpa. She will love it." I finished the lunch and Serenity stuck around watching me work and chatting. She then watched as I finished the carving by engraving my initials, the current date, and a short message on its bottom. When I was done, I set the polished blackwood figure on the table for both of us to admire. "Are you still leaving tomorrow?" she finally asked after updating me on her morning activities. "Yes, it's been a great vacation, but I have to get back to work. You've done so well here that I've had little to do but relax." "Thank you for that." She beamed at my praise. I was again reminded of how lucky I was to have found her to run the island. "Remember, don't burn yourself out. If you get tired running the place, let me know and I will come back or we can shut the place down for a while," I added. "I'm still having fun, Grandpa, but I'll remember." I spent the rest of the afternoon and evening relaxing in a soft lounge chair on the rooftop patio. In between naps, I read a story by an old British science fiction writer whose works often included wormholes. I'd been hoping for some insight or two on using them in battle, but so far nothing had come of my research which I thought might be useful against the assemblage. The books did include the idea of using wormhole technology to develop a form of faster-than-light starship travel. I'd have to discuss that possibility with Stellux AI sometime. Maybe it could form a team of AIs and a couple smart, imaginative humans to study and develop the concept. My great-granddaughter joined me again well after dark. We snacked on pizza and spent some time in the rooftop hot tub. Later, when the air had settled and the skies had grown truly dark, I deployed my retro-looking telescope. She had never seen the planets and the moon via the naked eye or without digital enhancement, and loved the views through the old-style optical instruments. The scope was not truly authentic, as it included a state-of-the-art ultra-lightweight 80-centimeter primary mirror on a fully AI-assisted computerized tracking mount. But still, I would have loved to own such a scope back before the reset. Hell, any good university back then would have been proud to possess such an instrument. The next morning, I went to find Angie. I'd left her a message to contact me after she woke up, and she had replied that she was currently between clients, I assume not literally, and was at her quarters in the beach area cottage. She loved my gift of the wood carving and gave me a long hug and a tender kiss after I had presented it to her. We spent the next hour properly saying goodbye to each other. After a quick shower, I had to get going. I left promising to look her up the next time I was on the earth. I also offered her a place to stay if she somehow found herself in my neighborhood on the far side of the moon. Next, I stopped by the workshop and gathered up some hardwood carving materials, which I'd be taking with me. I messaged Serenity to tell her I was leaving in 10 minutes, but she was tied up solving guest issues. She did offer to set that aside and to come see me off, but I told her not to bother. Hopefully, with lunar travel now trivial, at least for me, I'd see her again in a few months. I went to the middle of the aircraft landing area and messaged the transport hub that I was ready for my pickup. I had to wait a few minutes for the queues to clear before the targeting wormholes formed above me. I spotted them after hearing their formation pops and watched them triangulate my position and scan my surroundings. I jumped when the larger transport wormhole formed almost directly above me. It took a lot of will to remain still as it lowered and stabilized itself to just a few meters distance. I'd heard that many could not handle this part of the new travel routine without bolting. Those who couldn't had to turn their shells over to their augments, at least for the insertion part of the transport. I studied the wormhole aperture. From this angle, I could see the lighting effects caused by the distorted portal itself. The show was over quickly as the bottom of the transport tube appeared in the void and began extruding itself towards the ground directly in front of me. As it neared the surface, the transparent, curved hatch on the cylinder rotated open. I quickly stepped inside, twisting a bit to fit my large sack of hardwood in the tight chamber. The hatch closed, and there was a slight pause as the instruments built into the base of the cylinder verified the mass of my body and that of my wooden cargo. The momentum compensation machinery at the other end of the wormhole needed accurate measurements to properly balance my transfer. I looked up and watched through the top vision window as the umbilical connecting the transport cylinder to the still active wormhole aperture began retracting. Now came the part I hated. As I felt myself rise from the ground, the inflation bladders lining the inside of the tube quickly swelled, locking me tightly in position. I needed the restraints as the moment I passed through the wormhole and emerged at the transport hub in Western New Guinea, down would likely be in some other direction from where my feet were currently pointed. This was because the wormhole generator machinery at the transport hub was currently orientated to match the spatial momentum and direction vector of my island. With heels in the sand located in the Western Indian Ocean and New Guinea in the Western Pacific, this meant that there was over 80 degrees of longitude separating both locations. With the rotation of the Earth, the 2 points were traveling through space at almost right angles to each other. That meant that I'd arrive in New Guinea lying almost on my back, and the inflated bladders would keep me from being injured during the instant change in gravity. At least it would be better than when I had arrived on the Earth after leaving Luna. That time I'd come back to the Earth, standing on my head and under a full G of gravity, 5 times more than I'd experienced on the Moon before I left. I passed through the wormhole and was instantly almost a quarter of the way around the Earth. I closed my eyes tightly when I felt the sudden nausea caused by the instant change in my orientation. That moment occurred when the gods of physics decided that I was no longer there and was now here. Why it was perceived instantly by living nervous systems and not as a wave passing through our bodies was a mystery which the wormhole researchers were still working to fully understand. When I felt my weight firmly on my back instead of my feet, and when my nausea had died down enough, I opened my eyes. I saw that the transport cylinder was now in the enormous, brightly lit hemispherical enclosure of the Earth's first operational lunar range transfer hub. As the umbilical slowly pulled me away from the ultra-complex entwined toroid majesty of the main wormhole generator, it also reoriented the cylinder so my feet were again pointed down. The restraint bladders deflated and I was no longer squeezed inside the tube. I was now able to look around at the transfer hub. Behind me, the complex spatial compensating apparatus began rotating on its gimbals to match the required vector for the next wormhole terminus point. There were still many visible heat shimmers radiating from the superconducting conduit coolant loops as they re-chilled after their recent high-energy transfers. I could hear the hiss as coolant was circulated to rid the equipment of the excessive heat caused by the rapid energy expenditure. There were even wisps of vapor and smoke drifting around the machinery. Perhaps ozone or a coolant leak? I looked up and spotted huge circulation fans drawing the vapors out of the chamber. I was glad the transport cylinder was sealed, as the environment of the chamber was likely unhealthy. Below the chamber's floor, I imagined the ultracapacitors charging up with the gigawatts of energy needed to punch the next hole through space and to spin up the compensating exotic matter to match the spatial motion vectors with the next target location. Unfortunately, there were no wildly flashing lights or lightning bolt electrical discharges illuminating the machinery I was observing. Nothing to celebrate the amazing feats of engineering and physics which were occurring before my very eyes. Leaving the wizardry of the wormhole generator behind, I turned and saw that my transport cylinder was being shunted towards one of the arrival and departure airlocks, ringing the huge chamber. Moments later, the cylinder passed through a quick-acting door seal and was deposited inside the lock, the delivery umbilical detaching and retreating before the lock sealed behind it. A chime sounded in the cylinder, and a voice spoke. "Welcome to New Guinea, John Abrams Prime. I am Iolus, the Transport Control AI. You are now in Airlock 6, and you may leave your wooden cargo in the adjacent alcove during your stay at the station. Your departure window to Luna is scheduled for 73 minutes from now. Please return to this airlock no later than 71 minutes from now." I thanked the AI and waited for the airlock to cycle and the transport cylinder hatch to open. Despite being purged, the air inside the receiving lock still had traces of the cocktail of gases from the wormhole chamber behind. They were not quite strong enough to make my eyes water, but I was glad they were being drawn away quickly. The room's outer airlock door opened and I saw a smiling woman waiting for me in the alcove beyond. I grinned back when I recognized my former stalker, and more recently, my biographer, Adele Sol Chilean. "Adele, I thought I'd be meeting Jess today." "Not that I am unhappy to see you," I said. "He's here," she said as she stepped forward and gave me a quick hug. "He's off looking for a suitable space to have your meeting. He just sent me a direction trace. Shall we go meet him?" As Iolus AI had instructed, I deposited my sack of carving wood in one of the many storage lockers and followed Adele out of the alcove. Beyond was a wide, curving corridor that appeared to circle around the outer perimeter of the transport megastructure. I immediately noticed that the corridor's outside wall was perforated with periodic, huge oval windows. I stepped up to the closest and took in the splendor of the New Guinea landscape. The fake arcology in which this wormhole facility had been constructed was located on the southern edge of the central mountain range, running east and west, which bisected the large island. My implant's compass indicated I was currently facing roughly southerly, and we were high enough that I was just able to see the Pacific Ocean 60 kilometers away. Below the window, closer to the station, was a vast expanse of emerald green rainforest. The dense canopy was dotted with slowly drifting, darker green blotches, which were the shadows of the partly cloudy sky. This island clearly received more rainfall than heels in the sand, and I hoped there would be an opportunity to step outside and look around before I was sent off to the moon. Despite the fertile forest covering most of the scene, there was also plenty of modern infrastructure visible. The main examples were the 5 wide, clear-cut paths weaving through the jungle leading to this facility. Centered on each clearing was a large superconducting energy transfer conduit. The pipeline-like conduits were mounted on regular raised supports, which elevated them above the jungle floor. Each support had tall, heat-exchanging radiators, which kept the conduits thermally stable. It struck me that the power conduits and their mounts looked familiar, as they resembled a crude oil pipeline that had been built to cross Alaska in my youth. The similarities were eerie, including the same regular expansion controlling zigzag routing of the conduits. I spent a moment tracing the paths of each power line as they extended away from the facility. One ended just 10 kilometers away at a large clearing, which contained the recognizable outline of a large fusion power generating facility. Another conduit wove its way to the distant southern coast, possibly leading to an offshore tidal generation plant or some distant underwater geothermal source. The remaining power supply lines faded off to the jungle's horizons towards the east and west. It was clear from the display in front of me that this facility required an enormous amount of power. But when compared to that needed to see me all the way from the Earth to the moon using rockets, maybe the energy expense was worth it. When I finished marveling at the view, I noticed Adele studying me. Her smile was just a bit too tight, and I felt something was bothering her. She motioned towards the curving corridor to our right, and we began walking again. I noticed movement behind us and turned to see a quadruped mobile unit following along behind, shadowing us. The station clearly had higher security in place than was typical. "How's the documentary coming along?" I asked, hoping to get her talking and possibly reveal what is bothering her. "Good. We finished the first draft and are now working on the final editing." She had finished writing my biography a year earlier, to some acclaim it turned out. Apparently there had been enough interest in my recent activities that she now had the backing needed to develop it further into a full virtuality simulation. Despite periodic prodding from Adele, I'd so far avoided having to fully read the completed biography. I shuddered at the thought of now having to relive my own life and times in full virtual. Ugh. "Guess who we commissioned to do the motion capture and translation of you into full virtual?" she asked. At my shrug, she continued, "Chelsea, Iberia. She was looking for a new project after finishing her Sioux Indian historical simulation and jumped at the chance to roleplay you. She has been busy working in the translation matrix for the past 3 weeks." "Good for her," I replied before adding, "I like Chelsea, so I hope this project increases her following instead of doing the opposite and ending her career." I had said that last in a half-joking manner. Chelsea had a great personality, and I doubted that an occasional flop would slow her down. I wondered about the details of the project and asked, "Where are you producing the virtuality?" "We have constructed a small studio in New Ulaanbaatar. We are actually using live imaging for some of the virtualization and wanted to be as close to the area where you spent your recent decades as possible," she replied. As I had hoped, the excitement of discussing her project was causing her to become more animated. "There is only a half dozen of us working on location in Mongolia, though. The rest of the team are spread around the planet, working from their facilities." We arrived at a wider juncture in the corridor. The larger space contained a bank of elevators, and one opened as we approached. I entered and stood beside Adele, and thankfully the security unit remained outside when the door slid closed. I looked at my companion and noticed her expression had regained the slightly nervous and forced smile from earlier. "Why are you here, Adele?" "Not that I don't enjoy seeing you or catching up with your activities," I asked, deciding to confront her unease head-on. After a pause, she said, "I am being paid to consult about you. It seems I am something of a contemporary expert on the subject of John Abrams Prime these days." I wondered why Jess would go to all the trouble to hire a consultant. I had heard little from him since our counseling time together after I'd come back from my nomadic wandering. If he was curious about my recent activities, why did he not arrange to spend time with me and learn about them directly? "Why is Jess so interested?" I asked. "I don't know all the details, but I think Jess was also hired by someone else. I'm not sure who is responsible, though." "You'll have to ask Jess," she said dismissively. I could tell the topic was upsetting her, so I kept further questions to myself. Adele went on, "But I will say the pay is good. It was even arranged that I be transported here by wormhole, which was the first time I've traveled that way. Even with the recent windfall of scud I received from publishing your biography, I could never have afforded such an extravagance on my own. The high power requirements of the new method of transport were a limiting factor, and access to it was likely to remain limited. To help reduce casual usage, the AI Advisory Council had imposed steep fees for non-critical usage. The high fees work to reduce demand while still allowing those with the means to use the method. This outlet also had the side benefit of acting as a revenue sink. Not to mention that the scut went to the Forbin 3, mainly myself, Oxa, and Rami. A few seconds later, the rear lift door behind us opened. We were now much higher in the building. Ahead was a large, high-ceilinged room filled with comfortable-looking furniture. Off to one side was a dining area, complete with a large auto kitchen. The far curving wall was a huge window with sliding glass doors leading to what looked like an outdoor terrace. I spotted 6 other humans currently in the room. All were seated in separate areas, and each had the trance-like look of someone off in virtual. 2 were methodically eating under the control of their augments, and it occurred to me that this space was a break room or relaxation area of some sort. I scanned each occupant quickly, but none of them looked like the Jess I had known. Had he changed shells? I looked to my companion questioningly. Adele pointed to the outdoor terrace. Jess is outside. Go ahead and join him while I get us some refreshments from the auto kitchen. Would you like coffee? Tea, Earl Grey, please, I said. My stomach rumbled at the thought of snacks. I remembered that I'd skipped breakfast this morning because of my proper goodbye to Angie. Could you have the replicator make me a breakfast croissant or something? I skipped breakfast, I asked with a sympathetic pout. She nodded and went off to prepare the food and drinks. I headed to the exit leading to the terrace, eager to get some answers as to why I had been summoned here. Outside, I saw 2 people seated at a table towards the far side of the terrace near the outer railing. I recognized the taller of the 2 humans as my old confidant, Jess Kurvestad. He'd noticed my arrival and waved me over. His companion was currently facing away and did not react to his actions and was likely off in virtual. Jess watched me as I approached their table, but I caught him also glancing occasionally at 2 other figures lingering nearby. I'd missed these up until now as they were keeping to the edges of the terrace, one on each side of Jess's table. The new figures were not human and were instead a pair of identical, generic-looking utility androids. I compared the similar units and noted that the asexual-looking biped figures lacked the flair of my longtime android companion, Omu. The 2 androids were currently passive and immobile and were kneeling in a waiting position about half a dozen meters away. I sensed that they were there to perform some security function. Jess's companion must have either been important or was paranoid enough to have his or her own security. I'd seen such an arrangement before, but it was uncommon and I greatly preferred my unseen security apparatus, which Naomi handled for me. As I crossed the terrace, I noted it was much cooler outside than I had expected it to be. I spotted the large grills lining both sides of the area, which were discharging conditioned air to keep the area dry and comfortable. There were also suspended shades overhead which protected much of the terrace from the heat of the near equatorial sun. Jess stood as I reached their table. He extended his hand and I shook it. "Mr. Kurvestad," I said politely. "There is no need to be so formal, John. Please stick with just Jess," he said with a smile. "Thank you for taking the time to meet today." He gestured to his table mate. "Joining us is Terkarn Conlon." I noticed his tight expression as he announced his companion. I recognized Monsieur Karn Conlon. She was a director, although I could not remember precisely of what area or division. At least I remembered that she was a Herm. I double-checked the visible blue designation glyph tattoo on her right wrist, just in case she had changed her preferences since the last time I had met her. Yes, she still preferred the female designation. Before I could sit down, the hermaphrodite came out of virtual and fluidly stood. I noticed the 2 androids waiting on our fringes stood with her, mirroring her motions. She mostly ignored their actions, but I did catch her eyes flicker to each of them briefly. She recovered with a smile and moved to shake my hand. "John, I'm pleased to meet you again," she said smoothly, with the practiced air of a politician. I also noticed her mannerisms were those of someone used to wielding power. I sighed internally. It looked like humans were once again classifying themselves. As much as I hoped to avoid it, nature seemed to find a way. "Monsieur Karn Conlon," I said neutrally as I shook her hand. I noted that she had a firm grip. "Please call me Ter. I trust you are doing well." "It's been a number of decades since we last spoke," the director said. I didn't remember our last meeting. Of course, as with all directors, she was likely very old and had been in many shells since it had been born. To become a director meant devoting 5 decades of your life to public service. Also, most who made the decision to try for a directorship did so only after having already lived a full lifespan. The director went on, I apologize on behalf of Jess for not informing you of my presence. He was not aware that I would be attending this meeting with him. I think he's a bit miffed at me at the moment, Tara said, glancing at the taller man. Jess made motions as if dismissing the notion, but I noticed his tense expression remained. He was clearly upset despite his denial. Adele broke the awkward moment by approaching with a tray of beverages and snacks. We all sat and divided the tray's contents. I took the cup of tea and my breakfast sandwich while Jess refilled his and Tara's coffee from a carafe that Adele had also brought. My former biographer had taken the fourth seat and looked to be joining us for the upcoming discussion. We chatted about mundane things while I finished my late breakfast. The hermaphrodite director mostly watched as Adele, Jess, and I chatted about past events. After 5 minutes, the director set her now empty cup down, which signaled that the discussion was about to begin in earnest. John, I have been selected as the initial contact person, so to speak, for a group of directors who have grown increasingly concerned about recent changes in your behavior, the director said hesitantly, almost carefully, as if unsure of how her words would be received. She then gestured towards our table companions. I have been meeting with Mr. Kyrvestad and Miss Chilean for much of the morning, discussing your past actions and your recent changes. I kept my eyes on her while she spoke, but saw in my peripheral vision that Jess and Adele were looking down at their hands as if uncomfortable. The director then paused, clearly wanting me to respond in some manner to her admission. As I thought about her statement and my response, I decided to ask my AI for more information before I gave anything away. Naomi, what's going on? And who is this group of directors she mentioned? I sub-vocalized. Over the past 8 months, I have monitored 5 face-to-face meetings between certain directors. I have extrapolated from certain patterns that the group to which Monsieur Karn Conlon is referring contains 7 directors. All members of this group have made various inquiries to the AI Advisory Council over the recent decades about the authority you exert over the AIs. From this, I deduce that they are fully aware of both my ability to override the other AIs and your ability to mandate my actions. This group is growing concerned that you have begun to more openly wield this power. I had a feeling something like this was brewing. I sat back and smiled at the director. Are you and your friends becoming afraid of me, Tara? I asked. I then gestured to the 2 watching androids. Is that why you brought the androids? Tara considered the 2 watching androids while Adele and Jess looked at each other with surprise. Interesting, she said. I didn't bring the units, John. Neither did Jess or Adele. If I had to guess, I would say that they are here for your protection, not ours. At my surprised expression, the android to our left rose and approached our table. You are correct, Monsieur Karn Conlon, it said in a neutral, synthesized voice. We are here to ensure that no harm befalls John Abrams. Please understand that he is generally kept uninformed of the various security measures which surround him, and did not have any foreknowledge of the additional security actions undertaken today. Explanation made, the android returned to its previous waiting location and resumed its kneeling position. Despite my surprise upon hearing the android's statement, I managed to keep my expression neutral, mostly. The hermaphrodite continued as if the android had not interrupted. As I was saying, I've spoken with Jess and Adele for most of the morning. The topic of our discussion has been your past actions and your current mental state. You should be happy to know that both maintain that you have not lost your mind, so to speak. Jess coughed upon hearing that. Adele looked like she wanted to be anywhere but here. A part of me was bothered that I was the subject of the director's concern, although I could certainly understand the reasoning behind it. Another part of me was pissed off by their prying. My innate orneriness allowed that part to gain temporary control of my mouth. I'm glad to hear that, I said sarcastically. So what would have been the plan if they'd reported that I was out of my mind? The director surprised me by chuckling. Well, I would certainly have refused to be the sacrificial lamb for this meeting if that had been the case. Her comment diffused my anger enough that my more rational side regained control. Why the sudden concern? I've pushed through only a few changes without consulting the council or the directors. None of them has had much effect on the various departments under director control. You've unilaterally acted to change the mind data recording frequency of our children, John. After extensive discussions with the AIs, we now understand why. In addition, you've taken steps to eradicate the belief system of a small portion of our society, again without consulting the AI Council or the directorship. Although most agree with your actions and find the beliefs you've restricted misguided and disturbing, you have to agree that your actions are unprecedented, Tara explained. It needed to be done, I said simply. That may be true, the director agreed, but we'd have liked to have been more involved with those decisions. There are better ways for changes like that to be made. None that would have worked as quickly, I replied. Tara shrugged as if conceding the point. She went on to her second argument. We observed and studied your actions during your publicity tour, for lack of a better description, before the Second Global Forum. That was a lot of effort on your part to shift humanity towards voting to attack our enemy as soon as possible. She paused and I didn't respond. After it became apparent that I was going to not comment, she went on, Tell me, John, what would you have done if humanity had voted to continue studying the problem instead of attacking? I struggled to keep any smugness off my face as I replied, Luckily, we won't have to find out, I said simply. Would you indulge us and speculate simply for curiosity's sake? She asked. I had to hand it to her for daring to ask that. I remained silent as I thought about how to respond. On the one hand, the less they knew of my plans, the less pike on which I could be impaled. On the other hand, they had to suspect what I would have done. Maybe being honest about my intentions would help by removing doubts of my resolve. The group would either have to accept my actions and my authority or remain suspicious and doubtful. I decided to gamble on their rationality and acceptance of the situation. If humanity had voted not to attack the assemblage, I would have forced the AIs to arrange things so that the vote was soon reversed. While that took place, I would have continued with the preparations for such an attack through other channels. In the end, it was calculated that I could achieve the same result by utilizing the bully pulpit of my popularity. The AI had run extensive simulations of the effects of my publicity tour to shift public opinion. It turns out that they were correct. The three seemed a bit surprised that I freely admitted my intentions. I noted the various emotions on display. Terry was best at keeping control of her expressions, but I noted concern. Jess let a bit of fear slip through. Adele seemed the least worried of the three, and I even caught what looked like a hint of pride or adoration. Tell me, John, Tara began, how did the assassination attempt make you feel? Did it make the overt use of your authority easier? The raw emotions I had felt at the time again rose inside me before I tamped them back down. I think I managed to keep my outward appearance from revealing the brief moment of hurt and anger I had felt. I took a deep breath to calm myself further. It was a wake-up call. You're probably worried that I felt outraged. I admit I did, but I also felt concerned that anyone would make such an attempt. The concern led to a great deal of soul-searching over my actions. To this day, I use the memories of that to help regulate my impulses. You will notice that I've stayed mostly hands-off, other than in the two incidents you've mentioned since that event. We've noticed, she admitted. Still, I and the other directors in my group are worried about what comes next. What changes will you inflict upon the world that we all live in, and how will we be forced to deal with your impulses? Are you worried about sharing your power with me? I asked the director bluntly. Only to the extent that, unlike you, John, I and the other directors have achieved our power by being elected by our fellow humans. Doesn't it bother you that you wield almost absolute power without such a mandate? I didn't react as I considered the director's bold question. Adele and Jess were clearly apprehensive by the turn the conversation was taking, and both were staring at the table, avoiding both of us. At least Tara maintained my gaze as she waited for my response. I better understood why she had earned her directorship. I considered her statement in question. It was something which I had actually pondered often over the nearly 2 centuries. I had secretly wielded absolute power. The conclusions I had reached early on remain valid today. Monsieur Conlon, you are mistaken. I do have a mandate from humanity to lead. I spoke softly but firmly. The mandate was voted on and passed unanimously. In addition, well before that vote was taken, I had been nominated solely for the role by the one human who had possessed full knowledge of the ramifications that granting me such authority would cause. She frowned upon hearing this, clearly puzzled. Adele and Jess were curious enough to stop staring at the table and to look at me again, waiting for my explanation. 513 years ago, in the year 2602, I was nominated to receive my authority by a human female named Anna Branco. At the time, she and I were the only two living humans active on this world. We met in Central America and an accommodation was made. During the events of our meeting, she gave up her own chances for power and instead chose to place me on the path to gain ultimate authority over this planet. As you might guess from your schooling in history, this was by giving me the tools to enable me to take power. The tools were the hidden knowledge of the assemblage being responsible for humanity's destruction and the Hemru module which could override the enemy's control. I paused to let them absorb that. They didn't interrupt with any questions, so I went on. 328 years later, in the year 2930, that decision and authority was confirmed by the majority vote of the current relevant human population in existence at that time. The call to vote was made by my second daughter, Abby Abrams Branco, who implored that I should wield my authority and rule over this world. Of course, to remain impartial, I abstained from that vote. Luckily, there was a third human in existence to break the impasse. Xueting Esperanza, the only other mentally qualified human alive at that time, voted in agreement with Abby Branco, and thus I was elected to rule. Note that by qualified, I mean all adult humans except the human Amazonia tribal population. That group had already been granted limited autonomy over their region, which prevented their consideration for other, more global matters. My statements were met by a stunned silence. After waiting a moment, I went on. I believe Miss Esperanza can currently be reached at the Phobos Military Wormhole Research Complex if you wish to validate my claims and to confirm her vote. Unfortunately, my daughter Abby is unavailable at present as she chose to no longer remain among the living. Before they could reply, I added, although if you are determined to validate my claims, digital copies of her memories do exist on board the interstellar colonizer vessels Evidere, currently en route to Tau Ceti, and aboard the Sovrana, currently en route to Achird. You will have to wait for their arrival at either location, though, so any confirmation will be delayed a few centuries. Tara's expression took on the distracted look of someone who was currently in a virtuality, so it was Jess who broke the silence. That's an incredible claim, John, and I believe you. But don't you worry that such a mandate is no longer relevant? He asked. After all, there are now almost 3 million humans living in the system you say you have authority over. I consider the vote and the mandate still fully relevant, I replied simply. Terry rejoined us. I have consulted with UDEX. The legal grounds behind your claim are firm, and the AI agrees with your interpretation. Although, due to your control of the AI mentality, I retain some suspicions over its conclusions. I shrugged. If I were in her position, I'd be suspicious as well. Regardless, I possess the authority, and any legal qualms over its origins are frankly pointless at this time, mainly because of that very same authority, I stated. The director gave me a slow nod, conceding the point. There followed a long and awkward silence. Adele and Jess refilled their coffee, while Tara just sat studying me. She finally broke the silence and struck deeply with her next question. John, back when the directorships were formed, why did you require firm term limits for anyone holding the positions? You know exactly why, I replied with a bit of anger, knowing where the director was heading with her question. And I have thought on that matter deeply. Am I corrupted? Absolutely. I don't think so. Yet. I know it can and likely will happen, though. I do plan at some point to give up some or most of my authority, at least in this system, but not just yet. That is easy for you to say, especially given your position. Terry replied before adding, if you see the need to relinquish your power eventually, why wait? She was relentless. I realized she was just doing her job and calmed myself. I will do nothing of the sort until the threat of the assemblage is eliminated. Consider the retention of my authority as a form of emergency war powers. But, Tara began. No buts, I interrupted loudly. Tara stopped talking and the others looked at me shocked. I think our discussion of the subject is over. Until the threat of the assemblage is removed, my decision is final and frankly, there is nothing you can do about it, so you will just have to deal with it. I paused to let that sink in. Thankfully, they were wise enough to let the matter rest. Was there anything else you'd like to discuss? I asked, after calming myself. There was another long, awkward silence. It was broken when the director stood. I understand, John. I will depart so you can spend your remaining time here talking with your friends. I leave with one request. Please be more proactive in informing the directors when you choose to wield your authority. It may help soothe tensions caused by those instances. I stood as well and shook the director's hand. I agree. It was never my intention to mislead anyone. I should have informed you of my actions sooner. I understand bringing this to my attention must have been difficult for you and the other directors, and I sympathize with your plight. I won't ask you to trust me, but know that I will consider the ramification of my actions and how it affects the directors as well as humanity in general. She nodded and left the outdoor terrace. One of the androids followed it out, and I realized that Naomi's security actions would probably make my request for trust less likely to be granted. There was no turning back now, though. Jess, Adele, and I enjoyed a nice chat for the next quarter hour. I laughed when Jess finally broke down and had to ask how I was feeling. He simply could not help himself, and after his third, not-too-subtle attempt at probing my mental state, even Adele laughed at my expression. Jess laughed as well, realizing that maybe he was trying a bit too hard. As my lunar departure time approached, we had agreed to continue to occasionally chat via virtual. I realized that helping him to understand my state of mind would go a long way to placating the worries of the ruling directorate. Jess let Adele walk me alone back to the receiving and departure area. When we arrived back at the airlock I'd arrived at, we spent the few minutes remaining before I left just holding each other. I felt myself tear up a bit when she whispered into my ear, just before we parted, that she trusted me. Soon I was watching her through the transparent hatch cover of the transport cylinder as she waved goodbye to me. I think both of our eyes were shining more than just a little as the transport machinery pulled me away from the airlock and towards the just-formed wormhole portal leading to the far side of the moon. Vesta 4 asteroid, main belt, Sol system, December 16th, 3115, 1 month later. I waited in the small exercise and relaxation chamber adjacent to the main working area of UXA's former isolated laboratory inside the asteroid Vesta. Omu was my only companion as Rami Rahat, UXA's former roommate and lover from when she had resided on this asteroid, had departed 10 minutes ago. He had been waiting with us for UXA's pending arrival, but had been suddenly called back to the asteroid's main shipyard complex to handle some unforeseen problem that had arisen. UX had been due to arrive on Vesta just about now, but her long-range wormhole transfer had been delayed slightly while she finished a few last-minute tasks. At least I'd been notified of the delay before I could begin to worry. We now had smaller wormholes dedicated to only communications, which provided low-latency linkages across the far-flung inhabited areas of the solar system. This meant that Vesta was now able to access the data nets of Mars and Earth without the light speed-imposed delays of the old radio or microwave relays. While I waited, I kept myself from fretting by utilizing the room's microgravity exercise equipment, doing tethered sit-ups and squats. The elastic tethers were needed as the surface gravity on Vesta was only 3% of Earth's, and also far less than that of the Moon, which I had left only a few hours ago. I was familiar with this type of equipment and was able to get a good workout. As I exercised, I let my mind wander. Mostly, I mulled over the recent accomplishments of the project I had left behind on the Moon. It had been a busy 3 weeks on the Farside Station after I'd returned from my vacation on Earth. The ongoing work to develop the advanced weaponry needed for our eventual attack on the enemy Ark was proceeding at full speed, and I'd been put to work doing what I did best, which had been penetrating the bureaucracy. Mainly, my duties had involved finding ways to balance conservative safety with the need for rapid progress as demanded by the war effort. For example, due to the constraints of wormhole technology, every milligram of mass sent through a wormhole had a correlating high-energy transmission cost. This cost was orders of magnitude higher if the wormhole terminus needed to be accelerated to fractions of the speed of light needed to match the velocity of the approaching enemy Ark ship. So if we wanted to place bombs or even just small probes stationary to the enemy Ark, it would greatly help our energy situation if those bombs or probes were as low mass as possible. Reducing mass had potentially dangerous ramifications, however. Consider your basic annihilation bomb, where the yield came from simply combining equal masses of matter and antimatter. The antimatter component required a considerable amount of complicated wizardry to keep it contained and secure so as to not explode until you wanted it to. This wizardry was normally heavy, delicate, and complicated. Unfortunately, it was also the only practical part of the weapon system which could be minimized to save mass. The antimatter couldn't be reduced as every single atom of it was needed to make the boom. Simply put, less antimatter equaled less boom. So if you reduce the antimatter, your boom simply became that much smaller. The matter component of the device had to roughly match the antimatter mass. This could come from the other parts of the bomb, the shell of the weapon, and the mass of the control wizardry. Some could even come from the enemy Ark itself, but only if the contact occurred deep inside it. So the only practical way to minimize the mass of a matter-antimatter bomb was to minimize the mass of the containment wizardry. This had the one major drawback of making for a very sensitive and fragile bomb. Here was where I came in. With a wave of my AI override powers, I could enable the testing required to determine just how much reduction in mass and increased fragility we could live with. As you can imagine, these tests failed often and spectacularly. The lunar testing field adjacent to the Farside station was littered with the new pockmarks of our recent mass reduction tests. Was it dangerous? Hell, yes it was. Despite using robots and remotes for as many of the hazardous tests as we could, there were still times when the unforeseen happened. Did anyone die? Sadly, sometimes yes they did. I'd insisted that every human be fully recorded before each and every major test series and that all workers were volunteers. But still, we had losses and each loss weighed on my soul. Despite the dangers, we made progress. We now had working designs for storable, low-mass, compact antimatter warheads, with the smallest being about the size of an old basketball. Inside this peewee bomb was about a kilogram of frozen antihydrogen, which when combined with normal matter would make a bang of around 40 megatons of old-style trinitrotoluene, or TNT. We could have made it much, much smaller in physical size if we had not used hydrogen ice. But for what the lightest element lacked in compactness, it made up for by its low mass and ease of manufacture. And when we needed to send them many light years away through our wormholes, low mass was all that mattered. We had other weapons in the works, and thankfully, most were less risky to handle than antimatter. The simplest weapon was a compact spike of tungsten. They were the utmost in simplicity, as all we had to do is use the wormhole to plop them in the path of the enemy Ark. We'd send them without matching the Ark's velocity and let the enemy run into them. As you can expect, the 7.496% C velocity difference made for a pretty decent bang. The smallest size punji rod we were stockpiling was a bit over 100 kilograms. This made for an 80-millimeter diameter rod, a bit over 1.5 meters long. If we stuck one in the path of the enemy, it would punch with a kinetic energy of around 6 megatons of TNT yield. We had made hundreds already. Also, not having to match the Ark's speed meant that we would have the wormhole energy to send dozens of the rods at a time. The one downside was that the kinetic rods would need to be precisely targeted. Because of the enormous rate of closure, the rods would have to be perfectly placed so that the enemy Ark would smash into them without our having to guide or maneuver them. This meant we'd need to track both the enemy Ark course and speed and our slug's arrival positions very accurately. To do so would require stealthy probes, which would need to shadow the enemy Ark. More things to figure out and build. Adding to the complexity of the rods, we dare not just put the slugs in the direct path of the enemy. If we tried, and if our timing was off just the smallest amount, we ran the risk of the Ark impacting our active wormhole. If that occurred, our massively complex and expensive wormhole generator machinery and everything nearby would go up in a gigaton-sized feedback explosion. No, to prevent that risk, we'd have to deploy our tungsten slugs from off to the side of the Ark's course vector. It would be like a stationary bow hunter shooting at a deer running by at an angle. Only this deer would be flying by at over 7% of light speed. As I said, there were still a lot of bugs to work out with the plan. I suspect there will be a lot of misses before we get our timing just right. We also had a few non-explosive and non-kinetic weapons in the works. Some of these were logic-based attacks and, ironically, were probably just as dangerous as the delicate antimatter basketballs. The existence of logic-based weapons was being kept very secret for now to prevent widespread panic and worry. Only a handful of trusted humans were working with the AIs on that aspect of our weapons program. I was brought out of my wool gathering by Neo Truffle's AI announcing that it was finally ready to activate Sarissa, the prototype long-reaching wormhole machine located in the adjacent vacuum chamber, and bring Ux here from Mars. I untethered myself from the low-gravity treadmill and pulled myself over to the nearby window, which looked out into the enormous experiment chamber beyond. I'd first seen this chamber 2 years ago when Ux had revealed her wormhole discovery to me. The experiment chamber had been modified since then, with the largest change being that the entire space was now open to the stars above. Where before there had been a roof or barrier hiding the work area from anyone passing by overhead, now the chamber resembled an enormous deep crater. But unlike the normal empty asteroid crater, this one was filled with complicated gadgetry lit by bright spotlighting. The chamber remained in vacuum to save construction time and to reduce the damage from explosions. Also, without having to pass through tunnels or airlocks, the larger and bulkier items could be brought to the crater from orbit or the main shipyard simply by flying them here and landing them directly into the crater. Long-range, high-spatial differential wormhole transport was also best performed in a vacuum, as even transmitting air molecules along with the cargo required additional power. So for all the reasons given, the Sarissa prototype remained in a vacuum environment. Omu joined me at the window as we watched the huge, complicated wormhole gadget becoming active. The bulky torus-shaped device slowly gimbaled around to align its main transfer vector with that of the target's spatial vector back in orbit around Mars. A long mobile manipulator arm unfolded itself from the chamber's perimeter and positioned its catching grapple near the discharge point of the wormhole. I noted there was a redundant safety net behind the grabber head. This was because the actual transfer would happen quickly to minimize power usage, and the net was a backup in case the grabber missed catching the incoming projectile. I was glad for the net, as that projectile would be my former wife and still best friend in her sealed transport tube. I'd gone through the same trip a few hours earlier, and I sympathized with what Uxa would soon be experiencing. Omu and I saw the distortion ring form and stabilize. The vacuum beyond the window meant that the wormhole opened mostly in silence. The only non-visual sensation I noted was a vibration in the floor as the huge power coupling relays in the power center below us closed, sending megajoules of energy into the spatial compensators of the wormhole machinery. I was happy to see that the Sarissa hardware had been built for show and that the compensating coils ringing the main torrid shape of the generator were now showing visual power cycling indicators. As the exotic matter streams inside the rings were accelerated to match the motion of Mars, the lights on the outer casings became a spinning blur until they formed near-steady neon-like rings around the wormhole opening itself. "Transferring now," Truffles said audibly, using an overhead speaker. There was a flash and a shiny, body-sized cylinder shot out from the wormhole's distortion ring. The grabber caught the fast-moving projectile, recoiling as it absorbed its velocity. To conserve energy, almost before the grabber stopped moving, the active wormhole was closed. The opening power relays caused a second small tremor in the floor of the room as the massive energy flow was disconnected. The grabber arm carefully repositioned the cylinder to one of the medium-sized airlocks adjoining the control room. The transfer was over, and Oaks had been delivered from Mars orbit to here on Vesta. Despite the brevity of the procedure, the nearly 2 AUs of travel and the spatial momentum compensation needed had required around 500 billion joules of continuous energy input. I'd inquired with Omu, who equated the power expended to that of a small backpack nuclear bomb. At first, I understood that to be a tiny nuclear explosion, until Omu reminded me that the energy release was not in one instant burst, but sustained for almost 2 seconds. This meant that in actuality it was like a few hundred little nukes going off over the few seconds of the transfer. I had a sudden revelation that our new mode of travel would result in a system-wide energy crisis if no one was careful. Omu and I headed to the main operations room adjacent to the habitat to greet Uxa. There we found two humans busy at work in the operations room, Marissa Urbane and Thomas Oppenheim. Thomas was a science specialist and was overseeing a main control console, likely acting as an emergency backup in case Truffles, the main AI in charge, blew a tube. The unlikelihood of that happening, or the slim chance that he would be able to intervene fast enough to matter, was proven by the fact that he was currently reclined back in his chair, off in some virtual amusement. Marissa was currently busier. The female mechanical technician was standing near the inner door of the airlock, where Ux's tube had just been delivered, waiting for it to pressurize. Omu followed me as I approached the airlock alcove. "Hey, John," Marissa said. "Did your exercise session get the jitters worked out of your system?" "It helped some. I guess the transfer I'd gone through earlier and the big test we have coming up has me feeling a little anxious," I replied. She just nodded and turned to watch the lock complete its cycle. I remained silent also. Marissa was friendly enough, but she had the annoying habit of constantly popping into and out of virtual. It was not that she was addicted to being online as much as that she was an extremely busy technician and was needed elsewhere. I had checked her access registry and learned that while she was here assisting with our arrival and the pending test, she was also overseeing a crew of welding bots back at the main shipyard. She wore overlay goggles and I suspected had data feeds running almost constantly, requiring her attention and oversight. Yes, despite the promise of near-term interstellar range wormholes, the shipyard was still busy working on the Gambito. There had been talk of stopping construction of humanity's fourth colonizer, an exploration starship, and shifting resources to the wormhole effort, but that had been overruled, at least for now. In fact, we were busy redesigning and rebuilding the massive starship to take advantage of our recent wormhole breakthroughs. The main modifications being made to Gambito were the inclusion of an onboard interplanetary range wormhole generator. This meant that if and when Gambito reached its destination star, the ship would not have to rely on dropships to shuttle equipment to and from any planetary surface. This would reduce the mass of the vessel while saving time once it arrived at its destination. The airlock's pressure indicator illuminated, and Marissa began opening the big hatch cover. Soon, a metallic sealed transport cylinder was revealed lying on its side on the floor of the lock. To save mass, the compact cylinder had no windows, and again I winced in sympathy, thinking of Ooks sealed inside the tiny capsule. Omu and Marissa reached into the lock and pulled the tube out into the operations room. "Get me out of here!" I heard the faint, tinny-sounding voice of Ux yelling through the thin metal shell. Marissa grabbed a power wrench and attacked the fasteners holding the lid on the simple cylinder. Omu assisted by stabilizing the tube in Vesta's microgravity, by straddling the cylinder, and using her magnetic foot pads to hold it secure to the floor. The top-mounted cap finally released with a small puff of equalizing air pressure, and Marissa set it aside. Ux kicked off the bottom of the tube and shot out of the top like a cork from a bottle. I made the mistake of laughing as she barely managed to catch herself before ramming her head into the bulkhead like a little female-shaped torpedo. I stopped chuckling when she quickly flipped herself upright, using the bulkhead's hand grabs, and stood there glaring at me. She gave a visible shudder and quickly composed herself. "I hate these new lightweight cans you can't see out of," she said. "Thank God we only have to be sealed inside for a few minutes." Ux looked much as she did when I had seen her last. She still had the smaller, low-gravity shell with the strange, oversized cranium. Her shell's abnormal head was even more noticeable now, as most of it was shaved bare to allow easy access to the many data ports. What hair remained was cropped short and dyed a sapphire blue. It was quite a look, but as this was my friend and former spouse, I kept any negatives about her appearance to myself. I smiled and pushed myself over to her to give her a big welcoming hug. I felt her still shivering slightly in my arms. She calmed as she hugged me back and we shared a quick kiss. When we broke apart, she inspected me and gave me an approving smile. I've missed you too, John. Omu and Marissa replaced the lid on the transfer tube and stowed it in a rack with many other similar cylinders. Ooks and I remained close and held hands as we watched them work. When they had finished, I introduced Uxa to Marissa and Tomas. She shook each of their hands and then gave Omu a hug. It's been a while, Omu. Even though he promised he'd visit, you haven't managed to get your master to come to Mars to visit, she said while giving me a look. Yes, I am happy to see you again, Uxa. As far as visiting Mars, if today's test with the Sarissa prototype goes well, we may be visiting you at the Phobos military wormhole complex soon enough, the android replied. Welcome back to Vesta, Ukes, Truffle's AI spoke after Omu finished. I hope your transport from Mars was tolerable? Hello, Truffles. I'm okay and glad to be back. Is everything here ready to go? Ux asked the AI. All equipment needed for the upcoming operation is optimal. Preparations are complete except for the final downloading of the payload control presence. The asteroid's primary power storage units are currently charging and will reach maximum capacity in 112 minutes. The secondary power facilities are holding on standby status in near orbit, the research complex's AI said. What's the status of the new data connection back to the Earth? Uxie next asked. The data-only wormhole link is active and holding. L2 station reports that it expects to have enough power available to maintain the direct data linkage for the next 4 hours. Using the link, we will have full low-latency contact with both Naomi and Xenius AIs. They will add their capacity to the local asteroid-based AIs, Gymnasium and myself, Truffles reported. I had seldom interacted with Xenius. It was the lesser AI devoted to all things related to our ally. We hoped that they were an ally against the assemblage, the Hemru. Gymnasium AI was responsible for the construction of our interstellar starships and was based in a data center adjacent to the main shipyard. Truffles was Eux's original firewalled wormhole research AI based here at this experimental laboratory in an armored chamber below us. Now that the wormhole tech was no longer secret, the firewalls had been opened, and the AI was able to link with the rest of its peers. The AI was heavily involved with the Far Reach project, both here and on Mars, and had been the driver behind the construction of the Sarissa hardware located in the adjacent vacuum chamber. Naomi was Naomi. It was nice to now remain in contact with my old companion while traveling deeper into the solar system and away from its main processors back on the Earth. With all 4 AIs available for the upcoming test, we should have more than enough computing power on tap. Where's Rami? Uxe asked. He was waiting for you, but something came up back at the main shipyard. I don't think he will have time to return before the upcoming operation, I explained. I didn't have to explain that as a supervisor on the starship's construction, Rami would be kept away from the prototype during the upcoming operation. Ux was aware of those security needs better than I was. There is always a chance that a long-distance wormhole would open in the path of a chunk of high-velocity space debris and destroy the complex. The shipyard and the main base are far enough away to be safe from any feedback explosions if that were to occur. Just as with me, Ux had been required to have a full mine data backup before being permitted to come here today. All persons attending today's operations were similarly backed up, including Marissa and Tomas. Tomas accessed his instruments for a moment and then spoke. Ma'am, the main habitat short-range wormhole is available and has an opening in its schedule if you wish to make a quick visit to the main shipyard control center where Supervisor Rahat is currently working. Uki looked towards me. We do have over an hour to wait and I'd like to see him. Care to join me for a quick hop over to see Rami? I've already spoken with him, so you go on ahead. I'll grab a coffee and a bite to eat from the auto kitchen while you're gone. I should also check in with my great-granddaughter back on my island while I have the free time, I replied. Ux just smiled. She was smart enough to know that my excuse was a polite fiction to allow her time to visit her old lover and roommate alone. They had been apart for a few years now, so it was only fair that they had a moment of privacy. Please arrange for the transport, Tomas, she told the specialist. 15 seconds later, a 1-meter diameter wormhole appeared at the opposite end of the workroom. Within seconds, a short, open-ended metallic tube extruded out from the distortion ring. From the outer edge of the tube, a cone of safety mesh unfurled on long filaments. Due to the extremely low gravity, local wormhole travel on Vesta didn't require transport cylinders. "I'll be back in an hour or so," Ux said as she launched herself towards the floating safety netting and reached the handholds lining the inner surface of the narrow tube. I watched amazed as she pulled herself inside and was gone. 10 seconds later, the netting in the tube retracted into the distortion ring, and with a quiet pop, the local wormhole was gone. "That sure beats riding that old cramped train back to the center of the asteroid," I said, mostly to myself. The others heard and nodded their agreement. 10 minutes later, Omu joined me at the break room area while I sipped a bulb of coffee. I was going to skip eating, but that plan changed when Omu withdrew fresh chocolate chip cookies from the food maker. I pulled 2 off the stick tray before the android carried the rest to Marissa and Tomas. As I munched on the warm treat, I sat entwined in a low-G body cradle near the exterior window and watched vacuum-capable mobile units crawl around the Sarissa wormhole generator machinery, inspecting and readying it for its upcoming first real mission. Omu returned but remained silent as we watched the ongoing work. Although this was normal for the android, I suspected the silence this time was for other reasons. "If you are worried about the upcoming mission, Omu, you know that we can send another presence along with the probe. Xenius AI has prepared its own sub-presence to control the probe," I said quietly. "No, John, I agree with Naomi that it should be a copy of my presence that is sent. My logical processes have already been optimized for operations in a hardware-limited environment. My presence also has the advantage of fully integrated Hemru override algorithms," the android replied. "But you've already died once to a Hemru device," I said, referring to the accident which occurred centuries ago in the hidden Hemru bunker in Sri Lanka. "Are you sure you want to risk a copy to that happening again?" "Nothing is certain regarding our pending contact with the Hemru probe, John. However, having it self-destruct during our contact has a very low probability of occurring. Regardless, I only risk a copy of my presence. I have already accepted the copy's loss, regardless." "What do you mean?" I asked. "No matter the outcome of the contact with the Hemru probe, the physical probe containing the copy of my presence will not be physically returning. Thus, the copy will remain aboard and be lost to the vastness of space for all time, regardless of whether or not the Hemru probe self-destructs." "Oh," I said soberly. I hadn't thought of that until Omu brought it up. "Due to the high power required for today's mission, we would not have enough energy reserves to bring our physical probe back home. Oh, I'm sure we could wait a few days or weeks until we stored enough energy, but there was really no point in doing so. We would remain in intermittent contact with the probe during and after its mission by using a smaller, data-only wormhole link. This would allow Sol's system to retrieve all collected data and for the probe to act as a long-duration scout. Still, it meant that Omu's digital copy would remain on the probe. In effect, the android was correct in that it would be consigning a part of itself to a likely eternal drift through space. My attention returned to the activities in the large crater as a new device was readied. It was a 10-meter-long launching tube. The large gun barrel-like device would be used to inject 3 smaller scout probes and our final larger contact probe into the wormhole. The launcher was mounted on the end of a long, telescoping boom which resembled an old construction crane. I laughed at a sudden thought. Omu looked away from the window to wonder at my outburst. "Sorry, my friend. I just had a weird thought of a man being shot out of a circus cannon," I said after controlling myself. "The great Omudini?" the android asked. "Or maybe Omuzeli, the queen of the flying trapeze?" I snorted. "Maybe we should stick with just Omu. Or maybe Omu 2, as it will be a copy." After I finished my coffee, I held to the promise I'd made to Ux and made 2 virtual calls back home. The first was to Serenity back on heels in the sand. I wanted to both check in and see how things were going, and also to warn her that I'd be coming back to the island for another short vacation after the conclusion of the mission here. I planned to invite Ux along, but whether she would join me would depend upon her schedule. My second virtual communication was with Hannah. I knew, given the current time in Old Utah, that she was probably sleeping, but she had been adamant about being kept abreast of any major news regarding our progress with wormhole technology. She took my call and I quickly brought her up to date regarding today's mission with the Sarissa prototype. She was pleased to hear the news and wanted an estimate on how our attack plans were coming along. I was still unable to give her a firm timetable on that, including if she would be allowed to participate. She said she understood, but was still going to remain living in her combat shell for the time being in case an attack opportunity arose. After I terminated the call, I sat and considered whether I really wanted to hold to my promise to include her. The logistics would be costly, but in the end, I decided to keep my word as a point of honor. We'd deal with the logistics when the time came. 20 minutes before the scheduled start time of the mission, Naomi joined in and said that it was time for Omu to go prepare the probe. We made our way back to the main control center room just in time to witness the small interasteroid wormhole spit Ux out. Omu caught her before she drifted to the floor and got her stabilized and standing on her feet. She had slightly ruffled hair and a glow about her that made me smirk. She noticed my expression. "Forget that idea, John. Rami and I just talked. I had to hustle to get in the transport queue as a bunch of people were requesting to use it to get to their battery-powered shelters." I chose to believe her. "How are Rami and the ship coming along?" I asked, still smiling. "He's doing well. He's been busy with the Starship, but the modifications are ahead of schedule. Gambado will be ready to launch in less than a decade unless we need to raid its positron fuel cells for the war effort again." I didn't have to consult with the AIs to know that our first priority remained the pending attack on the assemblage. The Ark was still far enough away that we could afford to delay launching Gambado for another decade or two. We still planned to send her off to Groombridge as a hedge against the possibility of our defeat by the assemblage. If we ended up defeating that enemy before the ship was launched, we'd have to reevaluate the entire Starship effort. Maybe some other use could be found for the specialized hardware, or maybe it would be sent to a closer star better suited for colonization. That decision was still far down the road, though, and I had little direct interest, regardless. While I had been making my calls back to the inner system, a new technician had arrived in the control room to assist Marissa and Tomas. This new person looked to be female and was currently busy helping Marissa near the large open airlock chamber where the payload for today's mission was being prepared. Ux and I followed Omu as we joined them. When the new person turned towards us as we approached, I realized that I knew her. Her name was Sova Deduch, and she was a tall, 30-something space technician who had accompanied me on a high-G torch ship when I'd first come to Vesta 2 years earlier. "Hello, Sova. How have you been?" I asked as I offered her my hand. She stretched her lanky, low-gravity altered shell forward and returned my handshake. "I'm good, John. I'm surprised and pleased that you remember me. I don't think you can ever forget someone with whom you've shared nearly a week of high-thrust travel in a cramped torch ship. I assume you've remained here on Vesta since the last time we met?" I asked. "Yeah, I've been busy on Gambado's refit. I could use a vacation, but I'm not desperate enough to take a slow boat back quite yet. Hopefully, an opening in the new wormhole transfer queue back to Earth will become available soon," the lanky girl groused. "If it survives the upcoming mission, that is," she added more seriously. She kept looking back to the probe as we talked, eager to get back to her work. "We should catch up after today's mission, but if we don't, and if you're serious about needing another vacation, I've begun hosting guests on my tropical island. Look me up if the jump queue opens up and you end up on Earth. I can arrange a place for you if you like," I offered. "I just might do that, John," she replied. She started to turn away when suddenly she looked back in surprise. "Say, I heard from my twice-great-grandma Hannah that you two have visited recently." "That's right." Sova was of Hannah Venezia's line. I was embarrassed that I'd forgotten to tell Hannah that I had shared a week-long rocket ride to Vesta with her descendant back when I had stayed with her in Utah. "Yeah, I spent a few days with her at her isolation lodge. Later, we were both active in persuading humanity to vote to pursue attacking the assemblage. It was nice to reconnect with her." "Do you two speak often?" I asked. "With the wormhole data linkage open periodically, I try to every week or so. Our genetic family branch has a group forum where we can keep up with each other. Now that I can access the forum without the light speed delay, I try to check in more often." I nodded and let her get back to work. "Naomi," I sub-vocalized, "can you see to it that Sova and her partner have a slot in the queue a few days after the mission is concluded?" "Of course, John." Note that only one transport slot will be needed as Vesta's living unit accommodations list Sova as no longer sharing quarters with Bale. I assume you wish your part in this to remain unknown? I felt momentarily saddened, began to learn that the couple were no longer together. I recalled that Sova had been unsure of their relationship status during her last vacation. Yes, if you can, make the same offer to everyone who risked their physical shells for this mission. I added, it will be done, was her reply via my implant. Sova was now busy helping Marissa prep the payload for today's experiment. I looked around them both to study the device. The long, man-sized robot probe looked sinister and almost organic. It had a matte black exterior, and its shape resembled a squid, or possibly a long-legged spider. One end of the probe, the head end, was a 1-meter diameter spherical housing that clearly contained the power, control, and space propulsion units. Centered on this spherical shell was a series of small maneuvering thrusters circling a larger ion impulse motor. Dangling symmetrically from this head were 9 long, multifunction segmented arms. 3 were similar and were clearly strong grasping arms, as each had contact pads and grippers on their extremities. The other 6 arms were specialized and each was unique. I could see drills, energy projectors, electron arc emitters, optical and other sensors, and other items I didn't recognize attached to the ends of the various arms. A closer inspection revealed that there was one splash of color in the otherwise matte black, EM-absorbing coating. The bright orange splash was just above the thrusters and appeared to be some sort of writing. I leaned forward to read the flowing cursive letters. O, H, Yen. Oh, Ono? I asked, giving the android a look. I thought it was a more appropriate designation than Omutu or Expendable Probe 1, John. Ux smirked as I just shook my head. Activating probe unit Ono. Please keep clear, Truffles announced via the ceiling wall speakers. Sova and Marissa stood back as the black multi-armed robot shuddered and pulled itself out of its work cradle. It assumed a standing position in the microgravity, using its 3 largest arms as a makeshift tripod. When the probe was again stationary, the 2 human technicians returned to the airlock to work on the 3 smaller scout probes. Marissa removed the soccer ball-size objects from a packing crate and handed them to Sova, who momentarily attached a data linkage to each. After each had gone through final inspection, they were returned to their crates. While the humans worked, Omu stepped up to the larger Ono probe and inserted her interface finger probe into a data port which had just opened near a large optical sensor. There was a pause as my android friend stood unmoving while direct interface was achieved. Transferring operating system and my logical presence into the Ono probe, the android finally said. The black probe gave a few new twitches and jerks as the data transfer commenced. Releasing full probe control to Omu, Truffles announced. Main logic overlays in place, Omu and the black robot probe said simultaneously. The voice coming from the probe was more of a grating vibration emanating from the small sonic projector located on the end of one of its arms. Ux and I looked at each other with wide eyes. The paired voices were more than just a little unsettling. While we waited for Omu to complete the operating presence transfer, the 2 technicians removed the larger probe's cradle from the airlock and carried it into another part of the control room. Tomas remained at the main control station, getting things ready for the big experiment. Attention, this is Ganasium AI. Prepare for emergency low-power operations in 15 minutes. All Vesta personnel shall secure their current work activities and make their way to the designated emergency shelters or other areas with self-contained power generation. Normal operations will resume in approximately 2 hours. The room lights flash 3 times to accentuate the AI's message. All across the asteroid, including the main shipyard, human workers and AI sub-presences would be preparing for the 2-hour period of minimal power. The reason was our upcoming test would need all the active power generation available on the asteroid, including most of its non-emergency stored energy reserves. Yux took her place next to Tomas at the control board and folded herself into a customized body cradle sized for her use only. The cradle reversed itself, rolling over and tilting forward, leaving my friend in an almost kneeling position facing the wall. A panel in the console opened and 4 snake-like data umbilicals emerged and hovered over her head. "I still hate this part," she said with a brief glance toward me. "See you after the mission." Esk then bowed her head, exposing the shaved portion of her cranium to the waiting data probes. The first darted forward and embedded itself, a horrifying depth, into her head. She twitched and spasmed for a moment. After she settled, the next three followed the first, leaving my friend more machine than human. "Human AI interface complete," Truffles and Ux said simultaneously. Her words spoken in the AI's announced from the ceiling speakers. A fifth and sixth umbilical emerged from the console and embedded themselves in Uxi's right and left wrists. These would supply additional oxygenating compounds into her bloodstream. Her implant would then accelerate her heart to nearly twice its normal pulse to flood her accelerated brain with the extra oxygen. The fluids were also cooled as it was recirculated to remove the additional heat generated by her hyped-up system. I caught Tomas shuddering as he studied the smaller, prostrated woman positioned next to him. I couldn't help but speculate that he would never have the courage to undergo the same hybrid modifications which my ex-wife had subjected to herself. My sense of pride at my longtime genius friend swelled, and I felt the urge to better myself just from witnessing her commitment. Now physically coupled to the resident wormhole AI, Ux would directly oversee the next phases of the mission. I would be watching in partial virtual after we sent the probe off, but for now I wanted to catch the preparations with my own eyes as they happened. Marissa and Sova returned to the airlock area of the control room and began helping each other into full pressure suits. I went to assist them in attaching the self-contained air renewal backpacks, and then stood back as they double-checked each other's seals and connections. While they finished their suit prep, Omu disconnected from the Ono probe and stood back as it made its way into the airlock. The now suited women joined the black probe, and I wished them all luck and closed the hatch. The two humans were going to remain in their pressure suits and out in vacuum in case any last-minute troubleshooting was needed. There were also automated mobile units available, but it was decided the two humans would remain on hand in case an unexpected electromagnetic event affected the machines. I made my way to the nearby observation window to watch the group leave the airlock. The technician's first task would be to oversee the installation of the three smaller scouting probes we'd be sending through the wormhole first. The compact devices would be used to triangulate our Hemru target's exact location and relay the information back to the control center. Next, using the refined location data, the wormhole machinery would adjust the wormhole's terminus to be nearer to the Hemru probe before the Ono probe was sent through. We'd been tracking the departing Hemru probe ever since it had passed by the Earth. It had never shown any signs of altering its course or speed, so we had a fairly good idea where it was now. But it was still almost a quarter of a light year away, so our location data would likely be off, and thus the three scouts were sent first. Sova and Marissa were using handholds to make their way to the breech end of the 10-meter-long insertion device. The taller technician was towing the crate which contained the ranging probes. Over the next few minutes, I watched as they loaded the smaller probes into the injection device. It reminded me of ammunition being loaded into the magazine of a gun. "Attention, this is Gynosium AI. Restricted power status will begin in 5 minutes. If you have not reached a place of shelter, report in, and a mobile unit will be dispatched to assist you by providing emergency shelter and temporary power. Normal operations will resume in approximately 80 minutes. The two pressure-suited technicians boarded a small maneuvering platform which jetted them up and out of the large crater. They would be waiting in a secured pit just beyond the crater rim. This was for their safety in case of an incident during wormhole formation. As I watched them fly away to safety, I noticed a half-dozen small hovering observation platforms move in closer to the wormhole machinery. It looked like the upcoming action would be observed from all angles. With the communications wormhole in operation, the bulk of humanity would be following what happened here over the next hour. I'm sure many would also be watching me via the wall-mounted cameras as I witnessed the operation. Probably more than a few would be hoping for the installation to go up in a nuclear fireball. That faction, I hope to disappoint. Omu pulled herself up to my body cradle. "Excited, John?" my android friend asked. I realized that I had been fidgeting again. "You bet I am, Omu. If this goes well, we will not only have confirmed that we are very close to achieving light-year distance wormholes, but we might also be learning a great deal of new information about our Hemru allies." The lights in the control center dimmed as the limited power period began. Beginning Sarissa Enhanced Range Operations. Gymnasium broadcast to everyone. Charging for full spatial compensation now beginning. This will take 196 seconds, Truffles said using the room's audio speakers. Ux's shell remained silent, but when I looked closely, I could see her lips moving as if she were also speaking. Next to her, I saw that Tomas was now in full virtual. I would be the sole human in the control room to have actual physical eyeballs on the event as it happened. Outside the heavy window, the Sarissa machinery began to slew around on massive gimbals as it aligned itself to the vector of the distant departing Hemru probe. We'd scheduled today's mission to coincide with Vesta's orbital rotation so as to align the required vector with the current horizon of the testing chamber. This was mainly to allow adequate room to maneuver the 10-meter-long injection gun up to the active wormhole aperture once it was spatially aligned and fully formed. As I watched the large toroidal machine stop its motion, I was happy to see that the gun barrel would thankfully be pointing almost directly away from my viewing window. I'm sure the AIs had taken this into account when they modified the chamber for the mission. The energy relays closed, causing a small tremor and sending power to the coils. The wormhole aperture partially formed as the main coil was flooded with high-energy exotic matter and local space began distorting. There was no actual terminus as of yet, as the frequency of the exotic energy was kept oscillating on purpose. The limbo state allowed for even more exotic matter to flood the outer spatial compensation coils. As this additional matter was accelerated transversely through the forming distortion aperture, the spatial momentum of the terminus point would be accelerated. We would be dumping an enormous amount of energy into the compensation coils over the next 3 minutes, and the total velocity change would be immense. When the energy dump was over, the terminus point of the wormhole would be receding through space at nearly 8% of the speed of light, or about 24,100 kilometers per second. If our calculations were correct, that speed would exactly match that of the Hemru probe. The energy needed just to form the wormhole at that spatial velocity was over 1x 1016, 31 quadrillion joules. I'd been told that that amount was akin to the total energy release of one of the bigger nuclear weapons ever tested by man back in the old days, when we were stupid enough to aim such devices at one another. Helping to keep such a vast amount tolerable was the fact that the power delivery was spread over an entire 3-minute charging period. The asteroid's fusion power plants and energy storage reserve stockpiles could provide that amount, just barely. The clock continued to tick, and the massive energy continued to pour into the spatial compensators. The base wormhole had now been bounced along its ancient cosmic string pathway and was now targeted on the location where we expected the Hemru probe to be. In the 1,162 days since it had flown past the Earth traveling at just shy of 8% of light speed, it had traveled over 2.4 trillion kilometers, or more than 16,107 astronomical units. This was just a bit more than a quarter of a light year and a third of the way through the Oort cloud surrounding our star. When the wormhole finally opened, we'd be just shy of true interstellar space. Still, it would be the farthest man has ever reached if you did not include the 3 interstellar starships we'd so far managed to launch and send off to the stars. I'd asked Omu about the old Voyager probe as mankind had launched 1,100 years ago, and learned that this wormhole's target was 7 times further from the sun than those old probes had managed to travel thus far. A 60-second countdown appeared in my smart iris's overlay, which indicated when the actual wormhole portal would form. I felt the body cradle I was attached to vibrate again and saw that large blast shutters were beginning to cover the other viewing windows adjacent to either side of me. I was about to ask Omu about the window in front of me when I noticed a thick slab of crystal raising into place. The AIs had been made aware of my wish to observe with my own eyes and had prepared additional safety measures. I smiled as I remembered the discussion I'd had with Naomi 2 days ago, when I'd expressed my intentions to attend today's events in person. Naomi had freely expressed all the reasons why my request was a bad idea. It took a direct verbal order commanding the AI's compliance before it backed down and agreed to transport me here. It did demand one concession, which was that I undergo an immediate mind data scan. I could only imagine the rows of medical creches, filled with my clones, kept waiting and ready aboard Naomi's huge submarine Corencia. It would only take a few hours before a replacement was thawed and uploaded with my current mentality if something should befall me here. I never asked for confirmation that such copies existed, but if they did, it was the price of my freedom to act irrationally at times like this. The clear blast shield finished covering my window with a heavy thud. I was happy to see that the view was still optimal, even with the added thickness. It was ironic that I was eschewing the more detailed virtual view to observe the proceedings with the naked eye. Well, not completely naked, as I'd be augmenting my eyesight with the high technology of my smart irises. The injector mechanism was now in its final position, directly in front of the wormhole torus. Beside its long bulk was a much shorter and more slender probe sensor. This would be quickly inserted into the wormhole immediately after it formed, to take a quick peek before deploying the 3 scouting probes. Omu moved up directly beside me to also watch. I was sure the move was sympathetic, as the android could fully monitor the mission via digital channels alone. Was it teasing me? I glanced at the android, but it remained focused on the activities transpiring in the crater beyond the window. Maybe she was next to me to simply provide companionship for the occasion. "Are you still linked to Ono?" I asked the android. Omu turned to me before speaking. "I am linked to the probe's controlling presence using the standard AI peer-to-peer linkage, John. The connection allows enough separation so that Ono is now a separate and distinct awareness," the android explained. "Think of me as Omu's recently separated conjoined twin, John." I heard in my implant. The sound sensation was distinct from that Omu normally used. It was also distinct from the voice I heard when Naomi communicated with me. I realized I could distinguish and identify each voice sensation automatically. It must have been due to some mental adjusting the shell's brain had gone through. Or it was some function of the implant I had not been aware of. Regardless, although the voices of the implant sensations were similar, I simply knew who was talking to me without confusion. "Will we be able to remain linked with you after you transit the wormhole, Ono?" I asked. "Yes, as long as the active communication linkage sensor remains inserted through the wormhole aperture boundary," Ono answered. It was referring to the small sensor stalk. 10 seconds, I heard the link Truffles and Ux say. A countdown indication appeared in my peripheral vision. The lighting in the control room and outer chamber beyond dimmed even further as more power was made available for the sensor insertion once the wormhole opened. I followed the numbers counting down on my overlay. Truffles, Ux remained silent as the countdown continued. The other AIs attending also remained silent. The countdown hit 0, and I felt a brief moment of dizziness as the extremely long-range wormhole was opened in the nearby crater. The sensation must have been due to some effect of space being ripped apart by such vast amounts of energy. A purplish glow formed inside the huge torus of the wormhole machinery and cast scintillating reflections on many of the shiny surfaces. "Success," Omu simply said next to me. Apparently we'd done it. We had created a wormhole nearly to interstellar space. Even better, we'd managed the feat without blowing ourselves to smithereens in the process. "Wormhole creation successful," I heard Ux mutter behind me. A second later, Truffles announced over the room's speakers, "Wormhole creation successful. Beginning phase 1. Stabilizing aperture oscillations. Power levels stable. Inserting immediate area sensor now." The AI's voice now had the speech patterns of my former wife. The conjoined human and AI's interactions were disturbing the hell out of me. I'd never witnessed my former wife operating at such deep interface levels before, and if I had my wish, I'd never do so again. When the augmented human-AI pairing finished its report, new information overlays appeared in my iris's peripheral area, showing columns of data. I mostly ignored the new information and just watched the show. In the chamber beyond my viewing window, the small sensor stalk was quickly advanced into the wormhole aperture. I could only imagine our scanner suddenly appearing from a circular distortion ring floating in space, a quarter of a light-year away from our current position. A much larger overlay appeared directly in my field of view, which showed the relayed view from the camera now outside the distant terminus of the wormhole. I watched the view showing a star field pan around as the sensor swiveled to scan its new surroundings. The camera's fractional light speed velocity became apparent when the image stars shifted slightly in color from bluish to reddish as the view changed from almost directly ahead to towards the rear. "No local objects detected," Truffles said, thankfully this time with its normal AI voice. We had not expected to see the Hemru probe from the initial wormhole terminus location, as we had wanted to open it a safe distance away in empty space. The view of the starfield continued to pan around until it was looking back towards the edge of the wormhole terminus itself. The purplish distortion ring surrounding the reflective disk of the wormhole terminus was revealed with the narrow sensor stalk extending from it. From this angle, the projected view allowed for a glimpse back through the wormhole into its origin crater. I smiled as I could just make out the window Omu and I were standing behind. Unfortunately, the glass was too reflective to make out the black-colored android or myself. The sensor stalk lengthened and visibly bent further, shifting the view of the distortion ring off to the side. This allowed the camera to look behind the wormhole, so to speak. A brighter star emerged as the ring slid sideways. It was more red than I'd expected. "Is that?" I started to ask. "Sol, from 16,000 astronomical units away, you are now looking at yourself from a quarter light year's distance," Omu said, interrupting my question. Wow, the star was bright, but not that much brighter than some of the others. The far end of our wormhole was a long way out there. "Phase 1 complete. Beginning Phase 2. Energizing auxiliary power source," Truffles announced audibly. The viewport showing the camera's view shrank and was returned to the periphery of my visual field. I returned my attention to the scene outside the thick window just in time to see the new flash of light as another wormhole formed near a large power coupling attached to the clustered toroid shape of the main wormhole generator. This new wormhole had been created from a generator currently located in near orbit around the asteroid. There, a recently completed space station hosted one of the new atomic dynamos we designed and built to provide enormous quantities of short-duration power. We would need this extra power to accelerate significant masses to send them through the extremely long-range wormhole. The just-formed smaller wormhole was our solution to coupling the new power source to the local machinery. Instead of using beamed power or long superconducting cables, we could just create a new wormhole linkage and directly couple the two machines as if they were physically adjacent to each other. The new wormhole stabilized and moved slightly closer to the main power coupling, finally coming to rest 30 centimeters from the large junction. A few seconds later, a grouping of large conduits extended from the new wormhole and connected themselves, causing the chamber lights to brighten as the asteroid's power reserves were augmented. "Auxiliary energy connected. Available energy now 43% higher than previously," Truffles reported. The 10-meter-long injection mechanism moved forward to position itself in the center of the wormhole aperture, displacing the sensor stalk off to one edge. The blur of lights indicating the accelerating compensation matter in the outer toroidal ring began to spin up even faster as additional power was sent into the wormhole. "Launching first scout probe in 3 seconds. 2, 1, injection," Truffles relayed. There was a very notable vibration and power surge as the injection mechanism accelerated the first small probe and shot it into the wormhole. When the small sphere passed through the tear in space, the room felt like it shuddered slightly, and I felt a strange sensation of dizziness. The compensation indicators, which had slowed due to the probe's transition, began building again. The long injection gun repositioned itself slightly, and 8 seconds later there was a similar surge in disorientation as the second spherical probe was launched and sent through. After the third probe was launched, I felt myself relax as the final bout of nausea passes. I realized that my hands were clenched on the body cradle's railing because of the unease I'd felt during each launch. Omu noticed. "From your visible physical discomfort, I surmised the area effect wormhole spatial transition phenomenon was greater this time. Do you wish to depart the immediate area? I can order a pause in operations." The nausea I'd felt had been stronger than any I'd experienced during previous wormhole usages, but not too strong to tolerate. The phenomenon was still mostly a mystery. It was something only living beings experienced, as the AIs could not detect anything other than the power draw during the transits. It would likely remain a mystery as no long-term effects had come from the brief nausea felt by humans, and research into the causes was not a current high priority. No, I'm fine. It just felt stronger with those three probes than it had with other wormhole transitions, I replied. Let's continue with the mission. I can deal with it. Of course, John. Be warned that the Ono probe will likely cause even greater symptoms. I just nodded at the android. At least the larger probe's passage would be a quick, one-and-done event. With the three probes now beyond the outer edges of the solar system, the auxiliary power was no longer needed until we sent probe Ono through. I watched the physical coupling detach itself with a bright electrical discharge and the small linkage wormhole disappear. Auxiliary power temporarily disconnected, Truffles announced. The orbiting station would now idle down its atomic dynamo until probe Ono was ready to be sent through. I imagined the power station in Vesta orbit, quenching its nuclear fires, and wondered if the satellite was visible overhead. I looked upwards through my viewing window, but the orbiting station was not currently above this portion of Vesta, receiving transmissions from the three scouting probes, Truffles reported. The three small spheres were spreading out as they moved away from the wormhole on slightly separate vectors. The first to be sent contained a compact radar emitter and would soon begin discharging microwaves into the black spaces ahead. The other two probes had deployed receiving antennas and would be listening for the radar returns from the HFY device. We would need to wait a short while for the three to separate further before triangulation would allow for an accurate fix. While we waited, Ono became active, using its mobility arms to pull itself towards the launching mechanism. Sova and Marissa appeared over the crater's rim, using their suits' maneuvering jets. The two humans arrived at the injection railgun at the same time as probe Ono and helped reconfigure it to hold a larger probe. Scouting probes confirmed detection of an object matching the expected radar signature of the alien probe, which transited the solar system 3.18 years ago, Truffles announced. I was about to question why I was not seeing an image when the AI continued. Radar returns placed the detected object 300 to 42,000 kilometers ahead of the current location of the wormhole terminus. Target location accuracy continues to improve as the scouts spread and the baselines increase. I found the graphic in my iris display that showed the AI's time estimate for how long the final location fix would take. They calculated that in about 3 minutes, we'd know the location of the HFY probe accurately enough to reposition the wormhole and send through probe Ono. I was about to go make myself a bulb of coffee when a small, flashing alert indication caught my eye. It was my message queue's preset alarm, which was set to alert me if I received messages from my immediate family. I saw that I actually had 5 family messages waiting. I quickly scrolled the list and saw that they were congratulatory messages from Serenity, Charity, Larissa, and Ben. As I read their messages, 2 additional messages made it through my filters, including one from Hannah. Like much of humanity, they must have been closely following the mission, and since the coverage included multiple cameras here in the control room, watching me physically observe the proceedings, I was attracting a lot of attention. I looked at the general inbox and was shocked to find I had received well over 100,000 messages from non-family members. Naomi, have you been monitoring my inbox? What's the general gist of those messages? I sub-vocalized to my AI minder. The vast majority are expressions of congratulations and hope for the success of the mission, Naomi reported. After a short pause, it continued. The messages also indicate an extremely positive perception of your role in promoting both the exploitation of wormhole technology and for aggressive pursuing actions against the assemblage, the AI added. I didn't detect any chagrin with her admission, but I could not help but rub it in slightly. So it seems it was a good idea to come here and personally oversee and witness the mission? There was a long pause which made me smirk slightly. That would likely be a correct assumption. I kept any further comment to myself, taking my win with grace. I also watched the updated information in my iris's peripheral display show our small fleet of probes continuing to spread apart, further refining the location of the HFY probe. The two human techs out in the crater had finished mounting Probe Ono onto the launcher and were now jetting off back to their sheltered bunker. The squid-like black probe was facing the wormhole bulbous end first, with its long trailing arms lying alongside the launcher rail behind it. When go time arrived, the rail would propel Probe Ono into the wormhole much more gently than it had with the smaller scouts. With the probe's attachment complete, we simply had to wait for the location and shift the wormhole. "It's not too late to trade places with me, Omu," I heard Pro Bono say in my implants. I looked at the android next to me to see how she responded to her copy's taunting message. Omu responded by placing her small android hand up to the window. "Good luck, Ono. I will see you on the other side someday," the android said quietly. "Foreign object location is now refined enough to permit shifting wormhole terminus," Truffles reported. "Transitioning wormhole terminus to within proximity of target in 12 seconds. Out in the crater, the small telemetry and camera probe withdrew to this side of the active wormhole. This was to save energy as the terminus was moved about 1/3 of a million kilometers closer to the alien probe's current location. "John," Omu said quietly, "the alien probe could react offensively to the sudden appearance of the wormhole. I have to advise you to withdraw yourself from this control room. We can delay the transition long enough to have the local wormhole transport you to the distant shipyard." I reached over and put my hand on my friend's shoulder. "Thank you for your concern, Omu, but I'll stay here. Proceed with shifting the wormhole." 5, 4, Truffles began counting down. The AI's words faded to the background as I focused on the wormhole aperture. I was able to see a shimmer in the edges of the distortion ring as compensation energies were fed into the portal to accelerate the terminus further away from its current location in space. 10 seconds later, the energy flow into the compensators slowed as the wormhole ceased its movement towards the target. It had transitioned over 300,000 kilometers and now should be around a kilometer away from the alien probe. The waiting sensor stalk was again inserted through the wormhole boundary to better allow it to scan the vicinity of the new terminus point. "Alien device detected both thermally and in the visible spectrum," Truffles said a few seconds later. My iris overlay showing the sensor camera's view enlarged to show the detected object. The image shifted as the camera cycled through many wavelengths, before ending with the Hemru probe glowing slightly in infrared. There was simply too little reflected starlight to allow a decent view in the visual spectrum. Nor did the wormhole's current sunward location provide enough of an aspect change to show any of the object's profile against the faint background stars being occulted. A magnified composite view of the Hemru device finally appeared in my overlay. This digitally enhanced image revealed the alien object possessed a long cylindrical shape. The cylinder part was barely discernible as the camera's current viewpoint was from nearly astern of the cylinder and nearly in alignment with its long axis. If I had to estimate, I would say we were looking at the base of the Hemru probe from an off angle of about 15 degrees. Also, there were enough visible surface features in the enhanced image to show that the alien object was slowly rotating about its long axis. The rotation was very slow, however, and must have been for stability reasons and not for simulating gravity. Data appeared next to the enhanced image showing the object's rough dimensions. It was about 8 meters in diameter and over 10 times that in length. A port or muzzle was visible, centered on the object's concave dished bottom. "Is that a rocket exhaust?" I asked Omu. "Due to the orientation of the alien device and the fact that the orifice you are referring to is almost perfectly aligned with the projected location of the Hemru star system, it is likely that we are observing the emitter end of an interstellar range transmitter. Due to the compact nature of the device, I would estimate that the communication method is by modulated high-energy laser," Omu explained. "Even if it was just an interstellar range communications port and not a rocket drive, I was reminded of the Xueting lesson." I was about to express this worry verbally when the android continued. "Our wormhole terminus is currently offset 14 degrees from both the rotational axis of the object and the center line of the visible emitter. We should remain safe if the alien device should suddenly begin projecting high-energy photons." I looked back out into the wormhole machine's chamber and noted its current orientation. As it was facing almost directly away from my viewport's location, I could not help but notice that if a high-power laser suddenly came shining through the active wormhole, this control room would be in the line of fire. Omu must have noticed my observation. We are monitoring the alien device closely, John. If it reorients itself to target the wormhole, we will actively shift the terminus location or immediately suspend the portal. A flash outside the window caused me to shift my attention away from the overlay and back towards the wormhole chamber. The auxiliary power wormhole had formed again, and the remote power coupling was moving in to reattach itself to the main power junction. We'd need the power augmentation of the orbiting station's atomic dynamo to send probe Ono's mass through. Auxiliary power reconnected, bringing remote fission reactor to maximum. Truffles and Ukes said simultaneously. I noticed that when something complicated was happening, the human and AI voices blended together. When things were less busy, they were able to remain more distinct and retain separation. This was still disturbing, and I made a note to have a long talk about it with Ux. I was distracted from that worry by a sudden flaring of bright light outside the viewport. The far rim of the wormhole crater had begun to be illuminated by a harsh flickering brightness that reminded me of a welding arc. A big welding arc. As I pondered the source of the glare, I quickly deduced that it was being caused by something unseen which had just risen over the asteroid's horizon from somewhere behind my current location. Remembering the AI's recent message, I realized that the powerful new light must be a reflection from the orbiting auxiliary power satellite. Its slow orbit must have finally brought it around to this side of the asteroid and now into line of sight with the crater. To reinforce the theory, the radiation dosimeter built into my iris overlay pinged a new alarm. I brought its readings into the foreview and noted that the previous slow and steady accumulation rate brought on by the nearby active wormholes had now increased drastically. I quickly scrolled through my iris menu, looking for a surface camera feed channel that was monitoring orbital space above the crater. After dismissing a dozen alternate views of the main wormhole crater and of myself in the control room, I found what I was looking for. The view showed the black starfield overhead, interrupted by a blazing, 100-kilometer-long double sword of atomic fire. The two opposing bright lines of fission energy were bisecting a large glowing object, which must have been the main bulk of the auxiliary power satellite. The satellite was a hurried and compromised solution to the problem of generating enormous amounts of short-duration power. It was basically two high-thrust nuclear torch rocket ships mounted in opposition for balance reasons, nose first to a central fuel and power-handling satellite. As the two rockets blasted out their long atomic rocket flames, energy was captured via magnetoplasma dynamic coils around long superconducting drive tubes. The captured energy was then directed to the central station, where it was stabilized by huge capacitor banks before being sent through a short-range wormhole linkage to the asteroid. The system was brute force, compact, and had the benefit of being based on the long-proven technology of our torch rockets. The power station we'd built here in Vesta orbit was an early prototype. Now that it had proven itself in actual long-range wormhole use, the plan was for similar devices to be incorporated into the military wormhole complex currently under construction on Phobos in Mars orbit. I studied the slowly moving power satellite and activated additional filters in my iris menu to dim the harsh glare of the nuclear lances. With those fires dampened, I could make out the structure of the satellite itself. It sprouted a crown of cooling fins which were glowing with radiated waste heat from the reactors and power accumulators. The orientation of the power satellite was aligned to match the axis of rotation for the asteroid. This kept the dangerous, opposed nuclear lances from impacting the surface as the station orbited above Vesta's equator. I deduced that the exhaust plumes would make space approaches very tricky, as any mining or cargo ships leaving or arriving at the North Polar Station would have to maneuver carefully to avoid the temporary zone of death the power satellite was currently creating. Auxiliary power levels at maximum. Launching pro bono in 15 seconds, I heard over the room's speakers. I quickly dismissed the camera feed showing the orbital power satellite and focused my attention back out that viewport. The glaring light show was now reflecting off the sleek black probe as the launching railgun moved back into position centered on the aperture of the long-range wormhole. "Here I go, John. Wish me luck," Ono said in my implant. "Good luck, Ono," I said quickly. I suddenly remembered that the AI out there on the launching rail was only minutes removed from being a part of my android friend standing beside me. I reached over and put my arm around Omu. I didn't know if the gesture would matter to the android, but it did make me feel better. 3, 2, 1, launch, Ux muttered from her inverted position at the console. This time the room's speakers remained disturbingly silent while the physical humans spoke. Outside, the black squid-like device was flung down the launching rail and into the wormhole. There was a shudder and a few visible electrical discharges from the sudden energy density flowing into the wormhole to compensate for the probe's mass as it was accelerated down the path through warped space. The sudden and intense nausea I felt as Probe Ono's mass was sent a quarter light year away almost made me vomit. I quickly bent over and clenched my gut as I attempted to quell the sensation. Luckily, the sensation faded almost as quickly as it had arrived, and I was able to focus on the camera feed showing the view from the sensor stalk. It showed the arms of the probe receding as it left the vicinity of the wormhole's terminus, heading for the alien device. I am through and on course, proceeding towards the alien device at approximately 12 meters per second. I will be slowing periodically as I approach and will come to rest stationary to the probe in approximately 200 seconds. My arrival has generated no detectable emissions or responses as of yet. As Ono finished its message, the glaring reflections from the chamber beyond the window faded. Now that the large mass of the probe had been sent and accelerated to the edge of the solar system, the auxiliary power satellite's power production was no longer needed. Its atomic dynamos were quickly idled down and quenched to save its precious reserves of fissile fuel. Reducing wormhole aperture size to limit required energy input, Truffles said. Out in the wormhole crater, the active distortion ring inside the main wormhole torus began to shrink. I watched as it continued shrinking until it was only a few dozen centimeters across. The inserted sensor stalk remained centered on the now shrunken wormhole. It would continue to exist both here and a quarter light year away and act as a data relay for Probe Ono. The dozens of fusion power plants clustered in the deep craters of the asteroid's south pole were now able to easily supply enough power to operate the wormhole in data-only mode. There was also enough excess capacity to begin recharging the depleted ESU's storage banks, as well as to allow the rest of the asteroid to return to a more normal operating state fairly soon. Dispersing relay and remote platforms, I heard Probe Ono report. The camera feed showed a half-dozen small, grapefruit-sized objects slowly drift away from the main probe's body. The daughter probes would act as relay satellites and additional camera and electromagnetic sensor platforms. Some would follow the main probe in close, while others kept their distance. The latter were to spread out and eventually move into a wide, slow orbit of the alien device. This would take hours due to their slow initial speed, but eventually we would have coverage of the Hemru probe from all angles. I watched in silence for another half-minute as Ono continued its approach. The camera view switched from the feed coming from the sensor penetrating the wormhole to the higher capability camera on board the black squid-like Scout. With the higher resolution and closer proximity of Ono's instruments, more details of the alien device were now visible. Among these were several spikes or fins extending outward from the surface of the cylinder. Cameras or antennas? Maybe defensive weaponry. I suspected we'd find out soon enough. Transmitting Hemru-coded introductory message. Probe Ono sent as it continued to approach the alien device. I found I was holding my breath as the seconds ticked by after our transmission. Nothing visible in the camera's view was happening, and I suspected the AI would inform me if any non-visible changes were ongoing on the alien probe. "John, help me, please," Ux almost whispered to me. I untangled myself from my perch by the viewport and used the floor-mounted graspers to make my way to where my former wife knelt. The embedded cranial couplers were being withdrawn from the sockets lining the back of her skull. Once they were free, they retracted themselves out of the way back into the control console. The body cradle that held her small shell began rotating her upright. Her eyes were busy under closed lids, and her fingers were clenching and unclenching into tight fists. I quickly reached out and pulled her to me. "I'm here, honey," I said soothingly into her neck. She latched onto me and pulled herself into my embrace. "Hold me, John," she gasped out. "This is the worst part." I did as she asked or text and felt her shudder and tremble in my embrace. After she calmed, I pulled away far enough to see her face. Her eyes were blinking strongly, as if she was trying to focus her vision. Finally, she noticed my concerned expression as I studied her and gave me a sad smile. "I know this probably looks creepy as hell, John, and I'll admit it is a bit creepy to endure. I'm sorry for subjecting you to it, but I have to use full immersion to keep up with the AI as it processes the calculations required for long-range wormhole spatial compensation." "Can't the machines do those on their own?" I protested. "Now they probably can, but it took my help for them to achieve the early successes. We are both learning as we go, and the experience helps me with my continuing research," she explained. The large wall screen above her work console became active. It was showing additional data being relayed through the wormhole from probe Ono. The data included camera feeds from the main probe Ono, as well as from the smaller daughter probes. "I am detecting ranging pulses from the alien object. I believe it's some sort of proximity alert system," Ono said. "Has the alien device responded to your transmission, Ono?" Ux said. Despite having been deeply linked to the AI's moments before, Ux had asked the question verbally, likely for my benefit, but maybe to further help her decouple her consciousness from the digital. Either her implants relayed the words to the distant scout, or Truffles or Omu did. Regardless, Probe Ono answered almost immediately, also using audible means. "No signals other than the ranging pulses have been detected, Ux. I should note, however, that those ranging pulses have increased both in frequency and number. I suspect the device has locked onto both my location and those of the smaller satellite probes which were recently released. It clearly knows we are here. I am slowing my approach." Omu joined Ux and me at the console. I glanced back towards my previous viewing location at the viewport, looking onto the crater, but realized that the show at the wormhole crater was mostly over. This was reinforced by the blast panels opening over the previously covered additional viewing windows. The dangerous part of the mission had passed, and Probe Ono and her daughter probes were now able to provide early warning if something threatened the wormhole terminus. If there was a sudden danger, Truffles would now have time to shut down the wormhole link before any feedback could threaten the facilities or control room. I saw motion in the newly uncovered windows and spotted Sova and Marissa returning to the airlock. Their active part of the mission was over, and they would soon be rejoining us inside. I gave Ux another quick hug before pulling myself over to the airlock to help the technicians remove their vacuum gear. An hour later, it was just Uxa, Omu, and I who remained in the control room. Ux was mostly back to her normal self after her recent deep immersion into the digital realm. She was sipping a bulb of hot tea while keeping an eye on the control screens. Sova was in the midst of her rest period and was in the adjacent break room taking a nap. Marissa and Tomas had gone fully off duty and had returned to the main gravity habitat area via a surface-skimming transport shuttle. They'd had to travel by that slower method as the asteroid's power reserves had not been replenished enough to allow for a resumption of the local short-range wormhole transport system. 2 replacement technicians were on the returning shuttle and would be arriving soon. Nothing much was currently happening a quarter of a light year away from the sun. Probe Ono had finished its approach to the alien device and was now simply station-keeping less than a dozen meters from its cylindrical surface. The alien device had still not replied to our repeated communications attempts. It still emitted a periodic radar pulse to keep track of Ono's movements, but even these had decreased in frequency now that our probe had come to a standstill. We had detected a small area of the alien device warming slowly in the thermal scanner. Something was happening, and our best guess was the device was trying to reboot some higher intelligence that had previously been dormant in hibernation mode. Ux theorized that after the alien probe had traversed our solar system, its mission was basically over. It would likely have depleted the final power reserves, transmitting its findings back to the Hemru world, leaving the device with extremely limited power reserves. In an attempt to stimulate the dormant device, Probe Ono had deployed a laser scanner and illuminator. It was now doing a detailed scan and imaging pass around the entire exterior of the alien device. Ono had finished scanning 2/3 of the object. It would need to reposition itself soon to finish the last parts of it. I was entwined in a body cradle position nearby Yuxa and was trying not to let my boredom show too much. I had finished my bulb of coffee and was now mostly daydreaming of the beaches off my island, back on Earth. I was looking forward to spending time in the warmth and sun again. I was also thinking over the events of the past few months. I jumped when my introspection was interrupted by Ux speaking. Before I arrived here on Vesta, I had a long virtuality meeting with director Karn Conlon. I looked up to find her studying me with a serious expression. I waited for her to continue, but she remained silent, waiting for my response. While I considered her statement, I thought back over my own meeting with the hermaphrodite director almost 2 months earlier. After that meeting, I had not heard from the director or from any of her compatriots. I'd also not noticed any discussion of the subject on any public conscientia forum or peer group. I assumed that there would be discussions as soon as anyone with grievances became bold enough to publicly broach them. Naomi had not mentioned any new threats or security issues resulting from the meeting, and I had to admit I'd mostly forgotten the discussion due to my busy past 7 weeks. I finally spoke, breaking the silence. I have not dwelled on the subject much. On the one hand, I've made little attempt to keep the matter secret or suppress discussion of it. On the other, I've tried to restrict the use of my authority so as to prevent anyone from being upset by it and pushing the matter in the first place. She still remained silent, just continuing to study me. "What did you tell her?" I finally asked. "Officially, our meeting was her asking me to confirm an election of sorts regarding your legal claim to wield absolute authority over all humanity and also over the AIs subject to our control. I explained to Monsieur Karn Conlon that the vote to grant you unlimited powers to rule did indeed happen, and that votes were cast by myself and your daughter Abby Branco, and resulted in a majority as the only other available vote was one of abstention. I recalled that third vote as it had been mine. After a pause, she continued, I also explained to Monsieur Karn Conlon that your unlimited authority remains in effect until either you renounce your authority or until I, as the sole human being still alive who was party to the original vote, tables a motion for a second election. I mulled over her words and a sudden worry struck me. Uxie, what happens if your current mental continuity is interrupted by death? If I were to die, a new election to confirm your continuing authority would be triggered automatically. All of humanity would now form the electorate, although any who have not reached BM or any humans currently considered citizens of the Amazon Protectorate would be excluded, she explained. My worries were apparently founded. Before I could express them aloud, Naomi interrupted. Understand that Miss Esperanza's safety is a key priority of mine, John. I have been aware of both her importance to you and also to the quorum with which the foundation of your legal authority resides. Thus, she has been under a similar security overwatch as you have lived under for much of the past 2 centuries. Oakes's expression revealed that she had been unaware of this overwatch. She quickly regained control of her emotions, as her genius-level IQ considered the ramifications of Naomi's statement. I caught the flicker of chagrin as she realized that she should have already deduced what the AI had just revealed. Although, now that the two of you are openly discussing the subject, a minor issue over John's legal authority to rule should be addressed. I saw that Ux had caught the second slight emphasis on the AI's use of legal when mentioning my authority. Her brow furrowed, but I shook my head slightly. We could discuss that later. What's the issue, Naomi? I asked. With the demise of Abby Adams Branco, the original quorum of 3 is now just 2. Since 2 votes can result in an unbreakable tie, the technicality allows for a new call to vote at any time. Also, this call can originate from any human subject to your rule, but currently outside the original quorum. I understood the problem right away. I was surprised that I had never been told of the issue until now, or that there had not been a call for a revote in the past 18 decades. I was about to inquire about that, but Ux spoke first. No one knows, right? They were unaware of the nature of the original quorum. That is correct, Miss Esperanza. When Abby Branco was allowed to expire, I immediately deduced that unless changes were made to the original voting membership, John's legal authority could be called into question at any time from that point on. Because of the grief that John was experiencing at the time, and also due to the fact that his actual authority was never in danger, I declined to address the issue. I understood the AI's reasoning. Again, my smart former wife beat me to asking my questions. "Why bring it up now, Naomi?" she asked. "Because of the meeting John had with Jess Kirvestad, Adele Sol Chilean, and Terry Karn Conlon 7 weeks ago. His answer to Mel Karn Conlon's questions of his authority revealed the nature of the original voting quorum. There is a likelihood that Mem Karn Conlon, or one of her group, will consult with IUDEX about the matter. IUDEX AI will fully explain the legal issues surrounding the technicality, and as a result, a new vote could be called. Have you? I have not as of yet acted to limit the knowledge IUDEX may address, nor the accuracy of that knowledge. However, if you mandate it, John, I will do so, although there would be consequences of such an approach. No, Naomi, I would not wish that. The less you force compliance with the other AIs, the better. Ux was clearly relieved at my statement. As I caught her slight smile, I thought of something. "Honey, would you still vote as you did nearly 2 centuries ago?" I asked cautiously. My heart melted upon seeing her smile widen. "Of course, John. I still believe in you. It helps that you have not mucked anything up too badly so far with your authority. As long as you remain sane, humanity is in good hands." I held out my hand, which she took with one of hers. "Well then, dear, please call for a new vote. We will stick with the same people who were there the first time, please," I said, barely holding in a smirk. Her momentary confusion was evident. "But, John, there are just the two of—" "Oh!" She turned to consider Omu. "Is that even legal?" Our android friend looked to each of us with an almost curious expression. "Why not?" I remarked. "Omu has been active since the time of the first vote. She is also now fully emancipated from Naomi." "True, but I am not emancipated from you, John. You retain authority over my actions," Omu explained. "Omu, I mandate that you express only your free will and not allow my influence over any matters relating to voting on my authority," I said with a grin. Omu's illuminated eye indications started circling as the android's processors began calculating the ramifications of what I'd just done. "Naomi, would John's idea fulfill the technicality? I have been in consultation with EUDEX and the AI advisory group for the past 4 seconds. We agree that such a vote would be legal and valid. I would warn you that it would also likely prove highly unpopular with humanity in general if they found out." "Okay, we won't tell them then," I smirked to Ux. Ux shook her head for a moment before saying, "Okay, Naomi, I call for a new vote on the subject of John retaining full authority over humanity. Please poll the quorum. Yuxi, how do you vote on the question of allowing John Abrams Prime to continue to wield full authority over humanity and all intelligences under human control?" "Yes," she said instantly. "Emancipated presence known to humans as Omu. How do you vote on the question of allowing John Abrams Prime to continue to wield full authority over humanity and all intelligences under human control?" I smiled when Omu leaned back and appeared to rub her chin with one hand, as if considering her vote. "Well," she started before pausing dramatically. I couldn't help myself and laughed out loud. "I vote yes," she said with a digital smirk. "There is a majority. Do you wish to record a vote and make the motion unanimous, John?" "I'll abstain, Naomi." I had been prepared to vote yes, along with Ux, assuming that Omu would abstain. I had not really considered that the android would vote no, but I was also not sure if it would vote yes. Her affirmative vote surprised me, and I made a note to discuss it with my old friend on sometime. "I have recorded a new majority vote from a legal quorum allowing John Abrams Prime to continue to wield absolute authority over humanity and any intelligence under humanity's control. All artificial intelligent presences in the system have been informed. Do you wish news of this vote to be disseminated among humanity?" "No," both Ux and I said simultaneously. We both looked at each other with embarrassment. Naomi spared us on the subject by simply replying that the AI understood. With that matter behind us, I returned to being bored. Pro Bono had completed the laser scan of the entire exterior of the alien object, and still there was no response. I also caught Omu studying me at various times. My decision to allow her to vote with Ux and I had obviously been unexpected for the android. She remained quiet, which I took as her pondering the matter deeply. The room speakers above the console suddenly came alive with Pro Bono's distinct voice. I am receiving new emissions from the alien probe. The signals appear to be formatted similar to the Hemru codes in the data archives. Uxa's face became blank as she dropped into virtuality to follow the new developments. I thought of joining her in the digital realm, but decided to stay fully physical. I'm sure she or Omu would keep me informed and aware of what was happening. Xenius AI is taking charge of the communications, she said. Her voice was without inflection and clearly under the control of her augment. Her dispassionate voice continued after a pause. Xenius reports that a Level 1 data exchange is now commencing. It reports that the controlling intelligence currently active in the Hemru probe is currently far below sentience level due to lack of available power. Well, Ux's statement confirmed one thing. The alien probe was indeed sent by the Hemru. Until now, we'd only assumed as such, but if Xenius, our AI responsible for Hemru dialogue, was calling it the Hemru probe, there must now be confirmation of the device's origin. Ux came out of virtuality and looked around, blinking for a moment before focusing on me. The AIs are collaborating on a plan to safely deliver new energies to the Hemru probe to allow for its fully sentient AI to become active. However, the Hemru probe contains tamper mechanisms, and if we are not careful, we could trigger the physical destruction of all memory storage on board. She pointed to the overhead screen, which showed Pro Bono moving forward very slowly towards the surface of the Hemru cylinder. How long do they think that will take? I asked. At least 6 hours to uncover a power delivery port. Also, to save the asteroid's power, the plan is to shut down the wormhole link to the Hemru probe for at least 14 hours to recharge Vesta's energy reserves. Later tomorrow, once we again have full power, we'll use the full reserves plus the power satellite to reestablish the wormhole and send through a fully charged ESU to supply additional power to the Hemru probe. She caught my disappointed look and took my hand. Truffles says that the asteroid has enough power to begin using the intra-asteroid wormhole transport system again. How about you use your newly reconfirmed Imperial powers and jump us into the front of the queue so we can quickly get back to the gravity train habitat for a good night's rest? I noticed that with her earlier deep virtuality session, that Ux looked as tired as I felt. Her idea sounded like a hell of a good one, though, and 15 minutes later, that's exactly what we did. I felt a bit guilty when Omu begged off returning with us via my wormhole Q-jump. The android said she would wait for the slower suborbital shuttle pod to save wormhole power for other humans who had been stuck in low-power emergency shelters. Upon hearing that, I almost hesitated before the thought of a leisurely hot shower in full gravity overcame my guilty conscience. Omu was still acting odd as Ux and I prepared to pull ourselves through the narrow wormhole tunnel. The android was assisting us to enter the horizontal portal. I let her help Ux go first. When it was my turn, I paused a moment before I climbed onto the mesh safety cone. Omu, thank you for your trust. In return, I want you to know that I will never think you less than an equal among my family and friends. I pulled her warm, smooth body into mine and gave her a hug. She resisted at first before returning the hug for a moment. Pulling away, she guided me into the intake funnel without responding. Her actions contained just the tiniest of hesitations. If I had to guess, it was either an amazing acting job or the awkwardness of unexpected emotions. I chose to take it as the latter and smiled at the feelings it brought forth. It was 3 days later, and I had yet to physically travel back to the Sarissa control room to resume my duties as an on-site celebrity observer. The pause in any new activities at the distant Hemru scout probe had lasted longer than we had anticipated as the efforts to funnel power to the depleted alien device had proven to be more difficult than expected. Luckily, my failure as an observer had mostly gone unremarked, as the delays in anything exciting had also drastically shrunk the size of the viewing audience. But I'd tried to keep up with the ongoing events in virtual. After the first 30-hour delay, we'd reestablished the wormhole link and sent through a pair of charged energy storage units. Probe Ono had reported that its efforts to safely expose the alien device's power input systems were progressing and would soon reach completion. I'd been prepared to join Ux and ride the suborbital back to the wormhole control room to resume being a silent commentator, but with the slow progress it was decided that there was no real need. Also, the active wormhole link was quickly shut down again for another day and a half to recharge our power reserves after sending through the two ESUs. The good news was that the ESUs survived the quarter light year trip. The AIs were pretty sure that they would, but none had been sent this far before. Apparently, they retained their link to the subspace energy pocket, no matter where they were sent. Another theory was that the subspace pocket went with them. No one was sure, and it was just another wormhole mystery to be solved. Finally, just this morning, the AIs had reopened the wormhole link for the third time. Probe Ono reported that it had just completed the full link-up of our power ESUs to the Hemru power systems, and that the alien device's control systems were now fully active. Xenius AI now took over as the lead AI of the mission and began efforts to fully establish communications protocols with the Hemru computer. At first, the alien computer had been hesitant to allow any direct linkage to its processing channels or access to its memories by our AIs. But eventually, the codes we had transmitted convinced it to accept a direct linkage into its logic channels. Probe Ono used the opportunity to bring its integrated hardware override module into play and physically connect it to the alien computer's main logic circuits. The module worked on the Hemru technology just as well as it had on the enemy's master AI. In fact, it worked even better, proving that the Hemru had been the basis of the override module's technology and programming all along. Now that we had full access to the Hemru probe systems, deep traces revealed that the controlling alien intelligence was found to be only partially self-aware. It was still a capable and formidable computer system, but it lacked the advanced algorithms which govern true AIs. To compensate for the lack of true independent thinking, the Hemru had given the probe's computer a huge database of pre-programmed responses. It was a logical and prudent precaution for the Hemru to construct their probe this way, as who knew where the probe would eventually end up. There was always the possibility that it would be intercepted and stripped down by some possible past or future foe. Now, with full access and with the threat of a self-destruct type memory wipe reduced, our AIs were planning to augment the linkage with the Hemru device using a high-bandwidth optical connection. They were in the process of establishing that physical data link using the wormhole machinery when I woke up this morning. The fact that so much recent progress had been made despite my lack of attendance, combined with the lame excuse that it was a Sunday morning, had encouraged me to be a slug and again not travel to the wormhole site in person. Instead, I had slept in and continued to enjoy the familiar comfort of the asteroid's near-normal gravity habitat train. I didn't ignore the ongoing events completely, however. Like most of humanity, I spent a half hour in virtual monitoring the data linkage and the first reports of the AI's analysis. But I quickly grew bored of the slow, methodical process, and now, an hour later, I was back in the real world and sitting in one of the gravity train's two large outdoor parks. Joining me in the simulated outdoors was my new companion, Sova Diduch. Ux was not present as she had chosen to spend her remaining free time on Vesta with her old partner Rami. I didn't mind as I'd be spending ample time with her soon when we met up on Phobos. She had indicated that she would be returning there as soon as possible because she was eager to get back to work on the main military wormhole facility to incorporate recent data she'd learned conducting the experiment here. As soon as Sarissa had the free capacity, or barring that, when the just activated Phobos wormhole generator was proven reliable enough, she would be poking herself back to Mars. I would be leaving at a slower pace as my needs were deemed less pressing. As I'd be going to Earth for a short vacation instead of Mars, there would be no queue jumping for me. As it was, I was first on the leisure list and planned to depart as soon as the power reserves allowed for my full party to transfer with me. Yes, I said party. My new entourage included Omu, of course, but now Sova was also joining us. With the hard work of getting the Sarissa prototype operational behind her, and with the remaining mission happening at a much slower pace, Sova planned to use her available leave time. She'd accepted my invitation to spend some of her vacation on my island, and followed that up by pleading with me to allow her to jump the transfer queue and travel with me when I returned there. After I agreed, she showed her appreciation by becoming my bed partner. I took her appreciation in stride, as her excitement over spending time at a tropical oceanside beach was contagious. Besides, it wasn't exactly like I was an old geezer a century and a half older than her and taking advantage of her. Well, I was, but my youthful shell wasn't exactly a burden that she had to suffer through. I did notice the difference in our years of experience, though, but I'd learned to hide the melancholy that caused. That same excitement had led us to travel to this park this morning. Sova had wanted to learn to scuba dive, and this park had a deep swimming pool available in which to learn the basics. The park actually had two water pools. One was a taller, 4-meter deep rectangular tank that had a diving board. Sova was currently in this pool taking diving lessons from an aquatic mobile unit. Because of the need to fit this pool into the confined shape of the tubular gravity train habitat, its surface was on an artificial hill. I was sitting on a bench along the path leading down this hill, so I was not able to directly observe her training. I did follow along for a moment using my iris display, but I quickly grew bored of that and instead began to people watch around the other areas of the park. The second pool was just beyond where I sat and below me, near the bottom of the tube. It was a long, narrow lap pool with two demarked lanes for long-distance swimming. Omu had confirmed that its length was a full 50 meters, which matched the old Olympic pools from the pre-reset era. It was shallower than most Olympic pools, though at only 2 meters deep, and swimmers were advised to be conscious of that depth constraint during their starts and turns. Another feature of the lap pool was the fact that it had a detectable concave curvature along its long surface length due to the radius of the circular route the gravity train habitat ran. While Sova practiced swimming and diving in the deeper pool, I had planned to exercise my shell by swimming laps. Both lanes were currently occupied by teenage swimmers, which explained why I was sitting on the bench. Omu was kneeling next to the bench and was recharging from a power receptacle in its base. I opened the sealed top of an orange juice container and took a sip. It was actually pretty good. While I enjoyed the tart drink, I noticed that one of the teenage swimmers, a younger male, was really pushing himself hard and was easily outpacing the other. He also had a small crowd watching his progress and cheering him on. Their excitement made me smile. "What's going on with that?" I asked Omu before taking a second, longer drink. My Android companion was much faster at scanning the local datanet and answered almost immediately. The younger boy is performing a time-distance swim challenge. It appears that this is the last of the physical tests he needs to pass in order to complete his base maturity exams. Interesting. He looked younger than average, but that could be due to growing up in this artificial environment. He also did not appear to be overly tall, as many children who spent significant time in low-gravity environments were. I suspected that he was diligent about his shell's healthy growth and combined limited microgravity exposure with adequate exercise. "He looks to be on the young side to be passing the BMs," I commented. "The pending adult will turn 14 in 3 weeks. That was a year or two earlier than average, so not so young as to be rare." I suspected my guess that the boy's environment made him look younger was correct. I finally found the local events channel in my iris overlay. It was showing the progress of the boy's time swim. "It looks like he is going to pass the swimming challenge," I noted. "Yes, unless he falters in his final laps, he should finish with 26 seconds to spare. Note that this is his last challenge to complete the physical series. All other mental tests have already been successfully completed," Omu explained. That explained the cheering onlookers. This test was a big deal for the kid. Man, I'd have to remember. When he passed, he would have earned the title of adulthood. I remained silent as the lad finished swimming the test. I was surprised that I felt excited and tense as he entered the final lap. "What's his name?" I finally asked. As the lad finished the event within a second of Omu's earlier estimate. "Cassius Purohit. He is the son of Durable or R. Purohit, a metallurgist and smelting technician working at the shipyard. Durable is the taller male currently assisting Cassius out of the pool," Omu explained. I watched the boys, man's father, and the rest of the onlookers give their congratulations. A moment later, an auditory tone and announcement sounded across the park habitat extolling the lad's achievement. I heard clapping and cheering coming from some of the more distant park visitors. As I watched the celebrating, I was struck by the thought that I was one of only a handful of active humans in the solar system who had never taken the base maturity exams. My second wife Yux hadn't either. nor had the original 9 sheltered humans been required to take the tests, or any of the direct clone copies of Hana Benicia. I suppose the Amazon preserve's entire tribal population hadn't taken them either, but they were a separate group, and living as primitives in the wild jungles would have its own clear adulthood rights and challenges to be met. I chuckled as another thought struck me. What if I took the test now and failed to pass on it? Maybe I could get Omu to be my adult sponsor if that happened. I noticed Omu watching me, curious about my giggling. It's nothing. I was just fantasizing about taking the BMs and failing, I explained. Yes, finding someone to sponsor you would indeed be a challenge, she responded without any delay. I caught the hint of amusement in her illuminated expression before she went on. I would consider that you survived the end of your world back in the year 2021 to be proof of your maturity, John. But there is also the passage of the traditional test of manhood from your old era if you need additional affirmation that you are mature. Intrigued, I raised my eyebrows and thought about her comment. She didn't immediately expound on it, though, reeling me in. I resisted for almost a minute before I capitulated. All right, you have me curious. What test would that have been? I finally asked before chugging the last of my orange juice. I was referring to the loss of your virginity to Janie Haney in the backseat of your land vehicle in the spring of 1984. My mouthful of juice sprayed onto the perfectly manicured verge. How the hell do you know about that? I sputtered. Did you not realize that Pickett monitored your entire childhood? At my look of incredibility, Omu finally grinned. I am just messing with you, John. No, Pickett did not investigate your background until you had moved in next to him. The data of your early sexual escapades came from other sources. Notably, the extensive and descriptive online postings freely discussing the event, which were written by your former partner in fornication. I was still confused and shocked. But there was no internet back then. That is true. Miss Haney posted her detailed summaries of your exploits nearly 2 decades later on an online forum where others discussed similar incidents. Her use of your full name and the physical location of the incident was noted in a routine archival scan of all recorded human digital data which was completed almost a century ago. Jesus, what other information have you dredged up? I muttered. Do you wish to know? The android asked with raised eyebrow illuminations. Internet search logs were some of the more easily compiled data. Not really. Well, be boring then. At least you should be reassured to learn that Miss Haney fondly remembered your brief interludes. My blush was an indication that Omu had scored again. In my defense, 3 short events in rapid succession still got the job done. I did smile as I remembered that night back when I'd been a teen. I doubted today's kids bothered to screw in cars. Hell, they could screw whenever they wanted in school, so finding a hideaway was simply not needed. Oh well, I bet it lacked the zest of a warm car on a cold night. The celebratory group around Cassius was breaking up. His father had already left with 2 other older persons. By their work apparel, I would guess that they were all needed back at the shipyard. The other, younger celebrants also departed, leaving Cassius sitting on the edge of the pool alone, probably taking the moment in. I got up to take my turn at the pool. I was happy to see that both lanes were now empty and the surface was smooth. Congratulations, Mr. Purohit, I said as I approached and took off my habitat slippers, handing them to Omu for safekeeping. My android friend took them while pointing out the nearby goggle printer. I took a pair from the bin and pulled them over my eyes. He looked up at me for a moment. Thank you. His eyes widened in surprise as he took in my appearance and scanned my identity. Jumping to his feet, he burst out, You're John Prime. I offered my handshake, which he awkwardly returned after only a moment's hesitation. Up close, I noticed that he followed spacer fashion in that his shell lacked any body hair. It was not because of his youth either, as there was no sign of fuzz. No, he'd likely altered his body's hair follicles to remain smooth. Also, unlike what was typical for his age group, his shell lacked an excessive amount of wildly animated body tattoos. I knew you were on Vesta, but I never guessed. It's great that you were here in this park for my final test. Do you mind if I clip and post our meeting? Cassius stammered, excited and embarrassed. I smiled at the kids, at the man's excitement. Sure, I'm glad to have witnessed it. I used the ladder and carefully climbed into the pool. Cassius was apparently starstruck as he just stood there watching me stretch my arms and legs against the ladder. So, fellow adult Cassius, I asked into the awkward adoration, what are your plans now that you're fully mature? My question caused him to frown slightly as I'd focused the conversation back on him. I want to go to Earth as soon as I can, sir. I want to see and feel the oceans in the real. I could only imagine. He'd probably only known the inside of a habitat like this one since his birth. And despite the realism of modern virtual, there was nothing like the real thing. Well, I hope you can get there soon then, I replied. Oh, when you do, I have a great place for you to enjoy the ocean. I'll put the information on my public channel. Look it up and let me know if you're interested. His happy expression upon hearing that quickly turned sad. Thank you, sir. I don't have much saved up here, though. Only the cost of in-system passage aboard an ion freighter, and I don't want to indenture myself right away. So wherever I stay when I finally get there, it will have to be very cheap or free. I like this, Cassius. I wondered if Serenity could use the lad in some way on the island. Maybe he could be a bellhop or provide guide services. He could always make a bit extra performing touch therapy if he had to. Some paid extra for the truly naive and inexperienced. Tell you what, I'm going to have my great-granddaughter, Serenity, contact you. She might be able to give you a few options that are within your budget. Omu, can you contact Serenity and get her in touch with Mr. Purohit here? With the young man now diverted and in conversation with Omu, I began to swim my laps. An interesting feature of the narrow lap pool was the clear portholes in the bottom of the swimming lanes. These looked down into the lowest level of the tubular gravity train, the subway shuttle bays. I discovered this when I'd been startled by the sudden, silent passage of one of the habitat's transfer subway shuttles passing by just a meter below. I'd managed only 2 laps after my subway shuttle car jump scare. Before a breaking news alert pulled me out of my zone, I turned partial control of my swimming over to my augment and read the news bulletin now showing on my Iris submenu. Something important had happened out at the Hemru probe site. I instructed my augment to take over full control of my shell and looked for a full virtual channel to join to follow the events. I noted in my friends and acquaintances list that Ux was in a virtual newsroom, so I joined her there. The lap pool I was swimming in faded away, and I found myself standing in the entry of a small coffee shop. I looked beside me and noted that Omu was not materialized with me. She sometimes did that when I met with Uxa, giving us the illusion of intimacy. I moved to join my longtime friend at the table where she was seated, sipping coffee and studying the news displays. The information section of the virtual space was a small stage arrayed in front of the cluster of tables. Currently on the stage was a hologram of the avatar of Xanius, the AI in charge of communications with the Hemru. The avatar was speaking silently as I had not yet opened its channel. Ux noticed me as I sat next to her, smiling and nodding. I returned her greeting and accepted the AI avatar's audio feed request. Large memory file contains an intact mind data record of a member of the Hemru race. Once the file was isolated and scanned intact, a bridged, high-bandwidth optical data link utilizing 2 additional wormholes was created to directly download the Hemru mind data file into the simulated reality project's main processor complex. Dionys AI has verified the integrity of the received data, and Administrator Kayla Uxe Abrams reports that an active Hemru template will be brought online within 2 days. I perked up at hearing our daughter's name. Ux raised her virtual eyebrows as well. I paused the broadcast and turned to Uxa. I assume from the comment about creating a bridge of many wormholes that the military wormhole complex on Phobos is now operational and stable? Barely, she replied with a sour look. They have the mechanism somewhat stabilized, but there are still unexpected oscillations. It's fine for anything under, say, a half-light year, but attempting any wormholes farther than that causes cascade failures after only a few seconds. She paused for a few seconds. Her virtuality filled the gap by taking a sip of coffee. She'd always had a good knack for understanding that it sometimes took me a moment to comprehend her technical explanations. I'm hoping the data I've learned here will help stabilize the new machinery, but I will need to physically link with the processors there to find out for sure, Ux explained. Are you going to trust it to poke you back to Mars? Or wait for the more proven Sarissa prototype to become available? She shrugged. That's the million-scut question. The Mars wormhole machinery would get me there sooner, but I would want them to run a few more tests before I risk it. You can bet that if I do try it, I'll be undergoing a full mine data backup before I hop through. I was glad to hear that. I was also glad that my trip back to Earth would be by Vesta's more proven Sarissa prototype machine. The new machine back on Phobos used new methods which were intended to allow it to place wormhole apertures almost 2 orders of magnitude further away than any so far. It was having teething pains getting it to properly work. When you get back to Earth, you'll have to go meet the Hemru, Ux said with a grin. Surprised, I thought about meeting my first alien for a moment. I didn't really consider Pickett a true alien, as that digital creation had lacked most of the memories of its origin race. Pickett had also been created to mimic the humans it was to interact with. The Hemru we just downloaded would have not been created with humanity in mind, although now that I thought of it, they would have known that their probe might have been intercepted as it passed the Earth. Possibly the Hemru would have knowledge and instructions for just that occurrence. I guess I will, I said as I recovered. Is it weird that I am more nervous about meeting a Hemru than I was about meeting the construct of the assemblage? I think that's understandable, Ux said. The Hemru are more of a mystery, and we already owe them a huge obligation for their assistance in our fight against the assemblage. Also, the assemblage being our mortal enemies, it's easy to ground our interactions with them in hatred. How we deal with the Hemru will be more complex. We chatted for a few minutes longer, and then unpaused Xenius's news report. The AI discussed additional items we learned from the Hemru probe, but nothing rose to the level of finding the intact Hemru mine data record. On a side note from the probe's navigation records, we did learn the precise location of the Hemru homeworld. The Hemru probe had originated from a star system known as HD 60803 in our old star catalogs. The Hemru home system, I kept my mouth shut about suggesting the name Hemhome after what had happened with Akird, was a G-type star that lay 128 light-years away from Sol. The distance meant that while they were our galactic neighbors, they were still distant neighbors. We learned that the system was actually 2 G-type stars in close orbit. The pair was just visible to the naked eye and lay only a degree away from Procyon, a star I'd gazed at in wonder and worry for almost 2 centuries. Eeks informed me that the Hemru system was iron-poor, and she was very interested in how that affected our distant allies' race and civilization. I began zoning off as the data being reported became mostly numbers and figures. I did perk up when Xenius turned over the news report to Gymnasium and Praxia for their updates. Gymnasium, the AI in charge of developing space travel, reported that the expedition to the departing Hemru probe was being extended. Over the next few months, the Sarissa prototype would be used periodically to open wormholes to the probe's location in order for additional shipbreaker disassembly robots to be sent through. Apparently, there were advanced and unknown Hemru propulsion technologies on board the probe. For security, the controlling computer had not been fully programmed with the physics and details behind the hardware, and we needed to retrieve the actual drive units for study back here on Vesta. Pro Bono had already discovered and disarmed the fail-safe scuttling charges left on the drive units. The takeaway shot of this news was that our own Pro Bono would live on. It would be overseeing the disassembly work and would even be returning a copy of its full memories after the salvage was complete. Omu would have a chance to recombine with its departed partial presence if she wished. My augment reported that my shell had finished swimming the prerequisite number of laps needed for optimal conditioning. It had removed my body from the lap pool and now had it dried and sitting back on the waiting bench ready for my return. I was not worried about leaving it unattended, as Omu would cover for me if any passers-by wanted scans for their memory albums. Ox and I finished our digital coffees and wrapped up our virtual session. Before we returned to the real world, she reconfirmed with me her travel plans. If the final safety checks on the new Phobos wormhole hardware passed muster, she would be poking herself back to Mars orbit tomorrow. I told her I would join her there soon enough, and before we departed, I gave her a virtual hug as I did not expect to see her physically before she left Vesta. When I returned to my shell, which had waited back in the Real environment of the park, I found Sova sitting on the bench beside me. I noticed from her lax expression that she had gone off into her own virtuality. I took a moment to indulge in a bit of voyeurism to take in her nude shell and its unique beauty. While I did not exactly have a kink for tall women, Sova's low-gravity altered body did perk my interest. I felt myself stir and noted a few out-of-the-way areas nearby in the park where we could indulge ourselves in a bit of recreation when she returned. It was 4 days before the Sarissa prototype had the time and energy reserves to send us back to Earth. I'd had to delay my travel plans an extra day, as my entourage had somehow grown by one. In order to send my expanded group together, more energy had been required, and this shuffled our spot in the transport queue. Why had my party grown? Apparently, I now had a new apprentice, a recently matured young man by the name of Cassius Purohit. I wasn't sure how he'd enamored himself with my great-granddaughter so quickly, but only 2 days after I had met the lad at the park, Serenity had contacted me begging to bring him along when I returned to the Earth. Now my new party, consisting of myself, Omu, Sova, and Cassius, were crammed into a short-range transport pod having just departed the asteroid's North Pole spaceport. We were taking a 10-minute suborbital hop, heading to the Sarissa prototype crater. Sova was handling Cassius's near-constant stream of questions and comments on how this trip was so torqued. Luckily, he was still too nervous or starstruck to direct many of those questions and comments to me, leaving me free to asteroid gaze as we skimmed the surface. At only 300 meters per second, I was amazed at the detail I could make out using just my enhanced irises. Vesta's surface was surprisingly interesting. Instead of a barren gray landscape of rocks, pebbles, and dust, the surface was a maze of rover tracks, explosion smudges, abandoned excavations, and other clear signs of human or machine activity. Compounding humanity's more recent activities, the enemy AI had had extensive facilities on the asteroid. It had crisscrossed the surface prospecting and had set up countless small mines and manufactories. With no weathering or erosion except for that caused by rare micrometeorite impacts, the signs of intelligent activity would last for millennia, slowly accumulating even beyond what I was witnessing now. My surface gazing was interrupted by the pod's crystal canopy suddenly darkening drastically. A few seconds later, a harsh glare appeared at the asteroid's horizon and began rising slowly. My iris filters kicked in to further dim the brightness, and I was able to make out that it was being caused by the opposing nuclear torch lances of the fissioning atomic pile supplemental power satellite. Vesta had recently received a new shipment of fissionables from an automated ore prospector, and as a result, the supplemental orbital power satellite now had sufficient reserves to operate for longer durations than had been originally planned. The atomic power satellite had been activated this morning to provide the additional energy to send the new dismantling machinery off to the site of the distant Hemru probe. It had been kept operating afterward to allow the Sarissa prototype to be utilized for various unscheduled intra-system long-range transfers. The transfer back to Earth for my current entourage being the final usage before both the power satellite and the wormhole machine was shut down for at least another week. Our short flight was in traffic, as Omu had already noted the nearby passage of 2 transport shuttles making the return trip from the wormhole site back to the spaceport. They were busy ferrying returning personnel from Earth, and the android had said that there were more new arrivals already standing by for our shuttle. The power satellite had risen high enough to move behind the pod's forward field of view as we arched over and began curving downward towards the surface. This was timely, as the Sarissa crater was now coming into view, and I looked forward to seeing it from a higher vantage point. The pod's small thrusters began firing to adjust our trajectory. I saw that we were now heading towards the control room's landing platform, which I had just spotted just beyond the crater rim. The crater itself was still half in shadow, but there was enough artificial light to make out a cluster of vacuum-capable transport cylinders being fed into the active wormhole. For a moment, I wondered who the departing personnel were and where they were going, but I wasn't curious enough to ask Omu or dig into the transport queue logs myself. The pod's main landing engine fired, slowing it quickly and causing its 4 occupants to align into kneeling positions on the new floor the action created. The deceleration forces subsided and we gently touched down on a small landing pad. We now had to wait a moment until the airlock's umbilical tunnel connected itself to our pod. I was disappointed that I had lost my view of the wormhole activities inside the crater. My frustration quickly changed to mirth as I noticed that the impatient Cassius had already pulled himself to the still-sealed hatch to begin repeatedly tapping the open button. We finally made it into the Sarissa prototype control center. As Omu had relayed, there were 3 humans waiting for the use of our shuttle to make their return to the shipyard. 2 of them had the well-tanned look of freshly vacationed returnees. The light outdoor clothing they were wearing reinforced that conclusion. I'd heard the AIs were now able to coordinate the near-Earth wormhole machinery with the longer-range wormhole created from here. This meant that a person could now be transferred directly from the planetary surface to this crater using one long multi-segmented injection process. All it required was for the manipulator arm to grab the person's transport tube as it emerged from the shorter, local wormhole and quickly stuff it into the second, longer-range wormhole aperture that had been targeted to appear adjacent to the first. When the scheme had been first explained to me, I had visions of the old telephone exchange switchboard operators who spent their shifts shuffling plugs and cables. My entourage would be using this new method also. We'd be sent from here on Vesta and arrive at one of the Earth-based planetary wormhole facilities. There, we would be shunted directly into a local wormhole, which would deposit us directly onto my island. The transfer would involve a bit of jostling, while the manipulator arm caught and repositioned us. This was because, due to the different vectors and spatial alignments of each wormhole, there could never be a true alignment. At least, not with our current technology. Ux had been working on a fix but was still in the early conceptualization and theory stage. Sova greeted the pair of returning vacationers as if they were old friends. I was happy to be left in the background as they went off to visit. The third human waiting in the control room was clearly a spacer, as she wore a compact pressure garment. She also had her visor down, which meant that she was likely in some form of virtual. My guess was that she had been transported here from some other space habitat or possibly a vessel in transit. The spacer's augment mechanically maneuvered her shell into the open airlock, leading towards the shuttle pod. I wondered for a moment what was so intriguing that kept her in virtual, but then I realized that if my guess that she had come from a ship in transport was correct, she had likely gone without access to full virtual for quite some time. She was probably enjoying the new open bandwidth to touch base with distant family or friends. With the spacer now boarded and ready to depart, I expected the other 2 humans to join her on the shuttle. Instead, the remaining pair were still casually chatting with Sova, as if there was no hurry. Sova was now gesturing to young Cassius. He must have known them previously, as they enthusiastically congratulated him on his recent ascent to adulthood. I checked my display of the transport queue schedule and saw that we still had 15 minutes until our window, so Sova did have the time. Still, it was rude for the others to make the spacer wait. Omu must have noticed my fidgeting as she leaned over and whispered, "The shuttle pod is holding for a 4th human passenger who is due to arrive via wormhole at any moment." Ah, that explained it. I nodded at the android's explanation and noticed that she was looking at me with an almost apprehensive facial illumination. "What's up, Omu? You look like you're worried about something," I asked. Before she responded, new activity out in the wormhole crater caught my attention. I moved closer to the large viewing window and saw the entire apparatus slewing around to align with a new vector. I felt the vibration through the window handholds that meant the high-power energy relays had cycled. The faintly glowing wormhole aperture appeared in the center of the machine's toroidal coils, and the momentum compensators began injecting energy into the void, matching the spatial momentum of whatever was about to come through. I observed that the compensation energy being injected appeared to be far more than was typically used to align the wormhole with the faster orbits of Earth or Mars. Wherever the wormhole terminus was being targeted, that location was traveling through space very, very quickly. I guessed it was another spacecraft in flight. Was it a high-speed torch, or maybe an outer planet cargo transport? I checked the queue, but there were no details. I also noted that the compensation energies were still vastly less than that which had been used to align the wormhole with the Hemru probe's 8% of light speed. 4 seconds later, an object emerged, drifting slowly out of the wormhole. The manipulator arm in the crater quickly moved in to grab the human-sized figure. Once it had slowed enough, I was able to see that while it appeared to be a human in some sort of spacesuit, it lacked human-shaped legs. Below its torso, where human legs would normally be, were a pair of mechanical grappling arms. The arms resembled the metallic tentacle-like manipulators used on a mobile unit. Each end of the manipulators held an assortment of graspers, energy emitters, and other fixtures. Centered between the leg arms, and where the figure's ass should have been, was a 20-centimeter diameter bulbous shape which had visible thruster orifices. A burst of gas vented from one of the thrusters just as the crater's manipulator arm released the figure, sending it jetting towards the second airlock which opened directly into the command center. This strange-looking arrival was apparently the fourth human Omu had said the shuttle was waiting on. Before I could ask her about this cyborg fellow, another object emerged from the still active wormhole aperture. This time I had to blink as the new object looked almost identical to Omu. I gaped open-mouthed as I watched a near clone of my android fly out of the wormhole and grab onto the approaching manipulator, bringing itself to a stop. It then quickly kicked off from the slowly moving arm and rebounded directly towards the same airlock opening the cyborg human was just now entering. As it approached the command center, I was able to see that there were differences in this new android over my longtime friend. The first thing I noticed was that the new android was not as voluptuous. Omu's appearance had been altered to be more buxom when she had augmented herself nearly a decade ago with additional computing gel processors. This new android resembled Omu's more slender old body shape. Another difference was that the new android had a small backpack of sorts. This must have been for maneuvering in space, as I saw it jet puffs of gas a few times, correcting its trajectory as it flew towards the airlock. As the android reached the entry, it brought itself to a stop by grabbing the grips around the open hatch. Before it disappeared inside, I caught it looking directly towards the window from which I was observing. Our eyes met, and a peculiar grin appeared on its illuminated face. Then, with a quick wink, it pulled itself inside the airlock. Sova, Cassius, and their two new friends paused their chat and went to the cycling airlock to meet the new arrivals. Omu grabbed my hand to pull me towards the group also. She looked back at me, still with the almost concerned look on her face. She changed it to an almost smile and spoke directly into my implants for privacy. John, I did not want to reveal this to you until the last minute, as I know the subject is unsettling for you, but as the pending meeting is now unavoidable, you should be aware that the human in the airlock is Jonathan. I stiffened in surprise. Jonathan? Now there was someone whom I'd not thought about for a long, long time. In fact, I'd not heard any news of him in over a century. I felt the uneasiness Omu had predicted, the same uneasiness that explained why I'd avoided looking Jonathan up for the past century. And the AIs knew better than to report on his activities unless I directly asked them for updates. I'd never asked. I was unable to keep the frown off my face as I thought about the man. Jonathan was not his original name, of course. No, it was the new name he'd chosen for himself nearly 2 centuries ago. He'd settled on it shortly after I defeated the Master AI and set free all the template colony humans which had lived under the enemy's control. That group had been made up of predominantly clones of the original 9 sheltered humans, 46 clones of each human, to be precise. Jonathan had not been a clone, however. He'd been one of the original 9. The inner airlock opened and the human cyborg Jonathan and his android pulled themselves into the command center. Now close and in the decent light of the control room, I was able to see that his space mobility suit had seen better days. It looked like there were repairs on his patches. There was also a grinding noise coming from one of the mechanical legs. Jonathan's leg arms gripped the floor and held him steady in front of Sova and her friends. His helmet unsealed and he reached up to pull it off, smiling after taking a deep breath of the likely fresher filtered control room air. He looked older than I'd remembered, probably well into his 5th decade. His face was not smooth like a normal spacer's either. No, he had a decent 3-day growth of whiskers, which he rubbed with his still-gloved hand. I remained silent as he took in all of his onlookers. He blinked and looked awkward and nervous, more nervous than even I felt. He finally met my gaze and nodded once. I just looked back at him and nodded once in return. His face was a face from my memories. It was a face that was also a somewhat painful reminder that in front of me stood the original John Abrams, the man I'd been copied from. It was sometimes easy to forget that I was not the original John Abrams. After all, I'd had the title Prime commonly appended to my surname for well over a century. But despite that, I was not the original. No, Jonathan was, or to use the name designation conferred to him during the Master AI years, John Abrams, Tennessee. The 46 other John Abrams clones that had been created to fill the various template colonies had been based upon him. I couldn't even claim to be a true 47th clone. No, I was further removed, simply being a rogue mind data recording taken from him, in which had been installed into a new biologic shell. I'd been created 400 years ago by the subverted Agent AI and its newly created fully rogue AI, Naomi. Their purpose had been that I was to become a free agent, one whom the Master AI would never be aware of, and thus not fall under its suspicions or scrutiny. Jonathan, he would have been known as John Abrams back then, as the name John Abrams, Tennessee came later, had been in full biosuspension in the bunker under the Tennessee field base at the time. Naomi and Agent had returned him there after his mission to rescue Ana Branco, the mission where he'd learned the truth about our enemy and what had been done to humanity. Those secret truths had made him vulnerable, as any full mind scans by a suspicious enemy AI would have revealed all. To secure that knowledge, a mind data recording had been taken before his mind had been heavily edited by Naomi and Agent, redacting any compromising data. Naomi had then departed with a copy of my mind data, leaving the also redacted Agent AI behind and again under the control of the Master AI, to run the Tennessee field base and surrounding areas. This precaution had proven prescient, as the Master AI's security units had soon after arrived at the base to perform security checks. These checks included full scans on both Agent AI and the suspended human. But with the secrets erased and the data copy gone, the enemy's search had come up empty. My birth had occurred over 200 years later, or 12 years before that enemy AI had woken the 9 suspended humans and prepared them for cloning. Part of those preparations was to mentally alter the 9. These changes included various memory alterations and other behavioral changes. The clones which followed were even further mentally altered. While the 9 original humans and the 400-plus clones were busy growing the template colonies, I was being brought to awareness at Naomi's secret subterranean shipyard on the Georgian Atlantic coast. I had been in a female shell at the time, and once I recovered from the shock of my unexpected awakening, I got busy learning about my new submarine, the Nautilus. Soon after, Naomi, Omu, and I left the shipyard behind, heading off on a long submerged voyage to Sri Lanka to hunt down secret knowledge left by the Hemru. The mission had ended in near disaster after we tripped a failsafe and alerted the Master AI. The original version of Omu had been lost on the mission, but we'd managed to recover a cache of encrypted data from an old Hemru bunker. While Naomi decrypted the Hemru data we'd retrieved, I had been placed back in biosuspension. Almost 2 decades later, I'd been awakened at the Galapagos Islands, now in a male shell. Naomi Omu, a second version, and I then captured an enemy launch facility and used it to attack the Master AI on its Fortress satellite in Middle-earth orbit. Later, after meeting my second wife, Oxa, we traveled the world freeing the humans, clones and originals, in the template colonies. At the colony which had been established near the old Tennessee base, I'd met my original self. Up until then, I had thought I was the real John Abrams. But it soon became clear that I was simply a copy, not even a true physical clone. Although the male biological shell I'd been implanted into matched his in height and racial characteristics, its origins had included many other DNA sources. I might have passed for his brother, but never his identical twin. But I did possess one thing John Abrams, Tennessee lacked, something that later allowed me to become known as John Abrams Prime. What I alone possessed was his full memories. Our full memories, the only continuous chain of memories going all the way back to our birth. Now here I was staring down Jonathan and unsure of what to say. He was the real me. His cyborg-like shell still had traces of the original body the whole line had started with. I continued to meet his stare and knew with certainty that as he stared back at me, similar thoughts were going through his mind. Eventually, he gave ground and looked away to take in the others. I remained where I was, still trying to reconcile our history. My thoughts went back to the time when our paths had split. After Ux and I freed him, John Abrams, Tennessee, was informed about the true nature of the enemy AI and of its actions. He had learned that a great many of his memories had been erased and that his personality had been altered. We even revealed to him the complete truth, which was that the enemy AI was not solely to blame for his memory losses. No, Naomi, the AI under my control, had also removed a good portion of his memory before the enemy AI had had its way with him. At the time, Naomi had performed the memory erasures with good intentions. Those had been to render him safe from the enemy by removing the knowledge of the enemy and of the Hemru. On top of that, he learned that I still possessed the memories he'd lost. He reacted as you'd expect, as I would have. It pissed him off. His anger over what had happened to him was the main driver for his taking the name Jonathan. He knew he was no longer me, or better put, the complete version of ourselves. I suspect it was also this resentment which had caused him to further renounce his heritage and lineage. Soon after he had learned the full truth, and after the resources became available, he chose to leave the Earth and headed into deep space. I brought my mind back to the present and watched Jonathan introduce himself to Cassius, Sova, and her friends. He was nervous and hesitant as he shook their hands or touched thumbs as the old spacers did. They were laughing and slapping him on his back as if he were some sort of hero or celebrity. I guess what he'd accomplished in the past, and I suddenly realized, was likely still doing today, had earned him that status. Omu released my hand and moved forward to confront the android look-alike who had followed Jonathan into the control room. Upon Omu's approach, the new android immediately assumed a rigid posture as if it were a foot soldier confronting a commanding officer. Omu inspected the other android for a moment before inserting a fingertip probe into a receptacle which had opened on the front of the new unit's neck. After a moment, she reported, "I confirm Rosie is uncompromised from any digital viruses of the assemblage." She then withdrew the probe. The other android became animated once again and moved to where Jonathan was. "Rosie?" I wondered out loud. Jonathan saw my puzzled look and twitched a brief smile. "Don't you remember the Jetsons? Aren't you supposed to have all of my old memories? Even I remember that show." He spoke with a strange combination of hesitations and stretched out words. I was puzzled over his way of speech, but his passive-aggressive insinuation put me on the defensive. "Of course I remember the Jetsons. I'm just surprised that there are copies of Omu whom I was unaware of," I said indignantly. Jonathan had noticed Sova and her friend's reactions over his broken manner of speaking, and again looked embarrassed. "I'm sorry for how I sound. I have not spoken aloud in probably decades." Rosie spoke up next to him. "Yes, he even sings and hums using his implant now. This vacation among other humans will be good for him." The new android's voice sounded different to Omu's. It was still clearly feminine and possibly even sultrier than my companion's. I took a moment to inspect its petite figure more closely. The most obvious difference, aside from its slightly leaner size, was that this android had a darker covering, almost the same obsidian black as the original version of Omu. That version, which I had taken to calling Omu 1.0, had accompanied me on the Sri Lankan expedition. It had possessed a silky black chrome exterior of finely interlocked hexagonal scales. Rosie was similar, but with more of a matte finish instead of the chrome. Rosie's black skin also showed wear and tear, including numerous visible patches. It had clearly been Jonathan's companion for a long time. And unlike Omu, who had been with me for at least as long, Rosie had lacked access to fully equipped repair facilities. I followed a long, scar-like repair that ran from its right shoulder and down its chest between its breasts. Yes, Rosie had a pair of tits. They were different from the slight bumps on the old Omu 1.0 model, which had been a nearly sexless neuter. The new android's breasts were well-formed and apple-sized breasts, much smaller than the current Omu 3.0's larger pseudo-mammaries. My Android had needed the enlarged volume to hold additional gel processors, which it had added a decade ago. I wonder if Rosie served a similar function. As I gawked at the very realistic-looking tits, complete with realistic nipples, it occurred to me that they were the kind I'd always preferred. I quickly shifted my gaze lower before I was caught staring. The android's lower extremities were even more puzzling, as it looked like Rosie Android was wearing some type of tight-fitting garment over its groin area. I used my irises to look closer and saw that it was wearing a pair of panties. What the hell? The color of the sheer fabric matched the android's dark matte finish, making them almost invisible. Omu saved me from my embarrassment when she next moved to Jonathan. "Sir, please remain immobile while I scan your gear." She then inserted her finger probe into his suit's control unit. A series of telltales on his wrist displays flashed various colors as the scan progressed. Finally, Omu spoke. "Your suit's semi-aware control processor is uncompromised by any enemy viruses you may have encountered during your expedition." An unconcerned Jonathan just nodded, continuing to watch me and the other humans. Omu stepped back, allowing Rosie to approach and begin assisting with the removal of his spacesuit. The human and android moved with quick efficiency, clearly having done this task countless times. As they worked, I caught Jonathan glancing at his android companion often and making small facial gestures. They were likely engaged in silent conversation via his implants. "I would advise all humans to stand back a bit," Rosie announced with an illuminated smirk. "The old goat's been in this suit for days. He probably smells like an old goat." Sova's group stepped back as Jonathan's suit top section came off. I quickly followed their example when the funky odor reached me. Rosie handed the top portion of his suit to a waiting mobile unit and moved to work on Jonathan's lower garment. Without his suit top, his chest and arms were revealed. I noticed that his torso and arms were powerfully muscled, much more so than I'd expected from someone who lived and worked mostly in zero-G. His skin was pale, except where it was mottled and calloused from contact with his suit. Other than those areas, he was covered with curly body hair. I also spotted the remnants of old scars, which were uncommon in this era of medical technology. Speaking of technology, Jonathan was covered in it. Embedded into his skin in many places or just visible under the surface were small devices and modules. I guess they served a medical purpose or some other support roles. I did not ask and remained silent. Omu moved in to assist Rosie in uncoupling Jonathan from the bottom half of his suit. I watched in fascination as his legless torso was lifted out of the socket which formed the attachment point of the mechanical legs. The pair of androids carefully lifted him high enough to where he could support himself from a ceiling strap. Now naked and hanging like an ape from a limb, his full body was exposed to our view. I was able to confirm that Jonathan had no legs. Both had been amputated just below his groin, leaving short stumps riddled with data connection sockets. Each had a data fiber cluster that trailed down into the suit bottom. There were also 3 thicker umbilicals joining the human and the mechanical base, which must have been for waste collection and nutrients. One of these was connected to Jonathan's penis. I was simultaneously relieved and disturbed to see that his genitals appeared fully intact. I was able to watch as Rosie quickly removed the catheter, but had to look away when the android withdrew his anal shunt. I met Jonathan's eyes and saw that he was smirking at my unease. I took a breath and got myself under control. The third umbilical, I guessed it was a nutrient feed, was uncoupled from a socket in Jonathan's lower abdomen. Like the other 2, it retracted itself into the mechanical base. Once the decoupling task was complete, the lower portion of Jonathan's suit, looking like a weird headless robot, walked itself over to where the top half of the suit and the helmet lay discarded. "I need to go hose myself off," Jonathan said, bringing our focus back to him. "John, Rosie tells me that you are scheduled to depart in about 10 minutes. I'll be back in 5. I have something to discuss with you in private before we part. It will only take a minute." He then quickly pulled himself over to the entry to the low-G toilet and shower compartment. I noticed that despite his missing legs, he was moving about in Vesta's low gravity much faster than I could. Clearly much more experienced in conditions like these. Rosie quickly stacked Jonathan's helmet and top section, back onto the suit's mechanical base before hurrying off to assist her human in the shower. The now reformed suit walked itself out of the control room, heading toward the maintenance shop where it would likely be repaired, and I hope given a thorough scrubbing. Sova's friends finally began making their way to the airlock leading to the shuttle. Cassius joined her in saying goodbye, which was accompanied by hugs and handshakes all around. Still unsettled by my encounter with Jonathan, I withdrew back to the exterior viewing window to think. Omu spoke to the others for a moment before joining me. "Has he been in the outer system all this time?" I quietly asked her. "Yes, he has continued making his way steadily outward through the solar system for the past century and a half. The current location of the Dutchman, his scouting vessel, is near Neptune's trailing Trojans. That is where he and Rosie just arrived from." "Were there other humans in the crew?" I asked. Omu indicated that there were not. Jesus, no wonder the man talked oddly and looked nervous and unsure. He had been out there in deep space for a long time. I'm surprised he has not gone completely insane. Yes, the solitude has been hard for him. There have been incidents where his digital companion was forced to act and place him into biosuspension for biochemical rebalancing or virtual therapy. Also, despite having departed over a century and a half ago, he has actually only been awake and aware for just over 30 years, cumulative. "What do you mean, also?" I asked the android. "To save fuel and energy as it moved from one target asteroid to the next, the Dutchman has traveled in wide, slow Hohmann transfer orbits. Jonathan has passed these idle times by remaining in full biosuspension," Omu explained. I remembered back to when Jonathan had first announced that he was leaving the Earth. At the time, I'd been surprised at his solitary choice. When he had made his plans known, we had pushed for him to instead join the crew of Evadari, which would soon be departing Sol and heading to Tau Ceti. But he declined and stuck with his plan of solitary exile within our own solar system. His stated mission was one that removed him from my presence while also facilitating his hatred of the master AI. He had left the Earth to scout all the possible asteroid bases once used by the enemy, hunting down any remaining artificial intelligences still outside our control. He'd even found some in the first few decades, but those detections had dwindled as the search was broadened. Naomi had sent its own semi-intelligent space-borne mobile units off on the same mission. They were much faster and able to cover more potential targets. The task was still being done to this day, but it had been 5 decades since I had heard of any remaining enemy installations. I'd long since expected Jonathan to tire of the chore and come home, and as I'd heard nothing from him in over a century, I'd figured he'd given up and settled down somewhere. Maybe he decided to put down roots on Mars or one of the larger space habitats. But as I said, I'd mostly forgotten him and certainly had not expected to run into him again. "I'm glad to hear he is still alive. Why has he come to Vesta now, Omu?" I asked, still flustered. Jonathan took advantage of the new transport capabilities of the Sarissa wormhole generator to come here and have his shell replaced. His is getting too old to be rejuvenated and supported by the relatively crude equipment aboard his ship. "Is he going to transfer to Earth?" I asked, almost dreading the obligation of inviting him to my island if he was. "No, he plans to remain on Vesta, at least for this trip. The relatively low population here will be a good transition and adjustment for him. Also, he will now have access to the latest implants, and with the new high-bandwidth capacities offered by the wormhole data links, he can virtually visit anywhere he likes. Lastly, even if he returns to his mission in the Dutchman, with the long-range wormholes, he can easily return at any time and will no longer have to spend decades in biosuspension during its travels," Omu explained. As I mulled over what Omu had said, I realized that previously Jonathan and his ship had been too distant to have any meaningful access to the virtual environments common around the more populated planets and habitats. His original shell lacked the implants capable of deep immersion, and before now there had been no point in upgrading it. Maybe his ship had some small capability for simulated reality on board, but most likely not. When he did get reshelled in a modern body with a high-capacity implant, new virtual worlds of interaction would open to him. I suspected he'd need extensive therapy in dealing with the information overload. I wonder if Jess would be willing to help him. Something else occurred to me. Jonathan's android, Rosie. She seems like an early version of you. Are you linked to her, or is she a part of you? We communicate like any other networked intelligences, but share no special relationship beyond that. When Rosie was constructed to accompany Jonathan on his mission, it was given a standard minimal awareness AI. While that awareness is an order of magnitude lower than my own, it is still quite capable. I also suspect that many of its human-like mannerisms have been added over the decades by its human companion. Um, I noticed that it had very realistic breasts. It was also wearing panties. What's up with that? Oh, Moose did not reply right away. I looked over and saw what looked like mirth displayed on her facial illuminations. Well, John, it appears that possibly due to the decades of going without female companionship, Jonathan has not been able to resist the natural charms of this android body type as well as you have. At my puzzled look, she continued, you have to understand that his ship lacked the computing capacity to generate high-fidelity simulations. I have observed that men have urges. You mean he and Rosie? I started before Omu interrupted me. Yes, that is exactly what I mean. If you recall, early on in our own relationship, back when we were alone aboard the Nautilus, I offered to have sexual appliances fitted. Yes, I recall, I hissed, interrupting her. We don't need to discuss that. Thankfully, Omu remained silent, although she continued to express a look of smugness. As I thought about what she had just relayed to me, I had to admit that although I did not know what it was like for Jonathan to be alone for 30 years, I did remember what it was like to wander around northern China alone for over a decade. In that time, I'd been able to fulfill my shell's need for sexual companionship every few years by interacting with other hikers I happened to run across. Jonathan would not have had access to those outlets. It also explained why Rosie was wearing the panties. They had wanted the android's simulated vagina to be unobtrusive. While some would be offended, most would tolerate Jonathan's vice, as it was not exactly taboo in this evolved future. I also realized that the android had worn the garment likely for my benefit, as Sova, Cassius, and the other Vesta workers probably knew of others in this low-population habitat who utilized artificial sexual partners. Some would use them as stand-ins for distant lovers and partners they'd left behind on Earth or other habitats. Others would use them while in partial virtual, seeing human faces in the machines they bonded with. No, it occurred to me that the AIs would have known the subject made me uncomfortable, and Rosie's coverings were a way to ease me into it. I'm jealous, Omu admitted, bringing me out of my contemplation. Hearing that, I almost sputtered, but her sudden grin revealed that she was just messing with me. You got me good, Omu. You'll just have to live with your jealousy, though, as I'm not sure I'm ready for a fembot. Omu's expression changed to a pout. I ignored her and watched out the window as the Sarissa prototype realigned itself with its next target destination. Hopefully, this would be one of the Earth's active wormhole stations and my group's ticket home. The countdown to our departure had just dropped below 5 minutes when the door to the low-G bathroom opened and Jonathan emerged looking freshly scrubbed. He was wearing a new legless bodysuit that did little to hide the outline of his genitals, but probably worked fine to keep them from dangling or getting caught in some random hatch. Sova's friends were secure aboard the waiting shuttle. She was now busy assisting Omu with getting Cassius installed into one of the vacuum-proof transfer tubes we'd be using for our short transfer to Earth. Jonathan pulled himself over to where I waited by the viewing window. Rosie gave us privacy and instead moved to where the transport tubes were stored to prep a pair for Sova and me. Jonathan reached my perch and after an awkward pause began to speak in a low murmur. Hopefully that scrubbing took care of my stench. I can't wait to soak in a real tub for hours once we reach the high G habitat. I just nodded in reply. I guess near normal Earth gravity would seem high G for him. I took a quick whiff and only caught the scent of soap. He reached down and adjusted the snug fitting end of the bodysuit around his genitals and leg stumps. I refrained from watching. I also look forward to having a body with legs again. Despite Rosie's assurances, it's been so long that I'll probably have to relearn normal gravity walking, he said. How did you lose them? I asked, curious. Oh, it was my own choice, he explained. They mostly get in the way in weightlessness, and their removal allowed for a good 20 to 30% reduction in the oxygen and nutrient usage for my shell. Rosie says I was too lazy to exercise them properly anyway. He paused for a moment before continuing in a whisper. She was right. They'd atrophied to useless sticks. It was easier to be rid of them. He flexed his over-muscled shoulders and grinned. But look at my beach muscles. I nodded and he grew serious. I'll get to the point, he began, now whispering. 2 days ago, I received a message. It was from some Earth director asking about, well, us, I suppose. I realized right away what Jonathan was relaying. Director Karn Conlon was still busy probing the limits and legality surrounding my authority to rule. What did Director Karn Conlon want? I asked. Jonathan nodded before replying. Good, you are aware of the director and its questions. She, I suppose, wanted to know how how you came into existence. She also wanted to know how much authority I have over Naomi and the other AIs. He had said the last while glancing around the chamber, likely knowing that we were being eavesdropped by the digital presences. I waited for him to continue, but that was apparently all Jonathan wanted to say. Well, what did you tell the Herm director? As if he'd already dismissed me, he answered in a matter-of-fact manner. Oh, I told it to fuck off and leave me alone. I smiled at that. It was proof that our mental lineage was indeed shared. It was a day later when I received word from the space traffic AI that the new wormhole machinery had the capacity and time to transport me here for rest and recuperation. Naomi, are you linked? I subvocalized, wanting to confirm exactly what had happened. Yes, John. How may I assist you? Did Director Karn Conlon have anything to do with Jonathan being transported to Vesta? Yes, John. The director pledged the scuts needed to offset the higher priority wormhole traffic, which allowed for Jonathan's delivery to Vesta at this time. I have been monitoring M. Karn Conlon's activities and did not feel this action warranted concerning you at this time. I apologize if I was in error. No, that's fine. I was sure you were on top of the director's actions. Is she planning on coming to Vesta while Jonathan is here? I asked, still subvocally. I have detected no preparations by the director regarding travel to Vesta. I suspect that the hermaphrodite intends to wait until Jonathan is in his new shell and has access to its higher capacity implants to arrange a meeting with him via high-fidelity virtual. That made sense. I refocused my attention on Jonathan. I suspect Director Karn Conlon will want to talk with you again via virtual after you've received your new upgraded shell, John. I caught his nostrils flare slightly when I'd used the shortened version of his name, which happened to match our old name. Oh, well, he could just deal with it. Maybe I could tell it that you've stolen my heritage, that she should back me and we could take over the solar system. Feel free to tell it whatever you like. I'm not worried and I have nothing to hide, I replied dismissively. Jonathan looked at me for a long moment. Nah, too much hassle. I'd rather continue to criticize from afar. Suit yourself. You know you don't have to drift around the outer system any longer. The AIs have the entire system monitored or scouted by now. Yeah, I know. I was starting to get bored anyway. He'd said the last with a bit of sadness and a slightly manic look. But still, if that director does call, I'll just tell it to fuck off again or to go space herself. Sure, but remember the director is quite wealthy. Before you piss her off, I'd make her pay through the nose for the privilege of meeting with you. If you are coming back in from the cold, you might want some laying around money. That's good idea. Maybe I should demand just that. I may want to buy my own island or two to settle down on. I wondered if the AIs or the human peer groups had been paying him while he had been in deep space scouting out hidden enemy installations. If they hadn't, then Jonathan was getting screwed. Maybe Chelsea could work her media magic and make a docudrama about him. It would garner sympathy and likely bring him a pile of scut. I'll tell you what, I'm going to have a friend of mine back on Earth contact you. Accept her call and listen to her ideas, okay? They may pay off big for you. We actually shook hands at the conclusion of our conversation. I watched him pull himself over to the shuttle airlock, where Rosie was waiting to help him inside. As the android began closing the hatch, she met my gaze. When she saw that I was watching, she reached down and fondled one of her breasts. I held back a sputter and caught her winking at me as the hatch fully sealed. "Hussy," Omu said next to me, causing me to laugh. She then began pulling me over to where the shipping tubes were waiting. "Okay, lover boy, let's get you sealed into your mailing tube and get the hell out of this place and back to our island." "Our," I thought. I refused to rise to her bait and ask. 5 days later, "John, I've prepared food," Omu called from the workshop's kitchenette. "Thank you, Omu. I'll be there in a minute." I stepped back from the growing pile of albazia shavings at my feet to inspect my work. As always, when I was fully in tune with my muse, I was surprised at the progress I'd made. What had started out as a 2-meter diameter stump as tall as my chest had been whittled down to a smaller likeness which I easily recognized. The carving was intended to be Ux at work. More correctly, it was Ux in her supplicant pose while she physically interfaced with the artificial intelligences. I'd chosen to portray her body without clothing, and its feminine beauty was juxtaposed with the raw harshness of the cybernetic interface shunt extending into the processor console she was kneeling in front of. The carving was both provocative and horrifying, with the latter aspect being invoked by her bloated cranial modifications and synthetics. And as if to demonstrate the extreme risk to her humanity, I detailed a slight grimacing expression on her face, almost as if the merging of minds was painfully traumatic. I'd intended the piece as a tribute to the sacrifices she made in the performance of her duties, but I was not sure that exact message would be conveyed to an uninformed viewer. Oh well, I hung up my power carver and brushed off the worst of the sawdust and shavings from my work apron and headed to the small kitchen area of my workshop to see what Omu had prepared. Now that I was no longer engrossed in my hobby, my empty stomach made itself known with a loud growl. Inside, Omu met me at the serving table and handed me a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice. She'd prepared a grilled fish sandwich and a small bowl of fresh fruit. I smiled as she'd remembered I preferred seafood and local fruit upon returning to my island retreat from travel, at least for the first week or so. I sat and began to inhale the healthy and delicious meal. After I had finished eating the late breakfast, early lunch, I revised after noting the position of the sun. I took my coffee and retreated to my workshop's shaded outdoor patio. There I savored the rich brew while seated in my local version of a timeless Adirondack deck chair. Its central vantage point allowed for a direct view of the North Beach area. I quickly spotted the taller Sova de Duce standing in the calm shallows of the inner lagoon. She was busy assisting young Cassius as he donned a compact underwater breathing apparatus. Once he'd gotten used to swimming in the more buoyant salt water and had finished dive training, we'd barely seen him on land again during his free times. I smiled as I could see the excitement and joy on his face even from my distant workshop. So much of Earth and nature were new to the spaceborne youngster. Yesterday, Cassius had experienced his first tropical thunderstorm. While Serenity, Sova, and I had remained indoors, the lad had spent over an hour out on the rooftop patio, simply enjoying the warm pelting rain. As a front moved in, the accompanying lightning show with its thunderous discharges had the wet young man jumping and yelling with excitement. I'd enjoyed it too, from the safety of my enclosed and shielded great room. Fortunately, Naomi had monitored the static accumulations around the lodge and had triggered ionization beams from the nearby hilltop anytime the atmospheric potential reached discharge levels. This made it unlikely that the patio area and the young man would be struck. I was still glad that Cassius had been recently mine data recorded upon passing his BMs. I took in the rest of the beach activities and the other guests who were lounging and playing about. Some had stopped by my workshop earlier in the morning to introduce themselves or to watch the progress of my carving. A few I'd remembered from the past and had paused my carving long enough for a short chat. The majority of the guests were new to me, however, and were also wise enough to not interrupt my work. As our population doubled every few decades, I was becoming a stranger to more and more people. The fact did not disturb me in the least. I checked my overlay for any morning messages. A dozen had made it through Naomi's filters, with most being belated wishes of a Merry Christmas. The big day had passed just 2 days ago, and as I was one of the minority who still observed the holiday, I'd hosted a special feast for the island's guests. There was no exchanging of gifts, as too many of my guests had no idea of the traditions of the celebration. That omission was fine, but before the feast I did speak briefly about the religious and historical aspects of the holiday. I suspect most of the attendees tolerated my performance out of politeness, but a few were interested enough to engage me later with further questions. Some were curious about the strange food items I'd included in the feast. Many of the traditional holiday fixings I'd served were unknown to my guests and had made an impression. Some favorably, others not so much. I was again amazed that the gelatin-like cranberries in a can were favored by more than just a few. Afterward, I had enjoyed a quiet evening of reflection. This involved sipping plenty of brandy in between short virtual visits to my closest family and friends. Serenity joined Omu and me by my fireplace that night, with Sova and Cassius remaining elsewhere to give us our family moment. We'd had a good time. I'd relayed stories from my youth of wintry Christmases past when I had still been young enough to believe in toys arriving in the dead of night. She'd also enjoyed the stories from later when my first daughter Abby had been young. "There are two breaking news items of which you should be aware, John," Omu said, interrupting my recollections. "Oh? Go on." First, Keller reports from the Simulated Reality Project that both iterations of the Hemru mind data have passed the accelerated coherence test and are now ready to receive visitors. Their current human language skills are advanced enough to allow basic, direct communication. Both iterations have also displayed a clear grasp of the reality of their situation, including that of the current human society and its history. "Reality of its situation," I snorted, catching the irony. "Why two iterations?" "Mainly your daughter's idea," Omu explained. "After an early initial meeting with the Hemru in its base form, Kella constructed the second parallel iteration. In this new iteration, the Hemru entity is housed in a human-appearing shell. It still retains its full mental patterning as the original, however. Previously, I'd been told that the Hemru mind data would be placed into virtual in an avatar matching the species' physical form. Now a human-like version had been added. "Is the original that bad?" I asked. "Keela apparently thought so," Omu replied. "You will have to judge for yourself when you go to meet the Hemru tomorrow. In order not to prejudice your first encounter, Kella strongly urges you to meet with the human-like version first." I just nodded. "What's the second bit of news?" "Ux has forwarded a preliminary look at Praxia's upcoming war progress update. Note that it contains the new estimated timetable for the earliest wormhole linkage attempt to the approaching assemblage Arc ship." Before I could ask, Omu continued, 13 months, give or take 3 days. That was a few months longer than the previous update had estimated. "Why the delay?" I asked. "Uxie and the AI Advisory Council wish to push back the first attempt in order to incorporate new technology into the main military wormhole apparatus on Phobos. Using the data learned from Vesta and the Sarissa machinery, a new propagation theory was derived, which may yield an order of magnitude reduction in the energy requirements. The potential gains from such a reduction far exceed the increased risk from delaying our attack another 60 days. I thought about the extremes we'd gone to in order to provide enough power for the Vesta machinery. A reduction of an order of magnitude would greatly ease our power supply problems. Or to consider it another way, the same amount of energy would allow for the creation of 10 times the number of wormholes to the enemy's location. That would be wonderful! Was there anything else in the briefing? Yes, the new technology and algorithms are also being applied to the Sarissa apparatus on Vesta. After the modifications, the asteroid's current energy production levels would permit smaller 160-millimeter diameter wormholes to reach the current location of the enemy. Therefore, it will act as a backup site to the main apparatus being constructed on Phobos. "That's great," I exclaimed. A wormhole even that small was still extremely useful. One obvious example was that it could be used as a spy hole for sensor cameras, or maybe as an emergency data link in case something happened to the primary facility on Phobos. I wondered about the usefulness of the smaller size in the actual attack, though. Yes, although when the official update is released, emergency recall notices will go out for all Vesta personnel currently on leave. This will affect the vacation plans of your female guest, as she will be needed back on Vesta to assist with the modifications. Bummer for her. Can you leak the news to her right away so that she can adjust her vacation plans accordingly?" "I will do so immediately, John," Omu replied. Omu paused, causing me to look at the android. She had an apprehensive look on her illuminated face. "What is it, Washchet?" I prompted. The increase in the capabilities of the Sarissa test apparatus on Vesta make it the logical place to site Project Acid Rain. Some of your new acquaintances from Forbin will be transferred to Vesta to oversee the construction of the new array. That woke me up. Jesus, Omu, there are a lot of people living on Vesta. Are you sure it's the best place? Uxa's former secret worksite is very isolated from the inhabited portions of the asteroid. As a site for acid rain, the Sarissa facility should be quite safe. Further steps will be undertaken to physically decouple the facility and increase its isolation. Furthermore, the physical separation of the complex from the main gravity train habitat and shipyard areas are more than sufficient to provide protection from any worst-case mitigation efforts. I understood that mitigation efforts would likely mean a large fusion explosion. But despite the dangers, I knew enough of our war plans and its timetable to understand that using the already established infrastructure of Vesta would save us years. Years we might need. I don't know, Omu. The thought scares the hell out of me. Promise me that the AI Advisory Council will have explored the dangers fully, okay? Also, I'd like enhanced mine data backup plans in place for all of Vesta's inhabitants. Of course, John, Omu said. She then gathered up my lunch mess and left my workshop to go about her business. I resumed my wood carving, hoping the mindless but intense focus would remove the new worries I was now dealing with. I wish I could go with you, Cassius pleaded, but I've already promised Serenity that I would oversee the afternoon snorkeling classes. I was glad the young man held honor and his word in high regard. While I had only vague memories of my own late teenage years, I remember the struggle as one learned the importance of keeping one's word. It was both easier and harder for today's young humans. Easier in that they were more integrated with society as a whole from much earlier in their development. Harder in that they were offered the freedom of adulthood at a much younger age, assuming they were mature enough to pass the adulthood tests. I realized that I was discounting the other segment of our society, the delinquents. There were more than a few, but their impact on society was minimal due to their lack of influence. I'm proud of you for earning Serenity's trust so quickly, Cassius. Remember, when she and I are gone this afternoon, you will be the only human of authority on the island. It will be up to you to keep things running smoothly. The youth swelled with pride as I reminded him of his responsibilities. Serenity entered the great room just then. I saw she had the distracted look of someone busy and virtual, probably checking on half a dozen last-minute items before we descended into the crypt to enter deep immersion. "You ready to go, Gramps?" she said after her focus returned fully to the present. "I suppose so. It's not every day you get to meet a new species for the first time. What will I wear?" Serenity just rolled her eyes. She knew I was being facetious. "Wear raw animal furs, John," Cassius said with a grin. "That will form a lasting impression on the Hemru." "Ignore him, Gramps. I'm wearing nothing. Clothing will likely seem crude to an advanced species," my great-granddaughter said. "Remember that this entity has been active in accelerated virtual for a few weeks. He or she will have a full understanding of our development, our society, and our dress habits. I'm wearing something utilitarian." "Boring," my much younger descendant said. "All right, Cassius, don't sink the ship while we're gone. Let's go, Gramps." I smiled at my great-granddaughter's excitement. She led the way to the lift in our short ride down to the sublevels. We would be meeting Omu at the medical creche, as she'd insisted on personally inspecting the interface apparatus of each. As the lift dropped, so did my confidence. When I met the alien, what the hell was I going to say? How was I going to react? It had been centuries since I had felt this inadequate about anything. I grinned and felt alive. Currently in Virtual Earth Local Area Datasphere. Tuesday, December 28th, 3115. Serenity and I became aware inside one of the simulated reality project's standard-looking virtual lobbies. We arrived alone, but only had to wait a few seconds before my daughter Kayla joined us. My virtual iris's real-time chronometer indicated that our awarenesses had actually been suspended for the many minutes it had taken for her to arrive. I had set my internals to limit such time since fiddling. But here in the SRP, Keela, and possibly Omu or Naomi, would have the authority to override my preferences. Father niece, welcome to the SRP, Kella said, stepping close to receive hugs. Nice to see you again, daughter. I hope you are well, especially with all the recent excitement regarding the SRP, I replied, referring to the recent alien downloads. It's been interesting, she said neutrally. The grin on her avatar's face betrayed that she was having the time of her life. Our reunion was interrupted by a new figure materializing into view near Kayla. It was the truncated cone-shaped glyph that Xenius AI typically used to represent its active presence. Greetings, human representations. I will be attending your meeting with the reanimated intelligence of Hemru origin to provide translation services as needed, the artificial intelligence responsible for interactions with the alien said. Understand that despite the alien entity's accelerated learning, there are areas where its familiarity with your language is lacking. In those instances, I will provide the necessary context. Shaka when the walls fell, I muttered to myself. Serenity looked at me curiously, but I shook the comment away. I felt my simulated nerve endings almost shivering from the excitement my mentality was projecting. I was going to meet a true alien. Dad, I would like to bring my friend Pickett along to the meeting also. Would that be okay? At first, I thought that including Pickett was a good idea. Even though he was only a severely redacted version of an assemblage member, the enemy operative would give us an additional point of view on the alien, and might provide unique insights. It would also be interesting to witness how the Hemru reacted to the presence of the assemblage agent. Then how Kayla had described Pickett finally registered. Friend? I said with the age-old raised eyebrow look typical of an inquisitive and protective parent. Kayla's avatar looked almost embarrassed. Yes, we've become close over the past few months of his interment. I've, come to have feelings for him. I scrambled to come up with an appropriate reply. My first response was one of concern, but rather than grill Kayla for details and simultaneously projecting my fears and prejudices, I had a better source for information. Naomi, I subvocalized, is it safe for Kayla and Pickett to be involved? Yes, John. If by involved you mean emotionally bonded, I am thoroughly monitoring the virtual thought patterns of the Pickett persona here in the simulated reality project. I conclude he has accepted the reality of the situation here and has indicated no subversive or hostile patterns. The AI answered in my head. Does he? I started to ask before Naomi continued. His template was made human enough that he has developed genuine affectionate feelings towards Kayla. I have detected nothing in his thoughts or actions which would warrant intervention. I have therefore respected Kayla's right to privacy and thus far kept you uninformed of their developing relationship. Well, shit. Now how to respond to my daughter? I guess that would be fine, Kayla, I replied awkwardly. I was smart enough to quickly add, I'm happy for you, really. It's good that you found someone to care about. Omu chose that moment to appear in the virtual lobby. As always, her image of near perfection momentarily took my breath away. She grinned at the group and approached to take my hand in hers. John would love to have Pickett accompany us, Kayla. I will attempt to keep him from making too much of an ass of himself, Omu said with her almost sultry voice. As she had spoken, she'd also patted my hand in hers like a nurse consoling a patient. I was also a bit miffed that Omu had known about Kayla's love interests, before I realized that she could have also just learned the news and understood my likely responses almost instantly. The others laughed at the android's comment. Well, all except Xenius. The icon of the AI remained stoic, passively observing our byplay. It occurred to me that humanity's primary AI responsible for understanding alien behavior probably struggled just as much understanding humanity's own awkward and confusing interactions. I took a deep breath as the image of Pickett appeared next to Kayla and took my daughter's hand. The human-appearing avatar of the enemy agent had a small smile on his face as he nodded towards me in greeting. I took another breath to calm myself. I never really understood why that worked in virtual, but it did. Kella falling in love with the sole on-site representative of the enemy of all mankind was not optimal, to say the least. I wasn't sure how the public would react if and when the news leaked. But I suppose it could have been worse. At least Kayla had not gone the route that Jonathan had taken and fallen in love with his android companion. Omu chose that exact moment to squeeze my hand. I almost flinched as I looked at her and our joined hands. Her virtual image was smirking at me, as if she knew what I had just been thinking. Ugh, no way! No matter how intuitive my companion was, there was no way I would accept that Omu could know what I'd been thinking. I would like to... I started speaking at the same time as Kella. Before we enter, yes, Dad? Kella asked. I'm sorry, Kella, I apologized. Before we go in, I'd like to meet the Hemru on my own. I'll try not to take too long. Pickett in Serenity frowned. Kella's expression remained neutral, but she was nodding and smiling. That is what I was going to say, she replied. The Hemru has also requested that she be allowed to present herself to you in private before the rest of us enter her virtuality. Also, there will be one additional member joining our party. That person had not yet arrived in virtual, but will be along shortly. Oh, who is that? I asked. Let's keep it a surprise for now. You will see soon enough after your private introduction with the Hemru is finished. I suspected the surprise would be Kella's mother, Ux's. I could see my former wife being interested in both meeting the alien and in my reactions to it. If it was her arriving late, she was probably delayed, waiting on a secured communications wormhole. Dad, the Hemru also requested that for your initial meeting, no AIs attend. I told it that this would be your call. Interesting. Was a truly private meeting even possible here in the virtuality of the SRP? This place depended upon the control of Dionys AI after all. Naomi, are you monitoring? I asked openly. Yes, John, Naomi said with its standard voice. As it spoke, her previous sunflower avatar appeared next to the inverted cone, representing Xanius AI. Is it possible for me to meet with the Hemru without any AIs observing? No, John. I can, if you so order it, exclude all others, but at a minimum, I will have to be involved to maintain the simulation. So be it. I was not sure that I wanted to meet with the Hemru alone anyway. It was not that I was afraid, as it would still be a virtual meeting. No, it was more that I wanted witnesses, and possibly advice from something less emotional and more patient, I realized. Naomi could be a safety check that I did not commit humanity in some stupid way. Okay, we will do it that way. I'd like Omu to attend with me also, though. Xenius AI spoke up. I have transferred my basic Hemru translation matrix, including the recent improvements, to Naomi. With that, its avatar went dull as it took itself offline. Kella, I know you and the AIs have already met with the Hemru many times. Do you have any advice? I asked. Just be yourself, and remember that although the Hemru is not human, it is a logical, thinking, intelligent being. You'll be fine. I nodded, and after a glance at Omu, signaled that we were ready. Instead of walking into a next room, the lobby faded out as we were transported into a completely new virtuality. We appeared on a large rocky outdoor plateau, which overlooked a broad valley. It felt unearthly, and the visible plant life was strange and unknown. I quickly realized the colors were also off. The sky, plants, and even the rocks seemed odd, almost alien. I chuckled to myself as I looked up to confirm that the sun in this place was different. Its light was harsher and had a strange reddish tint. The skies, while still blue, had a subtly different hue, maybe a slight greenish tinge. This iteration must be a representation of the Hemru homeworld. I was not sure why that surprised me, but it did. I wondered for a moment if the alien had chosen its surroundings to put me at a disadvantage of some sort, but then realized that it was not important. Ahead of us, a path led into a dome-like canopy constructed of an organic-looking material. The structure had a deep, hooded, arched entry, which revealed little of its dark interior. Omu led the way and started toward the canopy. I was sure she was fully aware of what we would find inside, having already interfaced with the AI advisory group. I started to follow and immediately felt myself growing lighter as I walked. The sensation of change stopped after only a few meters, leaving me feeling roughly 20% lighter than normal. The Hemru homeworld apparently had less gravity than our world. I had a sudden thought and took a deep breath. The air smelled the same as it always did, which meant the Hemru homeworld had a similar atmosphere as the Earth, or this simulation, or my perception of it, did not distinguish atmospheric differences. Either way, it seemed normal, and I dismissed my worries about suffocation. We reached the entry to the canopy where a dark, organic-looking iris barrier opened to permitting our passage. Its motion had been silent and more than just a little spooky. Inside the domed chamber was an illuminated central circle, surrounded by a darker outer perimeter. Standing at the far edge, just beyond the circle of light, was a humanoid figure which must have been the Hemru. The dim lighting obscured its features, but I was able to make out that it had a feminine-looking shape. To each side of the figure were the faintly glowing icon representations of the various human-controlled AIs. There were 5 present, and as I scanned them, I realized they were the 5 I'd expected to have an interest regarding the alien. First was Eudaimonia, the AI responsible for general human development. Minervus, our defensive AI, was next. It was followed by Praxia, our warlord AI responsible for offensive operations against the assemblage. Next was Dionys, the AI who ran the simulated reality project. And last, Xenius, the AI tasked with all things Hemru. All the AI icons were dull and static, indicating that they were currently offline. I wondered if they were normally constantly active and interacting with the alien. Maybe that was why it requested that I meet it without their presence. I knew I'd be tired of the attention if it were me. "Naomi, you're still online. If so, please show yourself," I whispered. The sunflower image of my arch AI revealed itself. The icon was a brilliant yellow and green, and its leaves shimmered slightly, betraying that it was fully active and present. The still shrouded Hemru noted the arrival of the new AI and stepped forward into the circle of light to more closely examine Naomi's icon. Its obvious curiosity over the animated sunflower made me suspect that this was the first time Naomi had revealed itself to the Hemru. Its movement into the light also allowed me to finally see its features clearly. I almost laughed out loud. Standing in the circle of illumination was a nude, feminine-looking, very human-like figure. What was amusing to me was that there were 2 notable differences. The first was that it was bald and had a clear gray-green pallor to its skin tone. The second difference, and the one that had caused my near gaffe, was that the figure had 2 large antennae sprouting from its head, and I thought I recognized the antennae. At first I thought they were antennae like the character from that old show, My Favorite Martian, but upon looking closer, they more resembled the Andorrans from that old Star Trek TV show. "Oh, Moo," I subvocally whispered. "What's up with the antennae? Did the Hemru really look like this in reality?" I'd heard from the early reports that they were an insect-like species. Even with the antenna, this pseudo-human was nothing like an insect. It was also nothing like I'd expected. I imagined that the entity wanted to present itself as human-like while maintaining clear distinctions. You will have to ask it for its precise reasons. I assumed Omu already knew exactly why the alien looked like it did. Her deferral was a not-so-subtle way to push me to begin conversing with the Hemru. The Hemru had finished examining Naomi's avatar and turned toward me. "Well, here we go." "Hello, I am John Abrams Prime. Welcome to the Earth," I said formally as I stepped to face the alien. The greenish-skinned humanoid stood higher for a moment before dropping to the floor of the chamber and prostrating itself. As it did, it began emitting strange whistling noises interspersed with a series of clicks. What the hell? The reanimated intelligence of Hemru Origin's words translate roughly to, "Prime Queen, I submit to thee." Naomi interjected directly into my thoughts. Beside me, I heard Omu emit a small snort. I glanced at the android's virtual image, which rolled its eyes at me. I sighed. Somehow I expected this wouldn't be the last time I heard this new designation. I returned to studying the alien as I considered how to respond. I noticed that despite the prostrate alien's forehead remaining in contact with the ground, the 2 antennae swiveled as if tracking me. They must be functional in providing some data to the alien. "Hello, Ambassador," I said, less smoothly than I'd have liked. I stepped forward and knelt, gently grabbing the prostrate woman's arm and encouraging her to stand. "Please stand. I would have us be equals and friends. I am known as John Abrams Prime, but please call me John." The Hemru regained its footing. I noticed it did so rather awkwardly and unbalanced. I remembered that the Hemru were supposedly a multi-legged species. This bipedal form must be strange for it. Jajon, John, it said slowly as it tested its pronunciation of my name. The alien's voice was definitely feminine, surprisingly throaty and rich, almost a singer's voice. After stating my name correctly, it continued, equals, friends, incongruities. I am powerless. You wield planetary rule. Truth. Explain? The alien figure remained with her head bowed, not quite meeting my gaze. The antennae remained fixed on me, though. I wondered if they were light receptors or maybe sound. Could they be radar? Yes, that is true, but you are not powerless. I respect your knowledge and the species you represent. This grants you limited power out of proportion to your actual circumstance. I would treat with you as equals out of mutual respect and friendship, I replied. The Hemru looked up slightly and angled its head this way and that as if it were a dog listening to a whistle. Finally it spoke. Doubt, hesitation. I will proceed with this premise without commitment until a pattern is confirmable. Ah. Trust but verify. Well, despite my flowery words, I'd probably do the same. Agreed. What is your name? I asked. The Hemru responded with a long series of whistles and clicks. This was followed by, but as I understand, this full designation is unpronounceable by most humans. Xueting is an acceptable derivative. Another acceptable alternative is Riho, a designation bestowed upon me by Kella Uxa Abrams. Some of the alien's response had sounded different. I was about to ask when Naomi spoke into my mind. I am actively augmenting and translating the alien's speech in an attempt to reduce discontinuities. This should lessen as it better learns our language. Ah, that explained it. I considered the alien's choices of names. It had vocalized the first alternative name with a click in the middle. I tested the word silently and was unsure how to articulate the click. The second choice, Reho, was simple and easy to pronounce. I wondered how Kayla had arrived at that nickname. Riho? I whispered out loud towards Omu. Reanimated intelligence of Hemru origin, John, Omu replied, loud enough for the Hemru to hear. Kayla started calling the Hemru that early on in their interactions. The designation apparently is still in use. Riho, I like it, I replied before turning back to the Hemru. Ambassador Riho, I am glad to finally meet you in person. Here in virtual. I held out my hand. The Hemru, Riho, I reminded myself, studied my offered palm for a moment before returning a single, precise, and exaggerated handshake motion. Its grip was firmer than I expected, considering the alien's smaller female form and its previous submissive posturing. Next, I introduced Omu. This is my android companion, Omu. I know you asked for no AIs to join us, but some are required to keep the simulation operating. Riho turned and inspected my friend. A virtual representation of an independent artificial intelligence? It asked. Omu confirmed Riho's questioning statement. The Hemru then started speaking to Omu with a rapid series of whistles and clicks. After a moment, Omu answered using the Hemru's language. The back and forth exchange continued for half a minute before the alien finished and returned its focus to me. I was about to ask Naomi why it had not translated, but Omu beat me to it. The Hemru was verifying the control limits of both my ability to self-replicate and my inclination towards self-preservation. Apparently, my responses sufficiently negated many of its concerns. The species appears highly aware of the risks involved with self-replicating and self-determining AIs. A full translation will be available for your review later. Riho then gestured towards Naomi's sunflower avatar. Another virtual representation of an independent artificial intelligence? It asked me, this time in my language. Yes, this avatar represents Naomi, an AI which was created early on to aid me in overcoming the assemblage, I explained. Ambassador Riho tilted its head at Naomi's icon. I have heard of it. Since I was made aware in this place, this intelligence has avoided interacting with me. Yes, Naomi works mostly behind the scenes. Its primary responsibility is safeguarding me. Will you permit me to question it? Riho asked, again with a tilted head. I noticed she also made strange hand gestures when she spoke, almost insect-like gestures. I noticed that unlike with Omu, the alien asked for my permission before grilling Naomi. It must think Omu a lesser intelligence. I gestured that she could proceed and added subvocally, Naomi, please cooperate with Ambassador Riho. If you have any concerns, let me know privately. The Hemru faced Naomi's sunflower and started whistling and clicking. Naomi responded when appropriate, using the same form of speech. This time, the grilling went on for over 2 minutes. Occasionally, the Hemru would look towards me and gesture as they conversed. I was apparently part of their discussion. I glanced at Omu. Apparently, the method used to impose limits on Naomi's freedom of action is a cause of concern for the Hemru. They have never tied the continuity of an artificial intelligence to the continuity of a living person in such a manner. Ambassador Riho is asking a series of detailed questions probing the limits of Naomi's self-determination in the event of your, demise, the android explained subvocally. The back-and-forth chittering eventually came to a stop, and the Hemru turned its attention back to me. I waited for a moment, but it just remained standing there silently. I capitulated and spoke first. Are your concerns about Naomi and Omu sufficiently addressed? Partially, a unique solution to a persistent threat, one that will require further study and contemplation. I thank you for allowing my questions, it responded neutrally. I've been told that you have spent your time here learning of my race and of our abilities. Riho bowed her head a moment. I have learned much. I commend you for your advancements in spatial transport. My species has no similar technologies. And you know of our plan to use our discoveries against the enemy? I probed. A logical utilization of such technology. It is likely you will sink your mandibles into your foe while it remains unaware. We have found no data in any assemblage archives we have recovered thus far, which indicates that the enemy is aware of such spatial piercing technology, Ambassador Riho stated. What if we wipe the assemblage out completely? I probed. Improbable. All previously established assemblage colonies will need to be discovered and eradicated for such to come to pass. Our efforts in backtracing the route of the enemy to discover such colonies have proven difficult. The distances are vast and the colonies develop quickly and quietly. While not directly saying it, I got the impression that humanity's plan to genocide the assemblage didn't disturb the Hemru in the slightest. How will the Hemru species react to humanity if we physically reach each other? I asked. The greenish-skinned woman stiffened slightly. Both its antennae swiveled and seemed to lock onto me. Hemru reactions will vary depending on your intentions if such an occurrence comes to be, it deflected. I considered the Hemru's response. I sensed it was being carefully truthful rather than evasive. Will your species see us as a threat? I probed. This time Riho reared back as if I had slapped it. It shifted and tilted its head far to the right and to the left for a long moment. Finally it answered, Ha, ha, ha. I apologize if my response is incorrect. I am having trouble understanding the interrupted defense mechanism humans refer to as humor. It then leaned forward as if relaxing slightly. Since any rational being would immediately grasp that the only logical way to consider a species possessing the ability to quickly eradicate your mortal enemy as a possible threat, I deduce that your question is an attempt at humor. I guess my question was somewhat ridiculous when considered in that way. Yes, but in all seriousness, how will the Hemru respond to humanity, assuming we destroy the assemblage arc vessel? Logically, the Hemru species will be cautious. If what you describe comes to pass, you would have demonstrated your species' power and potential. Even more so if humans manage to bridge the vast gulf of space between our worlds and make actual physical contact. If we manage to do both, can there be peace between us? I asked carefully. The alien again considered me for a long moment. I had a feeling that my simple questions were confusing it for some reason. It was clear that the Hemru species, or at least this member of it, was less emotional and more logical thinking than the average human. I was worried about our own response for a moment before I remembered that we now had AIs to help guide and direct our impulsiveness. The Hemru response will of course be proportionate to the actions of your species. It cannot be any other way, Ambassador Riho responded. So if we treat you as friends and seek a mutually beneficial relationship? I asked. Harmony is a worthwhile goal. The peaceful coexistence of our species would result in synergies far beyond the solitary. Riho said sagely. It had appeared to relax somewhat, slumping down and waiting, only its antenna moving. Both species already possess technology to bridge any simple physical differences in our appearances. I nodded. My gut impressions about this alien had solidified. I now felt that this species was rational and pragmatic. We would have to guard ourselves and act miserly with our secrets early on until this is verified over the long term. But I felt there was hope for a stable relationship with the Hemru. Speaking of appearances, Ambassador Riho, I have to ask why you chose this form for your virtual appearance. It's not a normal human, and from what I understand, it's vastly different from your species' original appearance. Early on, after I was brought to awareness in this place, I learned that the majority of humans would be horrified by the Hemru physical form. To arrive at a suitable alternative depiction, I studied your visual sagas for examples of fictional depictions of aliens with which humans have had successful interactions. This virtual image was created as a hybrid from many examples, as she had said that Riho had run her hands up and down her nude, greenish-skinned human figure. In addition, I choose a female form to appear less threatening, as for some reason your species has an instinctive bias towards male dominance. Were you a male before? I asked. No. I, like the vast bulk of the Hemru species, was what you would consider female. I was curious about that statement, but decided to wait on asking more until the rest of the party joined us. I did have one final request for the Hemru while we were still alone, which was to see the alien's true appearance. Could I handle it? Would I react in terror as it predicted? I hoped humans were more evolved than that, but I'd better find out for sure. Please show me the true form of your species, I asked. I want to discover if what you suspect is true. I will do as you instruct, Net replied grudgingly, although I fear this may prejudice you against my species in the future. The Hemru repositioned itself slightly to stand fully in the center of illumination. As I watched, the green-skinned female figure slowly morphed into the true image of the Hemru. I thought I had steeled myself, but I still recoiled at what I was seeing. The Hemru form was indeed terrifying. I'd known they were insect-like, but that did little to prepare me for the sight of a 2-meter-long cross between a grub and a hard-bodied insect suddenly appearing in front of me. The true form of the Hemru was a long, multi-segmented, arthropod-like creature. It had 8 legs with pairs attached to the middle 4 segments. The frontmost segment had no legs and was what I assumed was the head. Likewise, I assumed the rearmost legless segment was the ass end of the alien, but it remained pointing away, so I was not sure. The creature swiveled its forward 2 segments upward, which allowed it to stand. As it did, I started to unconsciously back away and had to force myself to remain in place. Now standing, the Hemru's upper segment head was now a bit over 1 meter above the ground, or slightly higher than my abdomen. In this position, the forwardmost pair of legs now resembled arms, while the other 6 remained in contact with the ground, forming a stable platform. I inspected its hands and saw that they were far more intricate and dexterous than its more powerfully clawed 6 lower limbs. Of course, since the Hemru had evolved to become tool makers and users, they would have fully developed and capable hands. The head segment swiveled forward to face me. I immediately noticed the creature had 8 eyes on short antenna stalks ringing the perimeter of this segment. 4 of the eye stalks focused on me, leaving the remainder swiveling around to monitor the rest of the canopy chamber. There would be no sneaking up on a standing Hemru. Centered inside the ring of eye stalks was the alien's mouth. For a moment, I wondered where the alien's brains were located but dared not ask. The circular maw had 8 wicked sharp-looking flexible mandibles ringing the central opening, and I was reminded of the round sucker-like mouth of a lamprey eel. Even worse, each mandible was constantly in motion with a short circular thrusting oscillation pattern. I had no doubt that the efficient-looking mouth could quickly grind through bone or a similar hard carapace to get to the juicy goodies inside. Yech! I shuddered and quickly switched my focus away from the mouth to one of the eye stalks currently staring back at me. The ocular tip was a wettish-looking, solid black half-sphere, lacking a visible iris or lids. I felt myself involuntarily shiver again and took another deep breath in an attempt to regain control of my reactions. The flight instinct, forget the fight option, was fighting for control of my body, and I was about to let it win. Omu reached over and took my left hand. Of course, the android would know of my long-established phobias. Surprisingly, her touch helped a great deal, and I felt myself calm. The Hemru, Riho, I had to remind myself, noted the actions of my companion with the same tilted head, posturing that it had shown while in its human-like representation. After a moment, it extended its right upper arm. This time, I was the one who hesitated as I studied the alien's attempt at a greeting. Finally, I found the courage to extend my own palm forward to return its greeting. The strange-looking hand was warm. It was also more flexible than I imagined, almost feeling like flesh. When we released our mutual grip, I noticed that the Hemru's palm had many small facets. I was reminded of Omu's fine scales, except that while the androids were perfect hexagons, the Hemru's facets were many shapes and sizes. Our second greeting complete, the Hemru stepped back and slowly swiveled in place, allowing me to get a good look at its full form. When this was complete, it thankfully morphed out of the horrible insect-like shape and back into its earlier green-skinned female form. I felt myself relax almost immediately. "Wow, that was remarkable," I stammered. I'd said remarkable, but that was not the term I was actually thinking. The Hemru wasn't fooled. "I understand from my studies that your species has an instinctive fear of the arthropod body type similar to that utilized by the Hemru. This is why I have chosen a less fear-inducing virtual appearance. It is also why the biological shell being readied for my physical use will closely resemble a standard human's," Ambassador Riho said. I wasn't aware that plans to allow the Hemru to live in the physical world had begun, although this made sense in hindsight. There was no real reason to keep the Hemru locked in virtual, especially if we were going to consider it a true ambassador. "I'm sorry for my reaction," I apologized, "but I agree it's probably a good idea to stick with a human-like form, at least for now. I hope this isn't too much of a hindrance for you." "It is no burden. I look forward to the experience. Also, my natural Hemru form would be poorly suited to the cool and wet climates common on your Earth," Ambassador Riho explained. "When will your new shell be ready to receive your download?" I asked before adding, "And once in physical form, where will you go?" I'd added the last because I was curious about who would get to be the alien's minder. Would Xenius or Eudaimonia build it an android companion to watch over it? I doubted my daughter Kella would leave the SRP to travel with the Hemru for the time required. Maybe one of the human directors would be appointed the responsibility for the Hemru. What if it was Director Karn Conlon? Would the director move to influence the alien against me? A suitable human-like physical shell has been found and is being modified. I am told it will be ready in 3 days. As far as where I would go, I would ask a boon from you, John Prime. "Of course, what is it?" I replied. Maybe it needed my help in arranging a means of travel. "With your permission, I would attend you directly at all times," the green-skinned woman said, this time without a tilting head expression. As the ambassador for my species, I should be immediately available to the highest authority on your world. Thus, my proper place would be as your subordinate under the role of attendant companion." Shit. I tried to think out of the request but could not come up with any good reason. I had the room on my island and I had ample means of travel. I was sure that having the ambassador with me would also elevate any need to physically travel and allow for quick access to the planetary wormhole network. Now that I thought of it, with the offensive against the enemy ramping up, maybe it would be good to keep the Hemru close. I would be more involved with the war effort in the coming months, and the alien's point of view would likely be helpful. "Naomi, Omu, any reasons why this would be a bad idea?" I asked subvocally. "None, John. There are many logical reasons for promoting the idea. Regarding any potential security issues from the Hemru, be advised that the physical shell being prepared has enhancements in place to aid in our abilities to monitor its activities and act to prevent it from causing harm or mischief. You will be safe in its proximity," Naomi answered. Omu just nodded. I speculated for a moment at the nature of the enhancements Naomi had mentioned. Tracking devices? Explosive artery poppers? Ugh. I decided not to ask. That would be great. I have plenty of room and would love to have you stay with me. Ambassador Riho tilted her head and looked at me curiously before giving a slight nod. As you rule, John. Still slightly dazed by the request I had just granted, I just nodded back in reply. After a moment, Omu signaled that the others could join us. First, the 5 suspended icons of the AIs came to life next to Naomi. The AI witnesses were back online and with us. Outside the still-open entry to the canopy enclosure, another aperture formed. The virtual humans waiting in the lobby walked through the portal, led by Serenity. Behind her came a slightly nervous-looking Pickett. Finally, a smiling Kella appeared. She had one arm around the late-arriving mystery member of our group. It was her brother and my only son, Alec. I stiffened and tried to keep control of my emotions. My relationship with my only son had always been somewhat strained. But the past 2.5 decades had been the most trying. Still, we'd begun to reconnect after I'd returned from my decade of wandering, and hopefully, our renewing bond would continue to grow stronger. Alec's virtual appearance looked similar to what I'd known from the past. I was pleased to see that it resembled the shell he'd been originally born with, a blend of his mother Ux and my own shell from nearly 200 years ago. It was bald, gracefully lean, and had a very defined musculature. I was reminded of some martial arts movie star from the glory days of Hollywood. Even in virtual, he also moved with a smoothness and control that betrayed his vast training in martial arts and physical combat. Confident and intimidating at the same time, I could not help but be proud of my son. I stood aside with Kella as each new member was introduced in turn to the Hemru ambassador. I braced myself when Pickett was presented and his origins revealed, but the Hemru simply greeted him as it had Serenity. I reasoned that it must have already been aware of the animated representative of our mutual enemy. Riho did indicate that she wished to converse with Pickett privately at some point in the near future. Last to be introduced was my son. Riho surprised me by asking Alec detailed questions about his role in the planning and equipping the Vexatus expedition, humanity's attempt to establish a military redoubt at our nearest stellar neighbor, Alpha Centauri. The Vexatus, our third starship, was launched 25 years earlier and was due to arrive at our nearest stellar neighbor in only 70 years, or 4 decades before the assemblage arrived at the Earth. Again, I was impressed at how informed the Hemru was. The alien has certainly been busy learning about our society in the few weeks since its arrival. Alec answered the Hemru's questions without revealing any military secrets. Despite his careful answers, I could tell my son was proud of the mission he'd personally overseen. I found myself proud with him. The meeting continued for another hour. Serenity, Pickett, and Alec were the most active in asking questions of the Hemru. I enjoyed simply being a spectator, as they were covering most of the questions I'd been curious about. I also knew that I'd have plenty of time to question Riho further once she joined me on my island. One of Pickett's first questions was the main one on my list. It was a subject on which I'd already been informed, as it had been one of the first topics the AIs had debriefed the Hemru on. Ambassador Riho, can you provide details on any possible future attacks on this system from your homeworld? When I was transmitted here, I had been instructed to argue that humanity should ally with the assemblage on the basis of such pending attacks. It would be enlightening to learn if those suppositions were correct. Pickett had asked intensely. At first, I wondered if his questions were an attempt to provide more evidence backing his plan that humans should call off our retribution offensive and instead work with the assemblage. But from his expression, I wondered if instead he was seeking to ease his guilt over his previous mission. Agent Pickett, the Hemru had answered, at the time my mentality was recorded, I have no memories of any such attacks having been launched, nor do I recall any plan for the future. It may have been that no plans were made, or that I was prevented from knowing about them. I am sorry. Pick seemed to wilt slightly. Again, I was unsure as to his motives. But, Ambassador Riho had continued, it would only be logical to assume that we would continue offensive actions against your species' wantonly destructive diaspora. That had been the conclusion of the AI Advisory Council as well. Humanity had 2 threats to face, the known assemblage threat and the hypothetical Hemru threat. Kayla was also a passive spectator, as were most of the AIs. Since the alien mind data had been installed into the SRP, they had already had many opportunities to converse with the alien. As the meeting went on, the direct questions and answers became fewer, and it became more of a conversation. It soon became apparent that although the Hemru may have been terrifying, at least to me in their physical appearance, their culture was far less alien than I feared. Instead of some insect-like hive-minded collective, they were quite capable of thinking as individuals. Also, there were enough commonalities between Hemru and human civilization that my inclinations leaned towards successful cooperation. I'd spoken of many of my concerns privately with Naomi. The AI assured me there was hope for peaceful coexistence with the Hemru if and when we became neighbors. They were a mature and logical thinking species who had advanced to their current levels much slower and more patiently than humanity had. The fact that they had been advanced enough to endure and overcome the assemblage said much. They would make good allies, and I resolved to ensure that they would come to see humanity in the same light. I did learn of one fact that I had so far been uninformed of. There was to be a virtual global forum to officially introduce Ambassador Riho to humanity. This was to occur in 2 days, or a day before she was to be downloaded into her new physical shell. Eudaimonia AI reported that the forum would be an information-only session with no policy changes being considered or voting taking place. I'd asked Naomi why I had not been informed, only to learn that the AI was acting under my own instructions to keep me in the background as much as possible. The AI had deduced that I would prefer to skip attending the forum as a formal virtual spectator and instead remain on my island and watch from the forum passively. I had to agree with its deductions. After being in the forefront of the previous global forum, I'd intended to step back from the public eye somewhat. My recent notable broadcast exploits from Vesta were a departure from that plan, which I intended to compensate from her by keeping an extra low profile for the foreseeable future. As our meeting came to an end, I explained to the group about the Hemru's request to join me in living on my island once it was in a physical body. I was happy when Serenity stepped up and took the lead on seeing to any preparations. She and Kala huddled with the Hemru around Xunius's avatar to plan the details of the transfer and discuss any special requirements. I overheard enough to learn that Ambassador Riho would be delivered to my island via wormhole sometime in the early evening of December 31st, 3 days hence. I knew Serenity had planned a beach party for that night and wondered for a moment what the alien would make of humanity dancing naked around a fire. That reminded me of more details to worry about. I was having an alien come live with me. We'd have to adapt a room. Would the alien know how to bathe in a human shower? Or use a human toilet? What the hell would it eat? My rising worries must have been visible. It will be fine, John, Omu said calmly. Serenity and Kella will handle all the details. I nodded and decided to not worry about it. While I waited for them to finalize their plans, my son approached and motioned me to step away to a more private area. "How are you doing, Father?" he asked. I pulled him into a quick hug, which he stiffly accepted. "I'm doing well, son. I'm surprised to see you here. Not that I am upset to see you, just surprised." "Yeah, well, Mother talked to me," he said quietly. "She isn't pressuring you, is she?" "Not exactly pressure. You know how she is. She is so smart that if there is a logical reason for something, she will make sure you understand what that reason is." "Well, let's just say I now see the logic in her arguments," he said wryly. "I've tried to avoid involving you this time, son. We haven't finalized the attack plan yet, but we are still leaning towards a standoff attack only. Even so, if we do need to infiltrate the enemy vessel directly, we hope to handle it by mobile units and remotes," I explained. "What if the place is filled with polymorphic software or EMP prism traps, Father? Biological attack units would be needed in either case." I just nodded. We all knew that had it not been for the biological attack units which had been used in the past, we'd not be here today. Back when I defeated the Master AI, its orbital complex had been hardened against standoff attacks and digital incursions. It was likely the enemy Arc ship was similarly protected. "I know, son. Still, with what you went through after Vexidus left, I wanted to spare you undergoing something similar this time." "What I went through? Don't you mean what you put me through, Father?" he replied with just a hint of a snarl. I sighed. Only minutes into our discussion, and we were right back to the source of our strife of the past 25 years. I don't want to rehash that old argument, Alec. I still stand by my decision that having you re-shelled here on Earth after Vexidus departed was the right thing to do. He looked about to interrupt, but I stopped him with an upheld hand. But I will admit that what I did was wrong. I should have respected your wishes no matter how hard it would have been for me. He looked stunned at my admission. Dad, why the change of heart? That's not like you. Now it was my turn to have a sour expression on my face. Well, for one, what I went through a decade ago made me realize how frustrating it is to have someone you trust act against that trust. I paused for a moment to clarify my thoughts. I knew you wished to not remain active on Earth after you sent yourself off with the Vexidus as its crew. I just couldn't let you go, son. Your mother was so distraught. Well, I was distraught too. When I found out that Naomi had retained your mind data backup copy, it was too easy to simply order the AI to download the backup into a new shell. We remained silent as the source of our strife was laid bare. Finally, after nearly 30 seconds, Alex spoke. Well, I was mad, Dad, but I've gotten over most of that over the past few decades. As much as it bothers me that I am here and that there is another version of me active on Vexidus, and eventually thousands more on Alpha Centauri, I've learned to deal with it. Besides, with the new long-range wormholes, maybe not too far in the future, my mind data versions can be remerged. Who knows? I'd not considered that. Hell, if we were successful in taking out the assemblage Arc ship, the main reasons for the Vexidus mission would be rendered moot. We could use wormholes to establish a colony on Alpha Centauri long before the starship's arrival. We could even use the wormholes to regain contact with Vexidus while still in flight. Hell, we could do the same with the other departed starships, the Sovrana and the Avatari. I'd have to talk about this with Naomi and see what the AI Advisory Council had planned along those lines. But getting back on topic, after Mom talked me into it, I contacted Praxia AI to offer my services, Alec explained. That was news to me. He must have read my expression. I asked the AI to not inform you of my actions, at least until there were viable plans which involved using me directly. I didn't want to worry you, Dad. I thought about it and realized that despite Alec's instructions, Naomi would have informed me if it felt confident that Alec would eventually be involved. That the AI had not yet done so indicated that that outcome was still a low probability. I've also been in contact with Hannah Venezia. We've been training together in virtual for the past few weeks. Hannah? Of course. If there was a chance that Alec would be used as some type of biological shock troop, then Hannah would want in on it. I realized that I needed to have a long talk with Naomi and Praxia about this. I would need to include my former wife in the discussion as it seemed she was the chief instigator. How is she doing? I asked, to deflect my growing ire. She is amazing. I've never trained with someone as determined and committed as her. I can see why you two are such good friends. I wanted to ask more about his statement, but decided to not press the issue just now, as it looked like the mini-conference between the ambassador, Kella, and Serenity was breaking up. We've got everything worked out, Dad, Serenity said excitedly as they approached. This is going to be fun. Fun? I was going to have an alien living with me. Such an immensity of water. I waited for Riho to elaborate, but she remained silent. Her short human female form was tense as the clearly transfixed alien slowly scanned the expansive ocean surrounding us. We were currently standing at the outer railing of a secluded hilltop gazebo on the westernmost end of my island. The view from this high perch presented a sweeping panorama which extended from the southeast all the way around to the northeast. It was 18:20 in the evening, 15 minutes before local sunset. The Hemru had been downloaded into a fresh human standard shell earlier in the day and had arrived on my island via wormhole just half an hour ago. Like most recent transits, the portal terminus location had been the main aircraft landing pad near my workshop. Omu and I had been the only ones waiting for the alien, as news of the ambassador's arrival had not yet been disseminated to the island's other guests. As the island's manager, Serenity had known, of course, as had her young assistant Cassius. I'd also informed Sova Dedouche as a courtesy, mainly because she'd been sleeping with me at the time I'd been notified of the alien's revised schedule. The tall construction worker would be heading back to Vesta soon, but had expressed an interest in meeting the alien before she left. I'd asked the three to be patient and let Omu and I handle the welcome, as I had wanted to avoid possibly overwhelming the Hemru. Omu had revealed to me before the ambassador's arrival that the Hemru was struggling with its new physical form. Despite having lived in a human-like body for weeks in accelerated virtual, reality was proving more difficult. Things as simple as walking upright were taxing to the Hemru. Its mental structures had evolved around controlling 8 limbs in an almost prone stance, and now, in a shell possessing only 4, it lacked practice interpreting the human balance systems used to walk upright properly on only 2. Fortunately, technology was able to compensate to some extent. Using the shell's advanced cranial implants, a partial presence of Xenius AI was acting as Riho's augment. This allowed the Hemru to bypass the extensive physical therapy normally needed to properly integrate such drastic changes. A side benefit was that the AI also acted as a powerful internal conceptual translator. Omu also warned me that the alien's humanoid female shell was more compact than standard. When I first saw its arrival, I estimated its height at just over 130 centimeters tall, or only 10 centimeters taller than Omu had originally been, before my companion rebuilt herself to be taller. Thankfully, and somewhat disturbingly, the compact female shell was formed as a fully developed, mature woman and not as an adolescent. Not looking like an 8-year-old kid, despite the shell's shortness, would help remind others, and me, that we were dealing with an adult alien. We'd learned in virtual that Riho's physical age when her mind recording had been embedded into the Hemru probe had been about half a century. This was considered relatively young by her species' reckoning, as they had had access to life-prolonging medical treatments for far longer than humans. After Riho had been deposited on heels, and after the alien had recovered from its first experience using wormhole transport, Omu and I had begun to show it around. We had started at my nearby workshop where I'd had to explain my current love of wood carving. I was happy to learn that the Hemru understood recreational crafting and similar art, although it said her species preferred sculpting in stone. I also used the main viewer in my workshop office to show the alien some of my old drawings and paintings. She was able to more closely relate to these forms of artistic creation, as her species also practiced rendering on images and impressions on various forms of media. As our tour left the workshop area, I quickly noticed that the Hemru was distracted by the island's 2 nearby beach areas. I'd recalled that it had commented during our earlier virtual meeting about the Earth being cooler and wetter than it was used to. It dawned on me that large bodies of water like our oceans might be a novelty to the alien. When I suggested that we delay the tour of the island's facilities and structures and instead go look at the ocean, the Hemru had responded eagerly. Due to the lateness of the day, I decided to postpone visiting the busy beach area itself and instead seek out a higher vantage from which to observe the pending sunset. The island's tallest promontory was less than a kilometer away, so off we went. We stuck to the paved interior trail as I had wanted both an easy hike and to preserve the grand reveal of the surrounding ocean for as long as possible. As we walked, Ambassador Riho was commenting on the passing plant and animal life. Thankfully, Omu fielded the burden of answering the Hemru's many questions. The Hemru was moving well in its new shell, although we were proceeding slowly. It was apparent from the many slight hesitations that the AI augment was compensating where the alien's mental control was lacking. Its gait was also noticeably unnatural, a fact that could have been attributed to either the alien or the AI. It also moved its head and neck strangely as it observed its surroundings. Omu had also warned me about this before the Hemru had arrived. She had speculated that it was a byproduct of the Hemru mentality trying to function within the limits of the human shell's binocular vision. Where previously having 8 eye stalks facing in all directions, having just 2 non-independent eyes must have been like being partially blindfolded. Again, Xenius AI, via the implant, was helping the Hemru compensate. It was also strange and amusing to watch the alien stop and smell many of the items she was discussing with Omu. I finally broke down and asked the android sub vocally what was going on. The ambassador is new to the human sensation of smell, John. The Hemru's original form has one combined sensation of taste and smell, and she is unused to having two completely separate methods and is enjoying the novelty. 20 minutes later, we'd arrived at the hilltop contemplation gazebo. I'd laughed at the Hemru's sudden display of emotions at the sight of so much water. I was able to read its responses clearly in sequence, which ranged from an initial look of fear being quickly replaced by awe and then curiosity. Yes, the ocean can be overwhelming at first sight, I finally replied. I remember the awe I felt when I first saw it. Tomorrow we will take you swimming in the North Lagoon. You frolic in the water? Riho asked, amazement clearly showing on her petite face. I chuckled at her expression. Of course. It is said that humans evolved to be semi-aquatic. I gestured down towards her shell. As expected, though diminutive, it was still toned and physically fit. Despite that, her skin had yet to build any decent tolerance to the sun. As a result, she was currently wearing a light caftan and a pair of traction socks. Our relative lack of body hair, combined with our long limbs and the natural buoyancy of our bodies, all point to an evolved ability to tolerate and function decently in the water. I gestured higher to her face. Also, the shape of our nose may have evolved to allow us to breathe while swimming. Humans can swim quite fast compared to other land mammals. Riho shuddered slightly but did not immediately dismiss the notion. Of course, we'll work with you to help you learn how to swim, I said to ease her fears. I had to applaud her willingness to learn as much as she could about human beings and our way of life. Her reaction also gave me a new insight. Is our form as terrifying to you as the Hemru true form is to us on Pawastu Wing to War? I asked. Riho considered the question for a long moment before responding. I must admit to some feelings of revulsion. Those feelings are diminishing with time, however. I pondered that and refrained from further questions on the subject. The Hemru also remained silent and simply focused on the setting sun. The waves to the west were sparkling, and the skies reddening as the orb of the sun kissed the horizon. Finally, after the distorted luminous body disappeared fully from view, Riho turned to me. I have never seen, nor have I imagined, such a sight. Thank you, John, for bringing me to this place and time to witness it firsthand. You are welcome, I simply replied. Being near the equator meant that full darkness came rapidly. I saw two headlights start off from the garage compound and track down the path leading towards this gazebo. Naomi or Omu must have dispatched a pair of automated carts to convey us more quickly back to the island's dwelling area. The Hemru continued, I am surprised to be here, John. What do you mean? I asked. When I consented to allow my mental image to be taken, it was for selection purposes only, as I was just one of many who offered themselves for consideration to be inserted into the memory archives of our probe being sent to your world. To be here now meant that of all the candidate minds, my contribution was chosen. That's a good thing, though. You should be proud, right? I admit that I did not expect the probe would succeed, or at least that, if it did reach your world, that it would be intercepted and any mind images included in its memories revived. I could understand that. I'd felt the same way upon being revived. Most notably back when I'd been revived as a woman and learned that I was just a copy and that my real body was still suspended somewhere else. Why do you think you were selected? I asked. I suspect that it was a combination of being skilled at diplomacy and alien societal extrapolation, combined with a general lack of detailed knowledge of our critical technologies. Riho replied quietly. I immediately thought of some of the politicians or celebrities of my past, although the comparisons were probably not fair to the Hemru. I knew about protecting one's technology. Hell, the picket package that had been transmitted to the Earth had been sanitized to protect assemblage secrets. It was only logical that the Hemru acted in a similar fashion when selecting who and what to send along with their probe. Well, I have only just begun to know you, but I already think you are a fine emissary, I offered. Riho remained silent. I wasn't sure what she was thinking, so I continued. You must have had some hope that we would be able to intercept the probe. Yes, my mind image was included against just that unlikely occurrence. I must say our estimation that your world would prevail against the enemy and remain in a position to do so was very, very low. I simply nodded. I was often amazed that we were still here also. The fading daylight caused the illuminated floor markings and path lights to come on. The alien ambassador took note of the illuminated scrollwork now marking each of the 6 pillars supporting the gazebo's roof. LD, she slowly enunciated. What does this designation mean? My daughter's initials, I replied. I went on to explain that my 5th daughter, Larissa Daring, had grown up on the island. I'd had this gazebo constructed as a special place just for her. I smiled as I traced the illuminated letters. I'd forgotten that she'd marked the structure as her own, or had I simply not ever been up here after dark? I'd have to ask her the next time she visited. The thought reminded me that I needed to give her and her sister Charity a call, as it had been a while since I had last seen them both. We were interrupted by the arrival of the automated carts. After the pair awkwardly managed to reverse themselves on the narrow trail, I waited while Omu assisted the unsteady alien into the lead car. The android climbed in with her while I took the second. As we proceeded back down the path, I was able to overhear them conversing almost non-stop. I noted that the Hemru interacted with the android differently than most humans did. More like someone interacting with an appliance. Maybe interactions with the Hemru AIs were different. As we passed my workshop, I saw that there was already a bonfire burning at the North Beach gathering area. Tonight was New Year's Eve, and Serenity had planned one hell of a party. I'd already explained the party's details to Riho and extended an invitation if she wanted to attend. I was relieved when she indicated her preference to observe such a gathering from a distance. Still, we planned to attend early on, as the island's guests were expecting to meet the alien. After a quick meet and greet, and before the commencement of feasting and imbibing, we planned to make our escape and return to my lodge and its more intimate surroundings. There, we could observe the party from the safety of my rooftop balcony. What the alien would make of naked humans dancing and singing around a fire, I could only guess. Will you miss me? Sova asked as we lay in my bed enjoying a post-coital cuddle. We'd enjoyed an extended morning of recreational frolicking as she was departing to return to duty on Vesta later this evening. I didn't need my nearly 2 centuries of experience in dealing with the opposite sex to know that any answer other than, "Of course I will miss you," would have been a mistake. She smiled when I replied just so. In truth, I would miss her. She was easy to talk to, especially considering her youth. She also clearly knew the boundaries of our relationship, in that it was clear that I was just a fling for her, and that fling was nearing its end date. Still, she treated her flings with a vigorous passion that had me smiling just remembering it. Omu entered my bedchamber bearing a tray with cups and a carafe of coffee. "Good morning, Sova." "Good morning, John. I have coffee. Sova, your great-grandmother's aircraft will be landing in 22 minutes. "Thanks, Omu," she said, hopping out of bed and bounding to the bathroom. I remained but did pull myself up into a sitting position to receive the coffee Omu was pouring for me. I heard the rainfall shower turn on in the bathroom. Sova was taking advantage of the normal gravity to indulge in my abundant hot water. "John, although they wish it to be a surprise, Hannah is bringing Alec with her. I estimate you would wish to know beforehand." "Thank you, Omu," I said as I sipped the perfectly prepared brew. Rather than upsetting me, I was glad to learn that my son was visiting. That he was coming with Hannah indicated that the pair were still mutually pursuing their goal of being personally involved with the pending attack against the enemy. "How did Ambassador Riho fare last night?" I caught Omu's illuminated smirk before the android answered. "She spent the night with Cassius in his quarters. It appears that her desire to better understand human mating techniques was at least partially fruitful. Do you want the details?" "Not only no, but hell no," I blurted. I'd had to draw the line last evening. Riho had stated that she wished to join Sova and me in my bedroom simply as an observer to study the human phenomena of purely recreational pseudo-procreation. I'd declined, of course, invoking my personal requirements for privacy. I'd been somewhat exasperated and had absent-mindedly recommended that the Hemru seek out Serenity or Cassius in order to learn such details. Apparently, shit, Oh, Moo! Was Serenity with them? I asked, unable to stem my curiosity. No, your great-granddaughter spent the night in her own quarters. Good. No, wait. I knew Serenity and Cassius had been spending some evenings together. Would my great-granddaughter be jealous of Cassius in the alien? Um, did she know that Cassius and Riho, um, yes, it was your great-granddaughter who recommended to the Hemru ambassador that experiencing the actual act would be far better than simply observing. While the word Odair was never uttered, she basically dared the alien to sleep with the young man. That sounded like something Serenity would do. I bet she thought it would be a humorous prank to play on the young man. Again, curiosity got the better of me. Um, how did the alien react? Is Cassius all right? There are recordings. I can edit out the awkward attempts at foreplay. No, that's fine. I just want to know if either of them is traumatized or injured. Maybe the alien mated like a female mantis or spider, or maybe something equally disturbing like a digger wasp injecting its eggs into a prey animal. Omu's face was now illuminated with an expression of mirth. I believe both achieved their mutually desired outcomes, John. Cassius reacted much as all young men would. I suspect that having only recently gone through sexuality training and practice classes made him a suitably understanding teacher to one new to the process. The Hemru seemed to react somewhat clinically, at least at first. Later, the increasing physical sensations undoubtedly felt by the ambassador's fully functional human shell caused the alien to, "Okay, I get it," I interrupted. I wasn't sure why I was reacting so prudishly about the subject. They were both adults after all, and their shells had full fertility blocks in place. And Riho had an AI augment guiding her every ugh. I had to get the topic off my mind. "I'm hungry," I blurted, mostly to change the subject. "Breakfast is being prepared as we speak. Hannah and Alec have not recently eaten, and it was decided that the six of you could share a combined meal upon their arrival," Omu stated. "Six? Yes. Cassius and Riho have also just awakened and will be joining the group. Having already broken her fast, Serenity is currently elsewhere, seeing to the needs of the island's guests." I chugged the rest of my coffee and hopped out of bed. Sova was still showering when I finished relieving myself, but I chose the separate sonic cleansing chamber to allow us to finish faster. I'm sure our guests would not appreciate waiting while we dallied in the shower together longer than necessary. Besides, I was truly hungry, and my stomach currently had the upper hand. Mid-morning found Alec and me relaxing under the sunshade of my workshop patio. It was nearly a perfect day, calm and warm with plenty of sun. Omu had served us both iced tea and then had gone off to the North Beach area to assist Cassius as they taught the Hemru ambassador to swim and snorkel. Hannah's dog Misty was keeping near Omu. The augmented pet had arrived with her and was enjoying both the unlimited water and the attention from the numerous new humans on the beach. I'd made no rules regarding pets being on heels, so his presence was not taboo. These days, most companion animals were augmented to some extent, which ensured that they remained under control. No worries about guests being bitten or animals crapping where they weren't allowed. In fact, pets were far less of a bother than their masters. I smiled as I considered a pet-only island. With the good weather, the northern beach area was full of activity. The majority of the island's guests were in attendance, sunning themselves or playing in the water while trying to be circumspect about gawking at the alien in their midst. Nearby, in the outdoor sports area, Hannah and her descendant Sova were playing a round of vector ball. The game resembled tennis except that the ball was speed-limited and trajectory fixed by technology. It reminded me somewhat of wiffle ball with the ball's slower movements, but the lack of dips and curving flight made it more like 3D Pong. Those facts, and also that the game was played on a paved square without nets, made the game unique. The players' movements were limited by the same magnetics which guided and suspended the ball. The technology acted on their ability to accelerate and decelerate via ankle and wristbands. Add in that the dampening effect on the players was tied to the velocity of the ball, made the game extremely challenging to master. I was solidly a novice. "I forgot how tranquil this place is," Alex said. "You're welcome here anytime, son. You know that. I'm still surprised you now allow guests. Heaven forbid you allow strangers to intrude on your solitary domain." "I'm not that antisocial," I argued. He just stared at me. Well, maybe I was, a little, I admitted, but I'm trying to turn over a new leaf. I think spending nearly a decade alone wandering around Mongolia and northern China changed me. I recalled my recent meeting with Jonathan. We shared the same mental foundations, and he'd managed to maintain a life of solitude many times longer than I had. I guess antisocial tendencies were part of who we were. We remained silent for a moment, simply watching the activity at the beach area and on the vector ball court. I took the opportunity to covertly study my son. As always, he was very reserved, the epitome of in control. His current shell was older than mine, probably in its 40s. It was likely the same one he'd been downloaded into after the Vexatus had left, after I'd gone against his wishes and had him reshelled here on Earth. Despite his shell's age, he looked to have kept it in peak physical condition. Under his nearly hairless bronze skin was a lean but strong body, corded with well-defined musculature. I was surprised that he no longer went completely bald. Instead, he now sported a shoulder-length queue that covered the small cranial data ports he'd had installed. Like his mother, Alec modified his shells to allow for direct physical interface with our digital partners. Unlike Ux's extensive brain alterations and enhancement modifications, Alec's interface ports were basic, just simply physical backups to the standard wireless neural webs most shells had, including mine. It was a combat precaution, a direct interface in case the wireless systems were jammed by some future foe. But despite their simple role, the visible physical alterations on his shell reminded me of his mother, and I frowned, recalling the last time I had seen her in deep interface. Alec had noticed. "What is it, Dad?" "I was just thinking about your mother. She has given so much for our cause and for her work." Alec said nothing at first, but I noticed that he now had a slight frown of his own. I felt bad for spoiling the mood. "So what do you think of your sister falling in love with the enemy?" I asked. That made Alec smile. "Pickett is no more the enemy than any random human. The compressed mind data which was sent to Earth was barely sentient. Along with not including any information threatening to the assemblage, they skipped sending anything that would really make him a threat to humans." "You don't think there is anything to worry about hidden deep in his psyche?" I asked. "No, I've spent hours in virtual with him. I've also gone over the deep analysis compiled by the AIs of his total mind data. They have found nothing threatening to us or our cause, even buried partial fragments. As he exists now, he is probably more human than some who exist on the fringes of normalcy." His last statement made me think of Jonathan again. I didn't consider myself extreme, but his actions were certainly on the fringe. Was Pickett more human than I was? I'd have to explore that further at some point in the near future. I was relieved Alec's summary of Pickett matched what I'd been able to discover on my own. I was happy for Kayla and glad that someone had finally motivated her to live a bit more in the real world. I knew that she still spent a great deal of her existence in virtual, but it was now less than it had been, and that was a change for the better as far as I was concerned. I hoped they stayed happy together and that their disengagement from a completely virtual existence continued. They are coming here in 10 days and are planning to stay for over a week, even with my island's low bandwidth, I confided, adding a bit of snark at the end. I considered the bandwidth on my island just fine. Alec raised his eyes at that and nodded. The news had surprised and pleased him. We were interrupted from further thoughts about his sister by Misty running toward us. "Bark! Bark! Bark! Bark!" "Hi, Alec. Hi, John." Alec leaned forward to pet Misty vigorously, dislodging the dried sand which caked the dog's back. "You having fun, fella? Like the water in the beach?" "Bark, bark, woof. Strange smelling water fun. Omu says, come swim." I laughed. Omu could have messaged me that easily enough. I knew sending the dog on an errand was her attempt to keep the dog busy and distracted. I caught Misty's heavy panting and realized that Omu might have had an ulterior motive. "We'll head to the beach in a bit, Misty. Would you like a drink of cool, normal-smelling water?" "Woof!" No translation was needed for that. I got up and filled a pan with cold water from the workshop's kitchenette. While Misty tanked up, I returned to the shaded patio and saw that Hannah and Sova had finished their game of vector ball. They stripped off their game gear along with shoes, sports bras, elbow, and knee pads, and tossed the items in a hamper before heading to the lagoon to cool off. Both Alec and I smiled as we admired the naked pair retreating down the trail. Were those wiggles for us? Sova's really tall. How is she handling Earth gravity full-time? Alec asked. She is doing well. She still gets tired now and then, but nothing like she did when she first arrived. Hopefully, we will soon have enough wormhole facilities and free energy to allow the spacers and other low-G workers more opportunities to return for higher gravity vacations. That would be healthier for them, he agreed. I am still trying to wrap my head around all the changes wormhole technology is bringing about. Mom sure outdid herself, didn't she? I nodded my agreement. I was just as proud of Orcs as our son was. Thinking of his mother reminded me of our talk about Alec's involvement in the upcoming assemblage offensive. Despite Naomi and Praxia not requesting the direct involvement of humans yet, Ux thought that we should plan around the possibility. Maybe Alec knew more than I did? With my dealings with the Hemru, I've not kept up with the war effort for the past few weeks. Have there been any new developments regarding your and to Ortrickers, to Hannah's plans for direct combat? I probed carefully. Not really. Nothing certain can be planned until we scout the assemblage arc. The first scouting mission is still at least half a year away. The AIs want the backup facility on Vesta fully operational before we send any probes to the arc using the main array on Phobos. I remembered the preliminary plans for the first scouting mission. We plan to use wormholes to seed the trajectory ahead of the Ark's ship with passive sensor platforms. The stealthy probes would be sent through with spatial velocities of around 7% of light speed. This was about 0.5% slower than the speed of the enemy Ark, so the chances of our probes being spotted were minuscule. And even if one was spotted, the speed difference was such that there was virtually no chance of an interception or capture. Once the scout probes were on station, they would look for the radiation scattering from the boundary shock region of the nose of the enemy Ark. Its speed was high enough that interstellar dust collisions would ionize and deflect high-energy particles, which we'd be able to detect. The sensors would also look for any emissions, or after it passes, any heat leakage from the enemy vessel directly. Once we detected the assemblage craft, we'd be able to refine its course and speed to a very high precision, which should allow follow-on missions to be targeted much nearer the enemy vessel. Our goal was to eventually be able to form a stationary wormhole directly on the surface of the alien vessel. Doing so from well over 8 light-years away seemed like a miracle, but the AIs were optimistic we could pull it off. The target scouting and course refinement would likely take months. We could shorten the time required only by increasing the risk of detection. I was strongly on board with the proceed with caution plan, and the overall delay was meaningless as long as we preserved the element of surprise. The enemy was still over 8 light-years from the Earth, and we had over a century until the Ark's passage after all. Misty had finished his drink and had run back to the beach, catching up with Sova and Hannah just as they arrived. The two humans waded into the water while Misty splashed ahead, swimming after a float toy thrown by Omu. Out in the lagoon proper, Cassius and Ambassador Riho were treading water while hanging onto a floating lounger. They seemed to be in the middle of an animated discussion. I hoped it was simply normal questions by the alien and not some sort of argument. As neither looked upset, I decided to let them sort it out themselves. The AIs would let me know if there was anything I needed to worry about. Praxia has brought me up to speed on the weapons research you've been supervising for the past year, Alex said, bringing my attention back to our discussion. Yes, it's been a busy time. What do you think? I asked. I'm impressed at the level of miniaturization you've achieved regarding the control hardware for the antimatter warheads. I don't know if I'd want to be anywhere near them when they are fully armed, but the test results say that they are relatively safe, he said. I feel the same. My biggest fear is that if we use them, one will go off prematurely and take out our wormhole generator. I'm hoping the passive kinetic impactors will be successful enough that we do not have to resort to using antimatter bombs at all. Do you really think we can hit the enemy Ark with tungsten rods with any sort of precision? He asked. I shrugged. That's the big question. The AIs say that the guidance units can do the job. In theory, we will need to run tests. Many tests. In a few weeks, I will be heading back to Luna far side to oversee the first of these. What kind of tests are needed? Alec probed. We are going to use the Phobos wormhole generator to launch an inflatable target drone up to arc speed or about 7.5% of light speed. The drone's trajectory will be such that it passes near Earth orbit close enough to allow the short-ranged wormhole apparatus on Luna to set kinetic impactors into its path. I paused to enjoy the last swallow of my iced tea before continuing. If all goes well, the new guidance packages will steer the impactors into the oncoming drone within view of our orbital telescopes. The drone will also be transmitting its sensor data, so we will be able to see what our penetrator attack looks like from the enemy's perspective. Remember, we have to actively guide the impactors only at the last second, so the enemy has minimal time to react. Ideally, the intercept will happen without the enemy even knowing that the impactors are incoming, although it is likely that it has deployed a collision avoidance sensor net looking for objects in its path. Like the deflector dish on that old space show from your time? Alex said. I smiled, remembering that Kayla and Alec had loved watching my old science fiction television shows from before the reset. Star Trek had been one of our favorites. Yep, just like that. Dad, Praxia mentioned that there was another attack option in the works, but it refused to go into any detail. It did mention a name, something called Project Acid Rain. The AI said that I was not cleared to know full details about the project at this time, and that those instructions originated from you and Mother. With our attack still almost a year away, I hated to spread details of Acid Rain because it would be so controversial. But I also trusted Alec. Naomi, please make available to Alec the full details of Acid Rain, I said subvocally. Of course, John. A virtual presentation has already been prepared. Transmitting data now, Naomi replied via my implant. Alex sat up slightly as he received the data transmission into his own implant. His eyes lost focus as he entered partial virtuality to view the presentation. It would probably be an accelerated data dump and wouldn't take long. I took advantage of the lull to use the toilet in my workshop's bathroom. When I returned, Omu was waiting next to Alec on the patio. The pair were quiet, but Alec was focused on the android, indicating that they were communicating via implant. He turned to me as I retook my seat. Wow, Acid Rain. And here I was worried about those sketchy contraterrene bombs you'd built. I don't quite know what to think, Dad. Yes, well, that's why I am keeping details of Acid Rain secret for now. It may not be needed at all, or it might end up being our only chance. Hopefully, when the initial scouting missions are complete, we will have a better idea of if the project will be needed. But still, Alex said before pausing for a long moment, Dad, you do realize that there is a good chance we will lose Vesta if we use Acid Rain? I nodded. At least a portion of it, yes. I've already set plans in motion. The asteroid is being hardened against a possible loss of containment, and the human population will be reduced to a bare minimum if it becomes likely that the project will go forward. He still looked worried. I put my hand on his shoulder. How do you plan to deploy it against the enemy? He asked next. We are still working on that. Praxia and Naomi have run hundreds of thousands of simulations of various attacks on the enemy. If it turns out that Acid Rain is needed, it will be because our other weapons prove insufficient to destroy the enemy arc. If that is the case, misdirection and guile will certainly be needed. At his troubled look, I continued. Alec, we've still got a lot to work out, and in the meantime, please keep the details of the project to yourself. The AIs know, of course, and if you must talk it over with someone, talk to your mother. As with most things, she knows more about it than I do. There are a few other humans who know major parts of the plan, but not the complete details. We are keeping the full details closely held for now. He sighed and nodded. But now that you know the basics, you should probably begin working with Praxia to integrate the ramifications of the project into your training, I added. What do you mean? Alec asked. If we do need to use Acid Rain, electromagnetic pulse weaponry and shielding will certainly be a key part of any human follow-up assault. Alec considered that for a moment and nodded again. I see what you mean. If we do use it, we'll probably need a non-digital way of verifying its results, he speculated. Yes, it will be less likely for a lingering emergent to compromise a biological neural system. You'd have to have your implants fully isolated or even physically removed before such a mission, I added. Alec looked deep in thought. Soon he started nodding again. The enemy ARC ship will likely have a distributed digital network. Who knows how many secure backups or isolated areas we would need to flush out? Even if a digital attack was a complete success, we would still need to ensure that any contamination or after effects from acid rain were eradicated. Exactly, I replied. The vessel will still pass relatively close by the Earth in just over a century. We don't want to end up bringing any viable crud back. We sat in silence, Alec thinking, while I watched the action on the nearby beach. Cassius and Riho left the water and began strolling along the beach. The alien ambassador was certainly not shy as she stopped to chat for a moment with various groups of guests. While she did, Cassius stood nearby with the impatient and bored look of the young. I'd have to speak to him about that, as he'd do well to learn from the more patient alien. Alec finished his deep contemplations and also noticed the actions of the Hemru. How are you getting on with your alien guest? Better than I expected, I admitted. The AIs are handling most of Riho's almost non-stop questions. Thankfully, the ambassador is also quite reserved and patient with me. It has made no complaints or had any emotional outbursts, and has, well, blended in almost like any other human guest would. Maybe even better. It's hard to imagine that that little human female shell actually holds the mentality of a giant alien bug, Alex said. I looked at him sharply. I don't mean that offensively, he said, holding up his hands. What I meant is that it must be a shock to her as much as it is to us. Yeah, I understand, I replied, sighing as I did. I also know what you didn't mean. I felt plenty of fear and revulsion when the Hemru revealed its true form to me in virtual. We watched Riho and Cassius move to another group of guests. These stood up to greet the alien respectfully. Riho looked like a kid talking to a group of grown-ups. Where did they find such a tiny human shell? Alec asked. The AIs didn't have time to grow that pint-sized shell from scratch, did they? I had no clue, and looked to Omu. The diminutive shell was obtained from a specialty novelty shop in old Europe, the android explained. It was leased on an open-ended term and flown to the North America SRP download facility a week ago, where it underwent various nano-based medical procedures to modify it for use by the Hemru. There is a company that inventories shells like that? I asked, amazed. Yes, along with diminutive models such as the ambassador is using. They have giant-sized models as well. They also offer a variety of chimeras. I hear the cheetah-human derivatives are quite popular, along with the mermen. Mermen? As in the breathing underwater, fast-swimming mermen and mermaids? I'd had no idea such a thing existed and said as much to Omu. Yes, it is a growing phenomenon, although due to the oxygen demands, the aquatic tailored shells cannot truly breathe underwater and can only remain submerged for around 9 minutes at any one time. Of course, if there was a market, someone would seek to capitalize. I wondered how long it would be before vacationers temporarily shelled as mermaids or mermen before coming to heels. I could see the lure of swimming and diving without breathing apparatus. I'd have to tell Serenity to investigate the subject with the goal of possibly offering specialized accommodations. Hell, maybe we could do a package deal with a specialty firm and store some shells here? Omu continued. The leasing agency was happy to supply the specialized shell for the aliens' use gratis. The company expects the notoriety to foster future demand for similar products. Speaking of Serenity, she chose that moment to walk up. How are my favorite great-grandpa and granduncle doing? Just fine, Serenity, Alec replied. I love it here. You've done a great job. I smiled as my son heaped praise onto his niece. I did not mind in the slightest that it was focused on Serenity, as it was certainly true that this place had seen great improvements under her management. She went to the workshop's garment fitter area and disrobed, pitching her work coveralls and undergarments into the recycler. She returned with a handful of beach towels. Come on, you two. Let's go join the others on the beach. We will be along in a bit, honey, I replied. Omu stood. I will assist Serenity at the beach area. The two left my workshop, and we watched them jog down the trail. I noticed that she was not wearing beach shoes and realized that her duties on the island had toughened her. When they arrived at the beach, Serenity went to join Hannah and Sova, while Omu diverted to assist two guests who were just wading ashore after ditching their personal wave skippers. The android pulled the watercraft up onto the sand where they would be ready for use by other guests. Dad, If we are needed against the assemblage, are you planning on joining Hannah and me? Alec said. Leave it to my son to make me confront something I'd been avoiding for over a year. Alec took my silence as reluctance, or possibly fear. It's okay if you don't, he said. It's not that, son, I replied, interrupting him. How to explain? It was hard to articulate my thoughts when I didn't understand them fully myself. You know I've been in combat before? I started. I'd told him many times of the battle against the Master AI on Baltra Island. During that attack, I'd almost died when an enemy seeker drone that had gotten inside our screens detonated. I remembered the adrenaline I'd felt during that attack, the confusing mixture of fear and excitement. I recalled the shock and pain when I realized that I'd had my arm blown off. Still, the fear I'd felt had never been for myself. It had been for the Earth and humanity, as any failure then it would have doomed any chances of our planet's future freedom. I still felt the desire for revenge against our enemy, but those feelings had diminished over the 2 centuries since I had learned of the assemblage's role in our destruction. Why did I hesitate now? As before, it wasn't that I feared death. I knew that with my backups and spare shells, I was practically immune from truly dying. If I was to join a physical attack on the enemy, I was sure Naomi would insist that my mind data be freshly recorded. Did I fear a partial loss of uniqueness? I'd never worried about it before. Maybe it was the slim chance that I'd have to take the life of living beings. Though it was unlikely that the enemy Ark vessel was crewed, they may have emergency fast-reviving personnel waiting in suspension. It was logical that if the enemy vessel were to undergo some sort of calamity or attack, these quick response beings would be revived. If so, could I gun them down in cold blood? I looked at my son sitting next to me, patiently waiting for my reply. He was willing to go. My longtime friend Hannah was also. Why should they have to deal with something I preferred to avoid? If there is a need for any of us to go, I'll be there with you, son, I said quietly. If it did come to pass, then I'd just deal with it. Alec just nodded. He was wise enough not to ask me if I was sure. He knew that I'd long considered the matter in depth. I think your young employee has a problem, Alec said, pointing towards the beach. I looked to where he indicated and saw Cassius standing awkwardly next to the squatting Ambassador Riho. The alien was closely observing 2 of my guests, who were lying on a large beach towel in a more secluded area of the beach. The pair of lovers were currently engaged in a round of mutual oral sex. The young male, who was clearly trying to explain what was going on, looked embarrassed and aroused. Do you suppose he is explaining to the Hemru that the 2 humans are not actually devouring each other? Alec commented. I snorted. Maybe he is worried the Hemru will ask him to demonstrate. He's probably aware praying mantis females sometimes eat an occasional careless mating partner. Alec laughed at that. When he recovered, he asked, how did the 2 hook up anyway? The alien's been here only a short while, right? Serenity got them together. Riho was curious about all aspects of humanity and wanted a demonstration of our pseudo-reproduction for pleasure, as she called it. Cassius, being a horny young male, seemed the perfect demonstration candidate at the time. Besides, having recently just passed his base maturity tests, his sexual education classes are still fresh in his memory. I guess that makes sense. The young man would be familiar with first-time sexual experiences from his time in the juvenile dormitories, Alec mused. Yes, that was the second reason. Serenity explained to the Hemru that Cassius was relatively inexperienced. She also admonished both of them to be patient, careful, and assume nothing, I explained. It seems to have worked out, he commented before looking at me speculatively. I'm surprised that the alien did not ask you to. Are you kidding? I burst out, flustered. Look at that tiny shell. It would have been like... I get it, Alex said, holding his hands up and sparing me the full explanation. It would also have been, creepy knowing you were actually with a true alien. Did you ask Riho how her species reproduced? No, I skipped those details from her virtual forum session, I replied. I neglected to tell Alec that I had not bothered to watch the forum recap yet at all. She did not go over those details in the forum introduction. Maybe one of the girls will bring it up tonight. Hopefully it's not too gross. It would be horrible if the Hemru bred like digger wasps or something even worse, he speculated. I shuddered at the thought. If the aliens did implant their larvae into living hosts only to later eat their way out, ugh! Public perception would be ugly. I made a note to discuss that worry with Omu. Back on the beach, Cassius was leading the ambassador, almost pulling, actually, to where Omu waited with the pair of wave skippers. In the wet sand beyond, Hannah, Sova, and Serenity were playing a game of keep away from Misty. I saw that all four humans were happy and laughing. Even the Hemru appeared to have a smile on its face. That put a smile on my own, so I rose, held out my hand to my son, and said, "Come, let's go play with our new family." 3 hours after sunset, I was on the rooftop patio, lounging contentedly near the central fire pit. I was not alone, as the Hemru ambassador was lying next to me on the large, padded sunbathing platform. We were laying on our backs stargazing as the night was perfect for our outdoor sojourn, with velvet black skies ablaze with both natural and artificial lighting. My mood was mellow and reflective. I had no idea what the Hemru was thinking. Omu was kneeling silently nearby. She had played hostess all evening, starting with supper and after, when the party had made our way up here to converse around the fire. Now, with the other humanoids having gone to bed, the android was passing time by scratching Misty's belly. Hannah's dog had chosen to remain on the rooftop patio when my old friend and Alec had departed together earlier. Misty likely enjoyed the perfect outdoor weather, or had been instructed to keep clear of Hannah's bedroom for privacy reasons. "Do you think Cassius will recover from his revulsion?" Riho asked, disturbing the quiet. I considered the question for a moment. Eventually. A lot of this is new to him. He is still trying to understand his own feelings. Was it a mistake to have him demonstrate human recreational reproduction with me earlier? I sighed. Maybe. Probably not. I'm not sure. The Hemru was silent after my non-answer. I attempted a better response. He's young and probably lacks the detachment required for such a demonstration. If we'd been thinking, we should have arranged to have a touch therapist come and instruct you. But being young means he's also resilient. He'll get over it. The alien was silent after that. I found myself thinking over the events of earlier in the day and evening. After a fun and active afternoon spent on the beach, we'd split up to go about our own business for a few hours. Riho had received too much sun and had suffered a bit of a sunburn, so Omu assisted the ambassador into a medical unit to repair the damage. I'd taken a quick shower followed by a nap, while Cassius and Serenity caught up on various island chores and duties. Alec had remained with Hannah and Sova as they enjoyed Sova's last few hours of vacation. From the looks the tall, low-gravity worker had been giving my son all day, Sova might have been trying to wring all the fun she could out of her dwindling time. We'd rejoined at my main lodge for supper with Alec, Sova, and Hannah arriving as a threesome. My son and former parental companion looked dapper in newly printed formal dining wear, while Sova, scheduled to depart just after our meal, was already wearing her normal vac-capable work coveralls. The meal itself had been routine. As I had witnessed during breakfast, Riho had handled the task of feeding as a human just fine. She had eaten slowly and carefully, but I'd known real humans who ate with the same meticulous precision, so her method was not too out of place. I tried to catch if any of our foods seemed repulsive to the alien, but so far she had at least sampled everything served to her. She did keep her portions small and varied, which I suspect was due to Xenius AI advising her on the dietary needs and limits of her new diminutive shell. The same came later when after supper we'd taken our leave on the rooftop terrace and distributed a first round of refreshments. The Hemru had enjoyed a single glass of wine and then abstained from sampling anything further. We'd said goodbye to Sova then and watched as she was transported off the island. It was hard to believe that she was already back on Vesta, already at work on the project to modify the Sarissa installation for the pending offensive. From the terrace, the remaining group had watched an amazing sunset. As twilight set in, we came together around my fire pit for conversation and more imbibing. We'd also paired up, although the groupings were not quite as they'd been before. Unsurprisingly, Hannah and Alec were still together. Resembling a long-established couple, The pair had curled themselves comfortably into an oversized lounger. I suspected they had become intimate soon after beginning to train together. Serenity and Cassius shared a couch, with my great-granddaughter relaxing while the young man massaged her shoulders and neck. Apparently, his brief training fling with the alien ambassador was over, or at least on hold for the night. Riho had chosen the recliner next to me, close enough that we could whisper privately if we wished. We'd spent some minutes doing just that as I explained the actions and postures of the others. Later, we'd spoken louder so as to not exclude the others. They had remained mostly silent, listening as the alien and I exchanged questions and shared personal histories. The topics had been varied and broad, with the Hemru doing its best to make its answers comprehensive and understandable to its captive human audience. Many of my questions were follow-ups to the basic information it had released during the recent public forum. Some of the information was new, and we learned many additional details about the strange society and culture of the Hemru. While it was alien, as was to be expected, there were aspects that seemed all too familiar to human society. I had quickly deduced that the bulk of the differences between humans and Hemru was due to the fact that the Hemru had an extremely regimented and rigid life cycle as compared to our own. Unlike humans who lived our lives in a long, linear chain of slow, steady growth and aging, the life cycle of the Hemru was broken into 5 clearly distinct and hard-coded physical stages. How they lived and functioned as a society was clearly defined by those stages. Like humans, their first stage began at their birth. We'd already learned from the virtual forum that this meant a live birth, not hatched from eggs. Their first larval stage lasted just over 4 years and was a period of almost steady eating and physical growth with the goal of preparing the larvae for pupation. At the end of the stage, the well-fed Hemru resembled 2-meter-long bloated grubs. Once the young Hemru larvae had grown to a maximum physical size and possessing sufficient energy reserves, the larvae would stop eating. They were then herded into metamorphosis chambers, where hardening body secretions would form a thick, spongy chrysalis around their bloated bodies. This would begin their second life cycle stage, one where they would lay immobile as their bodies slowly underwent their first metamorphosis. We'd been told that the duration of this chrysalis stage was variable in length and could take as little as 6 years, or be extended by external factors to last well over 2 decades. Riho had explained that this was a legacy of their ancient history when their civilization's growth was dependent upon the variable weather to provide sufficient food reserves for each generation. The dormant period spent in a chrysalis was an adaptation to permit their young to wait out any leaner years if necessary. We'd learned that the pupating Hemru were not truly alone during this time. They were cared for by 5th-stage Hemru, whose main role was to protect the young, helpless Hemru and also to begin their education. Riho explained that the Stage 2 pupa period was when the young Hemru began to think and develop a sense of self. It was also when they would first develop true consciousness as before. The Stage 1 larval grubs had been mostly mindless, eating machines. Serenity had asked how the immobile Hemru could learn while cocooned. Riho had explained that while the chrysalides lacked exterior sensory organs, the young pupa inside was able to perceive the outside world and each other through a common linked system of neural tendrils spun over the clustered pupa by caretaker Hemru. The shared perceptions worked like a biological computer network, but were limited to mostly emotions and crude sensations. The 5th-stage caretakers were also linked to this distributed mental web, which allowed them to pass on some of their knowledge and life experiences with the younger stage. Riho had clarified that this linkage was not a true communally linked hive mind or a network like our AIs in their partial presences, but was more of a shared dream space and learning environment. In addition to developing mentally, the cocooned pupa also physically morphed into the next form of the Hemru. This third form closely resembled the mature version I'd witnessed back in virtual, but with slight differences. At around year 10 or 11 on average, with the physical metamorphism and mental growth complete, the chrysalis would fracture and a new adult Hemru would emerge. The young Stage 3 Hemru females, all were female at this stage, were reasonably intelligent and educated, but not truly independent. From how Riho described this stage, I was reminded of the common drone workers of an earthly bee or ant colony. The newly emerged females were eager and hard-working, instinctively taking direction from the more mature fifth-stage Hemru, who remained the main decision-makers. Upon emergence, the young adult Hemru were distributed as needed, sent off to live in nearby communities, or off to distant parts of their world, or even to space. With most of their physical development behind them, null gravity or low gravity of space presented no obstacles to this stage of Hemru. Again, hearing of the groupings of Hemru, I immediately thought of an insect colony, but I quickly learned that there were notable differences. Riho admitted that long ago in their ancient history, the term would have been appropriate, but not so much in modern Hemru society. Interactive community was a better fit. The first dozen or so years of the new Stage 3, Hemru's existence, was its major personal maturity years. Despite instinctively seeking to follow the direction of the later stage, Hemru, the young were not complete drones or slaves. They possessed some free will and were allowed the latitude to develop their own interests. They were also interactive and cooperative, and when not busy working or learning, they passed the time with social games and various competitions. As they aged, differences in their nature expressed themselves, and an even greater sense of individuality emerged. Groups and cliques emerged, based upon differences in raw intelligence, talents, daring, and even aggressiveness. Some Stage 3 Hemru remained passive and conformal, while other, bolder individuals began their first steps on a long climb to communal dominance and leadership. "It sounds like you were teenagers," I'd commented as the Hemru continued describing the personal growth obtained during this period of their early development. The other humans nodded at my interpretation while Riho had paused, cocking her head and considering my conclusion. Eventually, the alien had agreed that there were many similarities between the human teenager stage and younger Stage 3, Hemru, but that it would need to study human teenagers more before confirming this for certain. I'd avoided calling attention to Cassius, as I know how sensitive the young man was to his age and early foray into adulthood. We then learned that the third stage, Hemru, also had the job of bearing their young. In ancient times, this process began almost immediately after emerging from the chrysalis. But with technology, modern Hemru civilization delayed larvae gestation for many decades. Now Hemru would typically begin having children well into the third or fourth decade of their third stage existence. Serenity had asked if the young Hemru females used contraception to achieve the delay. No, all Stage 3 Hemru females already carry a full clutch of fertilized embryo larvae, Riho explained. We simply use a medical implant to delay the onset of larval quickening until a time of our choosing, typically later in our third stage when we are better established and conditions are more favorable. We had all looked confused at that explanation, so Riho had gone on to explain further details about Hemru biology. As I remembered, it was also when the mood of the evening began to go awry. Riho backtracked by reiterating that all Hemru who left the second stage chrysalis did so carrying fully fertilized embryos, and thus was capable of quickening offspring at any time. We were told that each Hemru female carried an average of 6 viable offspring, with some being barren while others carried up to a dozen. Once a larva was allowed to quicken, gestation would take about 6 months. After delivery of the larvae, 2 weeks were needed for the Hemru to recover before the next gestation could begin. We learned that Hemru only gestated one new larva at a time, and that twins or other types of multiple births did not happen with their species. Riho had not mentioned mating up until that point, which had prompted my great-granddaughter to ask, "So, you reproduce by parthenogenesis?" I'd almost forgotten the meaning of the term, as it had been a long time since high school biology. Riho had replied, "No, that is not correct. The Hemru species utilizes sexual reproduction, similar to most species on your world." At our puzzled look, the alien had gone on to further explain, "We have specialized fifth-stage Hemru who provide the required genetic material required to fertilize our females. The correct designation for these Hemru would be males, although the role of such a gender is vastly different than is common on your world." I'd recalled my early education and remembered a certain species of frog. "These males or females who change to become males?" I'd guessed. "Yes, that is correct, John," Riho had confirmed, looking almost pleased. She'd continued, "A small percentage of Hemru become male during the final fifth stage of Hemru existence. They become physically much larger and develop the sexual characteristic typical of many of your world's males. The number of Hemru who undergo the change to male remain low enough that they are required to spend all of their remaining life actively breeding the younger Hemru female population. Sounds like a dream job, Cassius had quipped. Riho had quickly dispelled this notion. The Hemru males are driven to mate by instinct alone. The changes they have undergone reduce their mental capacity drastically, and they have to be cared for by other specialized fifth-stage Hemru. I have observed that this reduction in the intelligence of breeding males is common to many species on both our worlds. At that point, the ambassador's explanation had been interrupted by snorts from Serenity, Hannah, and surprisingly, Omu. Alec and I had rolled our eyes at the women's reactions, while Riho had looked puzzled at our byplay. We got the girls under control and urged the alien to continue her narration. She continued by explaining that after a long period existing at stage 3, typically over a century, the Hemru females would enter another metamorphosis period. This fourth stage was similar to the second, pupa stage, even including the formation of a second chrysalis. Riho had gone on to explain that entering the fourth stage was treated almost as a death of the third stage, Hemru. While not a true death, the personality of that Hemru would undergo such drastic changes that the new fifth stage being was almost a new person. Even the memories of the Hemru were affected, with most having been lost or rendered as vague impressions. The length of this period varied greatly as we learned that the Hemru species branched at this point with 3 major outcomes. The first and most common, happening to around 96% of all Hemru, was the change to a fifth-stage caretaker Hemru. These caretakers lost a great deal of their individuality and existed only to care for the younger stages, especially the larval and pupa stages. Riho explained that during pre-technological times, the duration of this final stage would last perhaps 15 human years, during which their bodies lost the ability to self-regenerate. This meant that they aged rapidly, becoming slower and weaker physically, and suffering a long, gradual decline in their mental capacity. In effect, they became much like the drones I'd imagined earlier. Riho had explained that now, with modern technology, the fifth stage lifespan could be prolonged almost indefinitely with artificial rejuvenation. Most fifth-stage Hemru, however, chose to not have their lives extended greatly, either from reasons of tradition or from a reduced will to live, or a combination of both. Some were kept healthy against their wishes in order to maintain sufficient numbers required to provide proper care for the young. Such decisions were made by the rulers of the species on a periodic basis. Riho explained that modern Hemru technology even had the means to fully revert stage 5 Hemru to a younger stage if population needs required it. Of course, this included the mental manipulation required to adjust the minds of these elderly Hemru to regain their zest for life, for lack of a better word. Part of the process involved overlaying composite mental templates onto the subject. I had frowned thinking of how this resembled what the assemblage had planned on Earth. Riho explained that the process was rare and had only been utilized extensively during their long war against the enemy. The second possible outcome for Hemru entering the fifth stage, and one that happened to about 2% of the species, was to become a ruler. When Riho began describing this small group, I'd immediately wanted to think of these as queens, but I soon learned that they were more like our human directors. This group was made up the mental elite of the stage 3 Hemru. Those with the highest intellect and certain other mental characteristics followed this path. Somehow, a deep genetic encoding caused this group to be reformed as fifth-stage Supreme Hemru. Their fourth-stage metamorphosis lasted longer, about 2 years, and left the Hemru with an increased intelligence along with a distinct physical appearance. They also possessed secondary ruler characteristics, which included hormonal markers and dominance colorations, which make the younger Hemru receptive to their leadership. The rejuvenation ability of these ruler Hemru remained intact and, if anything, was enhanced, allowing them to live at least 4 decades beyond their emergence. I was impressed when I learned that these rulers self-imposed term limits on their own rule. While they had technology that would allow them to rejuvenate themselves almost indefinitely, they mandated that their term of leadership could never exceed their original normal span. Riho explained that this churning of ruling members allowed new thoughts and ways of thinking to enter the ruling group from following generations of hero. It was amazing that these rulers cooperated as well as they did instead of competing for absolute rule. They seemed to act as an ideal distributed collective leadership. Again, I was reminded of our directors and grudgingly had to accept that maybe we'd come up with a decent system of our own. I have to learn more about both systems and see if there was room for improvements on ours. The third and final outcome for Hemru undergoing stage 4 metamorphosis was conversion, or reversion, to hear it described by the women, from female to male breeder. This happened to about 2% of the total Hemru population. Riho explained that the main triggers resulting in this outcome were aggression, dominance, and competitiveness. They were likely a holdover evolutionary-wise from when the Hemru were wild. Survival of the fittest or some such. As with other aspects of their species, technology had allowed the Hemru to alter and tailor the selection of those to become male. The benefit to those Hemru so selected was the extension of their genetic line. Although we were told that with their current technology, genetic alterations were introduced into these males so that the aggressive and dominant tendencies were not the only genetic characteristics passed onwards. We also learned that with so few males, they did indeed have to spend the rest of their fifth stage existence breeding the females. It was a full-time job and it ended when they died. Again, to prevent stagnation, no rejuvenation was permitted. And as the males had been rendered mostly stupid, they were in no position to argue with that decree. Riho had finished the explanation by confirming that she was not a ruler Hemru. When her mind was recorded to be sent along with the probe, she had been a typical independent adult Hemru and nearing the end of her third stage. I'd already suspected as much from her submissive attitude. After Riho had finished explaining the 5 overall stages of the Hemru life cycle, including the 3 final derivatives for the 5th stage, Alec had asked a very insightful question. Do the older stage 3 females who were most competitive and dominating know that they are likely doomed to become simple male breeders? He'd asked. Yes, Riho had answered. Although such Hemru feel an instinctive need to dominate, and the ultimate way to do that is to see your genetic line carried forward. They also know they lack the intelligence to rule and consider the common option of becoming a caretaker Hemru as being beneath them. Also, it is clear that the breeding males enjoy the physical experience immensely. I have witnessed your human male orgasms, and they have seemed paltry in comparison to what Hemru males experience. Cassius actually blushed at that. The rest of us politely ignored the opening for teasing, for now at least. Riho had gone on. She had explained that despite their lower intelligence, the breeding males remained intelligent enough to enjoy the status that came with their critical function in Hemru society. I thought of rock stars or celebrities at that point. I then thought about my own status. Did I thrive on my current elevated status? I thought that I didn't, but maybe I was not being true to myself. So those are the 5 stages of the Hemru life cycle, Riho summarized. We'd remained silent for a long moment, thinking about what we'd just heard. All this information had been relayed to the AIs during their previous virtual exchanges with the Hemru, and was now being disseminated by the xenoscholars around the system. The knowledge would soon be available to the general public, but for us it had been the first we'd heard the details. If our evening would have ended there, then all might have turned out better. Unfortunately, Cassius had asked one more follow-on question. Ambassador? A confused-looking Cassius had asked. I'm confused about something. You said that the larvae hatch out of their stage 2 cocoons with their future babies already fertilized? Yes, that is correct, Riho had confirmed. But, he started, then paused, still confused. Are you saying that these stage 5 Hemru bulls things have sex with the big grub babies before they enter stage 2? We had all frowned as we considered the young man's question. He'd asked the question with a slight look of revulsion on his face. I'd wondered if he was having second thoughts of demonstrating human sexuality with the alien, even if that alien had been in human form at the time. No, the larval stage is too immature to have eggs receptive to fertilization. Mating occurs late in the 2nd stage of pupation. In fact, the very act of insemination is what triggers the first pupal chrysalises to open and allowing for our emergence into the next stage of our existence. Alec was the next one to speak up. So these males mate with the pupa inside the cocoon things? Yes, that is correct, Alec, Riho had answered. From what Riho had just confirmed, the role of a male breeder in Hemru society no longer seemed as desirable as it once had. After seeing our expressions, Riho had tried to explain. The males are specialized Hemru who possess the needed complementary genetic material. Their bodies have also been modified to possess a specialized penis capable of penetrating a hardened chrysalis to deliver that material. Once they breach the shell and impregnate the Hemru females inside, the compromised shell also triggers the female's emergence from their period of metamorphosis. We'd remained silent after that. The description had sounded ugly, almost digger wasp ugly, although at least it lacked the getting eaten from the inside part. So the Hemru females are helpless? They have no choice in the matter? Hannah had asked. I had immediately realized where she was going with her questions. To her, it seemed like the Hemru species reproduced by institutionalized rape. Hannah had been raped repeatedly when she'd been a teenager. I knew we were in for trouble. The pupa is incapable of moving, if that is what you mean by helpless, Riho had attempted to explain. They also do not have any role in choosing who injects the genetic material and thus fertilizes their eggs and quickening them into emergence. As I have previously explained, in our species, those who had been the strongest and most aggressive earned the right to pass on their genetic markers in such a manner. Hannah had gotten up at that point and had left without a word. Alec had given me a sad look and went after her. Riho had looked confused and entered into a long internal dialogue with Xanius AI. In the resulting silence, Serenity made her escape from the awkward situation and announced that she was also going to bed. When she stood, she pulled a confused-looking Cassius to his feet and left with him in tow, leaving the alien ambassador and myself alone on the patio. Over the next hour, I attempted to explain to Riho why Hannah had been so upset. My explanations were confusing to the Hemru because rape was bizarrely both a requirement of their species and an impossibility. They simply considered it a necessary part of their development cycle and attached no onus toward the act itself. Add to that was the fact that after the initial mating, the young fertilized females never needed to mate with a breeder male again. In fact, they lacked proper genitalia to receive the Hemru male breaching penis. Riho finally seemed to accept my explanation. I'd also told her that Hannah was a smart woman and had simply reacted tonight out of shock. Given time to reconsider, I predicted that she would apologize for her overreaction. Riho had been silent for quite a while, so I reached over and touched her arm. They will get over it. Even Cassius, I said reassuringly. The sudden streak of a bright meteor returned our focus to the heavens. I think that was the brightest yet so far tonight, I commented. We had witnessed over 24 meteors over the past hour. Many appeared to have an eastward trajectory, indicating that they were deorbited pieces of space junk, proof of the efforts of our ongoing orbital cleanup. Were such spectacles common on your world before the assemblage attack? Riho asked. No. When I was young, you could see a shooting star only once or twice an hour normally. Now 10 or 20 can be seen over the same time period, and they are much brighter on average, I replied. After another minute of silence, I added, I remember when I was first revived after the attacks. The meteors were much more frequent, up to 100 per hour. The Hemru homeworld was similarly affected after the enemy's attempt to topple our civilization. Did you witness the attack firsthand? I asked. No, I became aware long after the initial attacks, after we destroyed the last of the invaders they'd managed to establish in our system. As we spoke, I had continued gently stroking her arm. My touch finally caused a noticeable shiver, and she looked down to observe my actions. Your actions are causing this shell to feel pleasure. I'm sorry. Do you want me to stop? I said, starting to pull away. No, please continue. I enjoy the sensations. I carefully continued. I could see goosebumps forming on Riho's arm. These sensations remind me of how Hemru share pleasure. Thank you, John. I started asking, before deciding we discussed the subject of Hemru sexuality enough for the night. Riho understood what I'd been about to say. John, although my species does not share pleasure with one another via the act of reproduction, we do enjoy each other's touch. Mutual grooming brings comfort to those with extremely close friendships. I extended my hand to hers and rolled her over so she was laying on her front. I will share with you something you will likely enjoy. Over the next 10 minutes, I gave the alien a back rub and light massage. Very quickly she relaxed and was mewing with pleasure and contentment. A bit later I noticed that she was crying softly. "Do you want me to stop?" I asked quietly. "No, please continue. Your touch feels exquisite." I did as she asked, and slowly she recovered. "I am sorry for demonstrating emotion. Despite being prepared for this mission, your touch reminded me of what I have left behind." "I felt alone and was sad," Riho said quietly. I continued my massage and remembered a time back when it had just been me and Omu, alone on Nautilus. I recalled the android giving me a massage and how her touch had affected me, much as I had Riho. I looked to where my android companion knelt and saw that Omu was watching me with a slight smile illuminating her expression. I suspected Omu knew what was going through my mind just then. I felt happy. Happy that I was no longer as alone as the alien ambassador was right now. Happy that I was able to help Riho like Omu had once helped me. Maybe the Hemru would find a solution to its loneliness in the future. "Consider this, my new alien friend," I whispered. "It may soon be possible for you to return to your people. Even if not physically, we should be able to transmit you back home, if you desire." Riho was silent for a long time. I felt her relax further and eventually heard a small snore. I lightened my touch until it was just a gentle caress and then stopped completely. Rather than disturb the alien by trying to rise and go to my room, I lay down next to her and left my arm draped across her small back. I began to doze off but caught Omu covering us with a silky covering. I felt Misty jump softly onto the lounging pad and curl up next to my leg. Apparently, he was going to remain with us on the patio all night. Almost fully asleep, I managed to thank Omu subvocally as the android departed the rooftop patio to attend to matters below. I woke the next morning as the sun rose above the eastern edge of the patio. I rolled over to discover that Riho had already awakened and departed. I sat up just as Omu emerged from below. She was negotiating the spiral stairs with ease, while perfectly balancing a full serving tray, all the while watching me as she did. You had to admire her machine abilities at times. "Good morning, John. Your alien companion has already eaten and is busy in virtual at the present," Omu said, setting the tray on the outdoor dining table and readying a chair. "Good morning, Omu. Thank you for bringing me breakfast." Omu then went to a cabinet near the spa and retrieved a freshly folded robe. I stood and slipped it on, surveying the weather as I did. There was a fresh breeze and the skies were partly cloudy. Off in the distance, a front looked to be approaching. I estimated that I'd have just enough time to finish eating before the weather changed for the worse. Breakfast was toast, scrambled eggs, and slices of pomme locale, a local type of apple. I enjoyed the fruit but found them often too sweet and lacking the tartness of the apples I'd grown on my farm. There was also a small glass of milk, and as always a carafe of coffee. I poured myself a cup and took a satisfying sip. While I ate, Omu busied herself straightening up the patio and fire pit area. The service units normally assigned that duty must have deferred cleaning last night so as to not disturb the sleeping humans. I ate quickly and lost myself in thinking over the events of the previous evening. Omu returned to the dining area and knelt on her charging pad. She remained silent, allowing me to finish my meal. After the last of the eggs had been chased down with my last bite of toast, I spoke up. "How was Riho when she came down this morning?" "I believe she was functioning optimally," Omu replied. "She woke and went below just before dawn. She efficiently accomplished her morning bodily needs and grooming requirements and then broke her fast in the dining area before proceeding to the lounge to attend a virtual meeting. I estimate she will remain in virtual for at least another half hour. I didn't remember any interviews on the alien's schedule for this morning." "Who is she interacting with?" Director Karn Conlon requested and is hosting the virtual meeting. Also attending the session using spectator-only protocols are 3 other individuals. These individuals are attempting to remain anonymous by using randomized identification designations. Naomi has defeated the randomization attempt and reports that the 3 individuals are Director Kershaw Tamara Williams, Director Inuez Tamara Perez, and Administrator Benigam Purohit, Omu reported. My jovial mood quickly turned dark. "Naomi, what is Karn Conlon talking to Ambassador Riho about?" I snarled out loud. "John, good morning." After a benign introductory period, The discussions between Xueting and director Karn Conlon have mostly involved detailed questions on the Hemru system of government. The director has also begun probing the ambassador on her impressions of Earth's current system of government, specifically the authority you wield and your part in the system. Thus far, Xueting has remained cautious and non-committal with her replies. Thank you, Naomi, I replied before adding, good morning to you too. As I calmed down, I poured myself a fresh cup of coffee and considered what I had just learned. I was happy to learn that Riho was being cautious with the director's questions. Of course, she would be well versed with diplomacy, as it was one possible factor required with her inclusion with the Hemru probe. I also realized that, like always, Naomi was on top of the director's actions. Naomi, Omu, I guess, should I be doing something about Director Karn Conlon? Surprisingly, it was Omu who answered. I would not worry about the director, John, Omu replied. Ultimately, there is little that she can do that will affect you directly or your plans. Even if the hermaphrodite manages to foment public opinion against you, you have always cared little for what others have thought of you personally or your actions. That was true, but now I had others to worry about. What about my family and my friends? John, by your own actions and by their own upbringing, your family members are very independent and fully capable of caring for themselves. Your instilling of independence and self-reliance, even beyond the levels already promoted to the youth of your society, helps in this regard. The result is that attacking another human indirectly through his or her associates is less effective now than it was in your distant past, Omu explained. So I should just ignore the director? That is completely your choice. There are clear benefits and negatives to either ignoring the director or limiting her actions. Know that I will continue to monitor this situation as I do with all possible threats to your well-being, Naomi answered via my implant. I rose and went below. While I passed through the lodge's living areas, I spotted Riho sitting in the main lounging room. Her pose betrayed that she was still off in virtual. I also spotted Serenity in the kitchen disposing of the remains of her breakfast. I detoured to the kitchen to say good morning. Good morning, Gramps. Did you sleep on the patio last night? Yes, after everyone left, Ambassador Riho and I talked for a few hours. We fell asleep on the lounging pad, I replied. Yeah, the discussion got kind of intense, didn't it? Is the Hemru all right? Serenity asked. She was confused about the various reactions. I managed to explain to her why Hannah and Cassius had gotten upset, and I think I was successful, I asked, looking around while rubbing my morning whiskers. I don't see the offended ones. Where are they? Cassius is still sleeping. He was disturbed last night and needed, comforting. I bet he did, I thought, managing to keep from expressing the comment out loud. Serenity caught the beginnings of my smirk and tightened her expression, likely knowing what I'd been thinking. I held up my palms, surrendering the issue before the fight could begin. It was really none of my business anyway. Hannah and Alec are down in the medical chamber. They are using the direct connections of the medical creche to provide high-bandwidth interfaces for their virtual combat training. They are practicing in real time, so I would not expect them up here until lunchtime. I nodded and frowned. What is it? Serenity asked. Oh, nothing. I just realized that I should be attending some of their training sessions. I've grown lazy and lax. Well, between your work at Darkside Station and your recent trip to Vesta to contact the Hemru probe, you've been busy. This is still your vacation after all. I nodded as if agreeing with her. Vacations could come later after we defeated the assemblage. I finished my coffee and handed the empty cup to her to toss into the disposal. After she finished, she pointed toward the lounge area. What's Riho doing in virtual so early? There was nothing on her schedule. Did something come up? Omu said that one of the directors had a few questions she wanted to discuss with the Hemru right away. Riho was too polite to tell the director to buzz off and to schedule a meeting like everyone else. Serenity snorted at that. Well, hanging around you will toughen her up quick enough. I rolled my eyes at my great-granddaughter. I wasn't that bad, was I? Well, on that note, I need a shower and you need to get to work, I said, again rubbing my morning whiskers. She laughed and gave me a push towards my quarters. 90 minutes later, I was busy at my workshop. I was working outside under the sunshade, polishing a just-completed carving, and spotted Riho walking down the sloped trail leading from the lodge. I noted she was walking much better. her appearance almost human-like. "Good morning, Ambassador," I said pleasantly, as she used the gate to enter my workshop's perimeter turtle and curious guest fence. "Good morning, John," she said before taking her seat in the empty deck chair beside my stool. She remained silent as I worked, occasionally watching my actions, but also mostly watching the activity on the distant beach. 5 minutes later, I finished my polishing and handed the small carving, a gull perched on an outcropping, to Riho. "I saw you observing a seagull yesterday. You seemed quite taken by it." She took the dark wood object and inspected it from all angles. "The flying species on my world are very different from these common to yours. Ours do not possess these feather coverings." She moved to return the carving, but I told her it was hers. This confused her, so I explained that it was a gift. She was honored and more than a little flustered. "I enjoy giving my carvings to friends. It is yours to enjoy, or do with as you wish. As you are transient right now, if you prefer. You can store it here with some of my other carvings on display in the main lounge." She appeared to relax when I suggested that. I was happy that I'd realized that the alien might be considering its current situation as anything but permanent. If I was in her shoes, I'd feel just as unsettled. Downloaded and placed into a strange organism, I'd probably go crazy. Riho would have to work those feelings out for itself. "John, I want to thank you for your attempts to comfort me last night, both mentally and physically. As I was then, I remain somewhat unsettled about the emotions your efforts caused." "You are welcome, Riho," I replied. After a long pause, I continued much more softly. "Like you, I was once completely alone on this world. I had been the only human awake and aware of what had happened to my planet. I fully understand how overwhelming it is to be alone and in a strange environment." "How did you endure?" the alien asked curiously. "I mostly stayed busy. I was fighting to restore my world, and that kept me occupied, leaving me little time to feel lonely." "Also, Omu helped as best she could," I replied. Riho looked to the android, who was waiting nearby, kneeling just inside my workshop. "Your mobile AI is clearly different from the Hemru-derived artificial intelligences I have known previously. It possesses a curious blend of artificial awareness combined with distressingly organic-seeming, emotionally defined consciousness. How have you achieved this?" "Unfortunately, I have no idea. Omu and Naomi, to some extent, have used their own freedoms of operation to tailor themselves into what you see," I explained. "I'm just glad they are stable." Riho remained silent. I know the alien had reservations about humanity's use and treatment of AIs. I'd have to probe deeper into the subject at some future time. We became silent again. The alien went back to mostly observing the island, and I got back to my carving. I'd retrieved an older work in progress, a chess set of light and dark hardwoods. I'd started on the pawns and had completed 6 of the 8 light wood versions. I was busy shaping the 7th, which I carved the likeness of Cassius. Riho looked curious about the pieces, but did not interrupt my work to ask about their purpose. From her occasional tilting head motions, Xenius AI was probably explaining the game via her implants. Maybe we would be able to enjoy a game in the near future. After 5 minutes of internal conversation with her augment, Riho returned to watching the distant beach. Finally, looking troubled, she turned back to face me. "John," she said, reaching over and touching my arm gently, stopping my carving. "I have something I wish to confess. I fear I may have betrayed you and your trust," Riho said quietly. "Now what?" "Was it something that occurred during your meeting with Director Karn Conlon?" I asked. I saw that she responded to my question by projecting a very human-like look of apprehension. I almost smiled, thinking that Ambassador Riho had better avoid playing poker until she gained better control of her shell's tells. She then tilted her head in that alien way, noticing my own amused expression or suddenly deducing something from the way I responded. "You were already fully aware of with whom I met this morning?" she speculated. I nodded. "You also are aware of the contents of our dialogue?" Riho asked next. "No, not the full details, but I am aware of Monsieur Karn Conlon's ongoing concerns about the authority I wield. Because of those concerns, Naomi monitors the director's actions at all times, watching for any possible threats. I am curious to learn why you think you may have betrayed my trust, I asked. The Hemru went on to explain how the meeting came about. She went over their introductions to one another and skimmed over a few of the lesser subjects the director was curious about. She then grew more serious as she got to the main reasons for the virtual meeting. After asking many questions to confirm her understanding of the Hemru system of government, Director Karn Conlon went on to expound about how our ruling caste was similar to that of the human directorships, Riho said, pausing a moment to gauge my reaction. She then continued, although noting many slight differences in the two systems, I was forced to acknowledge that overall there were similarities. Monsieur Karn Conlon then went on to explain that it was her desire to see humanity fully adapt the elected directorship as the sole executive decision-making structure in your society. At her second pause, I simply gestured for her to continue. I then asked the director how she intended to force or convince you to relinquish the dominant authority you possess via your control over all artificial intelligences in this system. She was unable to answer forthright, so I went on to remind her that the current human population is far too low in numbers and also lacks the technical knowledge needed to maintain your advanced society without the aid of those same artificial intelligences. Holy shit! Riho had held nothing back, and I'd have loved to see the director squirm upon hearing the alien confirm the facts of life in our solar system. I wished I had ordered Naomi to let me eavesdrop into their virtuality, but then remembered that there were recordings. Director Karn Conlon finally admitted that the problem of how to convince you to relinquish your power peacefully was daunting but solvable, Riho said before seeming to hesitate. I looked at her and saw what could have been fear. Go on, Ambassador. I would have everything be open between us, I said with as calm a demeanor as I could project. This was difficult as I could feel the anger building inside me. The director then inquired that if she could sway human public opinion against you, would I, as the official representative of the Hemru species, endorse her endeavor? Riho said, much quieter than before. For the first time, my concealed anger expressed itself in a visible scowl. I quickly quelled that display before the Hemru could pick up on what I was experiencing. And what was your reply? I asked, far less calmly than before. I told her that logically I could not commit to such an action without extensive consideration, especially at this early juncture. I wondered if the Hemru position was truly that, or if it had been meant to string the director along. I decided to risk asking for clarification. Do you actually need to consider your response? Riho hesitated before replying, further consideration would be the logical course of action. She paused and went on, and I do not know what my final answer will be at this time. I am sorry, John. At my silence, she went on, speaking more rapidly this time. John, I do feel that the director's arguments have some merit, and I truly apologize if this is upsetting. I worry about the extent to which humans rely on artificial intelligences. I also worry about the wisdom of allowing one individual to wield almost unlimited power. Logically, a more distributed leadership would lessen the impact of any one lapse in judgment. I say this to you out of honesty and openness. I considered for a moment. I'd ask that we be open and truthful with one another after all. I hear you, and I think I understand your concerns, I finally acknowledged. Thank you for not reacting harshly. I am curious, though, of one aspect in all this, Riho stated. Go on. When I first realized the thrust of the director's questions and the level of her discontent at your rule, I wondered how you could be unaware of her actions. I deduced, correctly as it turns out, that your control over the subordinate AIs allowed you to be fully aware of the director's actions. Thus, I am left pondering why you have tolerated the situation, Riho asked. That's understandable, I replied. I guess I feel that humans should have the right to free speech and the freedom to express their opinions. I've considered the director's actions thus far as an exercising of that freedom, and in many ways, I do sympathize with the director's point of view. The Hemru was silent for a long moment. Her head was tilted slightly in the manner that suggested she was having an internal discussion with her AI augment. Finally, her eyes regained focus and she looked at me. John, Xenius AI has explained in depth the basis for your belief about individual freedoms. It has also taught me the human term for what I perceive as happening with regard to Director Karn Conlon's words and actions. I believe that your term for what she is engaging in would be known as sedition. Do you consider sedition to be one of your protected freedoms? I frowned and remained silent for a long time. Finally, I replied, No, I do not. Then consider this. Is there wisdom in allowing such seditious actions to proceed on the eve of your offensive against humankind's greatest enemy? Her question stunned me. I'd not thought of the director's actions in such a light as a possible threat to our plans against the enemy. I resumed carving, my hands busy on their own while my mind became lost in thought. Riho remained silent as I continued to work and mull over what we had just discussed. Finally, she stood and, taking the gift with her, left me to my contemplations. Over the next half hour, I noticed her occasionally as she flitted about the compound, studying the giant tortoises grazing in the nearby paddock or inspecting the numerous examples of local plant life. Finally, she departed the area, walking up the path leading to the main lodge. The wooden pawn slowly took shape, despite my thoughts being engaged elsewhere. Was what Director Karn Conlon doing really that dangerous to humanity? I knew that she certainly did not think so. The director probably thought I was the bigger threat than the enemy. Where would her efforts take us if I allowed her actions to continue? From what I know of her so far, she was stubborn and determined and would keep prodding and probing until something definite happened. That something likely being something bad. There would be an outright rebellion or maybe a distraction causing a general sense of unease. I recalled her recent attempts to contact the solitary Jonathan. Had she been seeking to use him against me? Now she was engaging in direct dialogue with the alien ambassador. My thoughts coalesced and I concluded that I had to act. I stopped carving and returned the in-progress set to its storage drawer under my main bench. I then put away my tools and hung up my simulated leather carving apron. Once my work area was tidy, I closed up my workshop and took a seat in one of the outdoor shaded lounging chairs. Omu assumed her usual waiting stance nearby. Omu, can you arrange a virtuality with Director Karn Conlon? Tell her I need to have a short conversation with her. Emperor Karn Conlon's published schedule indicates that she is not available for virtual or physical meetings for the next 20 hours, John. I have attempted to override her settings and converse with her augment directly, but her isolation lodge is currently under active screening, preventing any incoming or outgoing communications. Do you know where she is? Yes, Naomi maintains a constant location trace on the director's whereabouts at all times. M. Karn Conlon is currently aboard her mobile isolation airship, which is currently over the northern Gulf of Thailand, 90 kilometers south of the former city of Rayong. The airship's course is due east at an altitude of 2,400 meters, and it is traveling at a speed of 22 kilometers per hour. I recalled that the director had created herself an air lodge. 5 decades earlier, I'd considered building one for myself, but decided on a sailing yacht instead. Still, I had been aboard many such airships over the years, and had to admit they were quite nice, if one avoided flying them through the more turbulent regions of the planet. I considered the location and consulted my implant. The Gulf of Thailand was 5 hours ahead of Heels, so it would be late afternoon there. If I took Haas, the trip would take 10 hours and I'd arrive well after midnight. I could order up an electrojet from nearby Grand Anse or even Madagascar, but even if the aircraft were dispatched immediately, it would still be nearly 3 hours before I would arrive at the director's air lodge. How are the queues for the global wormhole network? Are there any openings available for transport to the director's airship without disrupting the scheduled transport of others? The New Guinea wormhole facility can transport you to Director Karn Conlon's isolation lodge in approximately 42 minutes. A return transfer would not be available for well over an hour afterward, and these time estimates are subject to some uncertainty, John, Omu reported. She then added, be aware that the current screening of Director Karn Conlon's air lodge has restricted the transmission of precision targeting data for the air lodge's interior. Therefore, the public wormhole transport system would not have the ability to safely target the vessel's interior without such data. Maybe I could use the wormhole network to travel to the Thai mainland and arrange to have a local airhopper taxi me to the director's air lodge. If after arrival I had to depart suddenly, the same taxi could be waiting on station to return me to the mainland. I could then catch a return wormhole back to Heels whenever one became available. I was about to order Omu to make those preparations when Naomi spoke in my implant. John, I have an alternative. The wormhole generator on Korenchaya is now fully operational, and I have access to sufficient energy to immediately transport you to the Gulf of Thailand and return you at your convenience. Also, I have my own source of targeting data aboard the director's air lodge. Nice. Do you have enough power to bring Omu along? Yes, John. I have just finished upgrading the mechanism with the latest energy-saving technology and algorithms developed for the Phobos and Sarissa installations. I did not ask if Naomi's personal wormhole generator had been tested. The AI would never have presented the option if there were any doubts about my safety. I was curious about the upgrades, though. I'd have to explore the sub's new capabilities after I resolved the situation at hand. That is excellent, Naomi. Arrange to transport me and Omu to the director's airship in 15 minutes. I wanted to clean up and change into more suitable clothing, so I headed to the workshop's shower room while signaling the garment printer to produce a casual outfit. To make an impression, I specified a black silk shirt and slacks. Omu spoke up, pushing for a cape with a cowl hood. She desisted when I threatened to leave the android behind. I was about finished with my shower when I had another idea. I relayed it to Omu, who said the item would be available from the workshop's fabricators in 18 minutes. I was about to order my departure, briefly delayed, until Naomi reminded me that the item could be sent on after me via wormhole when its assembly was finished. Querencia's wormhole was smaller in diameter than that of the public network, so Omu and I had to squeeze to fit into the compact transport cylinder. The cylinder also lacked a clear viewport, so I was unable to see the inside of the submarine's wormhole chamber as we translated off the island. Omu informed me that since the chamber was ultra-compact and filled with equipment and currently unlit, I was missing nothing. I could tell that we traveled somewhere, though, by the sensation of down suddenly changing. I left my island standing on my feet, but now felt like I was lying on my back. Omu was kind enough not to grunt as she was now beneath me in the confined tube. Instead, she remained silent, but did tighten her arms around me protectively. When I asked about our orientation, she explained that the gimbal machinery on Korencia was very limited. This was partially a space-saving concession, but also because full gimbaling was not required due to the submarine's ability to maneuver, changing its course, pitch, and yaw to assist in aligning the desired wormhole vector. We waited in that position for a moment while the generator reset itself for the Gulf of Thailand. Shortly, the wormhole reformed, and we felt the tube being reinserted into the spatial aperture, translating us to our final destination. Omu still had a tight grip on my body, but thankfully the sensation of down returned to now being below our feet. I assumed we were now aboard the director's airship. This was confirmed moments later as the cylinder opened, revealing an astonished and perplexed-looking Terrakarn Conlon standing just 4 meters in front of us. I extracted myself from the transport cylinder and stepped out into a curvilinear and spacious window-lined sitting room. The outward tilt of the room's windows and the moving view beyond confirmed that we were in the gondola of a massive airship. The middle-aged-looking hermaphrodite had clearly just risen from the work console she was standing beside. From the old-fashioned writing tablet and pen she was holding at her side, I deduced that she must have been busy working on something offline. I scanned the rest of the room, but saw that the director was alone. John Prime, she started speaking. I'm sorry to arrive unannounced, Director Karn Conlon, I interrupted. I tried to reach you via virtuality earlier, but your systems are apparently down. I thought I'd come personally instead. Do you have a moment? I'll try not to take too much of your time. Yes. Well, I am. Yes, of course. Thank you, I said matter-of-factly. I was fighting to keep my amusement over the director's clear turmoil hidden. I gestured towards 2 lounging chairs located near the forward-facing windows. Shall we? The hermaphrodite seemed to compose herself. No, of course. Let us be comfortable. Would you like something to drink? She asked, following me to the seating area and waiting while I selected a chair and sat. I indicated that I required nothing. Before I got down to the point of my visit, I took a moment to enjoy the spectacular view. The sun was just beginning to set over the gulf below, and the waters to the west sparkled like gemstones. You have an amazing view, Director, he conceded. She just nodded, clearly ceding control of the conversation to me. I swiveled my chair so I was more directly facing the director. I sat forward slightly, placed both black silken-sleeved elbows on the chair's armrests, and brought my palms together with index fingertips resting on my chin. I kept my expression neutral, but looked as if I were considering a deeply perplexing problem. My eyes remained locked on the director's, and I remained silent. Again, I had to stifle a smile as I saw the director visibly swallow, clearly anxious about my unannounced visit. Finally, after making Director Karn Conlon suffer for almost 30 seconds, I spoke. I've monitored your conversation with Ambassador Riho. I've also monitored your discussions with Jonathan on Vesta earlier. I've monitored other discussions you have had recently as well. I have to ask, how can you be so confident that I will not act? Act how? And over what? The direction replied. I have the right to talk with whomever I wish, about whatever I wish, unless you are now restricting long-established freedoms. I could sense the emotions building behind her responses. I tried to suppress my own as I spoke my next words. Sedition is an actionable offense not protected by any established freedoms, I said calmly. You may or may not be aware that I'm from an era where the penalty for sedition was death. While I spoke, I kept my eyes locked on the Herms. Sedition? What are you talking about? I have not acted seditiously, the director replied loudly. We are at war, Director. A war that, I remind you, the public overwhelmingly supports. Your actions are compromising our ability to successfully wage that war against our enemy. I would certainly be justified in taking actions to prevent any further interruption to our war effort. The director sputtered and then managed to speak. Are you threatening? Yes, I'm threatening you, I shouted, interrupting the visibly startled Herm. And you'd better damn well respect this threat. But I have rights, and I was elected by our current population. You were elected by what, 2 people? Well over a century ago, and by one who is long since dead, Director Karn Conlon almost hissed in reply. Her words reminded me for a moment of my daughter Abby Branco, the deceased person she referred to. I dismissed the sudden feelings of sadness brought on by the memory. That does not matter, I continued, one again in control of my anger. We are at war and I would be acting within my authority. So what am I supposed to do? Just ignore what I know to be an injustice? The director said. Yes, you will have to do exactly that, I replied. I held up my hands before the director could argue further. Look, I understand your point of view more than you realize. I have even considered making changes along the lines of what you are seeking. But before I do anything to change the current situation, I am determined to see the assemblage threat removed once and for all. Again, I stopped the director before she could reply. All I am asking is that you temporarily suspend your seditious actions until the war is over. For now, focus on the job you were elected to, restoring Earth's biomes. When the enemy is dead, I will allow you to publicly present any changes you wish to be considered. How long will that be? She asked, barely hiding a snarl. By dead, do you mean when the oncoming Ark ship is defeated? Or do you mean until we root out all the possible assemblage colonies which may have already been established as they made their way to our planet? I meant just the immediate threat to our system, the oncoming Ark, I sighed and continued. Look, I'd like to see all the enemy's colonies destroyed all the way back to their original system, but I don't know if rooting them out is even possible. But if it is, and if we have to hunt them all down in order to remain safe here, then that will be the task of our descendants, I acknowledge. How do I know that I can trust you? She asked. I keep my word, oh, show, I said firmly, but it really does not matter as you simply have no choice. The hermaphrodite scowled, but remained silent. I went on to explain that as far as the current situation went, she should simply consider my wielding of executive authority as an emergency war powers act, and with the rapid pace of the ongoing preparations for our offensive, the issue would likely soon be decided. If our offensive failed, her arguments would be moot. If we succeeded, then the emergency would be over, and the changes she was seeking would be considered. Before she could argue about that last point, I reminded her that it would ultimately be up to the will of the majority. I would open it up to a full vote of humanity and would respect whatever they decided. With that, I'd said what I had wanted and we became silent. Director Karn Conlon had one last bullet to fire, and fire it she did. You know, a majority of the directors considered you insane for much of the last decade. I remained silent, trying to control my reaction and not reveal how deeply her shot had scored. You consider my actions seditious and a threat to humanity. What about your own recent actions? How do you consider them? She added. Nothing I did while I was finding myself harmed anyone or threatened humanity in any way, I said in my defense. I'd said it very quietly, and the director's eyes tightened, sensing my vulnerability. What about that reckless stunt you pulled using Forbin? As I recall, you pushed the AIs to help you with that after you'd returned from your self-discovery or recovery walkabout. That was a gamble, true, but it was one that resulted in an almost tripling of the odds favoring our success against the enemy. I'm sure that given time, the directors would have voted to risk performing the experiments. I did not want to wait. The director was silent at that. With the outcome of the Forbin incident proving wildly successful, it was hard to argue against my decision in hindsight. The director did not give up, though. What if you had made demands during your insanity that your AI would have been forced to carry out? She asked more calmly. Naomi had revealed to me that Jess had kept my therapy sessions with him confidential. The director should still be unaware of the full reasons behind my nomadic wanderings. She was guessing. I did not make any threatening demands, and if I had been crazy and had acted against humanity's best interests in any way, the AIs would have ignored my request. Unless you think they are insane as well? She scowled at my reply. It was unsure of the first part and unwilling to claim the AIs could act illogically. I had also made the statement with a confidence much greater than how I'd actually felt. Inside, I had to wonder, just how would have Naomi responded? I'd never asked her what she thought of my actions or my mental state over the previous decade. I had to admit I was scared to dwell too deeply upon both. We remained silent, once again at an impasse. Omu distracted us from our standoff by suddenly moving from where Shuli had been standing at the far end of the room. A new wormhole popped into existence in the now vacated space, the pitch-black circular portal forming near the room's ceiling. I had to admit that with Querencia's currently unlit generator chamber, the portal looked ominous, fitting for the use I was about to put it to. I hate to break up this fun meeting, but my ride has arrived, I said as I stood. You know, it sure is a luxury having your own private wormhole network. No more waiting for slots in the public queue or having to rely on the global targeting scanner network. M. Karn Conlon also stood, now looking slightly ill, my words clearly having the effect I'd sought. Hopefully the next message would be equally as well received. But before Omu and I leave, we wanted to present you with a gift, a token of our respect for your concern and to honor you for your years of service as a director. A small, round object emerged from the active portal, supported by an extendable mechanical manipulator. Despite its mostly dull black coloration, the basketball-sized sphere was clearly something advanced, being covered with dozens of connector ports, small sensors, and thruster openings. Omu accepted the sphere from the manipulator arm and then conveyed the object solemnly to where Monsieur Karn Conlon stood. The shaken hermaphrodite looked at the sinister-looking object for a moment before taking it from Omu. I continued. Lighter than it looks, isn't it? Low mass is a key requirement for wormhole deployment. You're probably aware that I've been busy overseeing the production of advanced weaponry on the Lunar Farside Station. What you are holding is a replica of our greatest accomplishment to date, the smallest, reasonably stable, antimatter warhead thus far created. The director visibly flinched when I'd said antimatter warhead, almost dropping the spheroid. I chuckled. Relax, director. This is just a replica of a recent test article. Although I guess it should be mostly functional, the replica's stasis cell is currently empty of any frozen antihydrogen, or at least I think it is. Omu? You are correct, John. The mass of the warhead appears to be approximately 1 kilogram less than that of a fully primed warhead, Omu replied. Good. Thank you, Omu, I said before returning my focus back to the director. You see, we designed the warhead to hold 1 kilogram of antimatter somewhat arbitrarily, simply because it's a nice round number. If this example were a loaded warhead, you'd be holding the equivalent of around 40 megatons of TNT. If you don't know what that is, look it up sometime. But understand that it's a big, big explosion. The director looked up from the sphere and then back towards the wormhole. I turned and saw that the compact transport cylinder had arrived and was now waiting with its hatch open. I ignored the waiting transport and continued. You might be interested to know that the antimatter stabilization gadgetry in the warhead is robust enough to hold stable much smaller amounts of antimatter. We've tested it with as little as 1/3 of a gram of antihydrogen ice. Of course, the reduced amount makes the boom much smaller, about as large as the first atomic bomb humans once wielded on each other long ago, back near the time I was born, ironically. Ultimately, though, an interesting side experiment and one far safer to test detonate, the reduced yield versions were deemed useless for deployment against the assemblage. I paused and shook my finger at the spheroid, as if I were considering something new about the device. Now maybe if we could shrink the overall size of the warhead casing and sustainment mechanism to scale with the minuscule amount of antimatter, like maybe down to the size of a bullet, then we'd... I stopped, waved the thought away, and looked back up at the Herm. I'm sorry, Director, you've got me monologuing. You're surely not interested in such technical musings. But back to this gift. Notice that I've signed the bottom of this test article. Keep it as a reminder of our discussion tonight. Omu had already entered the cylinder, and I quickly took my place in front of her. I called out as the hatch started to rotate shut. Thank you again, Director. Have a good remainder of your evening. My last glimpse of the Director was of her frantically looking back and forth between our transport cylinder and the replica of the warhead still in her hands. I wondered once the wormhole disappeared if she would rush to pitch it over the side. If so, it would still have served its purpose. The Director would think long and hard about our conversation this evening. Jesus, Dad, that was almost cruel, Alex said. I just finished telling Hannah, Riho, and Alec about my meeting with Director Karn Conlon. It was mid-afternoon and we were currently cruising slowly along the outer barrier reefs surrounding Heels in the Sand in my small, 4-person mini-submarine. I'd arrived back on my island from the impromptu meeting with the Director just before lunch. Now, 3 hours later, we'd met up to do a bit of underwater sightseeing. Hannah had simply smiled and nodded when I had told them of my ultimatum towards the Director. Riho had not responded much at all. The alien's attention was fixed on the reef beyond the clear hemisphere of crystal that formed the nose of the small submarine. I suspected she was either transfixed by the beautiful undersea life around us or scared out of her wits at being 10 meters below the waves, or possibly both. Well, I suspect we won't have to worry about her continuing to foment rebellion anytime soon, I commented. If the Director does not suspend her seditious activities, will you eliminate her? Riho asked, almost absent-mindedly. Hannah and Alec remained silent, waiting for my response. No, I said after thinking about it for a moment. I would not have her killed. But there are a few isolated areas below the lunar Farside station where I would park her for a time. Maybe a year and a day of solitude would adjust her attitude on the matter. Do you think the Director kept the warhead replica? Hannah asked. I was about to reply that I had no idea when Omu piped up on the sub's comm system. As of now, the replica is still intact and aboard M. Karn Conlon's air lodge. After John and I departed, the Director scanned the object to determine if it was safe. It has since not been moved from her air lodge's maintenance bay. I looked out the top viewport to where Omu clung to the exterior of the mini-sub. Even though there was no room for the android inside, with the 4 of us, she had declined to stay behind. How do you know that? I asked. I thought the Director was screening her airship from outside signals. When you instructed that the replica be fabricated, I included a suite of microsensors. The data, including ambient sound they collect, is transmitted via entangled particles to a receiver located in your workshop. I scavenged the particle pairs from a set of dual entangled tunnelers from the island's reserve inventory. As long as the replica exists on the air lodge, we can monitor its surroundings. Clever girl. Omu and Naomi were certainly on top of things. We returned our focus to the sightseeing excursion, Ambassador Riho was amazed at the colorful display of aquatic fauna and flora. She indicated that the waters of her homeworld lacked such diversity, owing to a higher concentration of dissolved minerals. I wondered if the Hemru had simply avoided noticing. Limited surface water and having a body form that sank like a stone probably curtailed such underwater adventures of the type we were engaging in now. Supper that night was informal and more intimate. Cassius and Serenity were hosting a cookout down by the guest areas of the island. Hannah and Alec were dining alone in the lower cottage. Since I did not want to attend the guest cookout, I prepared a light supper for myself and Riho at the outdoor kitchen on the rooftop patio. The main course was grilled fresh red snapper. Omu had harpooned a fine specimen using an aquatic drone during our afternoon submarine excursion. I seasoned the fish with crushed chili, garlic, and ginger. As a side, I added a fresh salad with a lemongrass vinaigrette. The Hemru ate a large portion and with a gusto, which I took to mean that she truly enjoyed the meal. Our conversation was varied and as always interesting. We also exchanged our individual schedules for the next few days. I relayed that I would be spending the mornings in virtual training with Alec and Hannah. Riho relayed that she would also be in virtual most mornings doing interviews and holding informal gatherings with xenospecialists and other interested scholars. She also intended to spend some time exchanging information with her copy still active in the Simulated Reality Project. Until she reminded me, I'd forgotten that there was another active copy of her mind data. It was the version existing in the simulated actual Hemru alien body type. I'd inquired if she was going to fully merge her mind data with the other copy, but learned that doing so would compromise many of the adaptations her mind had recently made in learning to function as a human. Instead, she was going to spend time with herself in an accelerated format and simply talk. The idea of being locked inside a virtual box with a copy of myself made me shudder. That she looked forward to the session spoke volumes about the differences in our nature. After supper, we took a short walk to the beach to settle our meal and check in with the others. We met up with Serenity and found that we'd have the full evening to ourselves, as she and Cassius would be busy until well after midnight. Hannah and Alec were not at their cottage. A trace revealed that the pair were down at the North Beach landing area, preparing a boat for a night diving excursion out to the reef. We wished them a fun and safe trip and watched as they navigated the narrow, dredged channel through the shallows. We made our way up the trail to my lodge and then, after showering and changing into robes, retired again to the rooftop patio. I fired up the log printer and ignited a small wood bonfire in the large open fire pit. Then, with just the flickering flames and the now fully risen moon providing our only illumination, we sat talking on the lounger. John, you implied to Director Karn Conlon that you intended to cede control of this world to others after the enemy is defeated. Do you really mean to do that? She asked quietly. I think so, Ambassador. I feel it's the right choice, I replied. She remained silent, clearly waiting for a more detailed answer. I can't fully explain it. In my early life, I was more independent than most. I'd thought I was what was known as a libertarian, although I was never sure of exactly what the term meant. I paused, giving the Hemru time to consult with her augment over the ideological backgrounds of the term. When she appeared ready for more, I continued, I believe in personal freedom more than I do the desire to rule over others. And having that power, I can't help but put myself in the position of those under me. Living under someone holding ultimate authority, even if that person had never acted against me to use it, would still gnaw at me. But if you relinquish your authority and it transfers to the directors, you would still be subject to others having authority over you, the Hemru stated, clearly confused by my explanation. That's true, but it would be a group of people, and I would feel better if those with authority over me gained it by being elected by my peers, I replied. Why do you not simply have an election with yourself as one of the candidates? From what I have observed, you remain quite popular. Most humans appear happy and content with their existence. Would not being elected provide the mandate required to alleviate your concerns about any given human being governed by an individual? That's true, but there would likely be others running against me. I fear dividing humanity at this time. Also, what if I lost? I think I could tolerate being subject to the rule of a governing body, like the directors. But I know I'd chafe over being ruled by a sole individual, I replied. Even if it were by someone as knowledgeable and accomplished as your former wife? Riho asked. Hmm, she had me there. I would have no problem with Uxie being the sole authority in charge of humanity. The one concern with that thought was that I knew her, and she would not want such authority. No, the people who would want ultimate power were the same ones I'd be uncomfortable living under. Maybe, but I still think that if I give up my power, it will have to be to an elected body of many. At least having a large group with distributed responsibilities would spread the load and maybe limit drastic mistakes? I see. If not your solitary rule, then no one else's, Riho said calmly. Somewhat hypocritical of me, yes, I said. Riho paused with a blank expression, likely learning about that term as well. Eventually, she continued, still, you have existed as this world's sole authority for centuries. What if you can't handle giving up your power? I deflected her question with a question of my own. The other night, you spoke of your species and how, despite possessing advanced life extension technologies, very few chose to live beyond about 2 of our centuries. Yes, that is correct. We believe that to extend one's life far beyond what our evolution has intended is both unhealthy mentally and unnatural, she replied. I am nearly 2.5 centuries old, Riho. That's only counting the years I've been active. I was born over 1,100 years ago. I feel my age deeply sometimes. The alien just looked at me. Her expression was sad, indicating that I had made my point. You will see your world free from the threat of the assemblage? She asked after a moment. Yes, I will at least see that. An hour later, we were lying naked on the lounging pad. I'd introduced the Hemru to the joys of a jetted spa. She had almost cooed at the warmth and sensations of the pulsating jets massaging her body. Now we were lying relaxed, cooling off, and watching the stars silently. Directly overhead was a distinct cutoff in the heavenly display as clouds were sliding in and obscuring the myriad of lights. Off towards the northern horizon, the constant flashes of a distant tropical thunderstorm illuminated a thunderhead that must have pierced the stratosphere. Riho, that storm is coming this way. I do not think we want to fall asleep up here tonight, I said softly. We are familiar with such atmospheric static discharges on my world. I agree we should seek shelter before the storm's arrival. I helped her off the lounging platform and then followed her below. Behind us, the patio mobile units quickly became active, securing the rooftop patio against the coming storm. Omu had gone down to the public areas earlier to assist Serenity and Cassius in seeing that the rest of the island was ready for a night of foul weather. I saw Riho to her quarters and was about to continue on to my own when the ambassador spoke. John, I enjoyed being groomed last night. It gave me comfort and reminded me of when I was around my Hemru partners. I slept well last night and I thank you again. I was about to say, you're welcome, but caught the almost pleading look on her face in the dim hallway lighting. Would you like me to give you another massage, Riho? I almost laughed out loud as the Hemru fidgeted uncomfortably. She must have really enjoyed last night, but was not sure how to ask for the same tonight. I saved her from her plight by grabbing her hand and leading her to her bed. She still looked hesitant as she turned to face me. I know most humans rely on their partners, or rely on their mechanical companions for such things, but I touched her lips to silence her, pulled her bed covering to the floor and pointed. She crawled to the middle without further hesitation, laying on her front with her arms spread. Again, I had to suppress a chuckle as I moved behind her and began to massage her back, shoulders, and upper arms. Soon the ambassador was an audibly sighing puddle as I alternated from lightly kneading her muscles and gently caressing her skin. That is such an amazing sensation, John, she sighed. This soft-skinned body experiences surface sensations with much greater fidelity than that of the Hemru form. I moved lower and began to massage her legs. I avoided the soles of her feet as she claimed those sensations were intolerable. It appeared the Hemru were ticklish, or at least they were when shelled into human bodies. I moved up and began to work the larger muscles of her upper thighs. Despite the shell's small size, Riho had a perfectly formed petite ass which I could not help but admire. As I pulled and pushed her gluteal muscles, Riho began to squirm slightly. I also noticed that her legs beginning to spread apart. Sure enough, my nostrils flared as I detected the scent of feminine arousal. I felt myself stirring along with the ambassador and moved my hands further away from her intimate areas. At my retreat, her body wiggled, trying to regain contact with my hands. John, I'm not sure what it is I feel. Your body is feeling arousal, Riho, I whispered. Would you like me to stop, or do you wish me to help you achieve the release your body desires? There was a slight pause before she answered. I would like you to continue. I am curious about this release and wish to study it further. I smiled. Curious, my ass. Riho's shell was horny. Her brain was reacting to the flood of hormones. There was little chance that her mentality could resist giving in to such an onslaught of chemicals. I decided to do my best to give her something worthy of study. I repositioned myself so I was off to one side of her body and slowly brought my hand up between her thighs, gently cupping her sex. She was already swollen with arousal as I carefully began rubbing, exposing her most sensitive parts. Soon after, she was panting along with her body as her hips gyrated along with the building sensations. I refrained from penetrating her with my fingers, not sure how the alien would react. I'd figured that intercourse had occurred during Riho's explorations with Cassius, but that would not be needed tonight to give her the pleasure her body sought. I was also still a bit uncomfortable with the two young-looking shells she was currently inhabiting, although as I spent more time in her presence, this personal quirk was subsiding. Before long, Riho's shell reached its climax. I was unable to learn the results of the alien studies, as she was now too busy gently snoring to respond. I removed myself from the bed and carefully covered Riho with the cover. My chore had left me sporting an erection, and I was glad to find Omu waiting outside Riho's bedchamber, carrying a light robe. She had a slight smirk as she offered me the covering. Serenity is still up, having just got in from overseeing the storm preparations for the island. You might want to cover yourself before scaring the children, the android said. I ignored her barb but donned the robe. Down the hall, I saw Serenity moving about the kitchen area, likely preparing herself a late snack. She looked up and spotted me before I could turn and make my escape. I decided to face the music and went to say goodnight. Tucking your guests in personally now, eh, Gramps? Serenity quipped as I entered the kitchen area. I ignored her and went to the replicator to fetch a glass of water. Finally, after taking a long, slow drink, I replied to her in my snootiest voice. At Shea Heels, our guest's comfort is our ultimate responsibility. She snorted and I could not contain a grin. But rest assured that our guest remains wholesome and unviolated. I simply gave her a massage to help her relax and sleep better, I replied. I caught her glancing at the not quite hidden evidence of my arousal. I'm serious, I said in my defense. Ambassador Riho simply enjoys a good back rub. She says it reminds her of how her species grooms one another. Now Serenity laughed. Oh, I believe you, Grandpa, but it looks like your grooming duties have left you a bit anxious. It's too bad we don't have a touch therapist on staff who could help you get to sleep tonight. I wanted to be offended but had to laugh along with her. Yeah, well, I suppose it's too late to go strolling the beach for any late trolling female guests seeking company. She glanced at the windows, which were now almost constantly illuminated by the lighting show of the nearing storm. No, I think they are all safely tucked into their bungalows for the night. You will have to suffer until tomorrow. We continued to chat while Serenity ate. While we did, the pending storm arrived, making itself known by strong winds and sheets of rain drumming on the windows. As Serenity described the preventative measures she and Cassius had taken, I was reassured that all would be well. My implant indicated that the weatherminder reported that the storm would pass quickly, and the island's rescue and repair mobile units were primed for any emergencies. 10 minutes later, I said goodnight and made my escape. Moving down the hall, heading towards the sleeping areas, I spotted a faint, flickering light spilling out of the partially open bedroom door. Omu must have gone on ahead while I'd been speaking with Serenity. I also heard mechanical noises and was curious what she was up to, hoping it was not some prank poking fun at my earlier arousal. Fearing the worst, I stepped into my bedroom, but stopped suddenly in surprise. At the far side of the room, just beyond the bed, hovered an active wormhole portal. A compact transport cylinder had just emerged and was beginning to open as I watched. I recognized the cylinder as the one from Naomi's submarine, Corencia. I was about to call Naomi to find out what was going on when the opening hatch revealed a naked woman. What the hell? The women's tightly shut eyes popped open and locked on me. John, it worked! Oh my God, that was so much fun! Angelina, I sputtered, although I already knew who the woman was. It was my old friend, the touch therapist Angelina Pelbaraza. What are you doing here? She squeezed out of the cylinder and stretched, my eyes immediately drawn to her perfectly formed breasts and long-toned abdomen. Ask your crazy android. She set this up. Behind her, the cylinder retracted into the wormhole suspended near the ceiling. The portal winked out of existence, and I brought my gaze back to my beautiful friend. Omu, I asked, unable to divert my attention to scan the room for the android. The android's response came via my implants. Surprise, John. Relax and enjoy your treat. Miss Barraza's schedule had a sudden opening, and Naomi indicated Querencia had the power reserves available. I've commissioned the touch therapist's services for the full week. During her stay, Miss Barraza will work with Ambassador Rijo as well. Despite my shock, I was able to grasp the last. Angie's knowledge might be good for Rijo. Well, John, I have to say this is a first for me, Angie said with a sultry voice. I've had sudden, urgent requests before, but nothing like this. She raised her arms theatrically and slowly spun in place. As you can see, I just finished bathing when Omu contacted me. I appreciated her display. If anything, she was now in even better shape and looked even sexier than she had when we first met 3 years ago. I did not respond other than reach behind me and close the bedroom door. I let my robe slip to the floor as I went to Angelina and greeted my friend with a deep hug. She was able to feel my growing excitement. When we broke apart, Angie glanced down to verify what she had felt. Her smile grew as she whispered, I see it was an emergency. Maybe I'll be able to claim emergency response certifications after this little adventure. I just shook my head and pulled her after me to the bed. I'd missed her, and I was still charged up from the earlier events with Rijo. I was still not quite sure what to think about my artificial companion's actions in bringing Angelina here tonight, but that could wait until tomorrow. Right now, I was just appreciative that they understood me as well as they did,